Chapter 351. It was ever so slightly more difficult to fly to the third peak than it had been to the fourth peak, but it wasn't really a challenge. The difficulty of flight was always less than what he'd dealt with from the sea below, and the distance? Incomparable. John had flown with the others 10 kilometers vertically, and the vertical distance to each of the peaks was no more than a kilometer. This was a test for the natives. If the islands even had any control over the pathways, Ahan and Lyre might have had a harder time of it alone, but with John supporting the group, they could sustain the necessary force for a sufficient amount of time. He barely had to provide anything himself, except for Viriato. Carrying one other person wasn't that difficult, however, and it didn't make any difference what Viriato's cultivation rank was. When he landed upon the third peak, John didn't let his spiritual energy fully settle. The others got the message, keeping their energy somewhat active. Control of the situation was the most important thing. That was what John had decided. So rather than timidly walk forward and have to face the local island master in whatever sort of throne room she had, he took the reins. He projected his voice widely. It wouldn't be loud anywhere, but it would be clearly heard, and his energy would be felt over the whole island and hopefully beyond. The 6 Elements Crossroads arrives to challenge the third peak in the trials of ascension. John was being rude. It was an intentional choice, intended to produce favorable results. And he wasn't so rude as to be completely unreasonable. From certain perspectives, he would certainly be displaying confidence. Announcing himself wasn't that unreasonable either. Part of it was his plan, and part of it was his annoyance at the third peak island master, despite never having met her. However, what he had heard from Mirka and Vanera hadn't changed the opinion he had formed based on the attack by third peak disciples. If there was some sort of error, and they were rogue disciples, then he might apologize for his brash actions, if it seemed appropriate. But until then, he would act like someone important, because as it turned out, he might be. He felt ripples of movement as people responded. John and the others strode towards the gates at a measured pace. Without directly focusing, he kept his thoughts on Morana, the island master. He felt hesitation. Then she moved from her position deeper in the sect. John timed his approach to arrive at the gates near when she did. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she wasn't moving at a leisurely pace either. Before she reached them, John paid special attention to the surroundings. He didn't want to make a mistake in how he handled things. But then he saw the few people he needed to. That decided things. The 4 stopped outside the gate. Internally, John's energy was still nimble. If things went wrong, he was wholly prepared to take Viriato, Lev, and Ahan and just run. Dropping off the edge into the ocean might be embarrassing, but he wasn't looking to get killed here. There was a hint of motion from above, but John simply took note of it. He didn't have the spare attention to continue tracking that, with Morana in front of him. "Greetings," Morana said the word, but John knew she didn't feel it, which confirmed his understanding of things. "I am surprised. It has been some time since a Continental has attempted the trials of ascension." If he only considered her words, they were polite. But the way she said Continental was as if she were speaking about a particularly disfavored sort of insect. John kept his tone as clear as possible. He saw several of the disciples moving past the others. He needed to keep the initiative. Perhaps it would not be so rare if the Sky Islands did not distance themselves, and if the third peak did not shelter bandits. John pointed directly towards the closest of the disciples, the man of the trio of consolidated soul phase cultivators who had attacked them along the way. The man twitched, as he had clearly been about to decry John as the offending party. And while he would still have an advantage in his own sect, it still helped shape the narrative. Morana's spiritual energy flared. John continued the interplay of elements inside of him, hidden. "How dare you make such accusations against a disciple of the third peak?" John nodded. "So you did order them to attack us, then?" "Typical." "Of course not. There was no dash. Ask him about the burns on his backside, or those 2 women about the wounds on their sides." John knew they wouldn't have healed from his flames just yet, as it had only been a few days. And while he hadn't caused serious damage, perfect recovery in that time was difficult. The 6 soul expansion phase cultivators hadn't made it out, recklessly trying to overpower Viriato and the other 2. Though it wasn't like they'd fought long, so they had little time to realize their mistakes. These are serious accusations, Morana glared. We will investigate thoroughly. He's the one that attacked us, one of the women declared. John grinned, but only internally. Trivial. I believe that was the word you used, assuming someone of your status could defeat me with a trick in numbers. That was moments before you all ran with tails between your legs, of course. Enough, Morana shouted. Wind blew in all directions from her, whipping John's hair and clothes. I will not tolerate these insults to the third peak. The accusations against you are sufficient to place you under arrest. She stepped forward, reaching out. John drew his blade in an instant, cutting her wrist. He'd hoped to completely sever the hand, but she yanked her hand back too quickly for him to accomplish his task. He comes to assault the peak. Seize him, Morana yelled. John stood his ground. Not because he thought the four of them could stand up to a whole sect, though. John was pleased that aside from readying their spiritual energy to the full, his retinue restrained themselves. Cultivators swarmed forward. John noticed Morana herself hesitated. Stand down. The words were spoken no louder than casual conversation, but their weight was immense. Even John felt slightly mollified. The disciples had to have heard, but not all of them reacted immediately. Some continued forward, preparing attacks. An instant later, a gust of wind pushed them in all directions. John noted that one of them was caught so off guard that he tumbled over the edge of the island, more than 100 meters away. If nobody caught him, he might not be coming back. It was a long fall, and an even longer ascent. Most likely he could avoid hitting the sea too hard, but that wasn't guaranteed. Satora landed between the two of them, her age showing just as much as it had the last time John had seen her. She didn't appear to be on the verge of death, but she certainly wasn't getting any younger. Her energy was that of the mid-ascending soul phase. What is going on here? She demanded, as if she didn't know. John let Morana speak first. She could condemn herself with her own words. This continental attacked my disciples, she said. I was merely bringing him in for a proper investigation. I see. And when did this incident happen? Satora asked calmly. It was barely a week ago. Why did you not report it to the peaks immediately? Satora said. Surely your disciples must have noticed him challenging the peaks. His presence has not been subtle. I did not wish to dash. Inform me that you had attacked my guest? Satora raised an eyebrow. Yes, I am aware you prevented his message from reaching me. She turned her head to John. Do you have anything to say? Your insight has revealed everything of import, John said. Did you perhaps sense the battle? Faintly, Satora said. You were many islands away. I will admit I did not immediately recognize your spiritual energy, though I should have predicted this. You were but one step from a fire totem. Not a trivial step, John admitted, but I accomplished it in time. What is it you wish? She asked. Revenge? Morana interrupted. You haven't heard, Dash. Satora's head whipped around. I wasn't speaking to you, and I have heard enough. I don't care about the affairs of unimportant disciples, John declared. Unless they intend to shame themselves again, I am done with them. I am merely here to test myself against the peaks. With several members of my sect, John gestured behind him. Then a challenge you will have. Come, everyone, Satora gestured. Though she stood alone among the members of the third peak, she was not entirely unguarded. There were other members of the second peak that had followed after her, hanging above the island. Things were going about as well as John could have hoped. He figured Satora would have been paying attention, but it was good that she remembered him, though it was likely she would have had to make a concerted effort to forget anyone, even with her age. Maybe if John hadn't interacted with her directly, but even then she would likely remember his energy signature. Morana would have been steaming, had she been a fire or water cultivator. As it was, she was quite close as she shuffled along after Satora, subdued. Pick your combatants, Satora said simply as they arrived at the arena after climbing several flights of stairs. John noticed that this arena had no floor. If he understood the rules correctly, it would still count as a loss to pass through ground level, and the island would catch anyone that actually fell, but it would be embarrassing. The floating platforms were also moving around independently, and John thought there were slightly fewer of them. I am certain you know how to choose appropriately. Morana was clearly annoyed at being told what to do, but also clearly unwilling to stand up to Satora. That was quite reasonable, because ignoring other factors, a fight of two ascending soul phase cultivators against her would result in her guaranteed loss, and most likely death. There would be no way John would stand by if something happened. The rest of the sect might have been problematic, except for the hovering guard, and the fact that as many as felt they could get away with it had started to pull away. The Island Master was not at all conservative with her picks. She chose late soul expansion phase cultivators to go against Ahan and Lyre, who were solidly in the mid-soul expansion phase. John was quite certain they had people more appropriate, based on duration of training. But he didn't complain. Viriato's opponent was in the 34th rank, while he was in the 31st. The late consolidated soul phase. Second Island Master, if I may, Morana said. I believe things would be resolved most optimally with a group engagement. Satora glanced over at John, but he gave her no expression. Perhaps she picked something up regardless. That is an acceptable test. With Morana being 2 ranks ahead of John, the same rank as Vanera, all 4 of his side were at a cultivation disadvantage. But personally, he had no issues. This was actually the best way for Ahan and Lyre to officially ascend. They might be able to follow him because of his own success, but then they wouldn't be able to experience a battle on the second peak. That would be far more valuable for them compared to a standard match here they might lose. John expected Viriato would have won here, even a single battle against the opponent the third Island Master chose. He was only gaining more experience against Earth and Air opponents, and they were still just as unfamiliar with his style. Being unable to actually fly himself would only be a minor hindrance if he blasted them out of the sky. Your orders, sect head? Viriato asked as they approached their positions. Take out the small fry. Don't hold back. He looked to Ahan and Lyre. Same goes for the 2 of you. Morana won't have an opportunity to engage with either of you, so focus on rapid offense. Morana hadn't done herself any favors with her suggestion. The third peak was going to lose more face for their defeat with a stacked deck. Chapter 352. The battle started. While there was a veneer of it being a trial, that was what it truly was. A battle where it was unlikely anyone would die, but not impossible. Given the wide spread of cultivations, the weakest members were at the greatest risk. Ever since he stepped foot on the third peak, John's spiritual energy had been eagerly building. Now, it was finally able to do something, erupting from his body as wind and flame. Yet neither had much visual flair to it, the ethereal flames mingling with the invisible wind. The flames were an additive to his flight that John had come to appreciate, helping keep him aloft while also providing a counter for the grounding techniques the Sky Islands seemed to favor. John would not risk a drawn-out battle with Ahan and Lyre at risk, nor did he think it would benefit them regardless. He was aware that Morana favored war darts as weapons and was able to attack at range effectively. She was not incompetent in melee, of course, but it wasn't her favored range either. Her first attack came swiftly, twisted air and earth as she threw what was effectively a javelin towards John. It arced up above, almost ponderously, then suddenly shot down towards him at increased speed. John calculated the possible change from there in a moment and decided he couldn't afford to dodge. Instead, he cut it out of the air with his sword, slicing the weapon in 2. The weight of earth attached to it only caused him to bob slightly as he burned the element away. Viriato's attack took a moment longer for him to prepare, but it did exactly what it needed to. His target was one of the late soul expansion phase cultivators, meant to outmatch Ahan and Lyre. His choice was the one trailing slightly, their exact intent never to be revealed. One from each hand, Viriato shot twin beams of light and darkness intersecting precisely at his opponent. The resulting explosion blasted the enemy cultivator completely out of the arena, and John imagined there had to be some wounds even with defensive formations in place. Ahan and Lyre attacked the other with their long weapons, Lyre's glaive sweeping at their opponent and deflecting his lighter spear towards Ahan, providing an opportunity for him to encircle it with his spiked chain. John imagined that situation would resolve itself rapidly, but there were still dangerous opponents in play he had to reckon with. Twirling axes from the late consolidated soul phase cultivator arced towards John. They were much more strongly supported, so he didn't even try to cut them out of the air. Instead, he twisted his body to slip around them, merely slightly deflecting one with his sword. In his other hand, he was charging a concoction of 5 elements, a throwing dagger ready to slip into his hand. His eyes were locked on Morana. It would take her a moment to prepare another attack. Meanwhile, the twin axes continued past John, threatening his companions rather than trying to cut him off from behind. A sound enough tactic, but he'd been prepared for either eventuality. His arms snapped forward, his hidden intentions revealing themselves as the overcharged dagger flew towards that consolidated soul phase cultivator. The man had enough control to withdraw the majority of his spiritual energy from his distant weapons to defend himself while redirecting their trajectory so that the weapons wouldn't be vulnerable. The throwing dagger still knocked the man from his perch on one of the few floating platforms, hitting him directly in the chest. The 4-element cycle didn't have any particular focus behind it aside from destruction and force, and John was fairly sure he'd cracked the man's armor. He was just short of the formations determining it to be a killing blow, however. Or perhaps they were partial to the 3rd peak. He didn't have time to worry about such details, as new attacks were incoming from Morana. 2 war darts, one aimed towards him and one towards his disciples. If he moved to intercept, the one targeted at him would certainly follow, and he would have to contend with both at once. Even so, John didn't despair. There was no time for it, frankly, and he felt supremely calm despite the circumstances. Anyone who felt they needed the advantage of a whole minor stage of cultivation over each of his disciples and Viriato was someone he didn't take seriously in the grand scheme of things. Morana might be stronger than him now, or she might not, but if she had an advantage it wouldn't last. No wonder she hadn't reached the mid-ascending soul phase. With an attitude like that, John lobbed what was effectively lava, molten earth that would counter the air and earth elements Morana used. That attack struck the secondary attack for his disciples, and while John didn't completely negate it, he was confident that he'd weakened it enough. His sword clashed with the other, and he once again dropped slightly as the earth element in the attack tried to pull him out of the sky. His flames consumed it, but he was awkwardly positioned and had to regain altitude. The other attack reached Lyre and Ahan, who were still wrestling with the late soul expansion phase cultivator. It had only been a moment, after all, and they were at a disadvantage of cultivation. Ahan yanked his spiked chain, pulling the enemy cultivator into the trajectory of the incoming war dart. His chain had slithered around the man's hands as well, so he couldn't easily let go. His reaction was swift enough that he leaned into the movement, intending to go past the attack instead. That failed for multiple reasons, but the primary one was Lyre leaping from the platform and slashing her glaive into his side to arrest his momentum at just the right spot. Clearly, Morana had faith that her disciples were going to avoid the attack. When it came to the final moment, however, he was still there, and she instantly dispersed her energy. The kinetic energy of the weapon still shoved him forward, causing Lyre's glaive to slice slightly deeper. Viriato could have finished him off at that moment, but he instead targeted the consolidated soul phase cultivator that was theoretically his opponent. Though he was more clever about it than that, John was truly impressed by what he pulled off. Fire and water combined together on one hand. Unlike certain interpretations of the elements, they worked together just fine with the fire bolstering the water. He shot forward a beam of ice from that hand, coating one of the twin axes as it tried to return to its owner. Weakened, the remaining spiritual energy was overwhelmed and it began to drop, coated in ice. Around Virato's other hand was a combined beam of light and darkness together, forming that at the same time as he did his other 2 elements showed an exceptional amount of focus and skill. It clearly wasn't perfect, as the beam detonated prematurely, right before it actually reached the other axe, but the explosion was significant enough to knock it off its trajectory regardless, leaving the other cultivator's attacks a moment behind. That meant John didn't have to worry about him for that instant, and he regained his balance, slipping just behind one of the circling platforms so that Morana couldn't so easily target him. Ahan and Lyre snatched up Virato, flying him closer to the enemy. He could leap, of course, but having him with them provided them greater safety. That was good, because Morana chose to target them. John had promised that she wouldn't be able to engage with his disciples, but situations changed. More importantly, he saw something in Viriato's eyes that let him continue to concentrate his energy instead of launching a counterattack. A powerful attack from a cultivator nearly a full phase ahead of Viriato streaked towards the trio. He didn't rely on the same tricks repeatedly, instead pulling out something even John hadn't seen. A lens of water appeared in front of him, and he blasted light into it, focusing that light into a tighter beam with the help of the lens. Fire and darkness gathered until Viriato could sustain the other attack no longer. His reserves momentarily depleted. A cone of dark flame caught the incoming projectile, spread widely because he couldn't predict quite how the attack would turn. The flames burned through earth energy easily, and the darkness reacted with the lingering light on the incoming war dart. Viriato looked nearly spent as he was dropped onto the next platform, but the attack was negated. The consolidated soul phase elder focused more of his energy on the single throwing axe available to him, sending it streaking towards John like a bolt of lightning. In turn, John activated the platform he was next to. He'd been growing ever more familiar with how the crystals worked as he fought. They were clearly efficient conductors of earth and air element. Otherwise, it would be pointless to have them at all. They were also part of the battlefield, and there were no rules against making use of them. The only one that existed was a strong suggestion that they should not be intentionally destroyed. The platform pulled him along with it as it rocketed towards Morana. Was she likely to die from being smacked by a floating platform? Not at all. It would be a minor inconvenience, most likely. But her reflexive attack did nothing except scar the platform. John's platform crashed into hers. Morana had leapt away, flying off to the side. John still had 3 elements ready, and a whip of water curled around the side of the platform as it split to wrap around her ankles. If he tried to sink her with earth, no doubt she would have ample experience to counter him. Flame coursed out of John, empowering the water, and causing it to boil around one leg and freeze around the other. He pulled down with all his might, swinging her towards the lacking arena floor below. However, she strained her energy to keep herself high, and she didn't drop below John's own level, simply being pulled around a bit. Then her own companion's axe struck her in the back. John hadn't expected it to work so well, but these cultivators were very unfamiliar with darkness. Concealing her movement from her companion, while also muting his incoming attack in her own senses, was perhaps the best display of darkness he'd ever pulled off. The formations activated, indicating a killing blow and that she was out of the battle. John sprang towards the one remaining opponent just on the far side of her, his elements swirling within him, if tiredly. The instant he passed by Morana, she stabbed at him with one of her war darts. She was entirely unsubtle about it. John had seen her arm drifting and felt her energy building internally. He didn't know what she had against him, but he also didn't care. As it turned out, cutting through the defenses of the formation was quite difficult, but he managed it regardless. Her hand sailed off as his sword swept down, always having been the target of his current charge. The instant it was away from her, flames dissolved it as she screamed in pain and rage. John's momentum carried him forward to her lieutenant, who had just barely retrieved his axe. He saw Ahan and Lyre approaching, and clearly thought about trying to take one of them out. His eyes focused on John, and he threw down his weapon. "I surrender," he yelled, looking frantically towards Satora, the island master of the second peak. Morana's final attack was pathetic, a war dart thrown with her offhand and flagging energy. It didn't even make it to John, but not because the formation stopped her like they were supposed to. No, instead it was Satora that flicked her attack away with a gust of wind, almost casually. She was still fresh, and the combatants were exhausted, but even so John was reminded of her power during the Leviathan battle. "Don't dishonor the peaks further, Morana," Satora said casually. "You have lost." But he defeated you quite directly. I would suggest you take this chance to rest and learn from your battles. I anticipate there will be a challenge from the Master of the Fourth Peak in your near future, given your display of weakness. Ahan and Lyre looked slightly disappointed they hadn't been able to clash with the remaining man, but given the significant gap in cultivation, they also looked somewhat relieved. In a properly safe environment, it would be one thing for them to try it. Either way, they would have learned much, and would have the opportunity to challenge the second peak properly. John still didn't know why the island master of the third peak hated him, but he could come up with any number of reasons. Most likely the answer involved both politics and pettiness. "Come," Satora said. "I believe you have done what you came here for." With that, Her winds picked up herself, Viriato, and the two disciples. They could have flown without her if they hadn't been exhausted, but the short battle had involved extreme expenditure of energy. John flew after them, pulling air and earth from the surroundings, as well as three other elements that most cultivators wouldn't even sense, dim as they were compared to the strength of the two prominent in the region. Chapter 353. For the first time in a while, John felt calm. He was not without remaining worries, but being welcomed to the second peak by Satora promised at least a time of safety. If she wished him harm, she would have already done whatever she pleased. So far in the Sky Islands, it was only the third peak that had caused his life to be truly imperiled. That was a matter now dealt with, though John imagined that he wasn't truly at the end of his troubles. He still found no reason for the third peak to have quarreled with him to begin with, and if Satora and the second peak were not intending him any trouble, that left only one remaining option: the first peak. Or perhaps he was being paranoid, and she was simply that disdainful of continentals. Then again, John couldn't think of a reason anyone from the first peak would dislike him either. John and his disciples shared a suite between the four of them. One thing the Sky Islands lacked was space, but the quarters were not cramped. Indeed, the various rooms took great advantage of verticality, rising towers and even lower rooms seemingly carved out of the island itself. "You all fought well," John congratulated the other three as they sat together around a table of refreshments the second peak had brought them. "Nothing compared to yourself," Viriato said. John smiled. "Don't be too humble. I noticed the way you combined elements with great skill. And the two of you clashed successfully with an opponent several ranks above you," John said to Ahan and Lyre. "Perhaps," Ahan said, "but it was just within the soul expansion phase. There is a greater difference between ranks in the ascending soul phase, sect head. That you defeated Morana as you did was astounding." John shook his head. "All of us were outmatched in cultivation ranks, and we won together. We all deserve praise just as much as any other. So, congratulations. I think even in normal circumstances, very few soul expansion phase cultivators are meant to reach the second peak." Lyre nodded, then her face grimaced. "If that woman hadn't been so horrid, we wouldn't have had to go through that." John shrugged. "Indeed, but now that we are victorious, we can only be glad for the challenge." "That woman deserves death for what she did," Viriato grimaced. "Don't speak nonsense," John said, a slight smile behind his eyes. "Death would have been too kind, for one of such foul disposition betraying what I assume should be a sacred right." Viriato grimaced. "They'll stitch her hand back on soon enough. A few months setback in her cultivation, maybe a year." "I do believe it would take quite a lot of stitches," John said, "and quite a lot of chasing around after Ash." Viriato blinked. "I did not realize. I was focused on the remaining man and only saw her arm briefly. How did you manage that?" John looked around, assuming that anything he said would be overheard. However, it wasn't much of a secret. The formation is tuned to the elements they are used to. At best, it expects any sort of pair. Besides, they're only meant to bolster a cultivator's own defenses, not completely prevent attacks on their own. Though perhaps the unfair partitioning of the formations distorted their effectiveness as well. Viriato frowned. "So by focusing them too much on themselves, it didn't work?" John shrugged. "That part is a guess. They might have also been momentarily drained from the death blow she took moments before." The only thing John was certain of was that Satora hadn't interfered. Viriato just pondered for a few moments. "She's going to bear a grudge. So what?" John shook his head. "We beat her before, and now she's down a hand because of her own foolishness. Easy enough to overcome." They moved on to discussion of insights they had gained during the battle, though they were still absorbing the experiences. John had the feeling he was close to a breakthrough himself, and he might advance to the 38th rank soon enough. It was just the second step in the ascending soul phase, but after only a couple years he found it rather quick. Still, insights were a bigger issue for him than quantity of spiritual energy. The cycle of elements in his dantian grew quickly and powerfully when given regular encouragement. The next day, John was invited to visit Satora. He was unsurprised to find her rooms to be opulent, but there was an aesthetic about them that he couldn't quite place. It simply didn't fit with the rest of the Sky Islands. He found her sitting at a table. She was sipping tea and gestured for him to sit. John did so, pulling up his own chair while trying not to scrape the floor. There was silence for a few moments. Finally, John spoke. "I must thank you for your assistance." She shook her head. "No need. I was merely preserving the honor of the peaks." Strange. John had expected her to ask for a favor of some sort. He would have been obligated to accept if she kept it reasonable. Yet he didn't exactly feel kindness from her. "Guards," Satora said. "Ward off prying ears." John felt the various hidden guards shift their positions. Their stealth skills were decent, but without darkness among them their existence was fairly obvious to him. Blending their elements with the natural surroundings was of little use when he could distinguish small flaws. "You are not surprised," Satora said. "Though I doubt it necessary with someone like me, I still suspected that you should always have an honor guard." Her eyes burrowed into him. "You sense them. I am aware we are lacking in some areas." She set down her teacup. Something about its form spoke to him. "Have a sip," she said. He did, taking the handle of his own cup. He wasn't raised for proper manners with such things, but he handled it delicately as well as he remembered. He hadn't done this in forever. Odd, because he'd certainly had tea with visitors. "John Miller," Satora's voice cut through the air, stirring up old memories. "An amusing name." "I think it rather plain myself," John responded, though for some reason he delayed a moment. Then he realized. The surroundings. The teacups. Even the language she had spoken a moment before. "Thou speak well. Did the one known as Deirdre teach you? Is that the most likely option?" John asked, a new name in an unusual style. She swapped back to the local language, instead of English. "But your style was odd when you were called Fortkran Tenebach." John hadn't been trying to hide it. He wouldn't have used his English name at all if that was a concern. He especially hadn't been planning to conceal it from Satora, since he believed she already knew or at least had heavy suspicions. "I am well aware. But it made sense to me." John sipped his tea. "Is it appropriate to call you Alva?" "It is a name long separated from myself," Satora said, "but a true one nonetheless. It seems I should have paid more attention to Deirdre, unsurprised as she was at the possibility of other transmigrators. How curious. Even more so that we speak the same language. One would presume Earth has a connection to this realm," John said, "though that would leave quite a lot of room for other languages." "Indeed?" Satora asked. "Has English not been spread far and wide by trade winds?" "Many people speak it," John said, "but not all in the same way." John was glad they weren't speaking in English currently, as somewhere around 200 years made it difficult for both of them to communicate. She sipped her tea from a distinctly Western-style teacup. "Indeed. Tell me, why did you come here?" "To the Sky Islands?" John asked. "To see you." "For what purpose?" "To form a connection as neighbors. I wish for things to be different than they were." She stared at him. "How odd. I think if I word it differently, you won't think so. I wish to establish clear boundaries between enemies and allies. And the Sky Islands were the next closest location." "I see," Satora said. "And if we are neither?" "Then we Continentals need to know that," John said. She smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Amusing. But I will admit you come bearing surprising power." "I'm not the only one, you know," John said. "In the ascending soul phase." Satora tilted her head. "Indeed? But I was just among you less than 2 decades ago." Frankly, John was surprised the Sky Islands only had four and one hand short. But one of them in the mid-ascending soul phase, and one just barely in the late ascending soul phase was still a significant factor. That's what happens when you get invaded. People become quite motivated. Not the same as if you can sit safely in your high peaks. "Is that a threat?" "It shouldn't need to be," John said. "Indeed, you know this place would be difficult to attack. But should you descend uninvited once more, you might find the reactions of the locals somewhat more significant." "So you want us to cower here?" "No," John shook his head. "I mean to invite you to take a look at the world and realize that just drifting along may not be the optimal future for the Sky Islands. I recognize your power, of course, and we would be quite pleased to have you work with us." "And who are we?" Yourself and Deirdre, plus your sects? All of us Continentals, John said. Technically, the whole continent wasn't yet part of the alliance. Some were reluctant members, mostly giving lip service. They likely wouldn't fight if called upon, unless they were the ones imperiled. Even so, the majority of the strength was actually united. Truly? I am surprised. You seemed so disorganized. Now there is a sudden change. 20 years can be more than you might think, John said. It hadn't even quite been that long. But that wasn't the point. If you paid more attention, you could have seen the developments. Perhaps so. She paused for a few moments. Do you intend to continue challenging the peaks? Unless you have some reason I should not. Can I expect the proper traditions to be followed involving safety? It bothered him that Satora had to think for a moment. It should not be an issue. Then I will continue challenging. I should very much like to challenge the first peak. You speak as if you have defeated me already. You think you can? Satora smiled a predatory grin. A good question, John said. Ultimately, he still didn't believe himself close enough. If he properly reached the 38th rank, then she would still be 5 ranks ahead of him. Most likely, he would lose. But I don't necessarily have to win to ascend, do I? I just need to show I am worthy. That, at least, I am confident in. And your disciples? Satora asked. They will continue to challenge, of course. Should they lose, I think they will still be able to garner valuable insights. That is what the peaks and challenges are for, are they not? Certainly, Satora said. A proper island master is dedicated to such goals. Which meant some island masters did not think that way. John wondered if that only referenced Morana. He had not yet encountered the final island master, of course. He only knew the basics. Her name was Abit. The fact that all 5 island masters were currently female had briefly surprised John, but it wasn't that statistically improbable. And based on what he had heard, it really was just a coincidence of timing. The positions didn't change all that often, but over a century or so they seemed to shuffle quite a bit with growth in power and deaths. He figured it was safer not to ask directly. Instead, John asked what he could expect if he should reach the first peak. Defeat, Satora said simply. Abit is someone you cannot overcome, and there is nowhere higher to ascend. John shrugged. Even so, I can put on my best display. I wouldn't want to embarrass the Continentals. After that, Satora asked a few questions about Earth. John didn't really have any secrets from Earth, so sharing what he knew wasn't a problem. Nor did he come with vast knowledge of technologies that would somehow advance people. If that was the case, he would have already done so. The best he'd gotten was encouraging various forms of long-distance communication and more unusual cultivation, like his own. Anyone with some insight could have seen the potential value in each. Chapter 354. There wasn't some sort of magical connection that formed between John and Satora now that they both knew about the other's transmigration. They had only been allies of opportunity during the Leviathan incident, and Satora interfering with the third peak had most likely been in her own best interests. Even so, knowing that they could work together was a significant step in the right direction. John had dealt with people he liked less that were now part of the regional alliance. The woman had spent far longer as a cultivator than she had as a person of Earth, so for the most part he could expect certain kinds of responses from her. That meant taking advantage of her power to her benefit, wherever she could. Of course, people on Earth did that as well. John just didn't know exactly how much. Since he wasn't part of the world of the powerful, he could hope she was better than the locals. But that meant nothing unless she actually was. Frankly, the chances of her being trustworthy were more or less the same as everyone else, so it would take time. In the short term, however, John could take advantage of where their interests were aligned. Clearly, there was some tension between the peaks. While Morana of the third peak couldn't stand up to Satora on her own, clearly she had some connections to the first peak. Satora seemed to have control over her own people, so that was the only real option. John wasn't quite certain how he could shift the balance of power, or if he even wanted to, but it seemed Satora was content with him continuing his challenges. He doubted she expected him to defeat Abit of the first peak. That was extremely unlikely considering that Satora herself was in the mid-ascending soul phase, and he probably couldn't even defeat her. But just putting on a good showing might be all that was necessary. John doubted that Satora cared about the prestige of the Continentals, but if Abit thought of them as lesser than properly standing up to her might be the best result. Of course, it might also anger her. He had to consider the risks. If he angered Abit enough to want to kill him, it would be difficult to avoid death. It didn't matter what sort of consequences might follow for her, because even if John knew that his friends would avenge him, that wouldn't bring him back. And he wasn't going to bet on being lucky enough to live again. If specific cultivators came back repeatedly, they would have been far more famous and world-shattering. John spent some time forming a plan. It might be a bit ambitious, but it shouldn't have too much risk if he failed. The opponents chosen by Satora for Viriato, Ahan, and Liar were more appropriate than the third peak's choices. However, that didn't mean they had a better chance of victory. Just because they were better matched in cultivation time didn't mean they were any weaker than the others. Indeed, John determined that they were probably of greater talent than the previous foes, as their cultivations still outmatched his disciples. Not that he was terribly surprised. The early days of the Six Elements Crossroads had been somewhat rocky as he learned how to best instruct others in multi-elemental training. Even now he couldn't say it was a perfectly refined technique, but they were certainly better. That said, their early growth was a bit slower than it might have been, and there had been fewer opportunities for them to engage in practical expeditions because of their lower cultivations. Viriato's opponent was similarly advantaged, as he had been stuck in the foundation phase for quite some time. He'd advanced rapidly once he was properly able to, but that still left him a bit behind. John wasn't surprised nor upset when they lost. Frankly, they were shown proper respect with Satora picking her best disciples. They didn't win solely on the merit of higher cultivations, but instead displayed wondrous technique. Viriato had a hard time because the arena was even more favored for those who could fly. Fewer platforms further apart, though the way they moved around still provided opportunities. The key thing that led to his loss was that his opponent actually seemed to have prior experience fighting against all of the different elements. Viriato's particular combination of light and darkness certainly put the man on his back foot briefly, but he adapted quickly. Just once did Viriato manage to strike the man with a beam of twisted light and darkness. After that, the man rapidly closed the gap between them. Lightning coiled around him as he boxed in Viriato with his earth element. Fire wasn't able to save Viriato, as the second peak cultivator swept away the heat from the shell of earth with a constant breeze. Ultimately, it became a total victory for the second peak, with their contestant standing strong, Viriato fallen. Neither Ahan nor Liar fared better against their opponents. Alone, each of them had deficiencies they couldn't yet overcome. Yet John didn't take that as a sign of weakness, instead considering how he could shape their growth in the future. Unfortunately, none of them qualified to ascend, but they learned some areas of weakness. Viriato was poor in close combat. The other two would fare far better once they had a full cycle of core elements, but additional experience was relevant as well. After his disciples, it was John's turn to face Satora. His ascension could hardly be predicated on his victory, since she had centuries of experience on him. There was no other opponent able to match him, however, as the second peak had no other ascending soul phase cultivators. John sensed some who were at the threshold, but whether they would actually advance or not was a difficult question. If they did, would one of them take over the fifth peak, or was it more prestigious to remain a disciple in the second peak? Those were all matters John didn't know, and wasn't planning to stay long enough to find out. Perhaps in the future it would be relevant, if they remained in contact with the Sky Islands like he hoped. The most John knew about Satora's fighting style was that she was partial to lightning, a sensible option for air and earth cultivators, in John's opinion. He had to be careful of the flow of elements, lest he open himself up to critical strikes. He doubted Satora would let him pass on if he would embarrass her with his weakness. His powers of flight were put to the test immediately as she blasted the platform he was standing on. It didn't matter if she used excess spiritual energy with her advantage in cultivation, as she could probably keep up the pace for quite some time. The bolt came almost immediately as they began, crackling through the sky. If he hadn't moved, he might have been instantly defeated. A clear warning, but John's reactions were up to the task. He couldn't quite say he had finished refining his body in that regard. He didn't even know if there was an actual limit, but he'd seen tangible improvements. A swirling chain of earth energy was launched for the direction he dodged, and Satora twisted it to chase after him as he carried himself up into the air. When it caught him, however, John didn't try to resist it. Instead, he sent his own energy to bolster it, attaching it to Satora, who was flying towards him. When he dropped, she fell with him, and he used her to pull himself up for a few moments before she shattered the construct of energy. Another streak of lightning, his hair standing on end before it manifested. John used the tip of his sword to redirect its path, twisting his elements together to create an enticing path while also lowering Satora's control. There was never a moment where he wasn't reacting in some way to Satora's attacks, but he didn't just float around dodging. He doubted he could cause any serious damage with his throwing daggers, but he tossed them as he cycled through elements, using them when one element surged naturally. While Satora's energy deflected his attacks, he was getting a sense of how her defenses worked. Winds and lightning with an almost undetectable trace of earth increasing its durability. He couldn't find any easy flaws in its patterns, and he hadn't seen any weaknesses when Satora fought Xianxia. It had been a large and chaotic battle, and Mateo only managed to change the tides of the battle with the Leviathan's overwhelming power. She'd used skill and technique as well, but that wasn't enough. Satora was pushed against Xianxia, but they were of similar cultivation. John clearly hadn't caught up yet, but against his most powerful opponent yet, he put the thought of his loss out of his mind, instead focusing on how best to fight. With Satora having two elements, John couldn't make use of an absolute elemental advantage. Even so, he combined water and fire, one weak and one strong. Appearing mainly as a bolt of water, his energy lanced towards Satora and struck her barrier of wind and lightning. Rather than letting the air annihilate his water, he released the energy of the flames to change its shape, causing a burst of steam that was swept up in the winds. Against an equal rank opponent, John figured he would have caused at least some minor burns. Satora appeared to be uninjured, but he was at least gifted with her expression becoming more serious. Meanwhile, John pulled off his best maneuvering to try to reach a better position. He wanted to get above her, and had to make liberal use of fire to prevent another earth technique from pulling him down. He barely got above Satora when she directed another bolt of lightning at him. He was prepared, making use of his earth element to connect to an anchor of the energy he'd left behind. His body trembled as he managed to redirect the lightning back down and through Satora. Using her own attack was probably the most powerful force he could draw upon. It trickled along her skin as it flowed around her, leaving her nearly unharmed once more. Seen that before, huh? John shrugged. Every few decades, people think it's a good idea. She charged upwards towards him, and John only had a couple moments to gather as much energy as he could, sweeping his sword down towards her. She caught his sword in her bare hand as she punched him in the gut. The arena's formations activated, leaving John with only a smaller shock through his spiritual energy instead of serious wounds. How serious was that? John asked as he floated down towards the island below. It contained my full intent, Satora said. John was pleased, both that she'd attacked seriously, and that he was fairly certain he wouldn't die from just one attack. Of course, she could probably do that again, but that wasn't the point. A couple centuries of experience and 5 ranks of cultivation wasn't something he'd ever actually expected to overcome anyway. Thank you for the match, John said. What is your judgment? You did well enough to ascend to the first peak, though you should expect nothing but harsh judgment from them as you are. She narrowed her eyes, looking at him. Especially if you continue to hold back. John held up his hands. I wasn't really holding back, honest. It's just, I figured it was better to save it. For what, if not this? Satora asked. For the first peak. I doubt they can fully condemn me if my rank improves during my match. Satora pondered, her age showing in her wrinkles. If you can truly be certain you will achieve that, I would be pleased. However, I still believe you need some more experience. Clearly, John said, but that's something I can only get with time. Or proper pointers, Satora said. Your flight has several inefficiencies. Furthermore, you telegraph your movements. John frowned. I thought I was doing a pretty good job hiding that. Not enough, if you're facing those of higher cultivation. But why hide it when it can be unknowable? It makes me faster, John said. And he could also give false paths. if they expected his movements to be visible beforehand. He injected air element ahead of him to loosen up the air. Still, Satora said, you will do well to stay here for a short time, perhaps a week to allow things to settle. Will I have the opportunity to learn from you again? John asked, in part, though I will also ask you to spar with my own disciples in turn. Chapter 355. When Satora said to allow things to settle, what she might have actually meant was to wait for Vanera of the fourth peak to challenge Morana of the third peak. Even upon taking an injury, there was only so long an island master could go without accepting challenges, especially from other island masters. From what John understood, the system was not set up so that the positions would frequently change hands, but Vanera seemed to have been waiting for an opportunity and had a challenge properly available. Having lost a hand entirely through her own fault, Morana couldn't say it was unfair. Indeed, as far as her injuries could heal, she was healthy by the end of the week. But her hand was never coming back. John had made certain of that, unless she came across some sort of miracle to regrow it. Not impossible for cultivators, perhaps, but such things couldn't be secured in a short period of time. John descended to observe the match. He was formally able to move as he wished between the islands, with the exception of the first peak, where he'd have one official visit. It would have still been dangerous to move to the third peak alone, as Morana might have wished for vengeance. But with the challenge happening, people from every peak came to watch, even a few from the first peak. Not the island master, however. The battle was disappointing. With her primary hand gone, Morana's combat prowess dropped significantly. Clearly, she had kept in practice with her offhand, but that was most likely intended for if she sustained a minor injury. She wouldn't have anticipated losing it entirely and surviving. The loss of even a small amount of power could vastly shift a battle. Even Morana's energy efficiency with her offhand was diminished, as she was clearly used to channeling her spiritual energy a certain way. Indeed, the missing hand meant that the meridians within were gone as well, throwing off her internal energy circulation and even her habitual defenses. Each piece on its own might not have been enough. But together? Vanera deflected the first of Morana's war darts easily with her hooked polearm, charging forward to catch her just after she threw her second, narrowly avoided. Morana attempted to fly away, but the hem of her clothes were caught by Vanera's hook, and she was slammed disgracefully into the platform. They were durable enough to hold together, because they also served as armor. Most likely Morana's timing had been based on the speed at which she could throw with her right hand, and that tiny instant had cost her dearly. She tried to thrust a war dart towards Vanera, but she was currently at the worst possible range for her weapons. Too close to safely throw, too far to actually reach her challenger. She only barely managed to deflect the incoming polearm, but she got a gash on her forearm. Furthermore, she didn't make it all the way to her feet. Vanera didn't let up, the weight of earth carrying her weapon downward with great force, battering Morana until the third peak island master collapsed. The formations protected her from the final blow. The new third peak island master stood victorious. Vanera was not so careless as to let down her guard, most likely being aware of Morana's earlier treachery. Either Morana didn't have it in her, or she knew better. John being a continental might have been a good enough excuse if she'd been successful, but attacking another member of the Sky Islands would likely be far more disastrous for her. She'd also have to expect it to work. Vanera wasn't being subtle about her continued readiness. Unlike myself, Vanera flew down and landed in front of the crowds watching. The assessments for those who wish to remain part of the third peak will begin tomorrow. That was that. John didn't fully understand the system, but he assumed that some combination of likely loyalty and talent were required for the residents of the various peaks. That seemed apt to cause trouble when the island masters changed, but perhaps that was why it was not supposed to happen frequently. Every time he fought or trained, John felt the same feeling as when he'd had his proper battle with Satora. It was a sense of enlightenment and power. Yet he held off, for he still had a plan. John was pleased to see Viriato and the others making great strides. At least, as much as could be expected in a week of training. Viriato had much to learn about both dominant elements in the area. Ahan had both earth and air totems already, with Lyre not yet having an earth totem. But they could still learn everything that was taught, and Lyre would be attuning to an earth totem when she reached the consolidated soul phase, completing the cycle of core elements. Viriato was in an odd state, and he had yet to make a decision about what sort of totem he would reach for should he reach the ascending soul phase. That was less of a guarantee than the others reaching the consolidated soul phase. Even so, it had to be considered. Either way, fighting against experts wielding the two elements he didn't have would prove valuable. The 6 elements crossroads had plenty of air and earth cultivators, but once disciples attuned to 2 elements, they were usually gunning for all 4 core elements. John sparred against Satora and the disciples of the second peak. Unlike the trial, the lack of serious consequences meant he simply would not gain as much value. Even so, Satora guided him in her own way. Her insights into her 2 elements were much deeper than his own, though it would have been worrying if they were not. John had to split his attention between 5, all 6 elements, really, though he was still only barely functional with light. No specific guidance had been provided to John by Satora with regards to what sorts of techniques Abit of the first peak would use. He could of course surmise many things. All of the island masters used earth and air, and he could feel the same elements were part of the woman, even from a distance. While individual fighting styles varied, they had an overall theme to them. Satora saw him off with a few polite words. Everything that needed to be said had already happened. John knew that he was going to lose, but certainly, the experience should be valuable. While there was some sort of vendetta against him, Satora seemed confident that John wouldn't be killed. He agreed, though he would be watching out for more than just that. If necessary, he would shamefully throw himself out of the arena. There was some risk for Viriato, Liar, and Ahan, but even so they chose to ascend with him. They could only observe the battle as his attendants, but he hoped they would learn something as well. When they landed on the first peak, nobody came out of the ostentatious gates to greet them, though they were properly escorted inside after they approached. "A challenger is here, Island Master," they announced as he reached a sort of throne room, much like the others. John was unwilling to crane his neck, but he also didn't keep his head down as he looked up at the Island Master. She was old, perhaps more than Satora, even. She had the look of centuries, and her aura stood powerful at the 43rd rank, the late ascending soul phase. Just one rank above Satora, but a very significant one. John felt her gaze bear down on him. The pressure of it was almost like an attack, and he felt his disciples tremble slightly even as they were on the periphery. Even so, he stood firm without reacting. "We shall meet at the arena," the woman declared. It seemed she had nothing more to say, as the guards gestured John and the others out. She clearly wasn't happy. Perhaps she might not have cared about her minion on the 3rd peak, but she would be annoyed at her plans being disrupted regardless. In some ways, her lack of words infused with vitriol made John more concerned. But he was a fairly decent judge of intention, as he had to be, as despite his lack of taste for politics, he still had to participate. Abit would wish to embarrass him, so his main goal would be to avoid such an end to the best of his ability. Obviously, he would lose the match, but that alone wouldn't mean much. She was 2 stages ahead of him. After all, he took note of those in the surroundings. There were more than a few individuals in the late consolidated soul phase that he felt were on the verge of the ascending soul phase. Perhaps if one of them had advanced, John wouldn't even be given the honor of facing the Island Master. Then again, they would have had to be sure to beat him. It would be embarrassing for the first peak otherwise, to misjudge him, and for the Island Master to have to face him after a loss on their part. Not that he intended to embarrass them. That was impossible, except so far as Abit's ego might be inflated. Perhaps not losing horrendously would be sufficient to bring her down a peg. But that was his only aim. He had no intention of provoking such a powerful cultivator. He was here to take part in their traditions, and as much as he felt disdain for Continentals, he didn't really care. Abit flew out of her throne room when he was nearly to the arena. Upon the issuance of the challenge, the arena had been activated and the disciples had begun to make their way over. Those who were further followed behind John and his disciples. Viriato picked out a position in the front row, on one of the ends. As his disciples, it was appropriate, and John suspected that it was one of the best positions to flee if that should become necessary. Just because he thought he knew how things would go didn't mean that caution wasn't warranted. Abit landed ahead of him, on one of the very few platforms in the arena. A mere 4 of them swirled around, rising and falling and otherwise traversing to all points of the arena. John flew up. The air was slightly thinner here, the flight marginally more difficult than the initial ascent from sea level, except for the fact that it was far shorter. Instead of many kilometers, it was barely 20 meters. The arena, of course, had no floor, its boundaries made clear by transparent formations. The start of the match was called. Immediately, John flicked a throwing dagger enhanced with fire and earth. The moment before it reached Abit, a tornado erupted around her. While it was technically a small cyclone, it did fill most of the arena with high winds. And it wasn't an instantaneous gust, meant to blow one attack off course. Indeed, Abit kept a neutral expression that indicated she could keep the whirlwind forever. She stepped off her platform, floating towards John at a leisurely pace. Half a dozen throwing daggers later, John was certain that he could not touch her with one. He was also certain that she could have returned his attacks at high speed, and simply chose not to. John wondered why, since defeating him with one of his own weapons would have been quite shameful. Then he realized. She reached the center of the arena and simply stopped. Winds buffeted at John, threatening to tear him away from his platform. She intended to defeat him without launching an attack. John understood that now, and he couldn't really say that he thought she would need to. Her winds wrapped around him, but he was reminded of the past. Training on Cyclone Island, with Kuzuma. It was a shame she had perished, both because of her ability and because he enjoyed her as a person. Each time the winds ripped him off of his perch, Kuzuma had made him get back up, taking his stance once more. Now, John knew that if he was wrested away from his perch, he would be tossed out of the arena. Frankly, Abit had enough strength for that. Though she was currently battering him with a constant wind, John knew that one good gust could bring him down. So he extended roots and prepared himself. He had at least one thing he wanted to do before being defeated, but he wanted her to show more of her hand first. Or at least try. Chapter 356. Though in theory the first Island Master's method of battle could have been part of a plan to provide a fair challenge for John, he was absolutely certain it was meant to embarrass him. The only thing she was doing was maintaining a cyclone, but it was powered by a significant gap in ranks. He felt her spiritual energy weakening the bonds he was making with the platform below, the only thing allowing him to barely keep his footing. He nearly slipped up as she suddenly twisted the direction of her tornado, but he was used to handling difficult to predict gusts. He just never thought it would be so practical as more than an introduction to the air element. His spiritual energy would give out soon. John knew that, and it would be a rather pathetic loss. He knew he wouldn't be able to strike Abit with an attack, as his ranged weapons would be bound up in her winds, and attacks made purely of spiritual energy would be torn apart. She wasn't close enough for him to attack with his sword, and there was a good chance it would be torn from his grasp anyway. Actually, he sheathed his weapon. Some might have taken that as a sign of surrender, but Abit clearly didn't intend to let up unless he said the words, or was tossed out of the arena. John really hoped that neither would happen, though in reality he could only expect to delay the moment longer. He did have one thing prepared though. He reached deep inside himself, stoking the flames in his dantian. He'd been ready for a while, but now was the time. He began to break through for a while, and had considered doing it before or during his battle with Satora. However, he had been confident enough in passing that challenge without. He grit his teeth as 5 elements, with just the slightest trace of a 6th, built pressure inside of him. This wasn't going to grant him victory, but it was a statement. Not one that he needed to break through to stand against her, since he would remain 5 ranks lower. Instead, it was a statement that he could break through whenever he wanted, that he had real talent, and she was an old woman who seemed to be stuck in her cultivation. Not that all of that would come through clearly. The surge of energy within him caused a single twitch in the flow of energy from Abit. That was all, but John felt a relief and pressure. Obviously, he was still going to get worn down, but he already knew he wasn't going to win, at least in terms of being victorious. That was why he'd set himself personal goals, and if Abit continued as she was, he would absolutely achieve them. The breakthrough was the first. It was straightforward enough. The second goal was to learn what he could about Abit from the battle. He'd assumed it would be an actual battle, and had been prepared to go down in a short time. This was far better, as he was able to observe her energy for a long time. More than that, she was twisting and turning to try to catch him off guard. Abit revealed a lot from the way she changed the motion of her winds. The earth element she used to try to unbind his own was also quite clear to him. He considered trying to burn it all away, forcing a minor victory there. Instead, he only countered with what fire and water element he had to spare, matching his levels to his earth and air, which were directly countering the winds. He stood firm, his head high. He could see she had expected him to falter before now, and she was getting frustrated. She would step up her assault, he had no doubt about that. But forcing her to launch an actual attack, one for which he reserved enough of his energy to shield himself, just in case, or at least use her full power, was good enough for him. Elements cycled within him, strengthening each other just enough for him to resist, until she moved from the center of the arena and began to approach. Both the force of her winds and the way she tore at the roots binding him to the platform began to intensify. However, John redoubled his own efforts, taking in the patterns she had to predict changes in tempo. He also grew more tangible roots, reaching around the platform he was holding his position on and twisting around it. They were stronger, but conversely more vulnerable to direct assault. It seemed Abit had enough pride to not directly assault them, instead using her own energy to dismantle his technique. It was slower than before, but she had more spiritual energy of each type to call on, and she grew more powerful the closer she got. John managed to last until she stepped onto the platform next to him. He really wanted to force her hand to at least shove him away, but ultimately he found he wasn't strong enough. Nor was his technique up to par, but he had learned quite a lot about how she operated and how he would counter her in the future. The roots holding John to the platform tore away, and he was blasted out of the arena in a single instant. He stabilized his momentum over the stands, the winds not stretching beyond. John remained tense, prepared to create a defensive barrier. He would allow himself to be blasted off the island, if necessary to survive. But Abit seemed to be aware of the gazes watching, including that of the other island masters who were not doubt fixated on the battle from their own positions. It was pride, not honor, that held her hand. She might have been willing to have Morana dirty her hands, but Abit would not taint her own. "You are a century too early to even think of beating me. Your loss was total and complete." John agreed, though not entirely. "I accept my loss." He walked over to Viriato and the other two. He gestured for them to follow. He began to walk away, then stopped. He projected his voice, scattering it across the island and to the other peaks below. 9 years. I invite any and all challengers from the Sky Islands to come to the tournament in a strain at that time. He didn't have to look or even use his energy senses to detect the frown on Abit's face. He returned to his previous pace, heading straight for the nearest edge of the island. He wasn't quite fleeing, but he didn't want to give Abit an opportunity to change her mind. He let himself glide back towards the second peak. In his exhausted state, it was much easier than proper flight. When he landed, Satora was waiting for him. "How amusing," she said. "I am quite interested to see this tournament of yours." She frowned slightly. "You have great faith in yourself. 5 more ranks in 9 years? To surpass even myself in that time. It will be more difficult than you think." "And why should I need to grow 5 ranks?" John asked. "I just need to win." He didn't mention that the arenas he would be using would be much more in his favor. Even if he allowed a random option, the arenas of the first peak were made specifically to cater to the island masters and the other inhabitants of the Sky Islands. But John didn't think it would be unreasonable to set up a perfectly neutral arena for himself. "You can rest here," Satora said, "but I wouldn't stay too long." John nodded. He didn't intend to give Abit too much time to stew, and even if no direct insult to her had been offered, he'd still made her lose some face, having to increase her efforts to defeat him. John was still digesting the flow of energy Abit had as they reached the closest island to the continent. They still had quite a distance to go, since it had taken them a few days of sailing to reach it. On the way, John hadn't worried about potentially being followed by those with ill intent. Unless Abit herself came, he wasn't concerned. With Satora backing him up at least to some extent, and 2 of the remaining 3 island masters having a vaguely positive relationship with him, he didn't let himself be concerned. If Morana tried to kill him with one hand and a smaller gap in rank, she would die. or if she brought sufficient armies to challenge him, they would just jump. The four of them were already intending to drop down to the sea below, so it wasn't as if enemy techniques that stopped them from flying would be a real issue. Nor could any sort of technique expect to hold up for the entire 10-kilometer or more drop, so they would be free regardless of whether or not they eventually fought it off. More importantly, all of them had the water element, so it was not as deadly to crash into the ocean at terminal velocity as one might expect. It was something they had discussed before flying up, given that Viriato couldn't fly on his own and the other two could only barely manage. Or at least, that was how they had been before coming. Everyone had made advancements in insight into their own spiritual elements, and potentially perspective ones. John and Ahan already had both earth and air, but Viriato might be picking up both of those eventually, in a theoretical world where his advancement continued unhindered. Either way, the insights would be valuable for his future decisions. Lyre was of course going to attune to Earth for her fourth totem, though she still had to reach the peak of the soul expansion phase. The two disciples were at the 23rd rank, but John had no doubt they would advance to the 24th in short order. Viriato was higher rank, so his advancement would be a bit slower, and reaching the 32nd rank for him meant reaching the mid-consolidated soul phase. The experience would certainly bring him much closer to that point. The group of four descended, gliding away from the Sky Islands. They could all swim with supernatural speed as cultivators of the water element, but it was still less convenient. John provided the bulk of the energy, binding them all together, with Lyre and Ahan supporting with their own air element. They reached the Wuthering Steppes first on their return journey. Viriato had business there, discussing potential trade with the Sky Islands with them. The important thing was that the Wuthering Steppes allow it, given their previous altercations with the Sky Islands. It hadn't been anything serious, but there was still bitterness. However, the groundwork had already been laid. "Do you think we'll actually manage anything soon?" John asked. Cultivators could move slowly, and there were also logistical issues when one had to fly 10 kilometers vertically. Viriato shrugged. "Before the tournament? I doubt there will be much of anything. Perhaps probes from Satora, as the most amenable island master. But even then, politics might stay her hand. Still, I was able to get my hands on some interesting samples, and I greased a few palms with treasures that can only be found on the continent." There was some risk at showing wealth. However, John firmly believed that the continent would win if there was a war immediately. The enemy only had 4 ascending soul phase cultivators. If they could somehow all be convinced to commit to a true assault, Abit would be an issue, but plans had been made. Now that he knew their strength, John judged that Quarren could match Abit at least for a time. With Renato, Steve, Usina, John, they had more than enough to match the rest. The Sky Islands were close to having a few more ascending soul phase cultivators, but at best John thought they could dominate 1 or 2 of the regions. Trusted members of the Alliance made up at least 5 elemental regions, plus the Wuthering Steppes or whoever was attacked directly. The goal was to not have a war, of course, but they would be preparing regardless. If it wasn't a war, he hoped they would peaceably join the tournament, in which case they would be fighting anyway. Abit might be a problem there, but John truly did believe he could achieve victory in 9 years. Of course, he was completely unprepared for what actually happened. Chapter 357. Formal missives were sent out throughout the Alliance, informing everyone to prepare properly for the tournament. Along with that, he gave a general description of the strength of the Sky Islands, including their approximate numbers of consolidated soul phase cultivators, and of course, mentioning their 4 ascending soul phase cultivators. The general disdain for continentals had put John at risk of death, but it had also served him by the island masters remaining confident in their power. He might have learned quite a bit about their strength, but there was little he could actually do with that knowledge. Even though the continent had more ascending soul cultivators, they didn't have anyone in the mid or late phase. On equal footing, John thought they would pull ahead, but if the continental forces tried to assault the Sky Islands, they wouldn't even be close to equal footing. At best, they could bring only a small portion of their strength, and even though they would be able to transport all of their ascending soul phase cultivators, dealing with Satora and Abit would be difficult. If a battle happened immediately, perhaps they would have the advantage with Morana's crippling injury. But John didn't even want such a confrontation. While he sensed the Sky Islands had several individuals on the threshold of the ascending soul phase, he didn't think that waiting would be detrimental to the continent. After all, the two dangerous island masters had been training for a very long time. There was little chance of them suddenly growing in power. Satora might break through to the late ascending soul phase, but if Abit improved, her single rank wouldn't make or break anything. Ultimately, John was betting that the continent could grow stronger, faster. Also that it was possible to avoid a real war. The Sky Islands hadn't been pushing for such before, and while John's approach might have brought the continent to the forefront of their minds, he anticipated they would wait until the tournament. The possibility of sparking trouble had already been discussed before he went, and it had been deemed an acceptable risk. While he couldn't afford to monopolize the time of the club, they were the best training partners for each other, as they were currently the only ascending soul phase cultivators available, not counting the two guardian beasts. Meeting together for 1 month out of the year was what they committed to, and Astrain was their location of choice. It was centrally located, and as fair of a battleground as they could manage. It did advantage John, but they also had the ability to imbue the training grounds with whatever element was necessary to change things up. John exchanged blows with Renato. Not that he would actually let his friend hit him. Usually, that spelled the end for him. Even with a dominant fire element, the impact of Renato's blows was difficult to resist, nor was it sensible for him to even try. Instead of facing his opponent's best condition, he should seek out weaknesses. Currently, John was doing his best to replicate Sky Island cultivators. That included flying around, making it difficult for Renato to reach him. Not that it took his friend long enough to replicate a grounding move. He was pure earth element, after all, and good at what he did. Currently, Renato was their best bet for defeating the Sky Islands. While they also cultivated earth, Renato's focus would likely overcome their skill, and then he simply had to consider the dominant element remaining. They weren't taking his victory for granted, however. "You're gonna have to be faster than that," John said. "Yeah, I doubt you'd get blown away by Abit, but I don't even know what her true attacks are like. Something might break through your guard." "Break through?" Renato shook his head. "Not likely. Slip past? Potentially. If she is sufficiently fast, a focused dagger strike or some such might pierce a critical point. She is a full 4 ranks ahead, though," John reminded him. "It's possible she can overpower you, even at an elemental disadvantage." Renato nodded. He had simply been stating his weaknesses as he thought most probable. He never considered himself invincible to begin with, even against someone of the optimal element for him. Renato was John's first bet. He'd take outside odds on Steve or Justina, the former because he was just like that and Justina because she had great skill. Both still had a partial elemental advantage. Deirdre? No offense to her, simply being an unfamiliar element wouldn't be enough. It would be difficult for her to overcome the gap. Plus, she had to advance to the ascending soul phase first, though she was pretty much guaranteed to reach that point within a few years. As much as anyone could be, at least, John didn't place his odds of victory against Abit terribly high, not as he currently was. But he was serious that by the end of 9 years he intended to be strong enough. Still, he couldn't really say his cycle of elements was better than a solid earth cultivator for that particular application. He did have the advantage of direct experience with Abit, however, and he'd read as deeply into her technique as he was able before he lost. If it came down to a battle between them, she would regret how long she took to take him down, even if using her full power immediately would have been shameful. "Dad!" John actually quite missed hearing one of his children call for him, but he didn't even live near any of them anymore. Still, they knew where to find him. This time, it was Ursul. "What?" John asked as Ursul stomped into the room. Her heavy footfalls were natural for her, now. Ursul took out a clump of metal. "This isn't working." She tossed it forward, and it cracked tiles beneath it. "Oops." John shook his head. "You should be more careful. And yes, I'm going to make you fix that." Fortunately, as an earth cultivator, she could seamlessly repair such things. No doubt she had to do it frequently, at least around people with the ability to keep her in line. She wasn't exactly troublesome anymore, but she didn't always have a good grasp of how sturdy things were. "So what's the issue?" "This," she gestured to the lump of metal. It's terrible. I need you to help me make something better." "Trying to reforge your mountain steel armor?" John asked. From what he understood, It had been beaten and battered throughout her various adventures, until it finally gave out. Obviously, that would have been a bigger issue if Ursul herself weren't durable enough to continue onward, but things had turned out all right. Nah, no offense to Master Renato, but mountain steel isn't good enough now, Ursul said. I want to make continent-level stuff. That would be something the equivalent of the ascending soul phase. It made sense, he supposed, because it would be a bit silly to recreate something she'd already outgrown. But it wasn't that simple. Shouldn't that be a job for Renato? He's the right one. He says he won't, Ursul grumbled. I think he can't, but maybe he just needs the time to make some for himself or something. But either way, Ursul set her foot on the lump of metal. Mine always comes out looking like this. You're supposed to shape it into armor, John grinned. You know what armor looks like? I do. Ursul grumbled. She sullenly reached a hand into her bag and pulled out a large silvery ingot. Then she flattened it with her hands, a surge of earth elemental spiritual energy flowing through it. In that instant, she made something approximately resembling a breastplate. It's really easy when it's made from soft stuff like this, but I can't get fire the right temperature. I think this, she kicked the lump of metal on the ground, is also full of impurities too. Good impurities or bad ones? John asked. After all, steel was less pure than iron, containing just the right amount of carbon. I don't know. Ursul waved her arms around. Nobody even has manuals for this stuff. Master Renato had to come up with his own technique for forging mountain steel to begin with, since he was part of the first generation of consolidated soul phase cultivators here. John sighed, reaching down to pick up the slack. As expected, it took more than casual effort to lift it. He had to use spiritual energy to fortify himself. It's not like I know what to do with this either. I don't have any experience with forging or anything. At best, I know a little about alchemy. There were other people who specialized in such things. John didn't think himself so special as to excel in every field he touched without effort. And there simply wasn't enough time to get good at everything. You use fire in alchemy, right? Ursul asked. Well, usually yes, John agreed. And you purify and change the properties of stuff, so it's basically the same. Come on. It was not basically the same. John was willing to invest his time for his daughter, but if that was the case, he wanted to do something. Not just melt the same metal over and over. It needs more of the thing, Ursul said as she tried to hammer semi-molten metal into a vaguely usable shape. We need to make it hard but not too brittle. Ursul was terrible at explaining what needed to be done. If John wasn't an ascending soul phase cultivator, he might have not even had a sense of what it needed. He had nearly as much experience with earth as with darkness, but that didn't mean he was going to be as proficient as a mono-element cultivator. He could sense all sorts of ways to transform the metal as he helped bolster the forge with his fire element, but he didn't know if any of them were good. A hammer came down, and the slab of metal split in half. Arg. Again? John shook his head. We might need different materials to begin with. And repeatedly trying to forge the same stuff might have screwed things up in ways we can't detect. Ursul ground her teeth. This is the best metal literally anywhere. I'm sure it can be transformed to continent steel, somehow. Maybe, John agreed. But while I'm confident we could make mountain steel together with the techniques Renato put together, we're wandering around blind here. I don't think we dash. We can do it, Ursul said. We have to. John understood obsessions, but sometimes the time wasn't right. Still, it'll be difficult for just the two of us. If Renato won't help, we need an experienced smith. And maybe Raul will be able to help. He'll understand more about purity than us. Raul had completed a cycle of core elements, and he'd always been decent at elemental balances. Do you have a smith better than me? Ursul asked. John shrugged. With her ability to strengthen and shape the material, she could make up for a lack of experience. And clearly she had some of that, seemingly having worked on her current project for some time. None convenient, but I'm sure we can find one. We'd have to bring them in from far away or whatever, Ursul said. And we wouldn't know them. I don't know if I'd trust armor from someone weird. That Raul guy is okay, though. Let's ask him. And so they recruited Raul. It took several attempts for Raul to get what they were going for, given that Ursul could hardly explain it and even John just barely got anything. aside from even more unbreakable than mountain steel. Frankly, John was surprised Ursul's armor had managed to get damaged. Wouldn't she have had to be fighting things stronger than the consolidated soul phase? Though maybe she just let them batter on her armor for a long time. He couldn't put it past her. I do believe you're overemphasizing the earth element, Raoul finally said. It's made out of metal, Ursul said. It's gonna still be made out of metal. I'm not enchanting it with anything, so what else would it have? When it's complete. Nothing, Raoul agreed. But the process might need other elements, yeah? You use fire to forge it. Perhaps we should take greater account of air and water. That might help with the tempering? I don't get any of that. You two will have to figure it out, Ursul said. Tell me if I need to stop hitting things or whatever. Personally, John felt he'd done a decent job with the other elements. Air was fed to the forge to fuel the flames, and water was used to quench the metal. But he had to admit that perhaps there was more to do there. Still, was he just supposed to intuit what was right? He didn't think they wanted an equal balance of elements, but it certainly needed to end up in a stable configuration. Unfortunately, even with new ideas, they weren't able to make anything up to Ursul's standards. She looked down at the metal in front of her. I'm gonna go find a technique book. I'll be back. And just like that, she was off. John, of course, thought to ask where she would find one better than what Renato had made, and when she would be back. But of course, he figured Ursul didn't actually know the answer to either of those questions at the moment. That was just the way she was. If he was lucky, she might return with a proper smith. Or maybe he could convince Renato. It wasn't crazy for him to want her to do the work herself, but he might be able to guide them. John thought Ursul would be back in a year, maybe 2 on the outside. Instead, it took her 6. Chapter 358. Seeking out opponents who could replicate what the master of the first peak was capable of wasn't a simple task. No, John expected it was impossible unless he traveled to far-off lands, and he had no intention to invite trouble on himself by showing up in a completely unfamiliar area. Thus, his best options were in the blustering peaks and wuthering steppes, as they were the strongest air cultivators in the region. More relevantly for battling Abit, they focused on wind instead of lightning. Unfortunately, the rising storm palace of the blustering peaks only had a late consolidated soul phase cultivator as their sect head, and Ronan's advancement to the 34th rank was quite recent. Vanera of the entrapping vortex sect had high potential to reach the ascending soul phase in the right sort of training. John intended to seek him out at some point. He might even help the man advance, if he could. But that was something for later. Deirdre and the Golden Tomb Guardians had explored beyond the breathless plains and frozen heights to the east and northeast of the Sunfields respectively. Among other details, new parties had been invited to participate in the tournament, as that was the first step towards having actual relations with their neighbors. The breathless plains were of great interest to John. They practiced something nearly the opposite of the Sky Islands, as much as could be the case for sharing the same element. Though perhaps instead of opposite, John should term it as a counter-direction. It might actually provide some insight into winds, which John needed to have any chance against Abit. Obviously, he wasn't going to assume that she only had the whirlwind technique he had seen, but it would be his starting point. He imagined she would also have lightning, and he'd seen how her earth element sought to dismantle his own defenses. John's journey to the breathless plains was accompanied by Deirdre and disciples of both of their sects, as she would be able to introduce him to the locals. Specifically, Presha of Silverbreeze Gorge. Ahan and Lyre were still digesting their insights from the Sky Islands, so while the journey might have proven beneficial to them, others having the opportunity was more important. Of the earliest disciples, Burricate was the only one to join them. He had once been the leader of the urchins, and his first element was air. Like a majority of the 6 elements crossroads, he was training a cycle of the elements, going from air into earth and then fire. He was in the late soul expansion phase, and would need insights into water to advance to the consolidated soul phase. That didn't mean that it was good for him to neglect other elements, however, so the journey should still prove beneficial to him. The Breathless Plains was an odd location. Despite their modest elevation, John felt like he was at the peak of a mountain. It was not unexpected, of course. Very few elemental zones were named simply for fun instead of something practical or fitting. After all, it was among the strangest air element zones he'd experienced. While the glass hills were more visually impressive with the nearly constant lightning, the main feature of the breathless plains were endless fields of grass. At least, that was what it appeared like on the surface. But there was a very good reason that all of the foot traffic was along one major road. While the plains seemed to stretch on forever at an even level, the grasses actually hid narrow gaps that led to precipitous drops. Traveling off of a set route was quite a risk, even for cultivators, and thus there was only one main road. Their group passed traders and disciples of various sects without incident. Despite land that seemed fertile and good for farming, various complications limited such activity to smaller locations. First, while the soil was good, the thin air required the addition of formations or constant care by cultivators. Frankly, John thought the latter should be simple enough if everyone was taught at least basic cultivation, but not everyone had the aptitude, nor was everyone willing to share the secrets of cultivation. John didn't really blame anyone for that, and even in Lunson the cultivators were all part of sects or clans. Of course, with the broad standards of the 6 elements crossroads, very few people were left without any chance to cultivate. Guiding people through the spiritual collection phase was simple enough, and not a huge investment if talent didn't pan out. Besides, even without high cultivation, people could provide useful skills to the sect. One of the larger cities along their route was called Kona, the fields carefully guarded from both man and beast. Markers were placed beyond the field, seemingly marking some of the crevasses that marred the landscape. Deidre took them to a restaurant she'd enjoyed on her previous trip, and John found it quite acceptable. Aside from his drink, which was supposed to be healthy, and tasted like things that were supposed to be healthy, some sort of barley tea. Maybe it was an acquired taste. Not that he publicly addressed his displeasure. It was exactly what it was supposed to be, and he could handle a mediocre to unpleasant taste. He might have rinsed his mouth with water element before moving on to the actual food, however. There were certain forms of maturity, and then there was unnecessary stubbornness. The main dish was some sort of fowl. It was a strong flavor, and the meat was infused with air elemental spiritual energy. John would have preferred an even balance of elements, but obviously most places wouldn't have anything like that. Not that he got most of his spiritual energy from food anyway, as extracting spiritual energy from the environment was good enough in most cases. As he ate, John took in the city around him. Kona had more than a few consolidated soul phase cultivators, easily noticed from afar. The level of air element spiritual energy was quite high, despite the thin atmosphere. Or more likely it was the cause in some manner. Currently, he was keeping his own spiritual energy restrained, not hidden, as anyone who took a proper look at him would be able to discern his strength. However, he also wasn't broadcasting it everywhere. For someone new, it might feel like a challenge, and while John didn't mind conflict, he would prefer it to have a reason. They continued on without incident. Not that John would have expected trouble in a city. It didn't take long to find some, though it was not from human cultivators. Instead, it seemed their lunch had come to them to take revenge, or at least a similar sort of bird, diving from high in the sky. And not just one, but a whole flock. An odd behavior for what seemed like birds of prey, but beasts tended to have a wide variety of behavior. Incoming attack. John warned for those who had not noticed the shift in elements, or the others preparing themselves. That was something that needed to be addressed in the future, as the creatures only had stealth insofar as their elements matched the surroundings. John threw a dagger at one of the incoming birds. He found his attack dropped off before he expected, the thinner atmosphere not supporting his weapon as well as it might have. He would have to adjust his attacks in the future to counterbalance that effect. Normally, it might not have been an issue, except that his attack was supposed to be supported by air itself. Obviously, he couldn't throw a dagger that high into the sky on pure muscle strength. The flock swooped down from on high, and John quickly stepped to the side, not to avoid an attack, but to block one for one of his disciples. The Foundation phase cultivator was unprepared for the incoming attack. A claw swiped at John's arm, and he was surprised to find it drew a line of blood. A thin one, but it cut through his spiritual energy defenses more easily than expected. The birds of prey both flew faster and attacked with greater force than their level of spiritual energy indicated. That was troublesome, because it meant they had greater control. However, Aside from some minor injuries in the initial pass, there wasn't anything serious. John recalled the attack. Air element gathered on the talons, increasing sharpness. That was expected, of course, as he didn't expect the birds to try to blow them away or shock them with lightning. However, the talons themselves had only been a medium for the spiritual energy. It was a compression of power and then nothing, or more specifically, a moment of vacuum. Not something cultivators were used to blocking with spiritual energy, though instinct tended to mean it was always at least partially affected. John's wound was lighter because of diamond defense, but the fact that he was injured at all showed the potency of the attack. That also explained how the birds flew faster. It wasn't all that different from what John did sometimes, reducing air friction. It was just that these birds seemed to go for a deeper vacuum, though they seemed to keep from causing any sort of thunder equivalent despite creating a vacuum. Perhaps that would give them away too easily, or otherwise cause issues for them. Deirdre and the Golden Tomb Guardians took out several attacks as they began to swoop down for another attack, creating lasers that the birds couldn't dodge. A single instant of focus on their eye, and they would be blind, if not outright dead. Then they readied themselves for anything passing by in melee range. John added his own, throwing daggers into the mix, his second attack for the battle more accurate, but only barely clipping his target. His third struck its target at the height of its wing, sending it spiraling down. At the same time, he prepared a large net of earth element. He made use of the techniques he'd learned in the Sky Islands, negating the birds' flying techniques while simultaneously weighing them down. Obviously, birds could fly naturally, but suddenly slowing and dropping slightly was devastating for the portion of the flock he struck. The various disciples were able to hit the slightly off-kilter birds of prey with counterattacks. John once more blocked one of the attacks, this time focusing on countering the vacuum created. It was easy enough, a simple injection of air element, though he did have to intentionally replace what was taken away. He limited the amount of energy he used, because overwhelming amounts of spiritual energy weren't what made good techniques. He wanted to be able to fight enemies stronger than himself, not dominate those weaker. The young disciple John was protecting managed to strike the incoming foe, swinging a curved blade coated in water element. The bird was soaked, and though the attack hadn't fully penetrated through its defenses, crashed to the ground where it was swiftly finished off. The last of the flock either retreated or were finished off on their third pass. John watched the few wise enough to retreat. Instead of pulling above the clouds, they kept low, then dove down into the ground. Indeed, it only made sense that they lived in some of the ravines. Most predators wouldn't be able to reach nests embedded in the cliffs, and they might even get lucky with foolish man or beast falling into one of the openings. Though not scavengers, they would happily eat a fresh corpse. Was there any use in creating a vacuum against Abit? John knew that fully negating her windstorm would be a foolish attempt, as that would be clashing power against power. With the difference in rank, it would just be a waste of his effort and guarantee a loss. However, he might be able to slip attacks through with a small vacuum around them. Assuming she didn't know how to counter that, which she very well might. Still, it was an idea worth exploring. Even if it didn't end up useful against her, John had no doubt there would be opponents it was valuable for. Chapter 359. The battle against the local birds of prey, beasts wielding the power of the air element to create miniature vacuums as part of their assault, ended with no major injuries on the part of the travelers. They weren't completely uninjured, and even John had a small wound to remember the battle by, but everything was the sort that competent cultivators could recover from without specialized medicines. In some part that was due to their strength, but it also required effective coordination and trust. If the disciples had been unwilling to accept the protection of their fellow cultivators, standing on their own, they could have reasonably been taken down. Fortunately, they didn't need to correct anyone on those particular issues. Any other deficiencies were a matter of training and experience. So while John might direct his disciples towards certain issues in the near future, there wasn't anything particularly wrong. Now that they knew the suddenness that enemies could appear, they would be prepared. Though it would take somewhat desperate beasts to attack a group as strong as theirs. It was quite possible they had not felt John to be as strong as he actually was, but even then Deirdre should have been a deterrent. Not that they could ask what the reason was, as the beasts involved weren't intelligent enough to speak, and were for the most part dead. Usually the instincts of beasts kept them from battling opponents that would outmatch them too severely, but mistakes were always possible. They continued onward through the breathless plains, keeping their senses open for nearby rifts out of which beasts might fly or crawl, as the case may be. Various sorts of snakes were also known to live in the cliffs the local gorges made. Anything that could survive in a vertically oriented environment. Really, Silver Breeze Gorge was reached without further incident, no doubt in part because the closer they were to a sect, the better patrolled an area was. They came across several groups of disciples along the road before they came to their turn. Silver Breeze Gorge was not precisely along the main road through the breathless plains, but was instead a short hour away from the road, at least at a cultivator's pace. The road seemed to wind oddly, no doubt in part to avoid any stray ravines. There was one more reason, however, as they approached their ultimate destination. The tall grasses of the plains did their best to conceal the drop-off until they were right upon it, but John felt the open area far sooner. After all, it was quite trivial to detect the difference between dense air element and neighboring dirt and stone. In the space of a few steps, they went from the gorge being completely concealed to its entire length visible before them. Sunlight glittered off the walls as a long path sloped downward towards one end of the gorge. The gorge curved slightly, the walls blocking only the far end from view. It was the largest by far that John had laid his eyes on, a dozen meters wide at the thin end, ranging to perhaps 100 meters wide at the curve, which was most likely its widest point. Carved into the walls were the buildings of the sect, leaving the majority of the gorge open, including the path along the bottom, which was only marred by side trails, leading to stairs zigzagging up the cliffs. As John took his first step into the gorge, he felt a powerful gust of wind threatening to topple him backwards. Not that it actually could, of course. It was a natural phenomenon that was far weaker than the concentrated gusts Abit employed. It was, however, sufficient to make many of the lesser disciples stumble. It was possible for John to insulate all of his disciples from the gusts, but he determined it was better to let them handle the issue of whether or not they looked foolish on their own. Though the slope was steep, the winds gusted out of the gorge, so there was no chance of the disciples being knocked downhill. If it suddenly reversed direction, John would be prepared. Though if that were likely, Deirdre would have probably warned him of it. There was no gate barring their path at the bottom of the gorge. Perhaps it was deemed pointless when there were limitless places where it was possible to drop into the gorge along its length. Or maybe the ridge was otherwise defended. Either way, they were met by only a modest complement of defenders. One consolidated soul phase cultivator and about a dozen others. "Greetings," Deirdre said. "The Golden Tomb Guardians visit once more, with one of our allies." The man leading the group bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "Welcome," he said. His senses flickered over the group. "A rare cultivation style. I must presume I look upon the 6 elements crossroads." John stepped forward, next to Deirdre. "Indeed you do. We thank you for your hospitality. My apologies. I must remain here. These two will direct you towards the quarters we have prepared for you." John's political training told him that could be taken as a slight, treating him as not important enough for a consolidated soul phase cultivator to escort. The key, of course, was that it could be that. Conversely, it could be a sign of trust to send only lower-ranking cultivators with them. There were some who could not stand even minor perceived insults, but John did his best to remain above that. Even if he had detected a negative tone to the man's words, which he did not, he would do nothing. If someone meant him ill, they would grow more bold, and then he would make them regret it. Otherwise, overreactions would most likely just taint their early relationship. Being too accepting could have its own flaws, but John knew he was still far from that threshold. He had thought that the gusts might minimize once they were at the bottom of the gorge, but they actually seemed to increase somewhat. The soul expansion phase disciples that walked ahead of them caught some of the winds for the group, keeping things at much the same level as they were on the path down. John noted a few oddities. Obviously, the air element was denser here, but the breathable air was as well. Normally that wouldn't seem a surprise, but it seemed that up above the powerful air element was actually responsible for the thin atmosphere. Furthermore, though the wind should have carried some of the more breathable air up above, it had been practically the same as elsewhere even at the edge of the gorge. Though it had not been particularly apparent from the top of the trail, the Silver Breeze Gorge was bustling. It was simply that most of the activity was within the walls of the gorge itself, instead of following along the floor of the gorge. There were still a number of disciples moving from one section to another, though most of them stuck to the walls. John had a better view of the stairs, and he had a clear thought that Osha would not approve. He chuckled at that internally, noting the way the carved stairs crossed back and forth, alternating further in and on the edge of the gorge wall. One could easily fall off the outer side, and even a fall on the inner side could send one tumbling down the stairs. He wondered if the gusts of wind did not affect such areas, or if that was merely deemed part of the training. He just hoped new disciples lived on the lower levels, for their sake. The full extent of the gorge was revealed as something of a boomerang shape, with the golden tomb guardians being placed on the outer edge of the curve, on the north face of the gorge there. The 6 elements crossroads were placed across from them in one vertical slice, having easy access to their various rooms. The best room was at the very top, nearly at the lip of the gorge, so that answered one question at least. Climbing the stairs to his room, John determined that the gusts were indeed a relevant factor even off to the side, though certainly much reduced from the floor of the gorge. He didn't actually have much to drop off, and it wasn't like he was going to fill the provided armoire with clothes. He could carry everything he needed on him, though it was still nice to have a place of his own he could set up during his stay. John expected his privacy would be respected, but he wouldn't be leaving anything valuable laying around to tempt fate. The sect master did not make them wait long, the delay most likely being a politeness to let people get settled in and cleaned up after their journey. Unsurprisingly, Presha's residence was at the far end of the gorge. It was a grand palace, carved nearly to the top of the ridge and extending deep into the stone. Wind whistled through the various openings therein. Presha was waiting in a round chamber, kneeling on a pillow placed at a low table. 2 more were placed around the table, each a third of the way around. John and Deidre took their places, able to look towards either of the other occupants fairly easily. The sect master had a fairly young appearance, though John didn't find that surprising. Quite a few of the younger generation had risen to great heights. Deirdre had previously mentioned suspicions that Presha might be in the ascending soul phase, and John was able to confirm it easily enough. Either he was better at discerning such things, or perhaps she was not trying too hard to hide it. Even without probing to determine what her totems were, it was easy enough for John to pick out the signs that marked an ascending soul phase cultivator. Presha appeared to be at the 37th rank, which would mean she only recently advanced. Though as far as advancements at such a stage went, that could have been 5 or 10 years prior, and it would not be terribly odd to remain at the first rank of her new phase. "Greetings," Presha inclined her head. "Deidre spoke highly of you. It seems you have even advanced your cultivation since that time, if I am not mistaken." John nodded. "I was able to recently advance to the 38th rank. I was quite fortunate to be able to make a visit to the Sky Islands." "Truly?" Presha looked quite interested at that. "I had considered making the attempt, but they aren't particularly friendly towards continentals like us," John confirmed her thoughts. "It helped that I had previous encounters with one of their island masters, one of their ruling sects, so to speak. You might even be able to see them at the upcoming tournament. They have been invited, and I have high hopes. For multiple reasons, really. Because if they refuse to associate in any way, it would make the certainty of stability difficult. Better to deal with any potential trouble as soon as possible." Presha nodded. "I imagine that will be quite the experience." "Indeed," John replied. "I was even fortunate enough to face off against the island master of the first peak. Though, I can't say it was much of a fight. She was in the late ascending soul phase and hardly even needed to launch a real attack to send me flying." "That is somewhat concerning," Presha said seriously. "We are far from them here, but not so far as to be comfortable with such power." John didn't immediately say that was why she, and through her the breathless planes, should join their alliance, but he strongly implied it. He also made sure to invite her formally to participate in the tournament. It was open to all, but a direct invitation was better and more difficult to refuse. He wanted to at least be on good terms with their neighbors, since the various elemental regions had been so isolated for a long time. Chapter 360. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there weren't a large number of open spaces available within the Silver Breeze Gorge, except the gorge itself. All of a sudden, The lack of buildings along the ground made more sense. Suddenly, all of the buildings could be seen as stands watching one massive arena. As John faced off against Presha, he also saw another advantage to things being arranged the way they were. The protections over their various facilities doubled as arena restrictions, making any construction more efficient. There was the slight issue that when a serious battle was happening, nobody would be able to move around between spaces, but John didn't think that anyone would mind. Indeed, he felt eyes from all over watching eagerly. The disciples of the Silverbreeze Gorge couldn't have seen terribly many battles at the Ascending Soul phase level, since their sect head had only just advanced recently. Either way, they wouldn't begrudge one more. The instant the battle began, he charged towards Presha, not expecting his longer-ranged attacks to be particularly effective against an air cultivator. At the same time, a massive gust of wind pushed against him. John twisted his own air element around him, pushing against the force. Then he sprang forward, far overshooting his target. The move nearly resulted in a terribly embarrassing ring out, but John caught himself. From sudden gusts of wind to an instant vacuum. He hadn't expected that, but he was pleased. This was probably the best sort of relevant training he could get outside of the Sky Islands. Even if Presha's techniques weren't the same as Abit, he could learn much. And he had no reason to assume that Abit didn't have techniques to create a vacuum and simply hadn't needed it, with John locked down by her power. Presha didn't simply fight defensively, of course. The moment John got back on track, he was assaulted with a dozen blades of air element. They didn't seem powerful, but he knew better than to underestimate them. He dodged past as many as he could, imbuing his sword with earth element to cut through the rest. Upon contact, the compressed air element actually tore apart, creating both an explosion and a lingering vacuum. John had no doubt that it would have cut him just as effectively as the local beasts, but of course with more power. Attempting to use his own air element against Presha was ultimately futile, but he still did it. He did his best to replicate Abit's technique, as that would both familiarize Presha with it and let him observe her counters. Since he only had a certain proportion of air element, John had to support his power with the core cycle of elements. Earth fed into fire, then water, then finally an outpouring of air. His whirlwind was less than half the distance of Abit's, requiring him to get closer to Presha. At first he'd thought she didn't have any weapon, but long strings unraveled from her sleeve as he approached. Then, most surprisingly, a heavy weight was dropped in. With a single rotation, her sling built up sufficient momentum to launch a projectile at extreme speed towards him. John twisted, raising a barrier of earth as he expected the sling bullet to twist towards him, but instead it kept straight on its path. He wondered why an air cultivator would use such a technique. Wouldn't it be better to take advantage of her element to redirect an attack already on the way? The next attack was already in process as he was thinking about that, and this time he faced the attack head-on just to be certain. His sword, fortified with earth element, crashed against the incoming sling bullet. He won that clash, but not by as much as he would have expected. So that was it. He felt it now. The sling bullets themselves radiated the earth element, being more or less extremely dense stone. Air element could boost their effectiveness, but it would be harder for it to redirect their momentum, either through winds or creating a vacuum. John continued forward, expecting Presha to leap away as he finally got close. Instead, she stood her ground. Instead of launching another sling bullet at him, she kept the projectile in the bands of the sling, twirling it around as a long flail. John expected the sling itself was more durable than its size let on, or he could merely cut it apart. Perhaps in a real battle he would have made the attempt, as it was likely possible. But he was more interested in facing this head-on. He couldn't circle around Presha, as her spinning weapon would be able to strike at nearly any angle. It was quick enough that he couldn't use its timing as a weakness either. His best bet was to try to unbalance Presha herself. A gust of wind was useless there. He watched her split the winds around her, with a greater expertise than he himself had. Not that he expected to outdo a single element cultivator, but he could certainly learn from one. He stomped the ground, trying to throw Presha off that way. His attack did work, to the extent that it threw her up into the air. But as he moved in, he realized she was unexpectedly light. And indeed, she had probably been floating the whole time, merely appearing as if she were pushing off of the ground. Or perhaps she was actually doing that, but carried herself with wind bound into the rest of her techniques regardless. Presha didn't fly high into the air, but the reach of her sling was enough to cover her legs if John tried to take advantage somehow. He still gave it a few good attempts, feeling the momentum behind the sling as she met his sword with every strike. John was fairly certain that he could overpower Presha, but he wasn't interested in that. Nor would that be as valuable for her. John stopped modifying his normal fighting style for her, and instead started throwing daggers to see how she would respond. It was a toss-up between merely avoiding the weapons, blasting them off course with wind, or catching them for herself. She rapidly analyzed what elements he used, making her choice then. When they were imbued with earth, she moved herself out of the way. His experiments with water showed she was confident in taking over the weapons with a dominant element. Fire she was most likely to blow away, and she was also confident enough to dismantle John's air element and take over. When he mixed elements, she had more trouble. That was expected, as she wouldn't have much experience with such things. Earth and air was difficult for her, because John could redirect those. He was able to chase her around for a while, though her flying technique seemed efficient enough that he couldn't necessarily say he was winning that exchange. Besides, he had to fly himself to reach her with his sword, or try to throw her off with his whirlwind technique. John used a grounding technique from the Sky Islands. He started with the most common type, an insubstantial net of earth element. It had little more than weight and the intention to negate air element behind it. Presha wasn't ready for that and took a fall. John dropped forward after her, taking advantage of her momentary loss of momentum. His sword pressed against her neck. They use that one pretty commonly, he said. Abit will definitely be capable, but I'm sure you'll quickly learn to deal with it. Then he stepped back. He wasn't interested in who among them won any particular exchange. He needed a sparring partner not from the Sky Islands, where they could watch his progress. She needed to see the techniques he could replicate as much as possible. John had expected that Presha would eventually run out of projectiles, but that was not the case. Certainly, not before she would have exhausted herself from battle. The sling stones were clearly not of great value, yet powerful enough to be part of her style. It made sense, of course. They were basically lumps of stone that didn't have to be terribly precise. She just had to get them going fast enough, and they flew along well enough with her air element supporting them. When one of them just missed him, John learned the hard way how quickly she could mold her air element. In an instant it went from a boost to the projectile to a blade creating a vacuum. John was just glad that Diamond Defense protected him well enough, because he hadn't yet figured out the best counter for those techniques. Aside from just always coating himself in earth element, of course. John wasn't ever going to be able to beat Presha with Abit's air techniques, but he did replicate them well enough, at lower power, that he saw her various counters. The most surprising one was her sling, spinning rapidly to create a trail that cut apart the segments of wind. The natural earth element in the bullets also destabilized the greater construct of spiritual energy. The least surprising but most impressive was simply negating the winds entirely. It hardly appeared to be anything at all. She merely created the exact opposite effect from his air element. John knew he wouldn't be using that one against Abit. He also saw some clever movements where she twisted her body in an unpredictable way, flowing with the windstorm instead of fighting it. By remaining fully within, John could only attempt to gust her out of it. They came to an unspoken agreement that technique was more important than power in that context. John had described Abit's strength in great detail, though he still wasn't sure if he'd seen the limits of what she could do even with her whirlwind technique. John didn't think he could pick up her sling technique easily, but he could just throw her sling bullets. He found some of them scattered about the battlefield, and while he was missing some power, his earth element made up for that. It clearly took some technique to cut through winds, but the stone bullets' lack of aerodynamics was actually a boon. They were simply meant to shove through enemy air techniques. Though surrounded by Presha's own air element, she could do much more. Deirdre wasn't quite an ascending soul phase cultivator, so her battles against Presha were obviously quite lopsided. However, she had the significant advantage that her ranged attacks were completely uninfluenced by wind, or at least at first. Presha could still use her air element to directly defend her body. Furthermore, the Golden Tomb Guardians had many melee techniques they made use of. Their main weapons were staves that they turned into glaives, and though that nicely provided a smaller profile for the wind compared to a weapon that was always physical, it was still difficult. When Deirdre was able to reach close to Presha, her staff was a great counter to Presha's sling. She could intentionally let it wrap around her weapon and use the other end to slash at her opponent, though Presha was fast enough to pull herself away and untangle her weapon that she never really got in a solid hit. The last of Deirdre's advantages went away when Presha began to use the way light refracted when moving from air to vacuum. That was several times more efficient than using wind to deflect normal projectiles. John made special note of that, both as a defensive technique and for the future. Hopefully, someday, he would have more than tiny mode of light element under his control. It was still useful for Deirdre, however. Presha was better able to replicate wind techniques with greater force. Fighting against a more powerful opponent was always useful for gaining insights. John hoped his friend could break through to the ascending soul phase soon, though he wouldn't rush her. He had already experienced the consequences of failure, perhaps one of the milder versions, even. Chapter 361. The visit to Silver Breeze Gorge was quite productive in all areas, from diplomatic to personal training. John didn't suddenly feel like he could defeat Abit, but it was a good step forward towards a potential victory. Presha had a potential he would keep an eye on, and he hoped to influence her to formally join the alliance. Having another ascending soul phase cultivator would be reassuring. Optimally, he wanted to break through to the mid-ascending soul phase before the tournament, but practically he felt he would be lucky to grow to the 39th rank. 9 years seemed like a long time, but John was aware that there were cultivators over 100 years old who had not even reached the ascending soul phase. As for why there were so many in their generation with none in recent memory, that was a complicated phenomenon that nobody really had the answers to. It was in some part due to the challenges available, growing stronger with their peers, but something had to spark such change to begin with. John's personal theory was that there was an unusually high number of transmigrators and reincarnated individuals, but he didn't actually know that for sure. He hadn't found records of previous years, since such information wasn't generally public. It may have just been a coincidence. Over the next several years, John traveled to various clans and sects, including some further regions he hadn't previously come to. The intent was to have the next tournament be the biggest one yet, and no matter what happened, he thought that having more continentals present would be beneficial. Obviously, he hoped someone could defeat Abit, but if not, showing her something like a united region should make her realize a true battle wouldn't be in her favor. Certainly, Abit had been strong, but she was still only in the ascending soul phase. Could she defeat any individual cultivator? Probably. But even without having seen her full potential, John was confident that along with 3 or 4 of the others he could take her down. Even if Satora and the other island masters fought alongside her, with the inclusion of the guardian beasts, he was confident in a victory there. And for those at the consolidated soul phase and below, the continent would vastly outnumber them. But the point was to not end up in a war. Deterrence was better. Hopefully, the tournament would show sufficient strength that other considerations were unnecessary. Halfway to the tournament with about 5 years remaining, John was filled with greater confidence. Deirdre had broken through to the ascending soul phase, and Zachary was not far off. At the moment, their cultivations and connections to Qur'an qualified them to attempt to take over leadership of the Golden Tomb Guardians, but neither were eager to replace Lambert. He had been a fine enough sect head and had the respect of the elders. Perhaps a generation before they would have made the attempt regardless, but John had made it clear that being sect head wasn't necessarily better. They had all the privileges and resources they could need, and for the most part, all either of them would do was take over the responsibilities that ate away at their time. If they cared about contributing to the sect, they could still do without being sect head. John's own position with the 6 Elements Crossroads wasn't one he had particularly wanted, but he'd felt it was necessary for his goals. He didn't mind the responsibilities so much either, since he'd been the head of the Tenebach clan. He felt things had worked out better there, with Melanthina and Nick at the head. Obviously, the transition could have been accomplished more intentionally, but the circumstances surrounding that were in the past and couldn't be fixed. Though he spent much time traveling, in the latter half John's plans were to spend the majority of his time at the 6 Elements Crossroads, where people could come to him if they wished to. He almost wished he could do so all the time, but practically it just didn't work out. The best thing about remaining in one place was his grandchildren would come visit. Nitsa and Arali were both in the foundation phase now. Both of them were growing up into fine young women, and they got along well despite their different personalities. Nitsa was as wild as her style, shifting between moods as quickly as she shifted between phases of water. She was a pure water cultivator, but she had learned how to apply the principles of fire from her mother and grandparents. She rapidly ranged from traditional water-based attacks to ice and steam, sometimes together. Her emotions always showed on her face, and she wasn't timid about expressing herself. Arali had maintained the personality that had been forced on her by circumstances. She was still cautious and reserved, though she had a balance in her light and darkness that no longer required her constant vigilance. She didn't speak as much, but that just left Nitsa more room to comment on everything she saw. "Who do you think will win the tournament? Do you think I can?" Nitsa asked. "Impossible," Arali retorted. "The difference in cultivation is too much. An ascending soul phase cultivator could defeat us while taking a nap. No, probably any consolidated soul phase cultivator as well." "Okay, fine," Nitsa admitted. "But what about the early brackets? I bet I can go further than you." "We will find out," Arali inclined her head. "I do not intend to lose." "Grandpa." Nitsa turned to John. "Fly with me." "No, carry both of us." "I believe I will pass on such an opportunity," Arali said. "I have more productive uses of my time." "Boring. Besides, I get to observe air element and stuff, so it's training." "Are you sure?" John asked. "I can easily take you both, and it won't be terribly long." "Thank you for the offer," Arali said, "but I am confident in my response." John saw something there. Was she afraid of heights? Well, he wasn't going to bring it up in front of her cousin regardless of the answer. There could be plenty of reasons why she didn't want to. "Let's go then," John said. He swept Nitsa up in air element. "A tour of the city." "Go fast," she declared. "It will be over sooner then." Nitsa pondered. "I still want to go fast." "Then we will," John grinned. All the power he gained wouldn't be of much use if he couldn't dote on his family a little bit. He did his best not to actually spoil his grandchildren, because it would be better they didn't come out as arrogant young ladies. But a bit of fun sometimes was quite appropriate. Flying was heavily restricted in Lunson, but as the sect head, he was one of those who could go anywhere. Technically, there were some exceptions. People could reasonably complain if he did something like landing on their roof, not that he would bother. The 6 Elements Crossroads had the highest towers and the best views. With practice and increased power, John was much more confident in his flight. He had contingencies prepared in case for some reason his air element suddenly faltered, though it was likely that Nitsa could survive a fall on her own. A foundation phase cultivator had to be able to do at least that much. Still, he'd prefer not to risk it. The actual chances of an issue were pretty much non-existent, of course. Spiritual energy didn't just stop working for no reason, and if there were an incoming enemy attack, he would sense it from afar. Still, there were always worries. He rushed around the city, passing by different compounds that housed more permanent delegations from various sects and clans throughout the greater region. The 6 Elements Crossroads had plenty of room for guests, but some might prefer greater privacy. Lunson was flourishing ever since the removal of the Platinum Tower Society and the establishment of the 6 Elements Crossroads. While Lunson had once been one of the few places where cultivators were rare, the growth of the city provided even non-cultivators with a higher standard of living. Furthermore, everyone at least had an opportunity to pick up basic cultivation, with a greater understanding of the local elements. It might be difficult at first to separate out the element one wanted, but a strain wasn't a dead zone like it appeared on the surface. Nitsa clearly reveled in the feeling of flight, more than actually seeing the city. John wondered if it would be appropriate for her to train in the air element as well. She was at the point where she needed to commit to whatever choice she made, as when she attuned to her 3rd totem in the soul expansion phase, her path would be pretty much set. That was something she should discuss with her family, however. Breaking from the traditions of a clan could be problematic. John was lucky Luctus had supported his crazy plan. In the distance, John could see the herds of bison. While there were ranches for some, great care went into making sure the native beasts of a strain kept their homes and weren't wiped out. It would be a terrible waste to end up in another world, and allow ecological devastation to happen, while cultivators were often quite reckless about such things. Convincing those who could actually be reasoned with wasn't that difficult. It wasn't like causing problems for future generations, and ignoring the consequences was easy, either. Most cultivators would be alive in any such future, and so would have to deal with the issues they themselves caused. There were certain advancements John found useful to bring from Earth. Refrigeration hadn't been completely unheard of, and allowed for food to travel further with the cooperation of water cultivators. The local methods of long-distance communication had already been sufficient, or at least some of them. It was simply that things like the light communication of the sunfields had to be expanded. Of course, private long-distance communication still mostly went via messenger bird, but those could be much swifter than anything on Earth. Overall, John thought things were pretty good, but he planned to be around for a long time and would want to see even more improvements if they could reasonably be accomplished. 3 years before the tournament, Ursul finally returned. Once again, instead of going to the Order of the Amber Heart, she came to John. "Help me make armor," she said, dumping a storage bag full of materials in front of him. Anticipating her return, John had taken the time to brush up on smithing and the like. Now he could proudly place himself higher than a novice. Raoul would probably still be better, as he had both a core elemental cycle and actual practice imbuing objects. However, John also felt components with elements of darkness and light in Ursul's bag. "This will be a tough project," he said. "We'll need a light element specialist as well. So ask that Viriato guy. Or Nick." Both were decent cultivators, but they weren't really crafters. "Are you sure this is the best approach?" John asked. "Yeah. Earth element armor is good if I'm going to be augmenting it myself in battle. It can even be nearly unbreakable, but it's not. And I'd rather have armor that was properly balanced." She looked down at the bag. "I don't actually know which of these things we need, though." Thus it was that John helped her sort through things. What Ursul wanted was armor that could stand up for itself, something she didn't have to worry about supplementing with her own spiritual energy. She also didn't mind if it didn't completely absorb attacks, as her body could handle significant force without issues. She wasn't concerned about weight either. "This black steel you found might be good," John admitted, "if we can actually combine it with light element. I think we'll need layers, based on what I've experienced. An inner layer of darkness, the 4 core elements, then light outside. Speaking of which, these crystals and Qrarn's feathers aren't really viable components for armor, I don't think." "I do have some mirror ore," Ursul said. "It's a bit too flashy for my tastes, though." "Maybe it will be subdued by the influence of darkness," John said. "I wouldn't directly try to mix them, not without a master." "I can do all the smithing stuff better now," Ursul said. "I just need the elemental balance." "Viriato, then, once he returns from his most recent excursion. Until then, I'll do my best to familiarize myself with the various things, and we can go over your process." Chapter 362. Ursul had just planned to mix everything into an evenly ratioed alloy. On the surface, that seemed like a viable plan. With light and darkness involved and different potencies of materials, however, things became far more complicated. Even with the attention of Ursul, John, Viriato, and Raoul, the required balance of elements was difficult to maintain. They were fortunate that the first failures only resulted in the destructions of certain materials that had additional backup. "All right, I think I understand the ratios," Raoul said. "The alchemist was used to complicated mixtures. Most of them simply didn't become solid afterwards. We need to focus on the 4 core elements first. Viriato will be responsible for stabilizing the light and dark elements as we add the layers on opposite sides. And Ursul, you're responsible for molding the shape. I don't know what will fit you, and if you're right and it's practically immutable when our work is done," he shrugged. "Well, it would be pretty terrible if it didn't fit right." Ursul grumbled. "It's so much easier to do pure earth." "Obviously," John said. "I'm surprised that's not what you went for." "Nah, that's no good. If I went up against someone like Master Renato, they could just dismantle my armor on an elemental level. If we get this set up, it should be better. Assuming it's stable." "It can be," John said. "Now let's go over the process one final time with the alterations before we make our attempt." Once everyone was confident in their roles, they began the process. First was a core of neutral attributed metal. Even if the earth element would often control metal, it didn't have any earth element beyond its basic form. The basic smithing process, in some ways, reflected the cycle of core elements. The next thing to be introduced was heat, melting the metal and allowing it to be roughly shaped. From there, it could be quenched in water or a certain sort of oil before being returned to the air. In their case, the process was a bit more drawn out. They began infusing the various elemental materials into the neutral metal. John's role was actually to keep things stable, though that grew easier as they added elements. Ursul had a good understanding of what materials could be imbued into the armor, instead of just bringing powerful components of every element. Fire stones, water crystals, a bottle of particular air, and some essence of earth to tie everything together. Once the first round was complete, they had a big slab of metal. Ursul was pounding it into shape, as pouring the liquid into the mold produced even layers which weren't actually optimal. During the whole process, they had to keep it from cooling completely. Once it did, the stable structure would likely be more durable than mountain steel, a solid mixture capable of resisting any attacks at the consolidated soul phase, and still being quite effective beyond that level. Raoul continued to add elements bit by bit, until they had several generations of elements holding together. Then it was Viriato's turn, as they added light element and fused threads to what would become the outer edge. John was quite certain that a normal suit of armor wasn't made in a single batch, but this was the method Ursul was most confident in. And indeed, as she continued to hammer and twist things into shape, with John helping encourage everything to flow together as she willed it, sometimes skipping steps as a cultivator was actually more practical. Full body armor from head to toe began to take shape, with Ursul sweating profusely as her arms reached deep into the forge. Protecting herself from flames wasn't that easy, even with a tempered body. When the darkness was infused, John felt the whole thing threaten to tear itself apart. Fortunately, he was ready for that and reached out to it, holding on from one side while Viriato wove himself through the whole thing to balance the light and darkness. The latter tugged on the former, holding it tight against the material. John had no idea how long it took. He just knew that the sun was setting when they were done, but he thought he'd seen a couple sunrises as well. His spiritual energy was drained, as he'd needed to provide the greater strength of his own energy. The others were exhausted as well, but finally Ursul declared it done, smoothing stray bits and making certain all the articulating joints worked. Looking at it when it finally cooled, John got the sense that the suit of armor was a single thing, which it was, from a certain perspective. But even when gauntlets and sabotants were pulled apart from the helmet and cuirass, it still had a clear connection. Even without particular enchantments inlaid into it, the very mix of elements made it act as a single entity. "This is amazing," John said. Then he grinned. "Maybe we should make this for everyone." "Sure," Ursul shrugged. "You try it," she said, tossing him the gauntlet. Aside from the fact that it was made to fit her, there was another issue. John almost toppled over when he caught the gauntlet, as its weight was significant. He had enough spiritual energy left to balance himself, but their resulting material was denser than even mountain steel. "Will you even be able to move around in this?" John asked. "Obviously," Ursul said. "And more importantly, I shouldn't have to augment its defensive properties against most opponents. Leaving you free to attack as you please," John nodded. "Though, I can't imagine many people standing up to you regardless. Your weapon is still the same, right?" Ursul nodded. "Mixing elements there would inhibit my ability to be active. And though my body is quite powerful, I do intend to still make use of my spiritual energy." "I'm looking forward to it," John said. "Do you want to test it out before the tournament?" "Yes, we should." Watching Renato flail on Ursul to no effect, except occasionally forcing her to take a step back, John was quite confident he couldn't damage her new armor. Not that that would make her invulnerable. He could attack through the small eye slits or any other gaps, if necessary. Sure, he'd then have to contend with her tempered body, but John was fairly certain he could manage it. Then again, it would be pretty embarrassing to lose against a consolidated soul phase cultivator, even if Ursul was near the peak. When they were first testing, John had only given half-hearted attempts to destroy her armor. Then he'd ramped up to more serious attempts to damage it. He knew it would be difficult to repair, but that was why it was important to see if he could even scratch it. What should we call this? John asked. I think it's fairly simple, Renato said. Rainbow armor. Ugh. Pass, Ursul said. It did glimmer, though, given the outer layer having the greatest imbuement of light. 6-element steel is way better. And your sect did most of the work. We might have to borrow you to smith some more of it at some point, John said. Maybe a few small pieces, or thinner perhaps. You'd lose something, but most people would find it better, Ursul agreed. Without the thickness, you might be able to cause some damage. It flexes a bit, actually. Sure doesn't feel like it, Renato shook his head. It's not much, but it distributes the load throughout it, the elements calling on each other, Ursul explained. It's even better than I thought. Great, John said. So, does this mean you're planning to dominate all of the consolidated Soul Phase participants from the Sky Islands? John had been worried for a bit, but they'd received an official missive from the first peak indicating the Sky Islands would be participating in the tournament. Escorting them through the Wuthering Steps would be necessary, as many people remembered their previous grudges. Even if Satora hadn't wiped out people along the way like the Molten Sea, there had still been conflict as they made a route to the Shimmering Islands. More than that, Abit might be looking for trouble, and it would be better to avoid any excuses. They would be treated with honor, though not with subservience. Of course, John had assured the Wuthering Steps that they were free to seek any vengeance within the bounds of the tournament. If they were strong enough to manage it, of course. The last few years of preparing for the tournament went quicker than John might have expected, though perhaps that was because he was so busy. He didn't neglect his own training, of course. As the representation of the region's unity, he had to be the strongest. If he lost to Abit again, which was unfortunately still quite likely, he had to at least show enough strength. He wasn't alone, of course, but John didn't expect any but Renato to have a better chance of defeating Abit than he would. If Abit were a pure air cultivator, that would be one thing, but she still had the earth element as well. She would be able to unravel his defensive techniques, even if she didn't use earth element in the same way as the stone conglomerate. In short, he wouldn't have a complete elemental advantage, and the gap in ranks was still important. Renato had reached the 39th rank before John, but he wasn't likely to step into the mid-ascending soul phase with just another year or so. With Abit in the first rank of the late ascending soul phase, there was still a huge gap. As for everyone else, however, John expected Renato could dominate any Sky Islanders. The other exception might be Satora, as she was a transmigrator with a wealth of experience, and solidly in the mid-ascending soul phase. But John had thoughts on how to fight her, and the gap wasn't as large. That was assuming all of the island masters were participating, of course. John suspected Morana would be sitting it out, but if she chose to show up, he would give her a proper chance to participate. And he would be making sure that the formations were ready to protect people from any untoward actions. That included from both sides, because they couldn't afford to appear as if they were trying to cheat. Any victories they didn't earn would appear as a weakness instead, ruining their show of strength. Several new individuals had reached the ascending soul phase in the area. Alina of the Milanovichs in the Green Sands. Yanit was the first in the Brandel clan to reach the ascending soul phase, though Turdo was probably only a decade or so behind. Presha's existence as a new ascending soul phase neighbor had been a surprise, but she was not the only one. Not counting the muted crags who had lost Retso, there was one as far west as the Viridia Wildlands. John had personally been hoping for someone from the emerging bamboo sect, but sadly it was Mandlin of the indestructible Kapok Grove. John's main experience with him had been negative, but that was how things went sometimes. Surprisingly, Mandlin was just one of the elders of the sect and not the sect head, though it was thought he might take over the position in the near future given his strength. Whether it was because of some cycle affecting the world with great spiritual energy or a greater level of association between elemental regions, or any of those factors plus more undetermined, it wasn't quite clear, but cultivations had risen faster than in any records. Charlotte of the Firepine Palace was not a surprise candidate as an ascending soul phase cultivator, and John had rather expected it even given her age. There was just one final individual John was hoping for. Ever since he had formally established the 6 Elements Crossroads, he didn't see as much of Kristen as he had. She was still part of the Tenebach clan, after all. She had been a reliable friend and ally, so John was quite pleased when he finally received word of her breakthrough. It apparently hadn't been easy, with some sort of special help from Ursul and Melanthina, but she made it. John looked forward to seeing her, though as he understood it she wouldn't be participating in the tournament herself. She would just be acting as a guard. Well, if that was what pleased her, John saw no reason to stop her from doing so. And he would be glad to know that Melanthina and Airily had reliable protection along the road. Even more than usual, of course. Most likely, the Sky Islands would have a few more ascending soul phase cultivators of their own. John had sensed some close to the edge, and with 9 years and a particular challenge they expected to face, he wouldn't be surprised if some were successful in breaking through. It was probably a good thing, as long as they could manage to get along. John hoped that the second peak got some, because Satora was a reasonable enough individual. And maybe Abit would get over her disdain for continentals. He could dream, at least. Chapter 363. The Sky Islands cut their arrival time close, to the point that John thought they might be a no-show after all. However, he received messages of their arrival on the continent just in time. Perhaps it was simply their intention to show up at the final moment and take the grandest position with their show of strength. Sects and clans flocked to Lunson, those participating in the tournament and those simply there to observe. The housing was overflowing, as the numbers had outgrown even the highest projections. Viriato had seen the trend early on and was leveraging his contacts to make sure that at least the city would have enough food. Shipments came from the Sunfields and the Stone Conglomerate to help supplement what they already had. Overcrowding could be a problem for a city, and even though it was going to be a relatively short-term issue, John still granted permission for people to set up camps outside the city. That would not damage the profits of the various businesses seeking the customers, as there was plenty of competition to sleep in a proper room, usually with elemental separation arrays. Nobody wanted to be the people who looked like they couldn't afford better. There were a few scuffles as some owners thought to replace those who had already paid with new customers who would pay better, but the 6 Elements Crossroads shut that down quickly. If anyone could be paid enough to give up their spot, that was one thing, but the sect wouldn't allow any unruliness. All of their biggest allies had established their own compounds or were able to stay with the sect itself, so it wasn't too big of an issue for them. Then there was space set aside for the Sky Islands as something akin to guests of honor. They would be treated with proper respect for their strength, and John hoped to show them that despite what they had, they weren't on top. They finally arrived to an overflowing city, the last decades having expanded its size several times over as it became a center of trade and even cultivation, instead of merely a place people happened to pass through. Cultivators of all elements were present for their arrival. Light cultivators from the Prism Underfields, the Shining Coast, and the Sunfields. Air cultivators mainly hailed from the Breathless Plains, the Wuthering Steppes, Blustering Peaks, Glass Hills, and the Shimmering Islands. Fire cultivators from the strip that contained the Green Sands, Sunfields, and Phoenix Forest, and stretching all the way up to the Boiling Springs. Water cultivators came from the Viridia Wildlands, Shimmering Islands, Soulrot Bogs, and the Frozen Heights. Earth cultivators came from the Stone Conglomerate, Glass Hills, Viridia Wildlands, the Phoenix Forest, and even a few from the Rolling Dunes despite their limited population. Darkness cultivators were the rarest, with the Darklands being the main source. However, there were also some that hailed from the Soulrot Bogs, as well as a few from the Gloom Desolation and even the Muted Crags. All were welcome, as long as they didn't cause trouble on their journey or at the tournament. And from what John had heard, that was going better than could have previously been expected for cultivators. There was still friction, but it was impossible for there to not be any conflict with so many people. So far, they had avoided any deaths, and the Sky Islands would see something resembling unity. The early parts of the tournament were all of those with the lowest cultivations. There were a great many spiritual collection phase cultivators, but they needed neither large arenas nor much time for each of their individual battles. Thus, their numbers were quickly reduced. The winners received their own rewards and the opportunity to challenge those of the next phase. In general, the strongest participants at one phase could beat a portion of those in the early part of the next phase, though whether they actually accumulated more victories depended somewhat on luck. After all, their opponents could also be skilled for their own cultivation, and simply had not had sufficient time to grow further. Nitsa and Airily were both in the peak foundation phase, and while the tournament did its best to try to match experience and cultivation, there weren't very many individuals as far advanced in their early 20s. With them at the peak of the foundation phase, they had to match their cultivation instead. The differences weren't so stark as the last tournament where they were practically children, but they still faced off against opponents 5 or 10 years their senior. John's granddaughters weren't the only talented youths, however. The tournament was drawing from all over, so there were plenty to compete against. Airily's unique nature gave her a significant advantage, using light and darkness to take out opponents who could hardly be prepared for both at their training level. All of her struggles had paid dividends now that she had control over her own cultivation. By contrast, Nitsa made up for her lack of a unique discipline with enthusiasm. Her fiery temperament came from her mother's side as she used the Brandel clan's water techniques. John was reminded of times long before, when he had just been getting to know Mateo. John thought that Airily would be going far, but after a few rounds she ended up fighting against a man from the Shadow Wolf clan. Quite surprisingly, the young fellow actually defeated her despite her elemental advantage. She was quite competent defending against darkness and could attack with light. However, he defeated her with surprising martial skills, using his war pick with great agility and keeping her locked in close combat where it was difficult for her to safely use her techniques. After her loss, Airily looked disappointed. But that was all. She wasn't the sort to declare vengeance or worry about things long term. Nitsa managed to continue deeper into the tournament and was soon facing soul expansion phase cultivators. Though John was confident in her strength, he didn't expect her to win much. Maybe a match or two further. The difference in a phase was significant, and each victory theoretically placed her against a stronger opponent. Her second match in the next stage of the tournament was a disciple of the third peak. The Sky Islands had brought no one lower than the soul expansion phase along with them. With a cultivation at the 20th rank and an elemental advantage, 2 air totems and 1 earth versus Nitsa's 2 water totems, it seemed like a pretty straightforward result. However, the arena happened to favor Nitsa, with small raised platforms surrounded by water at the same level. Or at least, it seemed to favor her, because the elemental advantage still applied. Lightning was the favored choice of Nitsa's opponent, and the younger cultivator found it difficult to dodge. Even though she managed it several times, the waters were charged with lightning. A downward gust of wind pushed her into the water as she leapt between platforms. That was expected to be the end, but the formations didn't activate, and John could feel Nitsa swimming towards her opponent. Bolt after bolt struck the water, and while it would normally disperse, the control of an air cultivator could weave lightning towards its intended target, taking advantage of the conductivity of the water to be even more devastating. Yet Nitsa held herself together, riding a wave out of the waters below. Lightning coursed through a bubble around her as she stabbed her spear into her opponent's chest, piercing through the earth element, supplementing her armor. The gathered lightning of Nitsa's opponent was drawn along her spear, the woman felled by her own power. Perhaps she had relinquished control, expecting the lightning to disperse naturally, but that still would have required great mastery on Nitsa's part to control it. Then again, it wasn't like she would be unfamiliar with lightning. The Brandel clan was water cultivators in a land of storms, and except on Pualani itself, lighting was an everyday feature. Whatever the exact reasons, Nitsa won the battle with confidence. The cultivator was from the third peak, now controlled by Vanera. John looked to see her reaction, and it was about as flabbergasted as he would have expected. She noticed his gaze, and he nodded in acknowledgement. It was unfortunate it had to be one of hers that fell, but he hoped it was a proper show of strength. Nitsa continued on to defeat her next opponent, until finally she faced off against a cultivator at the 22nd rank in the mid-soul expansion phase. That was where an earth cultivator from the Viridia Wildlands finally spelled her defeat, though it was only the expected result. It was just that she hadn't gotten the expected result for her last few matches. Even after her defeat, however, Nitsa celebrated. After all, she'd gone extremely far in the tournament, and she'd surpassed Airily's victories by a significant margin. John could see her bragging to her cousin, who seemed to be relatively unaffected by the results. Then again, there might be more John couldn't see from his position. She wasn't emotionless, just in tight control of herself due to the habits of her early life. The tournament continued over the course of the first week through the soul expansion phase, and into the consolidated soul phase. This was the first tournament where they would actually have an ascending soul phase division, limited though it was. There weren't any wild upsets from what John saw. Raul made a decent showing, but he wasn't primarily a fighter. Viriato managed to defeat a cultivator from the first peak, which made him feel vindicated, since he hadn't even been given the opportunity previously. He'd lost to one of Satora's disciples on the second peak, but most of a decade of training could make a significant difference, bringing him into the late consolidated soul phase. Melanthina fought against Turdo in that phase, with Turdo coming out solidly on top. However, he was defeated by yet another cultivator from the first peak, at the peak of the consolidated soul phase, only for that man to face off against Ursul and be destroyed in the first moments of the match. It was unquestionable which of his children was strongest, and it was unsurprisingly the one who spent every moment of her life training in some fashion instead of dealing with other responsibilities like running a clan or children of her own. Ursul was the ultimate victor of the consolidated soul phase division, with her standing at the peak of the phase herself. Her siblings were only a rank behind, but there were other differences to be had as well. Not that John loved any of his children more or less for their strength, but he did very much enjoy watching them win. The final stretch of the tournament began with Renato fighting against one of the elders of the first peak. Noemi was one of those who had been at the threshold 9 years prior, now having stepped into the ascending soul phase. She wielded a bow, shooting an actual cyclone of arrows that followed Renato wherever he went while she flew about overhead. For his part, Renato took advantage of the light element arena to make her briefly lose track of him. She likely felt the earth element he was preparing, but she clearly expected a grounding technique rather than him rocketing over a dozen meters straight up through her cyclone of attacks and slamming her into the ground with a single swing of his club. He landed atop her before she could reorient herself, and her defenses simply couldn't handle the results. She crumpled, the arena's formations protecting her from taking any significant actual damage. It wasn't a loss that could really be debated. John was feeling pretty good about Renato's chances, though sadly he hadn't broken through to the mid-ascending soul phase. That would have greatly improved his chances at taking down Abit. Neither she nor Satora were placed in the first round of the ascending soul phase tournament, given their greater cultivations. Chapter 364. Each battle in the ascending soul phase division took the entire arena for the duration. Nobody would want to miss a single battle, and the arena's defensive formations couldn't stand up to more than one pair at a time. After Renato fought against Noemi came a battle between Steve and Deirdre. Some allowances could be made to avoid those of the same sect or clan fighting in the first round, but it was pretty much inevitable some from their alliance would battle. Based on prior experience, John was certain Steve would come out ahead. He had not only advanced before Deirdre, but was a natural combatant. The battlefield was earth-dominant, with few obstructions. The fire cultivator opened by creating a huge pillar of blue flames that rose out of the ground. Deirdre dodged, of course, but it followed her around as a spinning whirlwind. It never managed to catch her. The most obvious improvement in Deirdre's abilities after advancing to the ascending soul phase was her speed. John had managed to spar with her after her advancement, and somehow she'd improved even further in the short time in between then and the tournament. Instead of keeping her distance, she pressed closer to Steve. John thought that was a terrible idea, since Steve was actually specialized in close combat. But somehow, she managed to keep him on the defensive, her glaive staff twirling constantly. Every targeted attack she dodged, wings of light appearing behind her for an instant in some cases. When Steve simply created superheated flames all around himself, Deirdre cut her way through a small portion around her. She wouldn't last long in such a position, but she merely had to outlast her opponent. When Steve let up for a single moment as he began to overheat, Deirdre shoved forward with her staff parallel to the ground. An attack Steve had little way to dodge, but one that wasn't particularly dangerous either. It simply knocked him back through his own fire tornado. In an instant, he dispersed the energy, but that was one more moment where he wasn't cooling down, and Deirdre fired a beam of light from her staff as he was distracted. It struck him directly in the head, with enough power for the formations to activate. He just stood there breathing heavily for a few moments. "Nice," he said finally. "You win." Justina battled against Presha in a field favoring the latter. It was one of the few arrangements they had that used the Sky Island's setup, vaguely. John had snagged a couple crystals from the Crystal Sea for this very purpose, though they didn't create platforms that floated quite so gracefully. There was probably some technique they had, but at the moment the arena was supplementing it with more power. The air cultivator was a terrifying sight in battle, able to make use of wind, lightning, and the power of vacuum. With her sling, she could chase Xianxia all around the arena without taking a step away from her own platform. For the majority of the battle, it appeared as if she were going to win, with Xianxia only managing to launch a small number of flaming attacks that were brushed away by the wind. That was probably what Xianxia intended Presha to believe, but John saw something different. The fire cultivator was constantly using her energy, but produced no fire that he could see. When Presha suddenly collapsed, a good portion of the audience was surprised. Even some of the other ascending soul phase cultivators, though Presha was in the most difficult position as she couldn't watch the battlefield from afar. Xianxia had, instead of creating fire, mainly ratcheted up the temperature. Presha would have noticed that, of course, but she kept most of that away from Presha. Her various flame attacks were mostly a distraction, forcing Presha to keep up her defenses. That was the ultimate weakness, as she focused too much on absolute defense and forgot she needed to breathe. Meanwhile, Xianxia's heat infiltrated through the platform she was standing on, slowly affecting the air around her. Xianxia had shown great ability in manipulating flames like water due to her previous life, but John was quite pleased to see she managed a small manipulation of air as well. He thought she might have used her fire element to use up the oxygen without any visible combustion, though from a distance he wasn't entirely certain. Either way, Presha didn't realize she was low on breathable air until it was too late, since she should have had plenty. John doubted the air cultivator would ever suffer a similar loss again, but for this one battle she was out. Ursul was placed against Xianxia. As earth and water cultivators, the darkness element battlefield they met in was theoretically neutral. It was a design that had been used before in previous tournaments, a maze that significantly dulled all senses, focusing on spiritual energy senses. Obviously, the specific layout was different for every match it appeared in. Xianxia still had the obvious advantage in cultivation, with Ursul having moved up from the consolidated soul phase tournament. However, he still took the battle entirely seriously. That was for the best, as it saved him from an embarrassing defeat. John watched as the two cultivators turned a corner at the same time, with Ursul already swinging her weapon. How she had picked him out wasn't entirely clear, but perhaps her senses were simply strong enough to pierce the darkness. A bubble of water cushioned the blow, but Xianxia still flew backwards into one of the walls, the second impact negated by the same bubble wrapping behind him. He immediately responded to Ursul's following charge with a surge of water, a wave that froze around her as it passed, creating ice several centimeters thick. He dissolved a portion of the ice around Ursul's shoulder as he stabbed where she was relatively less armored. The thinner ice allowed Ursul to snap her arm down and prevent the blow from driving deeper, and the spear merely grazed her skin, which wouldn't cause damage of any significant note. Ursul then used her freed arm to smash against her chest, shattering the ice there. A few moments later she was moving, but Xianxia had retreated into the maze. She followed a trail of water he left behind, but was unable to spot him propped between the walls of the maze above her. He dropped down and froze her again, except for her head. He gripped her helmet, yanking it off. Of course, her head was probably nearly as durable as mountain steel still, but that was better for him than her actual helmet. Xianxia continued with his skirmisher tactics, never facing Ursul directly. It was almost enough. John figured out how Ursul had sensed Xianxia the first time when she began stomping around the maze. She would reveal her own presence like that, but he imagined she could make out something from the vibrations in the earth. Yet Xianxia still got the drop on her, freezing her in place and launching an attack at the back of her neck. At which point Ursul spun around and hit him directly in the side, demonstrating that the thick ice had never actually stopped her to begin with. Ursul's blow followed through, slamming Xianxia into the wall and triggering the arena to protect him from the blow. And thus it was that Ursul got her first victory. The tournament didn't have a perfect match in the number of participants, and with Satora and Abit not taking part in the first round due to their greater cultivation, Charlotte managed to pass on to the second round without a battle. John knew the fire cultivator wasn't weak, but neither were any of the other opponents. She'd have to prove herself in the second round. The final individual advancing to the second round was Mandlin of the indestructible Kapok Grove, having defeated Vanera of the third peak. He at least showed the name of his sect wasn't just for show. The second round took place the following day, and Ursul ended up in the first match against Deirdre. John knew that it would be difficult for her to land a blow on the light cultivator, but he honestly had trouble predicting the outcome of the match. Her armor would make Deirdre's life much more difficult. The two of them had little advantage or disadvantage from the windy arena, though it slightly affected Deirdre's flow, slowing her sometimes and speeding her along others. Deirdre flashed around Ursul, her blade spinning but never causing real damage. Ursul never left any of her joints open long enough, and her body beneath was durable on its own. The difference in cultivation was a single rank. An important one, certainly, but Ursul's armor was very good, and she had more power than her cultivation displayed. It all came down to one important move. Ursul was never able to strike Deirdre, her opponent moving faster than her stone club could catch up. Even ricocheting it off the ground with greater speed never caught her. But Ursul made a particularly reckless swipe, forcing Deirdre to dodge to one side. She'd simply missed that Ursul was wielding the heavy club in a single hand. Even with spiritual energy supporting her, one would have expected it to require her full strength. Ursul's arm snapped out, catching only the slightest fold of Deirdre's sleeve. Deirdre instantly recognized the issue and attempted to sever the cloth, protecting her own arm. However, Ursul's energy pushed in and solidified it. She yanked Deirdre towards her as she dropped her stone club, and once she got an arm wrapped around Deirdre, the match was effectively over. Unable to use her weapon, Deirdre had to resort to direct attacks on Ursul's eyes through the small gaps in her helmet. She had the luxury to target that because her body was effectively no longer in her control, and nothing she could do would change that. The earth cultivator's eyelids plus her own energy held her long enough to turn Deirdre into a pretzel and place her hands on either side of Deirdre's head. "I surrender," Deirdre said clearly. Ursul pulled away, rubbing her eyes. "You know, I might not have been able to snap your neck before you drilled into my brain." Deirdre shrugged. "I don't think that chance was good enough, and your ability to fight with such confidence is worthy of the victory." 2 victories for Ursul. That was the sort of thing that might go down in history. Since the tournament brackets were only partially curated, what was potentially the most exciting match came rather suddenly. Optimally, it would have been the final match of the tournament, but Renato versus Abit came suddenly in the second round. The battlefield even favored Renato. That was slightly unfortunate because Abit could use it as an excuse if she lost. Then again, she was also partially an earth cultivator, so the great stone pillars weren't entirely to her disadvantage either. Abit immediately flew to the top of one. Renato then immediately shattered its base. As it fell apart, the old woman remained in flight, a great cyclone appearing around her and driving chunks of broken rock into Renato. A moment later, Renato wrapped chains of earth element around Abit, pulling her to the ground. But instead of trying to resist, she simply let herself drop. In a sudden flash, a trickle of blood went down Renato's forehead. At least he had forced Abit to reveal her weapons, though perhaps not her only weapons. Either way, the claws she held on her hands had briefly appeared from under her sleeves. Being still 4 ranks above Renato, it was the late ascending soul phase versus the early ascending soul phase. She fought without fear, even in what should have been a disadvantageous position. She didn't even dodge Renato's attacks, letting his club strike her. The sounds of the impact rang throughout the arena, as he clearly struck energy that was of similar or greater hardness to his own. Her own attacks were razor-focused to cut through Renato's defenses, and though it took several minutes of constant battle, he was worn down and eventually had to accept his loss as blades poked through his visor to stop just before his eye. Though not because of mercy, but instead the formation stopping the attack from going any further. John furrowed his brow. He'd hoped for Renato to win. Obviously, he trained for the same battle himself, but watching her fight, he couldn't say that he could win, even with more of her abilities revealed. He wondered what she still had in reserve. Chapter 365. After Renato's loss, though he felt the man put on a good showing, John didn't see many avenues to pick up a victory against Abit. However, The final Sky Islands cultivator aside from Abit was knocked out of the tournament in the same round. Satora was defeated by the previously low-profile Mandlin of the indestructible Kapok Grove, even with his cultivation in the early ascending soul phase. The battle against Satora showed his durability as he fought against the other cultivator, standing tall and proud as a tree. But he didn't simply stand passively, retaliating with each incoming blow just like his namesake. The particular tree being referenced had a great many thorns covering it, after all. He rooted himself to the ground, following up by wrapping Satora in energy like branches when she got too close, in a manner she could not disrupt even as a partial earth cultivator. Perhaps Mandlin could defeat Abit as a different sort of earth cultivator. Though John would have preferred it to be one of those he was close to, they could still show the Sky Islands the strength of the continent. Charlotte also advanced to the next round, though her elemental advantage would likely only carry her so far. A fire cultivator who worked with earth could certainly outmatch an air and earth cultivator, but the gap in ranks was still a significant hurdle to overcome. The next morning came, the matchups not having been revealed, though the various arenas were prepared. The first match was Charlotte against Mandlin, the results of which set John off kilter. Charlotte defeated Mandlin, and while that wasn't a terrible surprise given their elemental balance, that meant what John thought was the best matchup against Abit was gone. He might be able to win himself. At the very least, he'd force her to fight seriously, unlike before. Yet John couldn't remain fully confident in his strength bringing a victory. He'd forgotten what that matchup meant. Ursul was set to face off against Abit, and he could only watch nervously. John knew his daughter was well-armored and had a durable body, so he wasn't too concerned about her. However, it was possible that Abit would try to cause her real harm through the formations given her connection to John. If she pushed her luck, many people would be ready to spring into action, but he hoped it didn't come to something like that. They were trying to avoid a war. Neither did he want to slaughter invited guests. The battlefield wasn't exactly favorable to either cultivator, though Abit certainly had things easier. The arena was filled with lava on the ground and flames twisting through the air. Not a battlefield any earth cultivator, whether full or partial, wished to remain for long. But the flame in the air was less severe, so Abit would likely be able to resist for longer. She clearly wasn't interested in simply outlasting her opponent, though. Ursul was at the peak of the consolidated soul phase, the 36th rank. It would be embarrassing to take long to defeat her, or to have to exploit the battlefield. Against an even opponent, or at least someone closer to the 43rd rank like herself, using such tactics might be reasonable. Instead, she clearly intended to blow away her opponent. Abit started with a literal attempt. The rules against being knocked out of the arena were fairly generous for such a battlefield, but if a cultivator couldn't control their own positioning to that extent, they would be recognized as weak. Having experienced Abit's wins himself, John knew how powerful they were. And Ursul stood there, shin deep in lava. She didn't even use any energy until Abit ramped up her whirlwinds to the point that had finally blown John away. Ursul grew roots of earth element into the fiery ground, simply looking up at her flying opponent. Whether it was intended as a provoking gesture or not, Abit charged down towards her. Ursul's club struck Abit directly on the forehead, causing no damage. John wasn't surprised, given that Renato had done more or less the same. The difference in phase wasn't something easily made up for. Abit slashed at Ursul with her claw weapons, spinning around her much like Deidre. However, she was slightly less agile than the light cultivator, and Ursul managed to keep her away from any vulnerable joints. At the same time, she scooped up a dripping boulder of lava with her club, slamming it into and around Abit. The air cultivator didn't avoid the attack, perhaps because it took her only a moment to remove the shell of material from herself. After that, Abit rose up into the air, whipping up the molten ground and flinging it at Ursul, intending to completely cover her. It was only then that Ursul began to move, but mostly to reach larger clumps of lava. The layer of lava was only about a meter deep, after all, plenty for normal circumstances. Ursul used her club to fling clump after clump at Abit. While each one would cause her no damage, it was possible she would overheat eventually as her durability was based on Earth. John thought Ursul should be fatiguing quickly, though her new armor should be somewhat heat-resistant. That was simply enough to last her this far. it shouldn't endure forever. Abit wasn't content with one form of attack. She shifted swiftly between them, likely looking for any one thing that could take down Ursul quickly. A continued battle might be embarrassing for her, though John wasn't certain if she was even thinking about that in the moment. She dug into the lower rock of the arena to form thin shards of rock, most of which shattered upon Ursul's armor in the whirlwind. She directly manipulated the ground to stab huge spears of rock into Ursul, not damaging her armor but pinning her in place for a few moments at a time as they came in from different angles. Abit was not shy about going into melee, either, swooping in to claw at Ursul. Each time she received a blow that she shrugged off, while she got closer and closer to striking Ursul's weak points. Ursul took special care of her head, given Renato's defeat. John was so invested in the various exchanges of the battle, he hadn't realized how much it was dragging on. Ursul had already surpassed his own time against Abit. The older woman resorted to direct strikes, her heel impacting the top of Ursul's head. The blow was designed to send a shock through her armor into her body directly. Perhaps it did, but Ursul had likely endured worse. John had seen her fight things larger than buildings, and there was only so far earth element layers would protect against such things. Ursul gathered energy, and Abit suddenly pulled away. Perhaps she feared a concentrated strike might actually harm her. For a few moments, Abit hung in the air above Ursul, looking down at the younger woman who was standing in a zone more or less clear of fire element, given how all the lava had been slung about. Then Abit's assault continued, tiny shards of stone intermixed with bolts of lightning. Ursul crouched down, seemingly to cover herself. Then she sprang upward. Abit instantly bolstered her defenses as Ursul swung her club with one hand, slamming her in the ribs. Her other hand clutched around Abit's ankles, and the two of them hung in the air for a moment. The strain on Abit to keep Ursul aloft was clearly more than she liked, so she let them fall to the ground. Along the way, Ursul continued to uselessly bash Abit's side. Neither opponent could seriously harm the other, or so it seemed, but eventually one would collapse, and it seemed like Ursul would run out of spiritual energy far sooner. It was inevitable, really. The moment before Ursul's feet touched the ground, Abit's hands flashed. With Ursul holding onto her, they were both more or less stationary targets. Her claw weapons stabbed into the thin eye holes of Ursul's helmet. John felt Ursul's energy defenses crack, and then nothing happened. Specifically, the arena's formations didn't activate to signal the end of the battle, nor did Abit pull her strikes. But the worst scenario John could imagine also didn't occur. Abit's blades simply stopped, unable to go further. John focused energy on his eyes to get a better picture of the fine details, and he saw Ursul with her face scrunched and her eyes closed. Her eyelids served as armor, her skin far more durable than it had any right to be. The battle had begun with John believing that Ursul was outclassed in every manner. That was true to some extent. Even if her body was strong and durable, it shouldn't have made a difference. But there was one other area that Ursul stood out in that he had completely forgotten. John sensed the energy radiating from the two. Abit had 5 totems, ranging from the 4th to the 5th rank. Her earlier ones had likely been developed from their initial levels. John had 5 5th rank totems, but his rank being inferior made that slight difference less relevant to the battle. Ursul had 4 totems. Her first 2 were now respectively at the 4th and 5th rank. Good. She'd been properly advancing them. John remembered her 3rd totem, Roots Cracking Boulders, a 6th rank totem that she'd picked up as she broke through to the soul expansion phase and caused much consternation. It wasn't a surprise that her 4th totem was also at the 6th rank. She'd done it once, so she should be able to do it again. John had vaguely recognized it when they sparred, but only now did he really feel it. He couldn't quite say what it was, but it was fully active. He got a feeling of, well, Ursul herself, or someone much like her. A straightforward totem that was just a person standing against enemies, perhaps one that affected her body even more than her other training. Abit tried several more times to stab Ursul's eyes. She also stabbed her underarms and the inside of her elbows. Ursul wasn't doing more than shifting her head or body slightly to prevent the attacks from having their full force, but her body withstood the attacks with at best small scratches. Meanwhile, Ursul's blows continued to strike Abit at awkward angles. And then, The arena's formations activated, not to protect Ursul, but to protect Abit. John felt it, and he knew why. Because blow after blow, all of which seemed useless, were driving roots of Ursul's energy deeper and deeper into Abit, through her layers of earth element defenses and hiding beneath her notice. Abit dropped to the ground awkwardly, Ursul still holding one leg. John thought she would protest, say that somehow the battle was rigged, or perhaps respond in any way. Instead, she just stood there as Ursul's victory was declared. A good 30-second late as the silence throughout the arena had taken even the announcer. Abit continued to stand in her same position, staring off into the distance as Ursul let her go. As she walked out of the arena, and she stood there until the cultivators of the Sky Islands came, eventually, to walk her out of the arena. When sound returned, the arena was filled cheering, shouts of joy and confusion. John barely noticed any of it. He understood how things had fallen into place, but that didn't make him less surprised. The armor he'd helped Ursul construct had clearly been a significant part of the battle. However, if she hadn't been able to withstand direct attacks on her body, it wouldn't have been enough at the end. Speaking of set attacks, John knew that Ursul had worked with those adjusting the formations to provide some special rules for herself, not to cheat, but so that it would properly register what was safe for her or not. It might be able to sense the durability of her armor, but that combined with her body was beyond what anyone would normally anticipate. At some point, Ursul had arrived in front of John. There had been crowds of people wanting to speak to her, but she'd shoved her way through them to reach first the boxes of Turdo and Melanthina, then finally that of the 6 Elements crossroads where John sat. "Congratulations," he said once he recognized her presence. "That was amazing. Thanks. I almost didn't think I could do it." Which meant she did think she could win. Unlike probably everyone else present. If one factor had been different in terms of elemental advantage, her durable body, her totems, her armor imbued with all 6 elements, or perhaps Abit's style, she would have likely lost. When she blinked, John realized that her eyelids were scoured and would be dripping blood if not for her energy keeping it inside her. She might have been quite literally less than a millimeter between victory and defeat. Well, at least he didn't have to think about how to beat Abit now. Though John doubted that battle was replicable. Abit shouldn't allow herself to end up in that situation a second time. Even so, she'd lost once, into a consolidated soul phase cultivator. Which might have been insulting if it had been on purpose, or at all something people could actually comprehend. Already there were whispers that Ursul must be hiding a cultivation in the ascending soul phase, perhaps even the late stage like Abit. John was almost inclined to believe them even though he had direct access to evidence to the contrary. Chapter 366. The entire arena was somewhat numb. Even those who had been excited for Ursul's victory over Abit fell into a lull by the next day. There was another match with Ursul and Charlotte, who prevailed over Mandlin of the indestructible Kapok Grove, but people simply weren't able to keep up enthusiasm. It was a bit unfair to the contestants of what was theoretically the final, excluding a potential battle with John. He wasn't certain if anyone would be excited for that match either. He was rather inspired to fight, but he wasn't sure if he could put on a more impressive display than Ursul. Though he did believe he was likely to defeat her, as he was aware of her weaknesses such as they were. Nothing Abit could really take advantage of, though. The final match continued as planned, however. Charlotte faced off against Ursul in one of the air element arena setups, which didn't directly favor either of them. However, as soon as the battle began, Charlotte leapt onto one of the floating platforms, seeming to find it a better battleground. It was reasonable enough, as Ursul was certainly best with solid footing, but nothing stopped her from simply following after Charlotte. The older woman was still gathering her fire element spiritual energy when Ursul leapt after her, the weight of her armor and body not slowing her down at all. Charlotte knew better than to face Ursul in a direct competition of power, despite possessing an elemental advantage. She leapt towards another floating platform, providing buoyancy with fire element. To most people, it likely seemed as if she was simply fleeing to draw out the battle, but John noticed something she left behind. Roots of flame, attaching to Ursul's ankles. She snapped them off as she followed after Charlotte, brandishing her club, but the flames twirled around and into her boots. The omni-elemental construction of Ursul's armor wouldn't allow simple tricks like building up heat defeat her, but John had the feeling Charlotte was just probing the boundaries. Nothing was unbeatable, and it was simply Abit's direct reliance on her power that led to her defeat. John could think of a few ways that an air cultivator could have been more effective against Ursul, though it wasn't as if he intended to explain that to her opponent. The two cultivators traversed around the arena in a mad dash, hopping from platform to platform. Charlotte constantly left behind a trail of flames, which Ursul forced her way through. Her element might have been weak to fire, but her armor and body were durable enough that it required more than small licks of flame to actually reach the threshold that mattered. Soon enough, Ursul became aware of the way Charlotte was trying to infiltrate her defenses. A constant haze of heat crept into her lungs with every breath. The winds in the arena served only to distribute the heat Charlotte created more broadly, instead of letting it linger in a few small zones she could avoid. The roots of flame were also an issue, wrapping onto Ursul and searching for vulnerable joints. Ursul hadn't allowed there to be a weakness on the very bottom of her feet, her sabotants being solid on the bottom, but she needed flexibility in her ankles, so it was impossible to have absolutely no joints at all. Her earth element resisted the intrusion of Charlotte's fire, but she was disadvantaged in total quantity along with her elemental disadvantage. Letting her passive defenses work wouldn't serve her. That wasn't the only thing that was holding her back, however. Charlotte had taken control of the pace of battle, repeating the same actions of jumping from place to place. And Ursul subconsciously took that as a challenge to catch her, instead of trying alternate tactics. She was constantly having to focus on eliminating all of the traces of fire Charlotte left behind, whether small roots trying to infiltrate or explosions of concentrated energy that triggered when she was about to land. It was also entirely possible Ursul was still fatigued from the previous day. Charlotte had had her own battle, but it hadn't been as much of a sustained brawl. As a fire cultivator familiar with the interplay with plants, she had been dominant against her opponent. All of those factors were leading towards one end. Ursul's annoyance at being unable to attack Charlotte was building, but it seemed she realized something. Perhaps too late, but Ursul's tension released and she grinned. John didn't actually see her face with her full armor, but he felt the change in her posture even as she leapt. It looked like she accidentally overshot the next platform, slipping just past the edge, but it was on purpose. Ursul was already swinging her club, and she launched the platform at Charlotte like a projectile. If she'd thought of that earlier, she might have still won the battle. But while her initial aim was correct, her energy and thus further control of the platform dissipated as it naturally stabilized itself. Charlotte simply jumped over it, shifting her prepared energy from being planted beneath her to being lobbed at Ursul's landing spot. Ursul slightly shifted her trajectory, but Charlotte's flames were flexible enough to reach after her. Ursul had to use the remnants of her energy to stop the energy from infiltrating her armor. And then she only had her own body and armor to protect against Charlotte. There was some possibility that if she could have caught the older woman and hit her, she might have still caused damage. But Ursul was already breathing heavily, and the pervading heat Charlotte had been working on was seriously getting to her. She soon got caught by another attack, a full blooming fire lily encapsulating her. Flames twisted their way through gaps in her armor, and she was already calling out her surrender when the formations activated. Ursul just sighed. Even if she was tired, she couldn't really blame that on Charlotte. Her defeat was legitimate, based on an understanding of Ursul specifically. Just because Ursul accepted defeat with dignity in a public setting didn't mean she didn't complain to her family later. John had his children and their families all dine with him in his private rooms, and the only reason he'd avoided it up until then was to try not to show his bias as much. It was better to avoid the appearance of impropriety regardless from the beginning. I spent all that time thinking about how to defeat Abit that I kind of forgot to be ready for other people, Ursul grumbled. Though I was looking forward to fighting you as well. We still can, John pointed out. Just not as part of the tournament. You have to beat Charlotte for me, Ursul said. Win back our dignity. John said. I'll do my best. John was fairly certain he could defeat her now, but nothing was certain. His techniques weren't perfect, and Charlotte was quite clever. What did you think about the structure of the tournament? What about it? Ursul asked. I think advancing to the next tier is pretty good. Yeah, Nitsa said enthusiastically. I got to fight against people in the soul expansion phase, and that was great. I was thinking more about the ascending soul phase part. It was a bit awkward, John explained. I didn't really intend for it to end up single elimination, but for the rest of the tournament it is necessary because of the total number of matches required. Until there are too many ascending soul phase cultivators to handle. If that's even possible, we could certainly have a better format to properly display who is the strongest. I wanted to show the Sky Islands our strength, but I hadn't expected Abit to actually lose. Especially to you, Ursul. No offense, but your cultivation. Almost a whole phase behind. Well, 7 ranks anyway, Ursul nodded. I believed in you, Turdo commented. Varusha snorted. Only once she was winning. Turdo clicked his tongue, looking away. Airily added her own thoughts when there was a gap in conversation. I did believe Annie Ursul had a good chance of winning. The exquisite balance of elements in her armor cannot be underestimated. In that way, you are also responsible for the victory, grandfather. In that case, John said, we have to include Viriato and Raul as well. All of us worked on that armor with Ursul, but ultimately, she was the one who won. So again, congratulations. And thank you for taking the matter so seriously. This is an important win for our alliance. All he had to do was leverage the situation to bring about proper results. Once Abit got out of her daze, she might find herself insulted, even though no one but Ursul had seriously thought her winning was a possibility. It wasn't a setup or anything, but the Sky Islands might not believe that. John announced the official victor of the tournament alongside his proposed changes for future tournaments. And since he was the sect head, anything he said would come into being unless his advisors could convince him otherwise. This tournament, we were able to witness the might of great cultivators. This includes, of course, those of our broader region, including the cultivators of the Sky Islands. However, I'm certain some of you were disappointed to not see more of that power on display. Thus, in the future we will be arranging for a more thorough tournament for those at the Ascending Soul phase. He kept his promises vague, because the exact details weren't worked out and he might change his thoughts. But he also made sure to intentionally honor the Sky Islands. The whole point was to try to build a positive connection instead of animosity. Battle was simply the best way to do that in a short time in a world of cultivators. Now, the Continentals would be taken seriously. John did not bring up the matter of how Abit lost. It would be counterproductive, and it would also diminish Ursul's accomplishments if he called her a mere consolidated soul phase cultivator. It might seem like her victory was some sort of luck instead of intense training and careful preparation on her part. John didn't know all of what she'd done while she was adventuring to find materials for her armor, but he expected it was anything but casual. He'd seen her battling giant rhinoceros in the Viridia wildlands decades ago. It was unlikely that her training was more casual now, especially considering how much she'd improved on diamond defense. He was going to have to determine if it was feasible to cultivate more elemental boosts into his body training. Since Ursul was focused on a single element, everything she did was by default complementary, but John would have to carefully select his own balance. Part of the reason that John was not a normal participant in the tournament was to not make it seem as if the rewards were rigged somehow. Even if they allowed other cultivators from the sect as the sect head, it would seem like just paying himself if he won. More than that, he at least had an heir as a position to overcome. That had been sensible the previous tournament when there wasn't an ascending soul phase division, but John would have to rethink it in the future. He didn't want to end with an underwhelming battle. Then again, that just gave him good motivation to train and ensure he was the strongest. For the moment, he had to put up an impressive enough fight against Charlotte. Even if he lost, he would prefer that the battle was showy so as to not tarnish the reputation of the 6 Elements Crossroads. Next time, he would be more prepared for the management aspects around the tournament. Everything had gone smoothly enough, but it could have been better. Prepared to lose? Charlotte grinned at him from across the arena. John laughed. I'm glad to hear you are. 5 elements and a trickle of the 6th danced inside him. He planned to take advantage of everything he had, and if he truly lost, he respected Charlotte enough for it to not bother him much. Chapter 367. Fighting against a familiar opponent was a true test of how one had improved over time. Charlotte knew most of John's tricks, as they had battled against each other numerous times before. They fought against each other in an arena suffused with flame, from the skies to the molten ground. That meant John's normal techniques wouldn't do him any good. But he no longer had to worry about channeling heat into the ground to prevent overheating. Not only had he attuned to a water element totem, his fifth totem was one of fire. His ethereal flames weren't able to hide themselves from Charlotte, as John quickly learned. Trying to slowly wear her down with fire wouldn't be an effective strategy. The two of them danced back and forth atop molten ground, vicious liquid which clung to their feet, John's sword clashing with the glaive Charlotte held. With his free hand he peppered her with daggers, but each one was slapped away by a tendril of flame before it could draw close. John's water element would be his biggest advantage in this battle, but he couldn't use it up too early. If he drained himself of his dominant element, he would have to win then and there. Of course, he could still use small amounts, augmenting it with his cycle of elements. Each slash of his sword, imbued with water, quenched the flames swirling around Charlotte. He made sure to watch his feet, aware that Charlotte would have no trouble attacking through the ground, especially in this particular arena. Unlike Ursul, John did not have a nearly unbeatable defense. She didn't have to wear him down, and indeed it would be to her advantage to find a few decisive clashes to try to overcome his defenses. In general, John tended to build up momentum as battles drew on. His cycle of elements provided great endurance, as each element fed into the next. As expected, Charlotte took advantage of that. The glaive she had chosen for the battle spun down, cutting from above. When John deflected it, Charlotte's bladed spear curved through the ground, drawing molten earth up with it in the following motion. John leapt over the attack, the lightness of air carrying him out of easy reach. He could fly, but doing so unnecessarily was a waste of energy. Besides, his ranged attacks clearly weren't sufficient to take down Charlotte. Though he might be able to adapt to that end, he had better strategies. John only managed to strike Charlotte in the back with a small dagger imbued with water, but it was not enough to pierce her armor even though it broke through the flicking tendrils of flame. There was some foolish thought in John's head to defeat Charlotte with her own element. Indeed, he made liberal use of fire, but only because it was the most easily refreshed. There was a close call when Charlotte produced a wall of flames that pressed forward on him from behind while she slashed with her glaive at his neck, but John twisted his body parallel to the ground, scooping up a fistful of the flaming earth to launch at her midsection. Just because she was a fire element cultivator didn't mean she could ignore such an attack, and she wasn't able to follow up before John moved to a better position. 5 elements gathered around John's sword. He could see Charlotte beginning to fatigue, as there was only so much external fire element she could process in a given period. He moved forward, his feet carrying him smoothly over the ground even as it tried to cling to him like glue. A vortex of flames burned around Charlotte's glaive as she thrust towards him. The reach of her weapon was meant to keep him back, but he merely parried with his sword to keep it from striking directly. He doubted he could step inside her range before she could pull back, but his free hand snatched for her weapon. The weapon was still imbued with flame, but water element around John's hand sizzled into steam as he negated the heat. His hand grabbed the shaft of the weapon as she began to pull back, and lightning coursed through the weapon that momentarily had less energy protecting it from such shenanigans. John managed to tear the weapon from her hands as she focused on protecting herself over keeping her grip, though Charlotte still managed to counter by slinging a tendril of fire around his ankle, causing him to stumble away instead of immediately following up with an attack. Disarmed of her weapon, however, John had a significant advantage over Charlotte. On the battlefield, she could have gotten a replacement from a subordinate or drawn something from her storage bag, but the limitations of the arena were just what they carried on them. That was a problem for John as well, as he had only a limited supply of throwing knives. He had been scooping them up with his energy whenever he was near their landings, but now his offhand was rather occupied. He couldn't just drop the weapon and assume Charlotte wouldn't get it. After all, for a moment John pondered over the clunky setup he had, but he decided that sheathing his sword was the best option. He wasn't a master with a glaive, but he'd trained with and against various sorts of weapons. While it was quite a different polearm than a spear, the flowing style he could achieve with it fit quite well with the Brandel clan style. While Charlotte was able to match John for several exchanges without a weapon of her own, she was no longer able to seriously threaten him. Fire element detached from a weapon wasn't a serious danger to a cultivator who had control over both fire and water. Even if her control of fire was superior, he could continue to attack while they were wrestling for control over one of hers. John kept his eyes on the ground, avoiding spurts of flame, reaching lava, and roots of fire. The final blow with which he ended the match was not impressive on its own, just a combination of a few elements to cut through Charlotte's defenses, but he thought that the overall battle was impressive enough. It was still likely inferior to the battle between Ursul and Abit, but it was pretty much impossible to replicate something like that. A good match, Charlotte nodded. Charlotte was able to keep her dignity as the winner of the tournament, and John kept his as the sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads. Ultimately, the tournament seemed to have achieved many of its purposes. While Abit might have lost some status because of her defeat, the focus of people afterwards was not implying she was weak, but that Ursul was strong. For one thing, people knew she wasn't weak, and they didn't want to test if she was willing to shut their mouths. John probably wouldn't have stopped her if she restrained herself and didn't try to kill anyone, but people were more sensible than that. With the tournament officially over, everyone was in an odd state. John decided to throw a proper banquet in celebration of the event. He invited all of those who placed highly in any of the tiers, including of course Abit and every ascending soul phase cultivator. An unexpected invitation, Abit replied. Unfortunately, I have prior engagements and cannot linger further beyond the scheduled length of the tournament. She spoke precisely, showing little emotion. No anger, which was good, though perhaps she was simply hiding it. Perhaps on a subsequent iteration of the tournament I will be free for longer. Indicating she would participate in the next round was good. John was happy with that. Of course, John said. And if you wish to visit before the next tournament, simply send someone to inform us. Abit was, subdued wasn't quite the right word. He could see she still had fire inside her. However, she wasn't angry at her loss, or at least not in the way she could have been. Perhaps introspective would be more appropriate. Clearly, it was taking time to process what had happened. John knew that if it were him, he would be reviewing every moment. There were a few ways she might have defeated Ursul, but most would have required prior knowledge of the younger woman. It was also obvious to anyone that Ursul was anything but a normal consolidated soul phase cultivator. She was stronger than those at the peak, and had defeated multiple ascending soul phase cultivators before Abit. But the greater gap between her and Abit in particular resulted in an astounding victory nobody, but apparently Ursul, had predicted. Then again, Ursul had carried a great confidence from a young age, and she usually had legitimacy to back up that confidence. She was quite skilled and had powerful totems, along with her body tempering bringing her beyond simply what her power looked like. Her armor was a factor as well, but as she was chiefly responsible for its creation, it wasn't really something anyone could complain about. Abit had found her way past the armor, and simply been unable to directly damage Ursul. Even her eyelids were durable beyond reason, though it helped that she had a partial elemental advantage. Frankly, John thought the banquet atmosphere was much more relaxed without Abit and her faction. Not all of the Sky Island cultivators left, either. The second and third peaks remained, which was the majority of what remained. That included Satora. Well, the woman said, after she was seated near John, I must say I did not anticipate that result. What do you think will come of this? John asked. I can't be quite certain, she said, but I expect it will be more or less what you wished. There is some possibility that Abit attempts to declare war on the Continentals, but that would be a bit troublesome for her. Because I would expect your daughter Ursul will be reaching the ascending soul phase in the very near future, and thus boosting her already formidable power. I expect the same, John agreed. There was some possibility Ursul would have difficulty reaching the ascending soul phase, but at this point she would have the backing of a great number of people if she needed anything. John would have to approach her to see if she needed anything, even simple advice, because as someone who had greatly screwed up his advancement to the ascending soul phase, he could confirm it wasn't entirely straightforward. But if Ursul took 3 or 5 years to stabilize her current position, John wouldn't have any fear for her advancement. As for Ursul herself, she was scarfing down food. John had made sure to inform the kitchen staff that Ursul in particular would be eating more than they thought physically possible. He'd been there to see her feasting on roasted rhino. After all, even if she hadn't eaten the entire hill-sized beast all at once, she certainly ate close to her weight, and she wasn't a petite woman. Ursul wasn't exactly tall, but she was packed with dense muscle. Between that and her armor, it had been enough to ground Abit almost purely on the basis of mass. The peaceful departure of the first peak and the clear indications from Satora of the second peak and Vanera, the new master of the third peak, made John feel much better about the overall situation of the region. The Sky Islands had been the biggest looming problem, actually looming in the sky. Even, the molten sea was significantly further away, and the direct conflict with them had left a much larger bitterness over the region. But eventually, the influence of the six elements crossroads and others would expand to meet theirs. Whatever happened there, they needed to be prepared. Chapter 368. Totems were one of the most important aspects of cultivation. That was John's belief, and he found it held up quite easily. It wasn't just about the tier of a totem, however. They also needed to fit a cultivator's style and have synergy with each other. Inside of John's dantian, his totems formed a world. A small world, true, a replica lacking in many features. It would never be truly real, as he was responsible for the forms within it. If he wanted to replicate Earth, he would need to at minimum create millions of species of plants and animals. Oh, and fungus, since those were their own thing. But even if he had the knowledge, which he did not, he literally couldn't have anywhere close to a sufficient amount of time to do so. He might live a few centuries. In fact, that wasn't particularly unlikely. If he somehow formed a proper species every day, instead of the mere shadow of fish or the like, at the end of his life he would have made 100,000 species, assuming the lifespan he lived 300 years further. But that was Earth, a world with more limited rules. When spiritual energy came into things, it was easy to find something like 6 or 7 times as many species of things. The world inside of John was just a replica, a shadow, something like a trick of the light. And that was perfectly fine with him. It fit quite well. The important thing was for his elements to form a balanced space that he didn't have to constantly interact with. Instead, it allowed the elements to feed into each other naturally and grow, not entirely without supervision, but with more occasional guidance. Choosing one more totem was not necessary for 6 ranks, all of the mid and late ascending soul phase. John found himself at the border of the mid-ascending soul phase, but did not know how long it would take to advance. Estimating a total time was even more difficult. It could be as swift as a handful of decades, or he might never reach the peak. He was just being realistic about that. Abit and Satora were both elders in the Sky Islands, a location that seemed to have a history of producing ascending soul phase cultivators. One was a transmigrator, which seemed to imply a certain level of talent. The other was unclear, but Abit clearly was talented, even if not particularly likable. When he had begun his cultivation journey, he would have expected to be lucky just to reach the consolidated soul phase. But just because he wasn't certain if he could make it didn't mean that plans weren't appropriate. Cultivators could, it seemed, find or create totems that fit their specific preferences. The caveat being that they had to have a solid image of what they wanted in mind, and the ability to endure the necessary depths of the sea of spiritual totems. The final totem John needed would be of the light element. If he could manage to attune to one that fit smoothly with the rest of his totems, he would complete a full cycle of elements. He was already aware that a cycle of core elements was a source of significant power, but it was difficult to say exactly how much more a full cycle would bring. If done poorly, well, John didn't actually know how someone would actually achieve a poor success in such a thing. Most likely, anything below a certain threshold would result in a devastating and deadly failure as light and darkness annihilated each other inside the dantian. And while he'd seen multiple examples of people with both elements surviving, with the involvement of core elements he thought the eventual results would have an even greater magnitude. Hopefully, in the positive direction. The point being, with few exceptions, a well-put-together cycle of elements would surpass cultivators of individual elements or natural pairs of elements. That wasn't an absolute rule, as while casual progression in a single element would be an easier path, no doubt there were ways to amplify single elements beyond what seemed possible. like Ursul's path with Earth, involving both body and spiritual energy. She clearly wasn't taking the smoothest route to progression. So, ultimately, John had come to the understanding that it was the challenges they faced that made a cultivator truly strong, even when all other factors remained the same. It was hardly a revelation, as that theory had been espoused in his early training, both as the previous inhabitant of his body and as his current self. But he didn't think he was wrong to have sought out a cycle of elements, even though sticking with pure darkness might have been a route where he could have grown just as strong. But once he'd found the appeal of the cycle of elements, he doubted he could have gone back. He would have always been thinking about what could have been. But here he was, successful, picking out his last totem, perhaps far earlier than he needed to. It still had to fit, though. Deep in the sixth layer of the sea of spiritual totems, John sought out light. It was the most difficult things had ever been, not just because of the deeper layer, but because the darkness inside of him instinctively rejected light, and it rejected him in turn. That wasn't something that months and years of training with small quantities of light could just overcome. John found that there were almost limitless totems that appealed to him. The simplest light totem that would fit was okay. That one was more of a fantasy. But he used a sword as his primary weapon, so a sword of light was totally appropriate, right? It wasn't just that he wanted to hold a laser sword, but really, it didn't mesh that well with his other totems. And he could just create a laser sword with a technique, instead of devoting a totem to it. Next was the sun. That certainly fit in with his other totems, forming the last piece of a world. He was using his ethereal flames as a substitute, but as far as spiritual energy was concerned, flame wasn't truly light. And similarly, a star didn't have to be a burning ball of gas. Yes, a star would fit, but his totems didn't have to be direct components of the world. He hadn't attuned to an island totem. He instead attuned to compost, which filled the seas and formed land. He did have a sea totem, but it was the deep sea, representing more of a feeling of dark oppression that just so happened to be part of water. Atmosphere was pretty direct, just a simple air totem with elements of impurity. But winds and lightning hadn't really made sense. In short, he was at a sort of balance between totems that were directly part of the world and those that provided useful abilities while fulfilling the role. And his totems weren't entirely static, shifting and growing along with him to some extent. If John wanted a totem of light and darkness, perhaps he needed to look no further than the options he had helped present to Airily. But no, those were more abstract concepts. His ethereal flames were certainly a bit abnormal, but to fit into the concept of dark flames, he'd only had a certain range of options, at least that he could easily conceptualize. That was the important part, that the totem had to become a part of him. So going by what felt right actually wasn't that strange. Light and darkness. Mirrors, in a way. A light bulb, able to switch on and off? No, he really had no intention to try something like that. Ultraviolet, like he suggested for Melanthina. Light that was unseen by normal eyes. A taiji. Light and darkness balanced within each other. However, that concept was one of Earth, and rather weaker in this world. More importantly, John wasn't looking to balance just light and darkness. If anything, it needed to be more of a rainbow. Was a rainbow good? Not necessarily a traditional one, as he couldn't match a totem up to each color. But rainbows representing both light and various elements certainly sparked some interest. As his thoughts continued along similar lines, he eventually came to the prism. A prism with light passing through it would display a rainbow of different colors. Why that seemed better to John than a totem of a rainbow itself? Perhaps it was just a matter of taste. A natural rainbow was basically just the same thing caused by water droplets instead of a crystal. That could be the problem, actually. One was natural, and the other was usually in some parts artificial. At least, the shape of a prism that perfectly separated sunlight into a rainbow wasn't found commonly. It was more likely to be constructed. Was that better? John was aware that his internal world was artificial. Would leaning in that direction be advantageous? What would a prism mean to him? Light, splitting into different elements. But while he could imagine the four core elements, darkness was a bit awkward. Was the darkness simply everything not touched by the beam of light? That could work. But that didn't mean it was the best. The concept of a prism splitting light into all elements was certainly intriguing, but he could not find a totem that quite fit. Even without forming a connection, a cultivator had an instinctive understanding of what a totem might be like. Spending more time studying a particular one could reveal more detailed information, but once John felt one didn't fit, it seemed pointless to delve deeper. As long as he could string together a pattern of what he felt was missing, he could search for something else, but he didn't know quite what it was yet. Then again, that was why he began his search now, and not when he had a high enough rank to advance. Trying to build familiarity at such a late point would be like trying to catch up when he really didn't need to be behind to begin with. Light swirled around John. Other elements as well, but those he controlled naturally. Light was still difficult, and he knew it would continue to be. He'd had some success in forming it into a sort of orbital shell. If he balanced the position where its natural inclination to fly away matched that of the pull of darkness inside of him, he could achieve a stable orbit for anywhere between a few seconds and an hour, depending on initial configuration and how much upkeep he put into the situation. John also drew light element into his dantian, but he kept it insulated with allied elements. It was also a truly small amount, so even if it came into contact with his darkness, the surrounding spiritual energy would contain it without too much damage. John had determined important differences between actual injuries and more intentional effort within his spiritual sea. When he'd first had his island split forcefully, it had almost killed him. But when he chose to do it again, as he did frequently, he came with only slight pain and little danger. It was the difference between exercise, straining a muscle to the point it would grow, and overextension of said muscle to the point of injury. Though John's first attempt to advance to the ascending soul phase was more akin to someone slashing his abs open than doing too many crunches or the like. Not a perfect metaphor, but then again, external damage to his cultivation was possible. It just usually also resulted in death from bodily injuries, unless someone was quite intentional about it. John's energy circulated inside of him, building higher and higher. But he did not think he would try to break through to the next rank anytime soon. The division between partial phases in the ascending soul phase followed previously established patterns, getting harder as they went. It wasn't quite as big of a step as breaking through to the ascending soul phase again to try to reach the mid-phase, but perhaps it would be along the level of seriousness he'd needed for breaking through to the consolidated soul phase. Plus, he didn't have any guidance, except for a few short conversations with Satora. It was new territory for even most of those from the Sky Islands, not just those of the continent. It was best to take things one step at a time. It would also give him time to think about other body tempering opportunities. He wasn't sure what he would even do for light, but he was quite pleased with how his various other elemental tweaks to his body were developing. He hadn't needed toxin resistance much, but if he visited some more exotic locations, it might be precisely what he needed. And stronger defenses and improved reactions were always welcome. Chapter 369. The Six Elements Crossroads was one of the rare places where techniques of all elements could be seen regularly. There were a few other sects trying to achieve the same sort of growth, but for the most part they were destined to fail. It was rather simple, really. The Six Elements Crossroads was the best. Any competition needed to take place within a strain, or the difficulty of gathering all six elements grew significantly. With that being the case, anyone with serious ambitions would choose to join the Six Elements Crossroads, if they could. Most people who made the attempt were able to join, so there was little reason for them to settle for the second or third best sect. There were few artificial limitations on the growth of the Six Elements Crossroads. They didn't have strict limits on the quantity of disciples recruited, and for good reason. From the very beginning, the sect had been meant to expand, and over the few decades of their existence, they had gotten quite good at making sure the contributions of sect members outweighed the expenses. While that might seem like a counterintuitive proposal, since the disciples were joining to have resources poured into them that they could not obtain alone, it was actually quite achievable, at least when competent people were placed in charge of finances and the like. Bargaining for resources on behalf of an entire sect instead of as an individual granted more leverage, allowing them to pull ahead in quantity and quality of available resources over time. The other factor was that many of the resources they poured into their disciples were renewable. John wasn't simply thinking of grains or the local bison, though when carefully monitored and with land properly managed, they were. He was thinking of training and techniques. The experiences of himself and the other leadership could be shared with others without being lost. While filling their libraries with technique manuals did have initial cost, as long as everything was properly maintained, such techniques could last more or less forever. Meanwhile, purchasing just one manual would likely bankrupt a lone cultivator. But of course, all of that was no good if they did not gain something from their disciples. While there was something to be said for eating early losses to develop great talents, focusing only on those who had the potential to reach the consolidated soul phase, or even the ascending soul phase, would be short-sighted. With proper application, John believed that everyone had the potential to reach the soul expansion phase. Even if they could only reach the foundation phase, which he would consider more of a failure on the part of those teaching rather than the disciples themselves, they could still provide valuable services. Cultivators still needed labor which could not be provided by the common folk. Though there were fewer and fewer people who had not picked up at least the basics of cultivation, as people no longer felt the need to so jealously guard the information regarding the early phases, there was some legitimate concern that a plethora of cultivators could drain an area's spiritual energy dry. However, even that wasn't quite as problematic as it seemed. Doing so briefly was certainly possible, but that was usually with regards to a single element. It would still generally be present among the others, just less prominent. Thus, it was good practice drawing out strands of spiritual energy from seemingly depleted zones. And the 6 elements crossroads did not have to worry about fully draining an area of spiritual energy. It might not even be possible, but if it was, they simply were not large enough yet for it to be a concern. John wasn't ignoring the possible risk factors, but compared to the sorts of ecological devastation cultivators could enact on an elemental zone, the concept of truly finite quantities of spiritual energy were still far off. The real concern was harvesting without planting, overhunting an area, or otherwise aiming for short-term gains at the cost of the future. That might be a problem with the constant expansion humans tended to undergo. However, there was something important about this world that set this world apart from Earth. This world fought back. Of course, mighty beasts had been a source of trouble for a large portion of human history, but danger and resources didn't necessarily go hand in hand. With spiritual energy, however, beasts dwelling in an area would absorb said energy and grow strong. That might make humans seek them out even more, but it also meant more people died. And despite the intentions of the Alliance, interpersonal conflicts were still prevalent enough that humans were still the greatest source of human death. That had dropped recently, but it would be some time before that would be a concern. The true source of spiritual energy was not entirely clear. Were the Sky Islands filled with air and earth element because of their special makeup, or was it that the Sky Islands could exist because there was an abundance of elements? Were the green sands and Zolvalge a product of fire element, or did they create them? John thought the answer might be a little bit of both. But either way, spiritual energy remained abundant. And as long as they didn't tear up every plant by the roots and core out the ground beneath them, it seemed things might last forever. While stone and metal didn't seem like a sort of renewable resource, John wasn't certain that was true. At the very least, spirit stones were formed directly out of spiritual energy building to a certain density. Furthermore, with access to flows of magma, the ground itself was not necessarily in a state it would not grow back. It might simply be a much slower process. Either way, the 6 elements crossroads kept a stable balance of extraction, both of their fields and flocks, as well as their mines, and of course the secret valley that was no longer quite as secret as it once was, but still well guarded. While it was technically wild, good stewardship of the area allowed them to get a constant draw of resources from the area, most of which were renewable on some timescale. Trees merely took decades, which wasn't so bad when you considered a cultivator's lifespan. For the most part, John didn't have to personally mediate in the conflicts within the region. Indeed, if an ascending soul phase cultivator was required, things had gone much too far. That said, occasionally his presence was still required, not to fight in battle, but to be a mediator in a dispute. A powerful and generally neutral party was helpful in getting people to settle their differences. Not every conflict involved someone clearly in the wrong. Sometimes, there was no molten sea stomping through territory as they pleased in an attempt to slay a leviathan for its heart. Sometimes, 2 neighboring factions couldn't quite agree where boundary lines should fall, or even if there was an official agreement, one or both sides felt that they had received the worst end of a bargain. Sometimes they had, and John did his best to make certain those who lost out received fair reparations. But sometimes it was just feelings, and both parties might just want more than they had. There were also old grudges that people were reminded of. Clans fighting each other for hundreds of years didn't just suddenly stop, not entirely. And when economic warfare went too far, one group might retaliate with direct violence, often excessively. Sometimes it was John's position to determine what was fair, in which case he had to balance loss of life or limb with economic damage and broken contracts. Nobody ever liked the value he placed on a particular individual. For those who lost lives, it was a member of their own with unrealized potential. For the other side, potential was often disregarded. Or at least, that was how things tended to work out when factions could not settle things on their own. If they could agree on things, he wouldn't be called in. This time, he had been called to the Stone Conglomerate to work out a conflict between the Northwestern Quartz Clan and the Silverfield Quartz Clan. Normally, the Order of the Amber Heart would have taken the task, but the Silverfield Quartz Clan had loose ties to the Order. John was only one step further removed, but for the sake of a quick resolution to the conflict, the Northwestern Quartz Clan found him acceptable, instead of trying to call upon someone further. Getting anyone completely unentangled might require calling Mandlin of the indestructible Kapok Grove, or accepting a mediator in the Consolidated Soul Phase. But as each clan had Consolidated Soul Phase cultivators of their own, it wouldn't have felt proper to them. John found himself looking at the entrance to a mine, with two grumpy middle-aged men staring at each other. Technically, he was younger than them by a couple decades, but with his greater cultivation, he looked one step further than that. John still seemed to be in his prime, or perhaps just past it. The dispute was over the mine, and how particular old contracts provided ownership based on various factors. The Northwestern Quartz Clan had a crackling old scroll that described their territory. The Silverfield Quartz Clan had a series of documents indicating contracts that detailed the passing of ownership of the mine, or at least so they argued. The entrance to the mine, a natural cave, you will notice, begins on our territory, the Northwestern Elder argued. In addition to the traditional operation being at our hands. Perhaps, but a majority of the mine is now in our territory. And what is above and below the ground come together, as is necessary for the stone conglomerate to function. John had already heard those arguments. He also heard how the Silverfield Quartz Clan had been mining for some years, when they were attacked on the way out of the mine, as they were still in traditionally Northwestern Quartz Clan territory. Both sides had issues. Older documents could be persuasive, but newer ones tended to supersede them. The problem was the wording in the Silverfield documents certainly indicated an extension of ownership to the territory containing the entrance, but might have also included provisions specifically excluding the underground. But that wasn't fully clear, and the Northwestern group had good arguments that the mining had been done in secret, indicating the other side was aware they did not have the rights. But now people had died on both sides, and the documentation wasn't clear. Furthermore, the natural caves did not extend to every area that had been mined beyond the border, so another factor weighed against the Northwestern clan. Despite moving around at night, the Silverfield clan had good reason, which was avoiding certain diurnal beasts in the area. The two elders were calm as they had presented their first arguments, but soon their discussions became more heated as they argued that obviously this or that meant they were clearly in the right and they deserved compensation for all of the damages the other side had caused. It was giving John a headache, and neither elder seemed to take that into account, nor that he was slowly building up his spiritual energy, while he would have loved to smash their heads together. Instead, he stomped his foot and shook the earth, collapsing the entrance tunnel. That shut them up at least. Here is what is going to be done, John said. The territorial edges will be formalized to the current ridgeline. A proper survey will be done, and then new entrances will be delved. Each clan will be constrained to their own sides of the territory, both above ground and underground. As the first perpetrators of violence, the Northwestern Quartz clan owes a blood price. But, because the territory was reasonably marked regardless of the disputes, a portion of the mined ores will be taken from the Silverfield Quartz clan according to the records. Did this mean that essentially one would end up buying, or from the other? Yes. But it was better to force them to make the exchange than to say neither side owed each other anything. The veins had diverged sufficiently that the Northwestern Quartz clan would have sufficient quantities for their needs and would not have to concern themselves with the dearth of natural caverns. John shook his head. This should never have gotten so far. They needed a better system to stop these things before it came to violence. There was no way that either had gone completely unnoticed by the other. Also, faster communication, though that was already fulfilling itself through various means. Properly trained flying beasts were competing with enchantments attempting long-range communications and the communications towers. Perhaps some of them would die out, or perhaps they would all remain in competition for the various advances they had. Either way, if it was easier to ask for resolution, things might not have escalated to begin with. At the very least, some of the latest skirmishes and deaths could have been avoided, but it was still better than simply trying to wipe each other out, fighting until one side capitulated or was annihilated, or another group sought to entangle themselves. That was how things used to be, and probably still were, in some places even within the broader region. The conflicts just try to be more subtle to avoid people like him making people compromise. Chapter 370. The main motivation for John, and indeed many members of the Alliance, was still related to the events they remembered with the molten sea. Becoming stronger was one part of that. Strong enough that nobody would dare to cause trouble. But growth took time, and even with ascending soul phase cultivators blooming one by one among the Alliance, certain regions had possessed ascending soul phase cultivators much longer. With no guarantee they could overpower any enemies, knowing more about the strength of potential enemies was important. Cultivators were being sent to expand the range of their knowledge, essentially acting as spies, though they weren't infiltrating clans or sects, but focusing more on publicly available information. Some useful geographical information was available because of Xianxia. She had reincarnated from the far side of the world and knew the general layout of the local regions. Creating a precise global map would be extremely difficult because of various dangers from environment, beasts, and humans, but they were certainly able to do better than just knowing the next region over. Crossing the seas was quite difficult, unless higher-ranking cultivators were willing to explore. The crystal sea beneath the Sky Islands was relatively safe, but that was practically coastal. Further beyond it, they had limited information except that most ships did not return. The same was true circling around to the west, all the way to the north after pasting the northwestern region with the shining coast and boiling springs. To a certain distance, the seas were safe, though the swirling expanse to the southwest was the least stable even near the coast or where it approached the shimmering islands. Even so, it was known there were islands, or perhaps larger landmasses further out. Meanwhile, continuing along the continent to the northeast, it narrowed out until it eventually reached the molten sea. It was debatable whether or not that counted as land, but ultimately it separated things from the far continent that Xianxia once lived upon. Since the continents on Earth were for the most part actually connected by land, the molten sea was at least as good of a divider. That left the world with two main continents and some amount of unknown area. Unknown, at least, to the greater region John lived within. Xianxia may have once known more about other areas, but if she did, she hadn't retained that information upon her reincarnation. She remembered enough to know she hadn't roamed beyond the nearby elemental regions, which wasn't that surprising as she had only reached the consolidated soul phase for a short time before she was killed. Nothing stopped lesser cultivators from traveling, but they needed to rely on safety in numbers, and Xianxia's previous sect hadn't been interested in roaming widely. In addition to exploring the world more widely, efforts had begun to seek out additional reincarnated or transmigrated cultivators. The only catch was that asking directly wasn't necessarily going to work, nor was it the best option. While John himself was semi-public with his transmigrated status, the rest of the club weren't. There might be rumors, but that was true of most strong individuals. The reasons to remain secretive about the search were plentiful, though there were a few main issues. While John and the others were strong enough to protect themselves against most potential threats, it might still be possible to draw attention from the wrong sort of individual. Simply because they hadn't heard of any exalted soul phase cultivators didn't mean they did not exist. In addition, any sufficiently strong faction interested in reincarnation might cause trouble. John wasn't concerned just for himself, but also for those they were seeking out. Furthermore, there were certain requirements if they were going to be inducted into the club. Trustworthiness was key among those features. and making themselves known to certain individuals, then not allowing them to join could certainly cause strife. The search for individuals who had lived prior lives was one that was more long-term, however. They didn't expect it to bear fruit in any given time frame. Even with previous efforts, they were still mostly at the level of tenuous leads to those who had great talent. Though John usually did not attend openings of the crystal caverns, this time Ursul had come to drag him along. Not that she would actually have to drag him, but it seemed like she could and would, if he hadn't agreed. "I found a really deep section last time," Ursul explained. "It was packed with dense energy. I should be able to find it again even with whatever shifts have taken place." "I see," John nodded. "And I'm assuming you plan to break through there?" "Exactly. And I need you to defend me while I do it. Because there's no way I won't be drawing attention from the natural creatures here. And maybe some others." John remembered the creatures of living stone. He doubted they could easily harm Ursul, but that was just the ones he'd encountered long before. "That sounds reasonable enough," John said. "But would not Renato be more appropriate as a guardian?" "No way," Ursul said. "I'm going to need all the earth element there," she declared. "If he came along, he'd slurp it all up fighting." "I would naturally use some earth element as well," John pointed out. "But I can restrain myself. How many others should come along?" Ursul shook her head. "Nobody. The more people, the more spiritual energy disruptions." "That sounds fine on the surface," John said. "But I should bring along disciples. They can remain further off, if necessary, but having more fighting force along the way should be helpful." Ursul pondered. "It will take longer to get there, but I guess it will be worth it." "How will it take longer with more combatants?" "Because we were gonna run straight there. I don't need any dumb crystals, so we could just ignore everything and go past anything trying to stop us." "Sounds like a good way to get into trouble," John pointed out. "You could run into a group ahead that you can't get past while being pursued by others." "It's good training," Ursul shrugged. John wasn't surprised she'd done something like that before. "But you're right. You can bring some other people. As long as they don't stay too close, and preferably those without earth element." While for most cultivators, going into an area where there wasn't an element for them was problematic and less useful for training, the 6 elements crossroads wouldn't have that same problem. "At least some will need to absorb earth element for their own training," John pointed out. "There will be plenty of spiritual energy before and after," Ursul said. "There's also the matter of getting official slots," John added. "The others I bring might not be fated individuals." Since he was close to the sect master and the other highest-ranking cultivators, it wasn't really that big of a question, especially for himself, but they still had particulars. "Good points," Ursul said. "You should bring something like 10 people, and we can see which of them are fated." "Can't you just pick a number of people?" John asked. "No way. They're super serious about that stuff. Even disciples of the order don't all get to go inside. You're already on the permanent list, though. Like Renato and myself. And Johannes, I presume." "Nope," Ursul said. "Most of the time the sect head is watching the outside." "Oh, right. That's another reason Master Renato can't help me out. He's on guarding and sealing duty. This time the sect head is going in. I assume he's trying to break through to the ascending soul phase. It's a bit unfortunate, as he was one of the first to reach the soul expansion phase." Ursul shrugged. "It wasn't his time, I guess. But I bet he'll advance this time." "How much do you believe about the fate thing?" John asked. "I'm not sure. But I know how serious the others are," Ursul shrugged. "So carefully pick some people, and some of them should work out." It would have been easier if John was just allocated a number of tickets, but he went along with Ursul's deal. There were a number of people in the sect eager to break through to the consolidated soul phase, and who might benefit from earth element specifically. John also brought Raul and Viriato, as while they weren't near a breakthrough, they could still benefit. Raul already had an earth element totem, and Viriato might be adding one next, depending on if he felt it fit his balance. Ahan and Lyre, as well as other early disciples, were also selected. John didn't bring too many because he knew some would be disappointed, and simply training with the Order of the Amber Heart was something they could do at any time. John didn't think Ursul did any manipulations, but ultimately only some of those without the earth element from his group were selected. That included Lyre, Viriato, and another named Tlaloc. Tlaloc was originally from the Shimmering Islands and had been split between air and water. However, before he could choose his third totem, the Six Elements Crossroads had been founded, and he felt called to join. Now, he was on the precipice of the consolidated soul phase and completing a cycle of core elements after having already attuned to fire. Whether or not Ursul or someone else had manipulated the results, they got what they got. Ahan looked a bit disappointed, but he would have other opportunities to advance and keep up with Lyre. Besides, it wasn't guaranteed that anyone but Ursul would break through. Technically not even her, but John seriously doubted she would fail. She knew herself best, and she had more than enough experience with her element and with the world in general. Today, the crystal caverns open once more, Renato said, addressing the waiting crowds. As before, they will have shifted the earth element within, empowering the very structure below to change. Be wary of the danger, even those who have been chosen. In general, deeper depths are filled with denser spiritual energy, but make certain you can survive the trials and, more importantly, make it back out in time. The caverns must be sealed on schedule, and anyone left inside afterwards will be presumed deceased. With that, Renato stretched out his hand and removed the seal on the caverns. John noted that it was stronger than before. Was it simply because the sect head had grown in strength and was able to create something more, or had the spiritual energy within grown and thus made a stronger seal necessary? That was something of great interest to John, but he would ask later. Their group of 5 was among the first in, and while they didn't entirely go along with Ursul's reckless charge strategy, they did ignore the earlier groups. They should have only been a challenge to Foundation phase cultivators at best, so leaving them behind was for the sake of others. But eventually they slowed their pace. Where precisely are we heading? John asked. He could vaguely feel a greater density of earth element ahead, but that only represented the first few hundred meters. Which path was better could easily shift. Ursul walked past the various crystals without taking note, though the other 3 harvested some of the larger ones. They weren't all earth element, and indeed a surprising number of them were light element, just as before. Viriato was likely thinking of the crystals as a resource for the sect, while the other 2 doubtless wanted them for personal use. We're going down, Ursul said. Always pick down. Though if the same path as before still exists, it won't really be difficult. There was a big spiral. Along the way they encountered a number of earth creatures, some made of the local stone and some formed out of the various crystals, sharp edges sticking out of their bodies as their vaguely humanoid forms charged at the group. As soul expansion phase cultivators, Lyre and Tlaloc were the focus of the attacks, and the others let that happen so they could gain experience, though they did make certain the 2 weren't swarmed by too many foes. Then they arrived at a hole, a deep vertical drop that seemed as if a cylinder of stone had simply been erased. This seems good enough, Ursul said. Then she leapt over the edge. Everyone else looked at John. We should climb. I don't want to use up my air element or have to convert too much just yet. Chapter 371. The more sensible majority of the group began to climb down the large vertical pit after Ursul. About 15 seconds after she had jumped down, they heard a loud crashing sound. That was good, because the sound of a fragile human hitting the ground would have been much quieter. Climbing down wasn't trivial either, with the walls of the pit being almost perfectly smooth. John went down first, paving the way for the others by creating handholds and footholds that would be valuable for climbing back out. Even if they weren't deep, cultivators didn't need much. Professional climbers from Earth without cultivation could handle holds of less than a centimeter, and while their actual experience with climbing was less, supernatural abilities made up for a lot. The important part was that John was using only earth element. That was the easiest to replenish in the crystal caverns, as they were flooded with earth elemental spiritual energy. Later, Ursul had requested that he leave as much as possible for her, which meant now was the best time to use what he had and replenish it. John was ready to catch anyone if they slipped and fell, but there wasn't anything supernatural about the edges of the pit except perhaps its formation. The material held together under their weight, and even those who were a bit more unsteady held on with the help of their own spiritual energy. They made it to the bottom in just a few minutes, moving a steady pace straight downward. During that time, Ursul battled with a few earthen creatures attracted by her sudden appearance. They were turned into rubble quickly, as it would likely take the entire population of the caverns to threaten Ursul. Though perhaps as deep as they were going, they might find more challenging opponents. Ursul said nothing about having to wait, and soon the weaker disciples were once again in charge of fighting the enemies they encountered. They had the most to learn, and everyone else wasn't going to suddenly learn something amazing from defeating enemies far beneath them. The two who stood out among them were Lyre and Tlaloc, given their rather different styles. Lyre had planned out a reverse cycle of elements from the beginning, going from elements into those that they supported. Her first element was fire, however, and that was dominant against earth. While internally she might have functioned quite differently, externally she was capable of rapidly bringing down creatures formed of earth. Lyre didn't try to burn them down or melt them, but instead focused her energy on her glaive, driving her energy deep into specific sections. Rapid heating of just one small part caused the stones to fall apart, and they could not reform with the fire element interfering. Though their forms were malleable by default, they were also simple formations of spiritual energy that instinctively wrestled with the fire element, even if they couldn't win. Thus, once the damage was done, they used up their remaining power struggling pointlessly. Tlaloc, with exactly the same three elements, fought in a very different manner. Fire was his third totem, and he fought with the flow of water and power of storm that the Shimmering Islands had. His energy was very fluid, but the way he used fire was more like waves of flame, and burning rocks from the outside simply wasn't that effective. If he had enough more power, he could certainly annihilate his foes, but unless the fire permeated deep into the earth creatures, they suffered only superficial damage. That didn't mean Tlaloc had a flawed style. Indeed, it was quite similar to how Xianxia battled. However, he was currently missing some key insights. John could just tell him what to do, but then he would know one method instead of learning properly. When Tlaloc asked for advice, John still helped. He just didn't hand him the solutions. Fire is supposed to be dominant against earth, Tlaloc said, but these creatures can't be caught alight, nor can they overheat. I don't have enough power to take them out swiftly with my third of fire element energy. That is true, John agreed. And it is one of the key weaknesses of a cycle of elements. Until you reach the consolidated soul phase, your cultivation is somewhat incomplete. However, you still have the necessary pieces. Doesn't air support water and water support fire? Should I fight by using up all of my spiritual energy then? Tlaloc asked. I think I will exhaust myself quickly. That shouldn't be the case if you kept up on your elemental conversion training. But also, you need to seek out efficiencies, John said. That is where Ursul interrupted. You're using fire like waves, she said. But unless you have years, that's now how water best defeats earth. Ursul was insightful enough to not actually tell him the solution either. John wasn't actually sure if her words were helpful either. Tlaloc floundered for a while, struggling against his opponents. He tried using fire like rain and mist, which was even less effective than before. He was battered around frequently, relying on water element defenses to dampen the blows. When more dangerous spines of crystal threatened to puncture him, he carried himself away with a gust of air. John was ready to step in at any time in case he was in real danger, but for the most part, it was just his offense that was ineffective. As long as he wasn't surrounded by enemies, he would eventually defeat them. Tlaloc sat out of several battles, watching Lyre and the others. After some observation, he once more threw himself into the fray, focusing his fire element into a spear that pierced through the midsection of a large clump of boulders. However, while the attack pierced through his target, it didn't disable them. For a human, a hole through the center of the torso would destroy them. For a being made of earth, it merely meant that it tossed aside a few hunks of rock that were no longer listening to its spiritual energy. The man wasn't far from figuring out what he needed to, however. Tlaloc was well aware of how to fight earth element cultivators, but this particular sort of opponent was difficult with his particular experience, which was exactly why it was good he came along. John gave him a few hints when the next group of enemies attacked. The weaker cultivators couldn't handle the number of enemies that came all at once, both the number and strength of which were increasing as they continued deeper. He did much the same thing as Tlaloc, but instead of his fire piercing out the back of his targets, it lingered inside. He only did that a few times, however, also choosing to melt a few enemies. It was nice to be a proper fire element cultivator sometimes, and he needed to make sure Tlaloc could pick out the important techniques. The crystal caverns were open for several days, and thus their group stopped to rest regularly. Once they had cleared an area, it would remain safe for at least a few hours. As cultivators, that gave them enough time to rest in shifts. It wasn't the most comfortable or relaxed they would ever be, but as long as they paced themselves, they moved forward at a good pace. John could feel the concentration of spiritual energy Ursul was aiming for now. It was a bit concerningly powerful, even at their current distance. It might be just what she needed to break through to the ascending soul phase, however. Tlaloc pierced a gout of flame into the midsection of another stone creature. It was still not a proper representation of technique, however. John indirectly demonstrated a few more times, both for him and any others watching. He tried to make it clear when he was simply overpowering opponents, and when he was being efficient. There was a significant difference between huge gouts of flame and jabbing darts. John also lashed out with a whip of flame, a thin tendril that wrapped around limbs that seemed to melt through them. And certainly he did, to some extent, but he wasn't doing so purely based on heat. The disciple finally got it near the end of their trip. He wasn't supposed to use less energy to puncture halfway through an enemy and expect that would be more effective somehow. Nor was that particular method even necessary. Tlaloc eventually settled back into a form resembling waves, but his flames lingered and, more importantly, sought their way into the cracks in his foes. Personally, John thought that was obvious. But then again, Tlaloc was from the Shimmering Islands. Water only eroded rocks through constant waves. It didn't crack apart rocks when it froze in the winter because it didn't freeze. Because of that, he couldn't apply those particular water element principles because they were outside of his specialty. Ultimately, when his fire clung and sunk into the gaps in the structure of the stone creatures, or where they had no gaps transmitted heat through the most conductive materials, he was able to infiltrate the body of the creatures and break down the earth element, holding everything together. If a human cultivator's earth element was reduced to a small fraction, they would still be standing unless their body was also harmed. But for a creature alive only because of spiritual energy, it just ceased to hold together. The creatures crumpled to the ground, hunks of rock no longer held together. Good. Hopefully, Tlaloc would remember better than simply being told to try to get a small portion of his energy deep inside and leaving it there. The earth elementals wouldn't sweat or overheat in that manner, which meant going from outside in was rather difficult. But once the core of their energy was disrupted, they stopped functioning without having to wear it all down. Their group came upon a large cavern, the floor covered in millions of tiny crystals, most as thin as needles. Ursul stomped on them and crushed them, but some of the less cautious disciples found how dangerous needle-thin crystals could be. The crystals punctured their energy defenses, but John was ready to pull them back with their footwear partially stabbed through and at most a couple small holes in their flesh. Following precisely in Ursul's footsteps or otherwise crushing the crystals before stepping down was the proper way to move forward. It was more difficult than it might have seemed, as each crystal was imbued with sufficient earth element to hold it strong. Ursul's armor covered even the bottom of her feet and was durable enough that the needles wouldn't even scratch it, but even John wouldn't casually step wherever he pleased. "This is the place," Ursul said as she approached the center. The entire cavern was vaguely spherical, perhaps a bit flat, but Ursul was making her way to the bottom of a depression. "I'm going to need the earth element here to be as steady as possible." John looked around. The room was possibly the worst layout they could have, if she attracted the notice of the local elemental being, and she certainly would. The entrance they came in was far from the only one. First, there were a dozen much like it horizontally around the edges of the chamber. Then there were more both above and below, tunnels entering and departing vertically. It had more holes than Swiss cheese. "We'll have people watch a few neighboring tunnels," John said. "Viriato, I'd like you to focus on those directly above Ursul's position. I'll focus on anything coming from below in the center of the room, and whatever slips past the others." John looked around at his disciples. "Don't be afraid to let enemies past if you have to. We don't want anyone getting overwhelmed. Now then, before we begin, we should make sure to rest once more." Ursul had already been settling down into a meditative posture, as if she had intended to begin her breakthrough immediately. She changed her position to by lying down in a relaxed manner. Of course, everyone else was going to move back into one of the other tunnels where there weren't millions of durable needles. They made sure to advertise their presence first, drawing in the closest natural creatures. Any they didn't have to fight later would ease their burdens. But in the morning, they were making final preparations, including carving out places for people to fight without harming themselves. But no doubt any incoming foes would make their lives more difficult. Chapter 372. Like a video of grass growing in fast motion, John watched needles of crystal rise from the floor in real time. Their efforts to clear out areas for the soul expansion phase cultivators to stand weren't entirely wasted, but clearly it wasn't a long-term solution. With that in mind, taking more time to make preparations wouldn't be terribly valuable. A loud thud echoed through the chamber as Ursul dropped heavily onto her back, splayed out with her arms spread wide. Not a traditional meditative position, but certainly one that maximized her connection to the physical earth. "It's time," Ursul declared. At that moment, she began drawing in all of the surrounding earth. Not merely earth elemental spiritual energy, but the earth itself. It rippled around her as it slowly built up. From certain perspectives, it might have seemed she was simply building up the ground around her, but careful observation revealed the earthen needles moving a few millimeters at a time. Spiritual energy was of course absorbed at a tremendous rate. Combined with the movement of the ground itself, there was a constant, if minor, tremor. The folds of earth began to slowly roll over Ursul, but it never seemed to build up beyond a certain point. Somehow, it was being absorbed. There were a few tense minutes of waiting. John understood why she didn't want any fluctuations in the earth element, if possible. She was now deeply tied to the surrounding area. But of course, even if none of them caused a disturbance in the energy, the local creatures would. Rolling mounds of sand and pebbles were first, loose conglomerations of activated earth elemental spiritual energy. These seemed to have even less intelligence than the others, trying to force anything out of their way as they approached but having no tactical prowess. They were easily scattered apart by simple elemental attacks that interrupted their structure. Waves of water swept down tunnels at the behest of half of the cultivators, with the other half using gouts of flame. Having fought with more solid versions of the same foes, they found it rather trivial to neutralize groups of enemies all at once. But they kept coming. Soon more solid foes began to appear, requiring people to crack them apart instead of merely flooding through them. Of course, Tlaloc and the others had learned how to pierce their energy into the enemy's core and cause lasting damage. Performing the technique once or twice in a short period was reasonable, but they had to do it over and over as enemies crawled in from the numerous tunnels. Viriato made use of paired light and darkness to blast enemies coming from above within their tunnels. He alternated between forming one element around each hand and sending them forward for the beams to intersect at his target and twisting them together along the way, which created a sustained explosion along the length of a beam when he released his control and allowed the elements to mutually annihilate. John focused on those crawling up from the tunnels around Ursul, often dropping them on each other to conserve his own energy. He constantly moved around in a ring, slicing through any who got too close. Obviously, all of the battling would cause some fluctuations in earth element, but none of the human cultivators were drawing it in except Ursul. With each fallen living element, some portion of their earth element was released and became part of the tumble of earth around her. The disturbances of the battle didn't seem to have caused her any consternation just yet, but they were trying to stop most of the incoming enemies from entering the chamber. But they continued to come, and to take them down at a rate that could be sustained meant the disciples had to pace themselves. Those on the outer perimeter had a bit more leeway, but anything entering near John was dangerously close almost immediately. Thus, he didn't let himself slow his pace at all. He was constantly cycling all of his elements, though he kept his earth element in a strictly internal role. Fire was his best bet, not just because it was a dominating element, but because of the techniques he had unintentionally specialized in. Clinging affliction with his spectral flames actually burned the spiritual energy of the incoming creatures through the physical layers protecting them. More than that, it spread between them and sustained itself on the weaker enemies. Those beyond a certain point of durability, however, would cause the flames to sputter out instead of growing. Thus, John focused most of his attacks on them, occasionally renewing clinging affliction in particular tunnels when the flow of enemies dried out for a time. Throwing daggers sunk into the chests of lumbering towers of rock and crystal. Now he was facing off of a few stronger foes drawn by all the commotion. They were more capable of battle, but also more easily distracted from their goal than the smaller ones because they recognized him as a danger. Rocks sailed past him. He was concerned about what would happen if they impacted Ursul, not because he thought she would be directly injured, but because they would be a large jolt of spiritual energy, throwing off her state of concentration. Thus, he focused on drawing the larger enemies around the perimeter. Unfortunately, their greater intellect also allowed them to work together. He wasn't certain if they would cooperate beyond defeating him, but that didn't really matter. One charged towards him, drawing close while others attacked from a distance. While he was busy fending that one off, boulders were tossed, and some of the creatures absorbed the local needle-like shards of crystal, turning those into projectile attacks as well. Wind and water twirled around John, capturing the smaller attacks and slowing the larger ones long enough for him to get out of the way. His sword stabbed through the torso of the closest one, flames lingering behind and melting its core. But even as he defeated one, two more began to clamber out of the nearby tunnels. Elsewhere, people began to combine their forces, drawing back further into the room to manage new defensive lines. The weaker ones among them had to be more careful with their footing, but fortunately they were facing fewer opponents. Viriato also had some spare moments to snipe particularly annoying enemies. The slight tremor around Ursul had heightened into a distinct rumble, shaking the walls and ceiling of the cavern. Shards of needle earth began to fall from the ceiling, and John expanded his whirlwind of air to cover the whole chamber. He didn't want to do that since it would likely be a greater disturbance, but Ursul would just have to tough it out. She knew there was going to be combat. Along with the four core elements, John also made use of his darkness to distract enemies. He couldn't fill the whole area to limit them as most of his allies had no element of their own darkness, but he could create false impressions of Ursul's location. With no eyes or normal senses, the constructs of spiritual energy latched onto the false impressions he was creating, occasionally clashing as they encountered each other at their final target. The density of earth element was increasing as Ursul drew it in, and the chamber was slowly growing in size, and all of the surrounding tunnels were widening as well. It was not necessarily Ursul's conscious intention, but the physical earth she was absorbing had to come from somewhere. Then the worms came, burrowing through the ground itself with little regard for its solid nature. Fortunately, most of them were distracted by the battle and didn't directly approach Ursul, but Viriato was forced to blast them as they dropped in from above, and John had to send his fire element into the ground to seek them out. He cut down enemy after enemy as he channeled energy through both his hands and feet. The enemies seemed to come in waves, not based on intentionality, but merely what sorts were present at particular distances. The smallest and fastest ones were mostly annihilated, but fortunately many of the larger foes had been cut down as well. John still had to duck and twist around the last several near him, but it seemed that some of the pressure was letting off. Most of the incoming worms were only a few centimeters across, solid chunks of stone but not particularly large. They were dangerous when they wrapped around an arm or a leg, and once they had a sufficient potion of themselves out of the ground they could whip themselves with great force, but their thin bodies made them relatively easy to take apart. But a few were larger, up to several times as thick, and John felt another approaching from beneath, as big across as his torso was wide. He tried to find an opening to channel more of his energy to create some sort of barrier to stop it, but he didn't have much time. A half-formed net of fire underground created only a few scorch marks as it tore through them and was about to ram into Ursul. John was prepared to put his life on the line to defend his daughter, but before he could react, Ursul dropped through the floor like it was suddenly liquid. Two powerful sources of earth energy collided, disrupting his senses beneath the ground. The entire chamber suddenly began to shake at a greater intensity, cracking and crumbling. Several tunnels collapsed, along with parts of the ceiling. "Everyone gather together," John called, severing one of the largest remaining enemies vertically, leaving a line of molten rock he would have appreciated at any other moment. But he was already diving down into the earth, using his own energy to make it malleable. Then there was one final burst of earth element, and the whole ceiling collapsed altogether. John was glad he'd warned everyone, as together they all channeled their spiritual energy into a dome that kept the mountain of stone off of them. Fortunately, some of the vertical tunnels relieved the pressure, though they were choked up with stone. John carefully held his portion of the barrier while breaking down some of the clumps of rocks in the tunnels, allowing some of the rock remaining above them to tumble off. But they still had several meters of stone pressing down on them, and subsequent tremors shook more and more of the ceiling loose on them. If they could reach one of the side tunnels, they might be able to burrow into a safer position, but they couldn't leave their position. The constant flow of earth element around them suddenly stopped as the surrounding stone liquefied, molding into a single solid shell. "That was pretty exciting, huh?" Ursul commented as she poked her head out of the floor, raising her arms up and then levering her torso and lower body out of the stone. "I thought I might attract slightly less attention than that." John looked at her carefully. She didn't feel like much at first as she faded into the background. Rather than a cultivator, she felt like just another part of the crystal caverns. But probing deeper, he could feel the connection to a fifth totem and the energy signature of an ascending soul phase cultivator. Meanwhile, all around her disciples were falling into trances. Even Viriato, who was not yet at the point he could advance to the ascending soul phase, seemed to be meditating on the earth element subconsciously. John felt Ursul using her energy to create a calm environment of earth, with all of the elemental creatures having been solidified into the ground itself as merely part of their surroundings. She didn't directly influence the energy of Lyre and Tlaloc, but both began to absorb the surrounding earth element. Lyre managed to step through to the consolidated soul phase, while Tlaloc simply took one step close. A good day, both for John and his family, in the six elements crossroads. Though they did have wounded to treat, everyone had been able to let any excess pressure through to John and Viriato. John smiled at his daughter and wondered how strong she was now. He was still confident that he could personally defeat her, though only with his understanding of her various abilities, the power of his cycle of element, and probably the gap in rank. A cultivator like Abit, even if she learned from their battle, would likely never be in a position to defeat Ursul ever again. John needed to break through to the mid-ascending soul phase to feel confident in consistent victories against Ursul, however, and maybe he could make some developments in his body. Little by little, he was improving his reflexes from air's swiftness and his durability from diamond defense, but the other pieces were a bit too niche. "Oh, congratulations, by the way," John said. Even through her helmet, he could feel Ursul's smile, and then he was nearly crushed by her hug. "Thanks. I can't wait to show the other two," she snickered. Indeed, Ursul's advancement would be a great motivation for the other triplets, though John hoped they would still advance with proper caution. Chapter 373. Rather than John having to go all the way to the Sky Islands, he was quite pleased that Satora came to meet him in Lunson. Technically, it was the same travel distance for either of them, but in some ways it was more practical for Satora since there was more business for her to take care of on the continent. It was also a sign of trust that she would come visit with only a small entourage. They sat down atop one of the towers within the six elements crossroads, designed specifically to channel the maximum amount of wind around it. It also had a nice view of the city in one direction, in the sect, and then the plains in the other. "I appreciate you coming to visit," John said. "I very much prefer that we become actual allies instead of just scattered groups held in submission by power." Satora grinned. She was clearly more relaxed around him now, which he appreciated, though he doubted she was lacking in vigilance. "Are you sure? Many people prefer the latter so that they can show off their strength." John shook his head. "I don't know about them, but I'm enjoying my life. I'd rather not have to worry constantly about whether a slip-up will lead to my demise." "You get numb to it," Satora shrugged. "But take some advice from this old woman. Make certain your friends are genuine." "I absolutely do," John said. He took a sip of tea. "How is Abit?" Satora raised an eyebrow. "Why should she be any different?" John chuckled to himself. "Last I heard, she was contemplating her cultivation. It's been a few years, and I wondered if the changing circumstances had any impact on her." He was dancing around the true topic, not because Ursul's advancement was secret. It might be the least secret thing to happen in the last year, but just because he enjoyed it. "As it turns out," Satora began, Abit is seriously reconsidering her impressions of continentals. She might also be attempting to convince herself that Ursul was always in the ascending soul phase, but she doesn't seriously believe that. Abit had come across quite an unfortunate incompatibility in that battle. She didn't have sufficient force to properly defeat Ursul, and she had underestimated Ursul's offensive abilities. Against many opponents, Ursul didn't even need to make use of her roots, so it was easy to assume that she relied on brute force. And Abit had shown that her defenses were sufficient to resist direct assaults. Perhaps if she had been more in tune with her earth element, she could have dismantled Ursul's defenses more effectively, or noticed the infiltration within herself. However, she had believed herself invincible against Ursul given the severe gap in cultivation, and that simply hadn't been true. John looked vaguely off to the south. I hope to show her soon that there's more than one person who can defeat her. You think you can? Satora asked. Maybe not just yet, but I have a greater chance when I reach the mid-ascending soul phase. You'd be right about that. Even I can defeat her on occasion, but she would have the right to require multiple bouts for me to take over her position. Really? John asked. I thought Vanera and Morana only had a single match. They did, but Morana didn't want to lose 2 or 3 in a row. She was forced to accept her defeat in a dignified manner. That certainly doesn't sound like the woman I remember, John said. She had attacked him after his victory, after all. That hadn't exactly been dignified. She's gained some humility from being down a limb, by which I mean she's been stricken by melancholy. Satora gave the slightest shrug of her shoulders, though I would say she deserves it. Satora's eyes looked around the rooftop. How is the privacy here? We're visible from the other towers. Or by random flyers, John said. Concealing our voices would be simple enough, however. Satora nodded, gently creating a barrier of air around them. I've found a few interesting people, and there's reason to believe that Mundane is one of them. Of the indestructible Kapok Grove, they're a bit far for you to pay attention to, John said. But I agree that every ascending soul phase cultivator is worth paying attention to. I speak of people like us, though not precisely. Mundane has displayed none of the oddities of transmigrators, but his growth was swifter than natural. Most likely, he is a reincarnator, like Xianxia, or some of your friends. It wasn't clear exactly what she knew. Satora certainly knew about Deirdre. That was their initial point of contact, back during the whole Leviathan debacle. John hadn't shared details about the others in specific, however. John thought for a few moments. It would explain a few things. He seemed to reach the ascending soul phase out of nowhere, though perhaps we were simply paying too little attention beyond the Shimmering Islands. I have no confirmation, but my spies indicate he has a few techniques that seem to have come from nowhere. Oh, and what do they say about me? Satora crossed her arms. You have a few main techniques, and otherwise tend to use adaptable strings of elements to create whatever effects you desire. That could have all come from watching him in the tournaments. It didn't really confirm the presence or absence of spies otherwise. Mainly, John would be interested if there were any within the crossroads itself. It would doubtless be trivial to find someone within Lunson who wanted to receive payment for passing on information, but whether they could get anything truly secret was another matter. I haven't really seen signs of any others, John admitted. I didn't think you had been looking. You made me curious. Unfortunately, I have no way to tell if there are particularly higher numbers of reincarnated or transmigrated individuals in the current time, or if the surge of cultivation is caused by something else. Many others are growing to levels that previous generations did not, John pointed out. Yes, but most cultivators tend to drag others up with them, either allies or those enemies trying to keep up. It's not so unusual to have surges. Take, for example, the Sky Islands. A couple centuries ago, there were no ascending soul phase cultivators at all. Not even Abit? John asked. She was the first. I was more than a few decades behind, even with my advantages. Either way, there was another surge of cultivation growth on the continent around that time. Our records are incomplete, but it seems that nobody surpassed the consolidated soul phase, and that most ended up killing each other off. That actually makes sense, John said. Pheromond of the Society of Midnight was from that time, which also meant that Ursul and Qarn were as well, But John already knew they'd been around at the founding of the Tenebach clan. That had been before his grandfather, so it all fit. I'd appreciate you keeping me informed. If nothing else, so I know who to pay attention to. Naming other names at the moment might compromise some of my spies, she said, but I can share in the near future. Of course, I would like it if you reciprocated. I certainly will if I find anyone new. He wasn't going to confirm the exact status of the club members without good reason. Satora bringing up the matter was actually good motivation for John to do something besides slowly growing stronger. There wasn't much further their alliance's influence could spread without clashing with other established groups closer to the molten sea, and not everyone was fully on board. Though personal power was always useful in this world, finding transmigrators in particular to determine if it was merely a coincidence that all four he knew of spoke English would be enlightening. Outside of the constraints of the Sky Islands, John found battling with Satora to be much easier. Or perhaps he should say he found her to be weaker. When trying to determine why that was, he was stumped for a while, but then it dawned on him. You've grown too used to your flight being augmented, John said, circling behind her at the same time as he dodged a bolt of lightning. She easily caught his sword, her defenses augmented by earth, but the fact that she had to block him at all proved him correct. Even with that, I'm still far ahead of you, Satora commented. Her earth element surged from her hand along his sword. It was prepared to drag him down, while at the same time lightning gathered in the sky above. John let go of his sword before her energy reached him, flying backwards and drawing out two throwing daggers. With his left, he threw upwards towards the gathering lightning, attempting to lure in the attack. The other was coated in ethereal flames, the effect nearly invisible as it fed on a coating of earth that was what he hoped for her to see. Unfortunately, she didn't take the bait and twirled out of the way of his assault instead of taking it head-on. She also managed to redirect her attack around his other dagger, though the slight delay allowed John to focus his energy within his skin, recreating a technique he'd seen from Satora in the Sky Islands. Her lightning attempted to follow her will, but it never made it deeper than his skin as it danced along his body. That shouldn't have worked, Satora commented. It was one thing when I did it with my own energy you redirected, but I still had control of that energy. Lightning crackled around her. John knew he wasn't going to last much longer. She was a full 3 ranks ahead of him, and she had another century of practical experience as well. The only reason he didn't lose faster was because his own style was far out of the norm. I'll tell you how I did it if you can block this, John said. The 4 core elements swirled together between his palms. With a push, it flew forward like an energy blast, a core of earth around which water, air, and fire raged. Satora didn't let his taunt get to her. Instead, she simply let herself drop, after throwing some of her energy up and behind John. Her energy moved so quickly that even though John could read the flow, he couldn't react perfectly. Lightning flashed between herself and her extended energy, catching John in the middle. He didn't manage to completely redirect the lightning, and the arena's formations had determined that his defenses were insufficient. John slightly disagreed. Either way, it was a good part to stop. It's something about your skin itself, Satora declared. That's how you can replicate the diversion technique. It was true. While Diamond defense was naturally durable against more direct attacks, it didn't necessarily stop lightning. But he could channel an incoming lightning attack through it with only minor damage, instead of burning off his skin and likely a good bit of muscle beneath. Satora looked towards where the ball of energy had faded away, perhaps wondering how the attack John threw could have defeated her if she met it head-on. The answer was, of course, that it wouldn't have. While simply letting the 4 core elements feed into each other resulted in a decent amount of power, when naively combined together like that it merely looked cool. Sure, it would create a sizable explosion, but it would be undirected, thus mostly wasted. Changing it around to cause it to actually focus all the damage on his intended target wasn't feasible in that form. But John wasn't going to share that information. Best to pretend he had a secret explosive technique, and then stab someone on the sly with a good 1 or 2 element combination. Though if John could add light and darkness into the mix, it would either create something very stable and thus useless as an attack, or explode with many times more force. He could see it going either way, but he simply didn't have enough light element to do more than small-scale experiments. And without going full power, he couldn't know if it would hold together or not in a real battle. Still, it was a very pretty feint, and if John hadn't been taken down so directly, he was prepared to follow up with a better and less obvious attack. Chapter 374. The formerly secret valley was now called Six Element Valley and was an important part of the Six Elements Crossroads territory. The valley was carefully tended to make certain it would maintain both its elemental balance and abundant spiritual energy. Herbs and beasts were carefully monitored to not overharvest. The location of the valley had been entrusted by Philomena to John and the sect, and in turn they made sure to take care of the woman. The old herb collector's cultivation had managed to push through to the soul expansion phase with their help, but was proceeding very slowly from there. However, both her quality of life and total lifespan were much higher than they would have been had she simply tried to exploit the area herself. A worthwhile exchange for all parties involved. Now John was visiting the valley once more, though not to collect any particular resource, nor to battle the local beasts. There weren't any creatures that would be a challenge for an ascending soul phase cultivator, after all. Instead, he was simply there to make use of the spiritual energy for a breakthrough, much like Ursul in the Crystal Caverns. The area was much easier to navigate than the Crystal Caverns, and he didn't anticipate quite as much commotion. Even so, it was important that he make the best use of it that he could, as he intended to break through to the mid-ascending soul phase. Advancing from the 39th to the 40th rank was not nearly so complex as breaking through from phase to phase, but it was still an important step that took sufficient preparation. John also intended to use it to bring himself one step closer to the element of light. He knew it would be far too late to gain a mastery over light when he was attuning to his final totem. He had a basic level of control over light, but that wouldn't be enough for him to survive the process on its own. Thus, he had slowly been acclimatizing himself to light. Fortunately, he had many examples to work with, including Melanthina from the perspective of a darkness cultivator, as well as Airly and Viriato who made use of both elements from their early career. Viriato was actually something of a genius cultivator who had been too successful, locking himself into the foundation phase, unable to advance without further knowledge. Airly had little choice, but she'd held on long enough to choose totems that helped self-regulate. John made his way towards the center of the valley, where all the elements mixed together. It was much like the majority of a strain, appearing almost to have no spiritual energy at all to those who were not prepared. Except with the greater density of spiritual energy, even those with less experience would be able to extract whatever element they needed to a certain extent. Disciples of the sect guarded the area as John readied himself. He had to trust that they would keep him safe, as he needed to focus all of his attention on his advancement. Just because it was safer than stepping into the ascending soul phase didn't mean it would be easy, and John had failed at the former once. Even with the surrounding circumstances, that was enough to fill him with a greater sense of caution. John was tempted to reach out for everything at once, to open the floodgates entirely. However, he knew that simply filling himself with spiritual energy was not sufficient to advance. It had to be done properly. Thus, he began with a single element, reaching out for darkness. The element flowed into him through his meridians, creating a coating of darkness over everything within his dantian. He began to pull it all together, away from the islands that made up the structure of his inner world. The spiritual energy compressed into a sphere resembling a black hole. Or instead of that, nothing at all. Next, John drew an earth element. It added weight, life, and strength to the mix. Instead of mixing it with the darkness, he wove it into the surface of the core while leaving room for more. Following that came air, following the path he had cultivated the elements. Fluidity, flow, and bursts of strength were added to his elements, which he began to braid in with the strands of earth element. His fourth element was water. The most moldable of elements, it could have elements of solid, liquid, or gas. It was the most tangible of the elements after earth. This mixed with the others. The last part of the setup was fire, a consumptive and growing strength that also provided the necessary energy for life. Linking fire to everything else completed the cycle of core elements, causing them to amplify. John drew from that power with his darkness, bolstering it. Then he slowly began to draw in light element. Unlike the others where he had created a complex tapestry all at once, he used single strands of light. It revealed where darkness hid. It was birthed by fire and flowed through air. Drawing upon prior experience, he didn't try to mix it with his darkness. Instead, he wrapped light around everything, forming a shell. Light's natural inclination was to move freely, and more than once it escaped his grasp and he had to start over. But he was also cautious about pulling it in too far and triggering the attraction of light and darkness. The two would happily annihilate each other, which was not something he wanted to happen inside of him. John found that he had trouble keeping the light. He hooked it into the core elements, but did not try to weave it in with them, or it would then follow through into the darkness. He needed to find the balance where light was held in by its draw to darkness without dropping. A stable orbit, effectively. He'd done something like that before, but it was always quite difficult. This time, it kept peeling off and dispersing into his inner world. Fortunately, it didn't cause any damage, but if he kept up what he was doing, he would only risk a greater reaction. Soon enough, he realized that the light was being pulled away by the elements in his inner world below. That was a problem he needed to solve, but nothing he tried worked. Anchoring it more strongly to his other elements resulted in him having to constantly hold it in place, as it didn't have a solid form. The core elements were mostly insubstantial as well, but balanced with each other they happily remained. Not so with light, especially as he had to keep it away from the darkness at the core of everything. Had he made a mistake in his methods from the beginning? John supposed that was possible. He was about ready to dissolve everything and try again, or even give up and make another attempt later, when he realized something. His spiritual energy was interfering with what he was drawing in. He'd recognized that and thought he had to balance it somehow, but that wasn't the case. It would only be true if he were incorporating spiritual energy into what existed of his inner world. And ultimately, that was something he needed to do. However, his current goal of improving his rank and thus capacity and power output didn't require that he immediately integrate everything together, especially his greater concentrations of light element. Thus, he drew away from the broad stretch of islands he had created, taking the orb of mixed elements with him, away and away, into nothing, because there was no true space inside of the world. Once he was separate from the normal world, he found it easier to balance the light he was drawing in. He wasn't able to maintain as much light as he would have liked, but he managed first to have a tenth as much light compared to other individual elements. But that wasn't enough. He kept pushing, increasing his ratio from about 10% to 20%. Light was constantly slipping through his grasp, and tightening his grip on it only accelerated the process. According to his experiences, darkness settled into place more easily, though he had no doubt he would find it similarly difficult to shift styles had he started at the other end of the elemental spectrum. If John simply continued to gather more of the elements as he was, he knew he would break through to the 40th rank successfully. He just had to hold everything. But he wanted more, to be better. So he pushed for a greater proportion of light. It slowly grew beyond 20% to nearly 30%. Then the light unraveled to only half that magnitude. John's main limitation was not the total amount of spiritual energy available, but his control, and how long he could maintain more complex maneuvers. Though he was loath to give up, he realized 30 was too much. But he could do better than a proportional 15% or so. Slowly, ever so slowly, he added more light back into his mix, a sphere much like its own planet. The various forms of spiritual energy were nothing beyond the pure elements themselves, a far cry from the world he had been building. But out in the void, nebulously far from everything else, he constructed something new. When John reached a quarter as much light, he decided that was as far as he could reasonably push. That was still far more than he was used to maintaining. He was tempted to try to tighten the light into his weave, but he followed his insights and slightly loosened his grip. The loose element floated around in almost a haze, but did not detach from what he had constructed. Then he slowly continued to draw in more of each element in the same proportions. Every element, but light, was perfectly balanced. The sphere he had created continued to grow and expand until John stopped. Then he carefully released his control. The various elements weren't held in place by the concepts of his totems, but instead balanced according to his understandings. And the sphere, or perhaps more of a blob, endured. It wasn't the prettiest thing, especially compared to the islands covered in a semblance of life, but it was stable. The final thing John had to do was connect the spiritual energy to his totems. While in concept a balanced mass of pure spiritual energy was valuable, he wouldn't really be able to draw upon it efficiently. John watched as slowly the concepts of his totems began to fill in the spiritual energy. Each spiritual element slowly began to shift, very slowly. John imagined it would take days to properly form into anything, but he didn't want to rush the process. He would simply have to monitor it. If everything went right, it would form its own separate little world. And once it was a proper world, he hoped to integrate it with the rest of his inner world. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He wasn't quite certain how long his breakthrough had taken. The time of day had shifted, but that could mean anything from just a few hours to a few days. Either way, it was quite clear to him that he'd properly advanced to the next rank. He also had significantly more light element within him than ever before. Only the secondary portion reached a full quarter, but with what he learned there, he would eventually be able to integrate similar proportions into the other parts he had. John also realized that he could have separated each element into its own zones all along. Not that such a thing would be conducive to an effective cycle of elements, but it might be useful for people trying to take more esoteric paths. Perhaps some disciples would join the 6 elements crossroads with unbalanced elements. Alternatively, those who began with the core elements might need to separate light or darkness from the rest at the ascending soul phase in order to integrate both light and darkness at once in the exalted soul phase. Though that was getting both ahead of himself and any theoretical disciples. No, long-term compartmentalization seemed like a flawed path, but a temporary separation should serve him quite well at the moment, as raw elements were converted into a proper world inside of him. It was also much more comfortable than breaking apart and regrowing the pieces inside of him, though that was still an important tool for him to use between ranks to maintain constant growth. John was still 2 ranks behind Satora, but being in the same general phase filled him with confidence should he spar with her again. And he was also quite certain that a battle against Abit would be less weighted against him, even if she had continued to develop her cultivation smoothly. Chapter 375. There had been hopes that everything would stay peaceful until the end of the decade and another round of tournaments, and for the majority of the region that was true, at least, relative to the normal rate of conflict among cultivators. However, while they had a run of good luck, the days of peace were not going to last forever. The first signs of trouble were missing ships in the Crystal Sea. They simply departed one port and didn't arrive at the next. 1 or 2 missing ships could have been caused by accidents out at sea, and there were more than a few trading back and forth along the southern coast. However, in the span of just a single month, the Glass Hills reported 5 missing ships. Their own investigations soon turned up the sunken remains of one, clearly plundered, that ruled out beasts, which in turn cast suspicion on the Sky Islands. Though they tended to have little to do with ships, it was suspicious. However, with no proof of their involvement, little happened. When the Wuthering Steppes also reported missing ships further west, the matter became a higher priority. Neither elemental zone had a high focus on naval superiority, but they still relied on ships to trade around the coast into the Shimmering Islands, and especially with the Blustering Peaks. That route connected the majority of the air cultivators, with the other options being a much slower land route. Those continued difficulties led to calling upon the aid of the Shimmering Islands water cultivators to investigate, which eventually led to Turdo heading to investigate the situation. Given his status as the head of the Brandel clan, he also came with an entourage. They ended up with a small flotilla of 3 ships. Turdo had intended to leave Verusha behind to manage clan affairs, but "You're telling me that there might be pirates on the sea, and I don't get to come along and burn them down?" Verusha had laughed. "No way. I'm going." That had then drawn Nitz's interest, and since she was old enough to make her own choices, and high enough cultivation, Turdo couldn't really deny her. She was only in the early soul expansion phase, but that wasn't a trivial level of power. They sailed south out of the Shimmering Islands, past the Soulrot Bogs, which previous covered much of the connection to the swirling expanse beyond. In the past, large ships weren't able to sail through that route, but in the interests of trade the waterways had been expanded. Being able to ship goods from a strange central location to the outer edges of the region via sea generally avoided most of the unknown risks. Aside from the storms of the Shimmering Islands, of course, but those storms were easily navigated by experienced sailors. With a generally higher level of cultivation among the people, the Shimmering Islands were generally safer in recent days, even if journeys weren't necessarily peaceful. One reason such trade routes hadn't been expanded upon before was that the first and largest stretch of land to the east was the coast of the Deadfields. Unlike Estrain, the area was truly devoid of spiritual energy. However, there were still thriving cultivator settlements beneath the surface where light element reigned supreme. With greater cooperation, a few decent ports had been established along the coast, where there was at least some semblance of spiritual energy. Turdo noticed that Nitsa seemed nervous during the first stretch of their journey. She was constantly looking around, scanning the area with her spiritual energy. "Don't worry," he said to his daughter. "We won't be set upon so easily as the others." None of the lost vessels carried two-peak, consolidated soul phase cultivators. Verusha, being a handful of years younger than Turdo, had been behind in cultivation, especially during their early relationship. But properly cultivating together had allowed her to close the gap to less than a rank. Turdo would undoubtedly break through to the ascending soul phase first unless circumstances lined up for them to advance together, but she wouldn't be terribly far behind. Nitsa relaxed slightly, but not completely. "I understand, Father. But aren't we looking for vessels sunken under the sea?" "Not this far west," Turdo said. "Once we reach the southeastern shores we will focus our search, but none of the reported ships could have made it this far in the time frames they were missing." Nitsa nodded, but continually checked the ocean around them, including behind their trio of ships. Turdo chalked that up to her relative youth, but he knew this might be a good opportunity for her to get some real experience outside of the Shimmering Islands. They'd done their best to raise her as a competent and responsible individual, but she hadn't been forced into greater responsibility early. Turdo was glad for that, as the alternative would have meant he and Verusha were no longer able to handle clan affairs, and they were far too young for that to be an issue. With their cultivation, they should be young well past 100 years old, though depending on circumstances they might pass on leadership sooner or later than that vague date. As they approached the Crystal Sea, Turdo felt a significant change in the flow of the ocean itself. The balance of elements shifted, which made it more difficult to perceive at a far distance. That would be both a benefit and a detriment for their purposes. If they came across whoever was causing troubles, they should be able to get closer without their strength being noticed. They were hiding their power to look like easier targets, hoping to at least get close enough to other ships to ascertain whether they were friend or foe. But the more difficult sensing would also make it tougher to sense any downed ships. Even relatively near the coast, it swiftly dropped to over 100 meters or more. That made things more difficult, but water cultivators hadn't been called upon for nothing. Swimming along at the same speed as the ships was not difficult for anyone with proper training. The only issue was maintaining that long term, requiring numerous rotating shifts. Turdo had trained to function in the deep sea, including adapting to the dark. He would never have a clear of sight as a darkness element cultivator, but he could at least make out the shape of the ocean floor below, and whether there were any disturbances, such as the wreckage of a large ship. The third day they were within the expected territory. Nitsa actually found a sunken ship. However, when a group dove down to find it, they quickly realized it was a much older wreck. Whatever wood had not already rotted away was covered in coral and barnacles. But spotting more than what they were looking for was still a win, as it meant they were covering enough area. Turdo liked the water. His life would have been pretty miserable if he didn't, being born with water element cultivation and living in the Shimmering Islands. In his opinion, the Crystal Sea was not as good, but at least it was new. There were different varieties of sea life to observe, though he could see why there weren't many water cultivators established in the area. The element was just a bit thin for proper cultivation. He swam down to the bottom, watching crabs and other creatures scuttling about on the sand. To them, he should feel like part of the sea. His energy was restrained to cause as little disturbance as possible. Occasionally, he would spot the shadow of a larger creature off in the distance. Whales were not uncommon in the area, but he thought he spotted something far larger on occasion, further away from shore. His investigations never revealed anything, so he thought perhaps that was his imagination. They stopped by the first port in the Wuthering Steppes without having found any recent wreckage. The 3 ships in their flotilla had spread out to cover as much of the seas as they could, But unless the merchants they were looking for had gotten significantly off the mark, they should have spotted them. There was little reason to sail far from shore, however, as the seas were safest when land was kept in sight, as long as it was deep enough. They asked around to see if they could find any further information, but they kept their purpose secret. Far too often in cases of piracy, locals were providing information about shipping schedules, even if they couldn't confirm if it was standard piracy or outside cultivators causing trouble. Emphasizing their presence in the area wouldn't benefit them. They didn't want to scare off anyone. Turdo had prepared a manifest for their main ship that would hopefully make them a tempting target. There was no guarantee they would draw in who they were looking for, but it was one more route to success beyond simply scouring the ocean floor for sunken ships and trying to find some sort of evidence on who was at fault. Off to the southeast and far above the ocean were the Sky Islands. Turdo couldn't help but suspiciously watch them. They even came across one group descending from one of the border islands to a ship below, but they were a regularly known quantity in the area. Without some significant proof, even mentioning suspicion of them could damage the newly formed relationship between them and the continent. Of course, if there was proof, then Turdo would act appropriately. They didn't need to keep a peaceful facade if it simply meant the continent was attacked without retaliation. Turdo looked out on the horizon, spotting their other ships just far enough that they could spot the central ship. At such a distance, they would have more difficulty aiding in a battle, but they had to cover enough area. He felt the energy disturbance of Xianxia rushing to the surface and prepared himself for trouble, but she merely threw herself out of the water onto the deck. "I found another one," she proudly declared. "Good," Turdo said. "Let's check it out." "How far?" "About halfway between us and the furthest ship," Xianxia explained. Turdo took Verusha's hand and jumped into the water with her. Even as a fire cultivator, she was strong enough to swim and fight easily enough, and she also had techniques to replenish her supply of air. But there was no reason to make things unnecessarily difficult. A bubble of water formed around the two of them as they swam forward, others trailing behind much like a school of fish. Xianxia had returned to the water and was leading the way, though she didn't exactly swim in a straight line, instead curving back and forth. There was no benefit to such a movement style as far as Turdo was aware. Most likely, it was just for fun. She was still fast enough to provide a proper pace that matched with their slower cultivators. Soon enough, Turdo was able to spot the sunken ship, and it was immediately apparent how much more recent it was. Inspecting it revealed charred wood, indicating much of the ship had been on fire. Unlike the Shimmering Islands, which had to constantly deal with lightning strikes, other vessels were often quite vulnerable to fires. However, even with a basic complement of cultivators, a mundane fire would not bring down a vessel. They inspected the ship, finding few remains of any crew except a few who were killed below decks. The only thing they were able to confirm for certain were certain battle scars on the ship, and that it was one of the vessels they were searching for. Like the one that had been found by the locals, this one was looted of everything cultivators would find valuable, except perhaps the vessel itself. One sample wasn't enough to tell them what sort of cultivators attacked. Fire wasn't exactly exclusive, and it could have been brought about by more mundane means. If the crew was busy fighting, they couldn't just put it out. Turdo would have to compare with what they'd learned about the other ship to see if there were any consistent patterns they could draw from. Chapter 376. One thing that Turdo found odd was that they had not been attacked by anything yet. He wasn't expecting whoever was assaulting the ships to easily show themselves when they were perhaps a quarter of the way through the area they intended to patrol, but he did expect some sort of attack by local beasts. Certainly some would be lured in by the presence of the ships and their cultivators. Unless creatures in the Crystal Sea were vastly more cautious than those in the Shimmering Islands. It was possible that they sensed his cultivation, or that of their other stronger members, but that didn't usually stop beasts. Perhaps all of the local ones were weaker than anticipated, but while they seemed to avoid the ships, Turdo still spotted a few that seemed to be the equivalent of the consolidated soul phase. Verusha came to lean against the rail next to Turdo. "I expected more excitement. At this rate, I wonder if we'll even encounter these pirates, or whatever they are." Her hair was a dim reddish-orange, like coals. In the past, it had been uncontrollably influenced by her emotions, but she had learned to deal with that when she cared. But she had no particular reason to hide her boredom. I was thinking we should have at least been attacked by beasts, Turdo commented. Verusha dangled one arm over the side as she twisted towards him. The sort of lazy pose that took more effort to maintain than simply standing up straight. Yeah? You think we could provoke some? That wouldn't be setting a good example for our daughter. Pfft. She's an adult now. Any bad habits I have she's either already got or is immune to. Regardless, Turdo said, causing a local disturbance would potentially tip off the people we're looking for. Maybe we should just set our ship on fire and call for help. That could draw their attention. Turdo chuckled. I think it's a bit early to go to such extremes. But if you're that bored, you can come with me to look for Rex. Another ship was likely lost somewhere around here, based on its predicted sailing path. Swimming with Verusha was much more energetic than swimming alone. She seemed almost eager to boil the water around them. And he knew she could, if it came down to a combat situation. It was a large expenditure of energy, but it could be a surprise to human opponents, and beasts were rarely able to deal with a sudden change of that sort. The only option was to completely block water from touching them or to flee out of an invisible area of unknown scope. Despite her general attitude, Verusha didn't actually go around causing chaos all the time. That was simply a representation of what she would have been up to without Turdo. Said chaos would have probably been much more troublesome than Ursul's extreme enthusiasm. Only specific powerful beasts had to worry about her. Turdo's presence helped her learn to pick and choose when she should unleash certain parts of herself. In turn, she provided a push for Turdo when he might have otherwise been overly cautious. I sense something further out, Verusha commented. We can probably reach it in just a few minutes if we push ahead. Turdo nodded. He would have personally continued at the same pace, staying closer to the ships and the other swimmers. But there was no real reason for him to be concerned, as they would sense anything of significant power far before it got close. The sea smoothly flowed around their own personal bubble of water as they pushed forward. Soon enough, Turdo could pick out the same things Verusha had. And despite approaching a burned-out ship, there was no prominence of fire elemental spiritual energy, merely air. Help me track down the origin of this air element energy, Turdo asked. The two of them split up, making their way around the remains of the ship. The wreck was even more recent than the last, and still carried lingering traces of the battle. Not a clear picture, but the traces of energy brought Turdo to the keel of the ship. He took special note of the burn marks, burns, in an area that would always be completely submerged. He inspected more closely and discovered the signature marks of lightning, spreading webs from which the fire spread. But it didn't make sense. While air was dominant over water, fire was not. Thus, using lightning to spark a flame underwater was a contradictory action. The lightning would flow smoothly enough to its target, but it wouldn't cause a sustained reaction. Yet the keel had burned, enough to open a wound in the hull of the ship. It might have even been the primary cause of the ship sinking. That was a significant difference from catching sails or pitch alight, the usual hazards of fire aboard any ship, and burning a sturdy part of the ship underwater. Turdo tried to recall if there were signs of similar damage on the previous wrecks. He didn't think so, but he at least understood one thing. Whoever did this had ways to prevent fire from being put out by the presence of water. That would explain why previous ships hadn't simply put out the fires. It would have been odd to have no water cultivators. That was the end of what they managed to glean from the current ship, but it was a critical piece of information. Unfortunately, it didn't tell them who was at fault. Along the coast of the Wuthering Steppes, any number of individuals could have started a fire with lightning. Lightning was the specialty of the Glass Hills. And yes, the Sky Islands used lightning as well. So the signs didn't point anywhere in particular. Indeed, they seemed to point everywhere. Perhaps it was a rogue sect from one of the continental regions. They would certainly have easier access to shipping routes, but that didn't mean they were the only possibility. The Sky Islands were not without grudges against the Continentals, even if they had avoided actual conflict so far. Some of the peaks were friendly, while others were not. Their journey continued, stopping occasionally in ports while downplaying their combat capabilities, with the intention to hopefully draw out the attackers. They were able to confirm the first wreckage that had been found along the shared border of the Wuthering Steppes and the Glass Hills, and with careful observation, they were able to spot signs of lightning as well. It was difficult because the fire tended to spread, breaking down portions of the ship. "This is weird," Verusha commented. "What part?" Turdo asked. "People always want to rob others, so I assume you mean something else." "Obviously. I mean the fire." "Well, when caused by lightning it might be different," he shrugged. "But maybe you could explain what I'm missing." "So it burns underwater," Verusha said. "I can do that if I want to. You just need a good understanding of technique. Without defenders, I could burn these ships into a pile of ash." "Sure," Turdo agreed. "But that's an unnecessary effort." Verusha grinned. "Would it be, though? Because burning holes through a ship, causing it to sink, is a good way to occupy the defenders. Though that's not my point. How should I say this? Why didn't the ships burn down to nothing if the fires could be sustained in water?" "I assume it takes a constant application of energy," Turdo pointed out. "Thus the excessive effort. With cultivators actively fighting against you, definitely. But a good fire cultivator could certainly cause a self-sustaining reaction against an undefended ship. In short, it wouldn't have stopped. But these ships are mostly intact, and we haven't senses any particular prevalence of fire elemental spiritual energy, except what one might expect from burned ships," Turdo concluded. "Exactly. So it's probably not any sort of fire cultivator, and the technique requires some sort of continuous application of effort. However, I suspect it's quite good against active resistance by water element cultivators." A couple people threaten the ship, distracting the defenders while the rest of the pirates take down cultivators in small groups instead of as a unified defensive force. The ship still ends up sinking, but the flames end there. "I've never heard of such a technique," Turdo admitted. "Indeed. It could be kept secret, of course, but with coastal shipping not being a big part of daily life here, it would have to be an ancient technique dug off of dusty shelves or something just recently created. But it's easier to just assume it didn't come from locals. Probably not even the Sky Islands, since such a technique, they barely even have ships, so why would they bother?" "Alternatively," Turdo pointed out, "it could be something they've always had, to prevent people from poking around the crystal sea beneath their domain." Verusha nodded. "It could be. So maybe we still just have to track down these fellows to actually figure things out. If we can find traces just a few days old, though that is about as likely as simply sweeping them up in our net." Verusha shrugged. "But hey, at least there's something interesting going on now." Their route continued east and slightly north along the coast, past the glass hills. And then, ultimately, they came to the end. They had come across most of the sunken ships they expected, as well as many more that were far more ancient, some barely visible as the sea itself covered them with sand and life over the course of time. But they were at the edge of the glass hills now, without having seen any recent traces of the pirates they were looking for. Going further would only bring them along the coast of the Gloom desolation. That was a darkness element region with which they had little prior contact. "It's too risky to continue," Turdo declared. "We don't know how the Gloom desolation would react to our presence." "Precisely," Verusha agreed. "We don't know, so we should find out. Perhaps they are sheltering these pirates. And no, I'm not saying that because they're darkness cultivators. We simply don't know. Their response would tell us quite a bit." Turdo took his wife's words seriously. But just because he did so didn't mean he always had to agree. This would risk a diplomatic incident. "In that case," Verusha said, "we had better be prepared both to get involved in and resolve said incident. Together, we have the strength to handle anything we could reasonably expect. And in the worst case, I can't imagine their ships would be able to keep up with us should we focus our ships on speed, especially if their sails have been turned to ash." "Ah, good." Turdo was somewhat worried at how his wife was acting up until that last line. "You've convinced me," Turdo agreed. "But I don't intend to just traipse up to one of their ports. I'd like to contact a coastal village first, if we can. Let them see we are not a threat. Or burn down a few houses so that they know you are a threat," Verusha grinned. "I'm just saying, people respect strength." The changes around them rapidly became apparent. Gloomy clouds that provided no rain, lifeless coasts, and most tellingly, a clear lack of vibrancy underwater. There was still some measure of sea life, but it was a far cry from the Shimmering Islands and still noticeably lacking compared to where they had traveled just days before. Dark element reigned supreme even just off the coast, creating an environment where deep-sea fish would be most comfortable, except that it was also the shallows. As for those coastal villages Turdo was planning to visit, there weren't any. Fishing villages were a staple of every coast he'd ever been to, even if some found it risky to go too far out to sea in certain elemental zones. But though they kept their eyes on the coast, they spotted only villages further away atop distant hills. So they pressed on. They had not come this far to return with merely a few hints, and it was quite possible the locals could provide something unique. Whether they supported the pirates or had merely spied them in the distance, it would tell them something if any trace had come this far east. Chapter 377. The first port along the coast in the Gloom desolation took several more days to reach. It had only just been spotted off in the distance when the attacks began. Turdo almost didn't notice the first assault, barely reacting the instant before it struck the ship. With his energy supporting the ship's defensive enchantments, the ship rocked back and forth but sustained no real damage. The same could not be said of the other vessels in the fleet, as nearly invisible attacks slammed into mast and hull. The ships were not so flimsy as to instantly crumble, but the initial bombardment set people on the back foot. Subsequent attacks were already on the way, but with the cultivators on alert, they were able to pick out the concentrated darkness energy in the long-range attacks. The fact that they had missed them before was simply a consequence of the type of energy involved. At such a distance, however, the incoming attacks weren't particularly complex. Varusha's energy flared, but Turdo put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't. I can totally hit them from here, though," she complained. "I'll burn down their stupid port." Turdo sighed. "If we need that, you'll be the first I call." Then he raised his voice, using his spiritual energy to project his command to the other ships. "Turn about. We're withdrawing to a safe distance. I swear we can beat them," Varusha urged. "I wouldn't be certain about that, nor is that necessarily what we want." The ship was already turning about at his command. More attacks continued to rain down on them steadily, but the crew's combined energy held strong. Launching a combined attack over several kilometers was certainly weakening the energy of those on shore, even with special techniques or weaponry. But if they drew any closer, the ships would be at significant risk. "Why are we retreating? It's pretty clear they're at fault." "How many lightning cultivators do you sense in that city?" Turdo asked. Varusha frowned. "They're concealing them. Obviously." "They might be," Turdo agreed. "But there are better ways to discover that aside from a frontal assault. It might seem odd as primarily water cultivators, but it may be safer to attack from land. That way, we can avoid these long-range attacks. Regardless of it being a technique or some sort of defensive emplacement, they would at least be able to dodge such long-range attacks." The ships, however, weren't so maneuverable, so they couldn't avoid taking hits. But if they completely avoided attacks, that placed the enemy at a disadvantage. "More than that," Turdo continued, "they're an entire city against just a few hundred of us. Even if we can determine that we have a cultivation advantage individually, it's a bit reckless." Varusha grunted in acknowledgement. "Fine, I guess that makes sense. But dash." She never got to finish whatever she was going to say, as a sudden surge of water approaching the port drew their attention, one they had not sensed, or that they had dismissed as being part of the sea itself. A half-dozen fins rose out of the water at odd angles, revealing a form that didn't look like anything more than various sea creatures stitched together. As it rose up out of the water, the sea around it surged, rising ever higher until a wave 100 meters tall crashed upon the port. The first person to react was Nitsa. "Carl, no?" She leapt over the edge of the ship into the sea in an instant. Turdo sighed. "We should never have let our daughter name a leviathan." Then he dove into the sea after her. Normally, he would have tried to stop his daughter from approaching a massive monster. However, the situation was such that the effort involved in wrestling her away would be too problematic. Instead, it was more important to deal with the whole situation. Carl was a young leviathan, but at 3 decades old now he was not insignificant in size or strength. Whether or not he could take on a whole city was another question, and it wasn't clear that this particular city was their enemy. Either way, The situation was clear enough. Somehow the Leviathan had been following along with them, unnoticed. Now that he thought about it, Turdo had sensed something odd. He should have taken the time to look into it. Because they were attacked, the Leviathan was coming to their defense, without understanding that they didn't need him just now. Xianxia was rapidly approaching the beast, and Turdo was just a few moments behind her. Attacks from the city rained down on Carl. He withstood a great many of them, but Turdo could sense several wounds already. Compared to his mother, the young Leviathan was orders of magnitude more vulnerable. Xianxia grabbed onto one of Carl's pectoral fins, specifically one resembling a manta ray, and pulled. "We're not fighting them right now, Carl." Concentrated bursts of darkness exploded, more powerful due to the closer proximity. Some reached underwater, and Turdo barely reached Xianxia in time to cover her when one happened to explode nearby. "I'll deal with this. You need to get to safety." "But dash. If he sees you going, he might follow," Turdo said. "Now get going." Xianxia nodded reluctantly, pushing off of the Leviathan and jetting through the water. Meanwhile, Turdo climbed up to survey the damage. The good news was that the wave, while quite tall, had not carried much water behind it. Some of the docks were damaged, and cultivators had been swept into the water. Buildings further on land had taken some damage, but only those without any defensive enchantments. And for all of the Leviathan's power, he didn't seem to have focused on anyone or anything. There were likely a few casualties still, but it shouldn't have been anyone important. While that was a callous way to look at things, at this point it was more or less fair retaliation for the attack on them. If it happened that the Gloom desolation was harboring the pirates, Turdo would have a very different view on things, but for the moment he didn't want conflict. "Come on then, you don't need to do this." Turdo used his water element energy to try to nudge the Leviathan away. He didn't seem to be listening, though Turdo knew he at least somewhat understood human speech. "You need to stop this, Carl." He knew he probably sounded foolish shouting at the Leviathan, especially with such a common name, though one that had sounded exotic enough to Xianxia when she was young. But the beast showed a reaction to his name. "Come, Carl. Everyone on the ships are safe. We're done here." With that, he gave one final nudge with his energy. He couldn't forcibly move the Leviathan on his own, not anymore. He might be able to defeat Carl, as the Leviathan was still on the verge of strength that could match the ascending soul phase. But moving such massive bulk was nearly impossible, and he certainly did not want to cause harm to the creature, so he could only indicate what he wanted. To Turdo's great relief, the Leviathan began a wide turning motion. He was still being attacked from the shore, but once he dove underwater the attacks became nearly negligible. Turdo was a fast swimmer, but he was not a mighty sea beast. So while his maneuverability was much higher, once Carl was turned about he quickly caught up. Turdo grabbed onto the beast as he continued back towards their ships. Xianxia had already made it back to the ship. When they were once more out of range of the harbor, Turdo took a good look at the Leviathan. He was large enough that he barely fit in the shallower waters closer to the harbor. That was probably for the best, or he might have tried to get even closer, increasing both his own destruction on the city and the damage to himself from the defenders. What was he going to say to the beast? Perhaps he could chastise him for coming along secretly, but Carl was not a pet that could be ordered around. He was a creature of independent thought. Someday, perhaps, he would be a great guardian beast. But for the moment, he was still young and inexperienced. Turdo did his best to explain to the inhuman creature. "You should not hide yourself from us. Even if you were worried about our safety, it would be best if we knew you were around." As he spoke, he soothed the Leviathan's wounds. Spiritual energy didn't have any easy tricks for healing something so massive, but he could help stop bleeding with water element. The Leviathan quickly caught on and began to focus its own energy on the same task. Even with a huge, durable body, the quantity and magnitude of enemy attacks had caused significant damage. When he finally boarded their flagship once more, he saw his wife standing next to a timid daughter. Verusha caught him with her eyes. "Our daughter has something she wishes to confess to you." Turdo had a pretty good idea he knew what it was. "Very well. What is it?" he asked. "Well, you see, I actually noticed Carl a while ago." Turdo nodded slowly. "I see. And you didn't see fit to tell us this, why?" You might have made me take him back home, Nitsa explained. An excellent idea, Turdo said. It would be a fitting punishment for failing to inform us of something so important. But we're so far now. So? Turdo raised an eyebrow. It is not as if you will have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts. But there's, pirates? Probably. We already patrolled the area, Turdo said. There shouldn't be any along that route. And if you're worried, you can have Carl travel through the deeper ocean. Nitsa grimaced. But, he said, I will finalize my decision on what to do about that later. For now, we need to settle things with this nearby city. Your mother and I are going to approach on foot, with a squadron of our best combatants. We need to determine if they are associated with these attacks. What else would it be? Nitsa asked. Tell me, Turdo said, if your people had been attacked by pirates, might you not respond aggressively to strange ships appearing on the horizon? He looked at Varusha as he did so. I guess, yeah, Nitsa admitted. So you think they're innocent? I think we don't know, Turdo pointed out. This is our best opportunity. I would not wish to cause unnecessary trouble with the Gloom desolation if we wish to ever fully unite the continent. Bringing only a certain portion of our people to the city wall should hopefully help assure them our intentions are peaceful. Varusha frowned. And if they don't see things that way? Then I'll have someone who can set them on fire. Or we can jump into the sea. Either way, water cultivators traveling on land should be less concerning for them. Can I dash? Nitsa cut herself off when Turdo glared at her. You will stay here to help care for Carl. We will not need you on land at this time. For the first time on the journey, Turdo wished they had brought along Yonit. He was the first of the Brandel clan to reach the ascending soul phase. However, there were good reasons to have him remain to keep clan affairs secure. He was trusted and powerful, but at the moment, Turdo could have used his strength. Then again, they would look quite aggressive strolling up with so much strength on a city that seemed to have no ascending soul phase cultivators of their own. Intimidation was valuable up to a point, but sometimes it ended up provoking people unnecessarily. Turdo wasn't quite certain whether or not the incident with the Leviathan would have angered the city further or cowed them slightly, but he supposed he would find out soon enough. Swimming to shore had been simple, and the city hadn't sent anyone out to defend their coastal roads. Now, they were approaching the city along one of said roads. So far, they were in sight of the walls and had not been attacked yet. Though Turdo was constantly on the lookout for ambushes, they were darkness element cultivators. After all, they could be hiding behind every rock and tree. Though if they were that close, he was certain he'd pick them out, unless they were somehow better than Melanthina at concealing themselves. Chapter 378. No trouble was encountered on the way to the port city, and while the land route to reach it had taken some time to traverse, if they had to flee, the ocean was only a short distance away. Turdo was quite confident that his group could outpace any darkness cultivators in the water, even Varusha on her own, if for some reason that was necessary. Turdo gathered spiritual energy to amplify his voice. People of the Gloom desolation, we come in peace, not with intentions of war. He could see a few figures on the walls of the port city, though he wasn't sure how many more were concealed. We will wait for someone authorized to speak for you. No need. A man faded into view atop the wall. I am here. But who are you? Turdo Brandel, of the Shimmering Islands. We have come to investigate attacks on the shipping of our allies. We were unable to find any traces of the pirates themselves, so we continued beyond the borders of the Glass Hills. We merely intend to inquire if you have seen anything. I have heard of your clan, the man said. I am Tenzing, an elder of the Dark Shore. I have also heard of these attacks, perpetrated by water element cultivators like yourself. Water element? Turdo asked with genuine surprise. From what we saw, lightning cultivators used their techniques to ignite ships beneath the waves. We had not even suspected the involvement of water cultivators. Have you seen the signs yourself? The man's sharp eyes pierced into Turdo. I have seen them, and I know well the signs of hidden spiritual energy. Though they didn't wish it to be found, water cultivators were certainly involved. As for lightning cultivators, would not the most likely culprits be members of those very allies you spoke of? Reading Tenzing's expression was difficult. The distance and unfamiliarity both led to trouble. Turdo was only certain that he knew more than he was letting on just yet, but he couldn't quite be certain what that meant. We had in fact suspected some sort of internal strife. However, it is unlikely that any group could have hidden such expert techniques for such a time as this, when they would have better been served rising to power in other ways. Turdo noted that Tenzing hadn't said that there weren't lightning cultivators involved. He had merely revealed the presence of water cultivators. Even his prior deflection somewhat suggested that. You speak with great certainty for one who admits to knowing little, Tenzing replied. Would not it be the simplest solution? I am open to hearing any proof you have of cultivators of the Glass Hills or Wuthering Steppes attacking the ships of their own people. But so far, you have only revealed your understanding that water cultivators were involved. The very reason we were called upon was that they have very few such individuals to rely on for investigations such as this. As for internal conflict being a simple solution, that might be so, but none of the stolen goods have appeared within their borders. Turdo was hoping that honesty would get the reaction he wanted. While it was still possible the Gloom desolation was harboring pirates, he estimated it was unlikely to be this particular port. Verusha was not so subtly scanning the area around them with her energy. Turdo hadn't felt any darkness cultivators sneaking about during their conversation, but she might pick them out where he failed. Or they might be content to remain behind their walls. You spoke of peace, Tenzing said. What then of the damage to our ships and port? Admitting fault was an acceptable practice among allies, but in many cases cultivators had to put up strong images. Turdo wanted to avoid being too overbearing, but he wouldn't look weak either. We were attacked first. Our companion was merely a little bit overzealous in his reaction. You should note I stopped him before he caused too much damage. He'd also stopped Carl because the young Leviathan alone couldn't take on a whole city. But he really had wanted to prevent him from damaging the city too much. Tenzing gave no apology for striking without verifying their origin, and Turdo gave no apology for what resulted. As far as Turdo could tell, the matter had been settled. It is undignified for us to shout at each other from a distance for so long. If you are willing, we can have a more private discussion. I have no objections, as long as I can bring my current companions with me. Open the gates, Tenzing said by way of response. Turdo, Verusha, and their guards approached the city as the gates swung open. The optimal time to attack them, if there was going to be an attack, would be shortly after they stepped through. But Tenzing himself had already come down off the wall to the main road, which would have left him vulnerable if they were planning an assault. Besides, Turdo could sense some of the hiding cultivators, and they weren't near enough to be an immediate threat. He imagined he probably missed some of them, but finally sensing some was comforting. It wasn't unreasonable that they would be monitored upon entering the city. Welcome to Port Dusk, Tenzing said. Several guards moved to stand around the group, but he waited for Turdo and Verusha to get closer before moving further into the city. They might have been surrounded on all sides, but their own guards were closer to Tenzing if trouble should break out. The structures of the port were quite modest. That was unsurprising, given the relative lack of worthy materials in the region. Perhaps there were darkness element materials of great value further into the region, but the outer edges had been sufficient to dub the area the Gloom Desolation, a name which even the locals had not seemed to reject in the few interactions that had come up in the past. Tenzing led them to a manor. I hold the position of governor of Port Dusk. It affords me a certain level of luxury, even given the surroundings. He brought them to a sitting room, where the Brandel clan guards positioned themselves on one side, and a number of those sharing the same style as Tenzing stood on the other. Turdo again felt more in rooms beyond, but he would have been somewhat insulted had they not been cautious. When refreshments were served, he wished he had spent more time studying the blood purification techniques his father spoke of. He had no reason to believe the food was poisoned. Indeed, darkness cultivators weren't necessarily more likely to poison anyone compared to other cultivators, with the caveat that they would be better at hiding it if they chose to. You have not yet introduced yourself, Tenzing said to Verusha as he sipped some tea. You are from the Green Sands, are you not? Indeed. I am Verusha Brandel, formerly of the Milanovich clan in the Green Sands. Her hair refused to settle into any particular pattern, but rather than betraying any particular emotion, Turdo thought it might make her harder to read, though her caution was likely apparent even to those unfamiliar with her. I did not expect you to be familiar with the green sands. It is not that I am particularly familiar, but I would be remiss if I did not at least recognize the cultivators of an elemental zone merely 2 steps displaced from my homeland. Though a journey through the glass hills is not a pleasant one, it is certainly quite possible for cultivators of sufficient caliber. Turdo nodded. He decided they had to get to business sooner or later, so he began the process. Your words and actions indicated that you also had trouble with pirates. Or they were working with them, but a sudden assault would be an odd way to hide animosity. Can you tell me about what you know? Especially what let you understand there were water element techniques involved. As you noted, we also found ships damaged by lightning. That was the more obvious part. In fact, the water element techniques were merely an enhancement. Ah, a supporting role from the cycle of elements, Turdo said. Do you know if they are dual element cultivators? Dual element cultivators, or paired in such a way as to effectively be that, Tenzing confirmed. We have previously noticed their passage, and of course the loss of some of our ships. Were they passing through from the east or the west? Turdo asked. He had little understanding of what was east of the Gloom desolation. It is difficult to say, except that they went far enough east to be noticed within the vicinity of Port Dawn. That would be the one furthest east. Since we share difficulties, Turdo said, we should work together. Or if you would at least pass on word of our presence so that we don't run into further conflict. You should at least know that it is not we who are troubling your shores. You bring a rather large monster with you for a peaceful visit, Tenzing commented. Turdo shrugged. We did come with the intent to bring retribution upon those at fault. But you maintain the Gloom desolation isn't involved, so he shouldn't be any risk to you. Turdo certainly wasn't going to mention that Carl had followed along in secret. Simply because Leviathans were part of the sea didn't excuse Turdo missing it. Though he'd seen some of the signs and gotten close to sensing him, it certainly explained the lack of predators. I can send word ahead to the other ports, Tenzing confirmed. They may not be willing to let you dock, but they should at least be more cautious with their actions. Though I would suggest not picking up air cultivators, or you may appear as targets. We appreciate the offer, Turdo said. If you can provide additional information, such as dates and locations of attacks, that would also be quite beneficial. We are not yet certain if it is a single small fleet or multiple groupings. Tenzing thought for a few moments. I suppose it should not harm our interests to share that information, if you will reciprocate. Of course, Turdo said. If the Dark Shore were truly involved somehow, it really wouldn't matter if they knew the details of attacks they themselves had perpetrated. The same was true in the other direction. As the shipping routes would be fairly certain, there were few secrets to be had with the lost ships. Though Tenzing was clearly cautious about revealing too much, Turdo judged him to be honest as far as they had come. And he was fairly certain there was no poison in the food, though he would be making use of some blood purification techniques later in private, just in case. Verusha suddenly spoke up. It wasn't that Turdo had forbidden her to speak, but she understood her own personality. That ultimately meant her diplomatic training had focused on simply not saying things without good reason. If you do spot them, let us know right away so we can go burn them to the waterline, she said. As long as you can point us at them, we're sure to catch them. Is that so? Tenzing asked. They have the advantage of free wind in their sails. Hemph. Verusha turned up her nose. Little good it will do them facing cultivators of the Shimmering Islands. The moment we have a target, it will be over for them. Turdo was also quite confident in their ship's speed, though they could be dealing with other seaborne cultivators. Then again, they at least had Carl. The Leviathan didn't seem like he would be fast, graceful, or even basically functional, but in a straight chase, the power of a sea creature like him could catch any ship eventually. Human cultivators would tire themselves first, and the natural speed of wind and wave were simply not enough. I'll tell the others of your assurances, Tenzing declared. Port Dusk will support you in this effort. So will the others, if I can manage it. Chapter 379. Armed with what little additional information Port Dusk could provide, Turdo knew at least had a better idea of how wide-ranging this group was. There was some possibility there were several different groups, but the lightning damage was a consistent marker. The fact that he hadn't noticed traces of water element cultivators earlier was an unfortunate failure, but he had no reason to disbelieve Tenzing on that front. Water and air were the best elements to run ships swiftly and efficiently, and water could augment the effects of lightning running through it. That would explain how it was focused into the hulls of the ship so easily, instead of inefficiently scattering. Sufficient control of a single element could produce similar results, but that would limit the number of users of such a technique. Now that they knew something about their enemies, they needed to consider how to counter them. How would you stop lightning coming through the water? Turdo prompted Verusha. Same way I'd stop anything else targeted at the ship. Make people unable to do it. She shrugged. Besides, it wouldn't likely cause the ship to sink without a sustained attack, right? So we just have to worry about winning in general. Lightning is already a pain to deal with. If we're facing experts in conducting lightning through water, things will be much more difficult. So don't use water, Verusha pointed out. Turdo looked at her, then over the edge of the ship, then back to her. Of course. I'll just learn how to channel Earth before we run into them. Should be simple enough. I bet you could, Verusha said. But I mean, if they're specialized in attacking through water, just don't let there be any of that. I bet they'd be thrown off by dealing with steam and ice. Turdo nodded. I suppose we can manage that well enough, but that won't work well for the rest of the crew. Then again, simply being prepared for a tactic should be extremely useful. I wonder if we can come up with anything else? I can roast them alive, Verusha said. Mom taught me how to slip through typical water defenses, after all. That's not really a tactic, Turdo pointed out. Just your standard form of operation. Hey, if it works, she shrugged. Knowing they were likely dealing with water cultivators, Turdo had their small fleet focus slightly further away from shore. They still could only cover so much territory at once without becoming separated, but they readjusted where they were looking slightly. Now that everyone was aware of Carl's presence, the Leviathan could also be part of their plans. By himself, he was likely only slightly stronger than a consolidated soul phase cultivator like Turdo, but he was extremely fast when he needed to be. He could roam a little bit further, and he wouldn't attract that much direct attention. After all, he fit into the ocean perfectly. Since he had come along, they might as well make use of him. His instructions were only to find ships and return. Any sorts of ships, including the rare local traders, potential pirates, and anything sunken. Any of those would hopefully lead them closer to their goal. Turdo didn't want to return to their allies empty-handed. Though even if they failed to accomplish that, he hoped to establish slightly more solid connections with the Gloom desolation. Their current goals were continuing along the coast to reach Port Midnight and Port Dawn, hopefully without getting into conflicts with more local.s. A huge spray of water came from the area around Carl as his fins cut through the surface. He was moving rapidly towards the ship, but he turned before reaching them, merely rocking them with his wake. Looks like he's found something, Turdo said. Did you find a ship? He called forward. A few fins waved excitedly. What element cultivators? At that question, the Leviathan gestured towards the shore. Darkness? Should be locals, then. Unless… Carl gave no indication that they were hiding anything, but he couldn't exactly get close without revealing himself. There was a big difference between something far away in the sea and getting close enough for people to actually see him, which was quite a long distance, with his massive stature. The darkness of the depths could provide some cover for him, but that was less effective both nearer to shore and where actual darkness cultivators were involved. About an hour later, they passed the other ship. It was clear that they were cautious about strangers. They might not have heard about Turdo's presence yet, as they likely left port before messages from Tenzing could arrive. Even so, they didn't make the first move. It would have been foolish against 3 ships, and Turdo gave them plenty of space. Though he did dive into the water and sneak closer himself just to verify that they weren't hiding anything. Aside from a general veil of darkness over their ship, which seemed to be the most proper sort of defensive formations to have in the Gloom desolation, Turdo sensed nothing. Certainly no hiding water or air cultivators. Beyond that, he had literally no interest in the actual contents of their cargo. They came across one wreck they already had been informed about, and a new one that hadn't been on the list. Paying very careful attention, Turdo was indeed able to discern the feeling of manipulated water element in the area, faint as it was against the background of the ocean. He was glad to confirm what Tenzing said with his own senses, as that gave weight to the rest of his words. Port Midnight was their next stop, and they approached cautiously until they could confirm it was safe. They had only used a few days of supplies, but they stopped there regardless to make it clear that they were peaceful. The port did know of the ship they had passed, but had little other information for them. Once again back at sea, Turdo wondered if they would ever find anything. Perhaps these pirates had already been tipped off to their presence and would know how to avoid them. Then again, if their trail of destruction went across the whole width of the Gloom desolation, might it stretch even further? Several days out, the Leviathan once again came to report in. This time, he circled around Turdo's ship without stopping, displaying excitement. Turdo could guess what it was, but he needed him to calm down slightly. Hold on there. What did you find? Carl merely splashed around for a while. Does that mean you finally found water element people? It took a while, but Turdo was able to confirm that, as well as an enthusiastic confirmation of there being air element cultivators. Do you recognize any of their energy styles? Turdo asked. Water and air could easily come from the Shimmering Islands, and while Turdo wasn't afraid of attacking cultivators from his region, he wanted to know what he was getting into. Carl was not unintelligent, but he wasn't good at communicating. Ultimately, it took some time to confirm that they didn't feel like the Shimmering Islands, which was a start. We just need to hunt them down. I want you to lead us to them, but wait for us to start fighting first. Carl looked somewhat upset at that, but Turdo explained, you'll come in from behind and sink their ships, or catch anyone who is fleeing. Nitsa managed to squeeze a bit more information out of the guy. How many were there? She asked. And how strong? When she asked about many, she spread her hands wide. Carl spread his own fins wide, then put them closer together. More than us, or about the same? He held his front fin steady. The same then. How strong? She asked, raising her arm up. Carl held a fin straight up. Very strong? What about compared to my father or you? Carl took a moment. He carefully stretched a fin over the ship, patting it on Turdo's head, then raising it up slightly. Stronger than me, but not frighteningly so? Turdo asked. Carl splashed around in what was probably confirmation. The Leviathan led them onward. Even without him, they likely would have run into the ships. Turdo thought they might pull away, seeing a trio of vessels that didn't appear afraid, but they actually locked in their approach. He was slightly worried about their strength, but as they were still approaching, Turdo tried to measure their cultivation. They were no longer hiding it, and Turdo felt what Carl had been warning them of. Along with a number of consolidated soul phase cultivators, there was an ascending soul phase cultivator. Early phase, but just barely. Then Turdo recognized not the specific individual, but the general style. Sky Islands, Turdo grumbled. Just the one, though. He'd seen all of the island masters, hadn't he? So why didn't he recognize the figure? Perhaps they had been banished or… I've got it, Verusha said. That has to be Morana, right? Can't see her arms from here, Turdo admitted. But she was the only one who didn't show for the tournament. Do you think this is some sort of protest by the Sky Islands? Or is she working alone? The easiest way to find out is to keep her alive. Yeah, sure, Verusha rolled her eyes. That's so easy to do with a cultivator stronger than us. First of all, we don't need her very alive, Turdo said. She can afford to lose a few more limbs. And I'm going to declare that she's not stronger than us. Stronger than me? Certainly. Stronger than you? Quite probably. Stronger than us? Turdo raised an eyebrow. Not a chance. There's no way Ursul can beat Abit alone, and we can't take out this lady together. Verusha crossed her arms in front of her. I'd say something about the circumstances being different, but instead I'll just agree. Nitsa, you can't keep me from the fight, Mom. Don't be stupid. You stay with Carl, okay? Nitsa nodded, jumping over the rear of the ship towards their now trailing companion, before anyone could change their mind. So, Verusha said, what are our tactics against her? She has an elemental advantage. Turdo nodded. True, but it's not like I don't know how to deal with a bit of wind or lightning. The Sky Islands might be above most storm clouds, but the Shimmering Islands isn't lacking in that area. And there's one weakness I know she has for sure. What's that? Verusha asked. She's going to try to kill me. Doesn't sound like a weakness. Sounds like a good way to die, Verusha huffed. True, but I meant she'll likely focus on me in particular. Because she'll want revenge for her arm. Yeah, but can you guarantee that? Verusha said. What if she targets someone else? We don't have to worry about that, Turdo said. I'll just channel you for a moment. Turdo got a stern look on his face, then boosted his voice with his spiritual energy. Hey old hag, I thought you were done after my father cut off your arm, but it looks like you're trying to lose another one. Verusha burst out laughing. She's not even old, is she? Yeah, that's totally going to work. Lightning clouds suddenly began to grow over the approaching flagship. Wow, talk about a lack of control over her emotions. Turdo just looked at Verusha. Shush you. Verusha turned her head away. Her hair turned into streaks of blue, light, and dark mixed together. We should probably start attacking or whatever. With both sides approaching each other at full speed, the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Turdo took Verusha's hand. It wasn't a strictly necessary thing to do, but the two of them fought together, and it was most effective if they weren't separated even for a moment. Turdo stepped forward onto the prow of the ship, waiting for the first bolt of lightning from the cloud above. Though he knew that the actual threat to the ship would come from below. Chapter 380. The first lightning bolt dropped towards the flagship of their fleet, and Turdo was ready with a barrier of water. He paid careful attention to make certain that the shell of water did not draw close to any part of the ship, as that connection could actually be used to slip through more easily. Instead, it was there to disperse the lightning as much as possible. But of course, Morana knew what she was doing, either from prior knowledge or training with water element cultivators. She forced the attack through his barrier with minimal loss of spiritual energy, and it continued towards him and the ship, only to be stopped by Verusha, of course. A barrier of fire element was neither strong nor weak against lightning, so the two clashed on the merits of their power alone. Morana was in the ascending soul phase, so she had an advantage there. But she was also on the offense, attacking at range using a method other than her primary form of study. More importantly, Verusha was not alone. Turdo's barrier had still absorbed some of the attack, and the crew supported her as well. The clan had long experience working with Turdo and Verusha, while the alliance of Morana and the other cultivators with her appeared more recent. Finally, defending against a long-range attack was easier. Neither Turdo nor Verusha would want to try to continuously take such attacks, but they could withstand a few, and the more spiritual energy they could get Morana to expend wastefully, the better. I'm out of taunts, Turdo said. You literally only used one. Verusha commented. But whatever. Hey, Morana. Your windswept hair look isn't as good as you think. I can't even make out her hair, Turdo admitted. Verusha shrugged. Neither can I. The storm cloud grew ever more charged above Morana's ship. A second strike was stronger than the first, and the third even more so. Even defending with all their might, the crew found it difficult to withstand her might. Air had an elemental advantage, no matter how much experience they had with storms. A fourth bolt of lightning raged within the cloud before unnaturally leaping forward. Turdo hastily threw up a channel of water, but the fourth and strongest bolt of lightning leapt from his barrier towards the main mast. The ship trembled as the bolt of lightning struck. Turdo breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried she'd try to strike the sails directly, or us. Their ships were made to withstand the shimmering islands. Lightning was an everyday occurrence. A cultivator with active control could direct lightning in devastating ways, but Morana had only been dealing with the local seas. While there were some storms, they weren't constant in the same ways. The Glass Hills were known for their lightning, but that didn't extend out to sea. The Wuthering Steppes and Gloom Desolation likewise didn't have the same sort of lightning proofing, so Morana wouldn't have been used to the results. Perhaps the cultivators with her might. They were a mix of water and air cultivators. But with Morana in control, her power provided the backbone of their ability, and her weaknesses shone through. Plundering ships for a few months hadn't taught her everything she needed to know. They only caused her to waste a single attack, but it was a big one. The storm cloud she formed in anger dispersed after the assault, and the ships were drawing close enough that they would soon be engaging each other directly. Even if Morana wasn't actually exhausted, she was at a lull in her ebb and flow of power. They were ready to take advantage of that. The first thing that happened was Varusha threw a swirling glob of fire that clung to the main sails of the enemy flagship. Their water cultivators immediately set about putting out the fire, or trying to. The best they could do was push the spreading fire around, dropping pieces of it onto their deck. Varusha had picked up more than a few tricks in the decades she had been living with water cultivators. Turdo knew how to counter the technique, obviously, but nobody was going to tell them. They did manage to quash some of the flames with an excess of power, but that kept a great number of them distracted. Brandel clan cultivators prepared to cross the distance between ships, and while being underwater wouldn't insulate them from air element attacks, it still provided them with their optimal mobility. Before the ships actually reached each other, Turdo and the clan members around him joined their power to assault the enemy ships, not the cultivators. The enemy flagship and one other drew close to each other, and at the optimal moment the seas were frozen between and around the ships. The other water cultivators could certainly reverse the process if they were not otherwise occupied, but it would still take a few moments. Meanwhile, the two ships were tied to each other and lacking mobility. That was also when Karl attacked the third one. Along with a number of clan members riding on the Leviathan, the ship was completely cracked in half, tossing the cultivators into the sea. They wouldn't be helpless there, but it caused chaos among them at the unexpected situation. Morana was trying very hard to look like she wasn't gathering another attack. Personally, Turdo thought it was a waste. She was going to try to sink their ship like the others, as if water cultivators would fear that. She should have consulted her own crew upon encountering cultivators atypical to the region. Instead, she did exactly the thing they had been ready for. Morana and a number of water cultivators around her joined together to drive her lightning through the water. It snaked towards Turdo's ship, only to be met by a layer of steam that he formed, with Varusha's assistance, of course. Then a layer of ice. The layers alternated rapidly at random distances, occasionally having standard liquid water in between them. The lightning was meant to surge through pure water and cling to the wooden hull of a ship, amplifying its damage. Morana wasn't ready for such a counter, and even though the water cultivator with her instantly began to try to disperse the layers, they simply couldn't manage it. The attack fell apart when its intended results failed to manifest. But Morana and the others were clearly preparing for another volley. Wow. You'd think an ascending soul phase cultivator could win a battle against lower rank cultivators, but I guess not. Varusha's voice was overly loud, and her tone pretty clearly intended to provoke Morana. Turdo didn't think that anyone would fall for it, but apparently Morana was really that easily provoked, even though she'd seen how it went for her mere moments ago. She immediately threw herself forward with her gathered air element, flying towards the Brandel clan flagship, far out in front of the others. That disrupted those who had been gathering energy to attack with her, and while the spiritual energy wasn't lost, they took a moment to redirect it towards trying to take care of other problems, like the frozen ice around their ships, and trying to save their masts. Their sails were already done for. While the optimal way to deal with Morana might have been to call upon the power of his whole crew to try to bring her down, Turdo actually directed them to attack elsewhere. "We'll handle her," he called out. It was a bit of a risky proposition, but it had logic behind it. He truly believed that with just himself and Varusha, they could take on an ascending soul phase cultivator. And it would be even easier if she was angry. Morana flung a war dart with the force of a hurricane, directly for Turdo's chest. This was her actual style, but it was far less effective away from her walled palace in the sky. Turdo took a large leap to the side. In the arenas he had heard about from his father, that would have thrown him off a platform. On his ship, it hardly made any difference as he and Varusha moved in tandem. Normally, Morana's style would have involved flinging war darts with both hands, but she was down one of those. Thus, her following attack came at a point contrary to her accustomed rhythm. That made it easier to avoid when the one returning from behind them didn't come quite in sync. Turdo deflected the one from the front with a shield of ice, while he slowed the one returning with a bubble of water that clung to it. Outwardly, Varusha wasn't displaying any power, but she wasn't simply letting Turdo drag her about. Fire-empowered water. His ability to instantly form ice was in large part due to her, as he wasn't an ice specialist. And the bubble of water surrounding the returning war dart? That gave Morana quite a surprise when she tried to disperse it from her weapon. Her burst of air element indeed stopped the water from clinging to her weapon, only to cause an explosion of superheated water to spray over her as her hand closed around a scalding hot metal shaft. The former was entirely deflected by Morana's energy defenses, but the latter she didn't entirely negate in time. Her instincts immediately dropped the weapon, so she took only minor damage, but that impacted her rhythm even further, and she lost control of her far-flung war dart. It crashed into the ocean far behind the battle. Such minor setbacks didn't seem like they would be important, as Turdo and Varusha hadn't come out far ahead in terms of damage or spiritual energy. But with the beating her allies were taking, she couldn't afford to come out even close to neutral. The 3 Brandle clan ships were focused on the 2 enemy ships and their cultivators. The 3rd enemy ship was fighting Karl and the remaining portion of clan members there. The Leviathan was not necessarily skilled, but he was more than strong enough to control that battlefield on his own, threatening more than just a few individuals at once. Air cultivators were taken out first to remove the enemy's elemental advantage. Their enemies had been expecting darkness cultivators, and while they were certainly able to adapt to fighting different elements, the Leviathan was a shock. And the lack of combat synergy with Morana was more than clear. Their prior attacks had all gone smoothly, but that would have been against cultivators who were not seeking battle, unprepared for the specific sort of assault that was happening here. Morana was enraged even further, catching her falling war dart with a gust of wind, at the same time withdrawing her remaining stock to swirl around her. Facing numerous attacks at once was of course a threatening situation. But Turdo knew that if such a style was actually better, Morana would just use it as a default. There was a reason she threw the war darts, and that became immediately apparent as the whirlwind pressed in around Turdo and Varusha. All of the war darts followed the same path of the wind, and while Morana created slight fluctuations, they were basically just one continuous attack. Turdo formed a barrier of ice that kept them at bay. Then flames joined the whirlwind. They didn't disrupt Morana's control, but the war darts began to melt and burn. A great gust of wind blew Turdo and Varusha off the deck into the water. Then bolts of lightning rained down on them continuously as Morana started flinging her energy with reckless abandon. Turdo just calmly focused on defending, shaping the water around the 2 of them into layered barriers just as before. Unlike when he was defending the ship, he could create an omnidirectional barrier around the 2 of them. Morana didn't try to finesse her way through the barriers, but struck with power. Repeated bolts of lightning alternating with strikes from the few war darts that had retained their form. Turdo gave an exaggerated yawn, subtly adjusting his defenses and the water around him to create a clear picture for Morana. Then he suddenly opened the barrier, leaving room for a massive ball of flame to fly out. Varusha grinned as she finally got to attack again, her built-up aggression manifesting in a huge explosion around Morana. The ascending soul phase cultivator did not go down from that single strike, but her defenses were shaken, and Varusha was obviously building up another attack. Morana took stock of the situation, and before the second attack was launched, flew higher into the air, then even higher, away, to the south, fleeing to the Sky Islands and leaving her compatriots to die without her. Turdo first thought she meant to fight from afar, but constantly flying would drain her energy and the distance would weaken her attacks, and she didn't turn about even as they began capturing the surviving enemy sailors. Chapter 381. Varusha grumbled as she looked up into the sky. It's no fair that only air cultivators get to fly. Turdo chuckled. That's your main complaint? Yeah, obviously. We could have chased down that hag and killed her if we could fly. Turdo followed her gaze towards the Sky Islands, just barely visible above the horizon. That might be so, but we're not really strong enough to kill her as we are. That's dumb. We beat her together, and she survived. So we're not quite strong enough yet, Turdo explained. Though we will be soon. I'm quite sure of that. You felt it too? Varusha asked. Melanthina and Nick are gonna be so annoyed if they're the last ones. Turdo chuckled. Tough for them. Now then, we need to figure out our next moves. Well, my plan is to burn down the 4th peak, Varusha said. I've heard they're not that big. I could probably set the whole thing on fire. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Turdo said, but we have some ships and sailors to deal with first. Oh, that's easy. We sink him. Aside from the fact that the cultivators would survive to cause more trouble, we need to resolve things for the Gloom desolation and our allies. I just need to figure out a fair split of captives. Just pick one, Varusha said. Tell them how it is, and they'll accept it. Turdo wanted to reject that idea, but it would be more expedient for him to make the decision, and he believed he could be fair. Besides, political maneuvering was most of his training. Though it was slightly out of their way, the fleet sailed onward until it reached Port Dawn, the easternmost port in the Gloom desolation. There Turdo met with the governor. He kept things short and to the point. Along the way they had learned a few things from their prisoners. Among all those they had, it wasn't difficult to find a few who would give up simple information like the name of their sect. You have heard of our coming from Tenzing, the governor of Port Dusk. 2 days ago we came across 3 ships from the Stormy Sea sect, hailing from the windswept sea to your south and east. We sank 2 of their vessels and captured the 3rd. You will receive 1/9 of the total prisoners to further investigate, and you may study the captured ship for the duration of our stay. The governor was somewhat older than Turdo, and he'd likely had plans for how their meeting was going to go, but he found it difficult to say anything. Instead, he could only ask, why 1/9? There are 3 regions we are aware of affected by this blight of pirates. The Gloom desolation has 3 major ports, so we will be distributing prisoners equally among them. I see, was all the man could reply. Is this all of them? You wonder if they have further accomplices. That is for your investigations to uncover. The question might best be answered by coordinating with the Glass Hills and the Wuthering Steppes. All we know for certain is there were 3 vessels traveling together, with 1 clear outsider. Turdo didn't name Morana not because he didn't want to cause her harm, but because he didn't think a conflict between the Gloom desolation and the Sky Islands could possibly go well for the former. Besides, he already had plans to handle the situation. He wasn't going to just leave things with Morana having run off into the sky. Once back in Allied territory, they could send messages ahead, but even if he trusted the Gloom desolation to carry such a message, nothing was likely to arrive faster than their own vessel. Unless they happened to have built up a rapid communication system contained within their own region. It was possible, but even if they had it, they might not wish to reveal it. The messages to various ports arriving ahead of their flotilla was likely only possible because they were searching the area thoroughly. Turdo personally believed they had gotten all of the culprits, given the number of attacks. Either way, he didn't expect any others to be found on their return route, so they would be moving with greater speed. They stopped in Port Midnight and Port Dusk, repeating much the same exchanges. Tenzing expressed his surprise. Even having witnessed your strength, I hadn't expected such rapid success, he admitted. It was a small part luck, Turdo said. Another part was timing, and a large part a Leviathan, able to spot ships far before they get close. Indeed, that fellow is quite large, Tenzing confirmed, having seen Carl angrily counterattack their own port. As the closest port to our alliance, I hope you will strongly consider cooperating with us for your investigations. I believe the situation is at an end for now, but there are still some details to resolve, such as the consequences for the Stormy Sea sect. Indeed, Turdo said, I am certain the Gloom desolation would wish proper vengeance, but I must remind you that your forces will not be optimal against them in a naval battle. Not alone, at least. Turdo couldn't necessarily speak for their whole alliance here, but the Brandel clan's influence within the Shimmering Islands was sufficient that with just what he knew he could gather and the 2 affected regions he knew they could make a proper showing. Even if they didn't know the true might of the Stormy Sea sect, he was quite confident they could successfully retaliate. Not doing so would only open up further trouble. Once back in friendly territory, Turdo was able to arrange for messages to be sent to explain the situation. There were various factors in play, and people needed to know what was going on. He wasn't entirely certain how they would handle Morana, but there was no way they would stand idle. It wasn't like the previous times when Satora pushed an army through continental territory. Now they had official treaties, and it was a direct attack by a member of the Sky Islands. The proof they had was a great number of witnesses and some of Morana's war darts. They might also get confessions from their captured prisoners. The thanks from the Glass Hills and Wuthering Steppes were heartfelt, but also filled with some amount of surprise. Even Turdo hadn't been certain they would be able to resolve the issue in a single trip, though he didn't tell them that. Just that the alliance had their backs, and that they should consider promoting some naval factions along their shores. Melanthina was surprised to receive an emergency missive, and even more surprised at the combination of direction and the sender. "What is it?" Nick asked, immediately catching on to the unusual nature of the message. "It's from Turdo," Melanthina said. "He just resolved an issue with pirates in the Crystal Sea." She gave the message another thorough read before handing it over to her husband. "He suggests that someone should make official contact with the Gloom desolation." Nick nodded. "And that someone would be you." "Indeed," Melanthina said. "Who better than the sister of someone they had vaguely positive interactions with? Though apparently there was a bit of trouble with Carl." "They brought along the Leviathan?" Nick said, surprised. "It seems he invited himself." "Nitsa was with them." Nick was just about to reply to that when Airily popped out of nowhere. "If Nitsa was part of the mission, I should join the diplomatic mission as well." "It's impolite to eavesdrop on conversations," Melanthina said. Airily just shrugged. "You just said not to get caught doing it. And you were just standing out in the middle of the hall. Hardly somewhere private." "You did get caught, though," Melanthina pointed out. "Revealing myself should not count," Airily argued. Melanthina shook her head. "We both noticed you before that, and you didn't realize. Your new stealth techniques are fairly good, but not that good." Airily sighed. "I understand. So, can I participate?" "Of course," Melanthina said. "You need to take over for me eventually. Practical experience is important, but I'll remind you of what I previously said. Don't spy on people. Or at least don't get caught," Airily nodded. "I will be properly cautious, do not worry." John's initial reaction to receiving the message was to wonder what it would take to tear a sky islands out of the sky. Maybe a few determined earth cultivators, obviously with some way to mitigate the effects of the fall. Simply destroying the crystals that provided the buoyancy effect should be sufficient, and the fourth peak wasn't that large. But that was probably an overreaction. He was glad Ursul was away, or she might actually try to do that, though she'd have problems reaching the Sky Islands to begin with. Aside from overreactions due to the lives of his son and daughter-in-law being threatened by Morana, he still needed a response. He just needed to determine what was most appropriate. Since Turdo had been on alliance business, it wasn't something the Brandel clan and the Milanovic clan should be left to handle alone. John briefly worried about who else might receive the message, but he knew that Turdo was smart enough to do things right. "I can definitely set that island on fire," Steve said. Justina soothed her husband by patting him on the head. "I'm sure Verusha said something quite similar. But there's no need to act impulsively. They're all quite all right." Flames rippled around Justina. "Though if Nitsa had been hurt, we'd be scorching their land already. But we must properly express our displeasure. Without violence." "You really think that will work?" Steve replied. "Oh, don't get me wrong. There will be threats of violence. But I'm sure they'll be smart enough to do the right thing." The last person to receive any sort of message, despite technically being one of the closest, was Satora. That was because of the complexities of delivering a truly private message. A member of the Wuthering Steppes had come to visit the Sky Islands, but not the peaks. Instead, Satora had received a message asking her to come visit one of the smaller islands. She wasn't the sort who could be ordered around and had almost disregarded the message, but it intrigued her just enough to walk into a possible trap. She was quite pleased she had paid attention, because she was treated to quite a thorough explanation memorized by the messenger. The final piece of the message is thus: "Perhaps visiting the northern Sky Islands can help confirm the veracity of our information." Satora decided she already believed the message. However, it would be good to independently verify a few things. Morana had been suspiciously absent as of late. Then she showed up suddenly and tried to pretend nothing was going on. If she had retreated from a battle, she would have had to stop on the northern islands, even with her power at the ascending soul phase. Flying many tens of kilometers was not so easy, especially without the influence of the Sky Islands themselves supporting flight. This would be an excellent chance to get rid of Morana. It might even weaken Abit's position, given the ties they had. Or she might cast away her lackey, finding her without further value. Either way, Satora could begin maneuvering to place a more preferred individual in the position of an island master. While nominally it was based only on strength, and the ability to hold on against challenges. Political backing was necessary for anyone who wanted to hold on to the position long term, unless they really were overwhelmingly strong, like Abit had once appeared. But her single loss, well, it had been devastating to Abrit's image. Satora didn't suddenly believe she could defeat the woman and take her position, but she could gradually wear away at her base. And perhaps it would be worth it to finally break through to the late ascending soul phase herself. She certainly found herself more motivated, no longer dealing with the stale air that had filled the Sky Islands for so long. Chapter 382. The envoy from the continent returned to them with a message that they should gather a representative sample of those aggrieved by Morana's actions. That did mean that unfortunately Justina and Steve wouldn't be able to express their displeasure, as they had not been directly affected by the incident. But Satora had made it clear that she intended to act, and so they gathered people from the Glass Hills, Wuthering Steppes, and of course the Brandel clan. They brought with them a number of captured Stormy Sea sect cultivators to add their testimony against Morana. Though Satora appeared confident enough to resolve things on her own, it wouldn't hurt to have more evidence against the woman. Though they had many air cultivators with them, there were few that could fly, and even fewer that could fly all the way to the Sky Islands. It wouldn't have been possible for them to bring so many together without taking advantage of some special ships that were able to fly to and from the Sky Islands. They made good use of the peculiar makeup of the crystal sea and the crystal's ability to provide buoyancy, though it was extremely inefficient outside of the area. Those ships were necessary for what trade flowed between the continent and Sky Islands, making fairly regular trips. Once upon the Sky Islands, they were met by cultivators from the second peak who escorted them while also flying them between the islands. Along the established paths, a single cultivator could carry a half-dozen others easily enough. It was a journey of a few days to keep them at a moderate pace. When they arrived at the peaks, Turdo had expected them to be taken up to the second peak, bypassing the fourth. However, they instead approached the fourth peak immediately, only stopping by the fifth for a few moments to pick up other cultivators waiting there. At the same time, cultivators began to descend from the second and third peaks. Not long after that, Turdo felt activity from the first peak. When they arrived on the fourth peak, Morana approached them aggressively, flanked by her best minions. "Why have you come here?" She turned to Mirka, the fifth peak master. "And why have you allowed them to shame our traditions by bypassing the challenges?" "They are here as guests of a higher peak," Mirka said simply. "Surely you should be aware of the possibility. You did your very best to interfere with the previous guest, after all." Turdo replied to her first question. "And you know very well why we are here, Morana." Winds and lightning crackled around her. "I am the island master of the fourth peak, and I will be treated with respect." Verusha yawned. "We always treat people with the respect they deserve. That's why you get none." "How dare dash!" "Morana of the fourth peak," Satora's voice boomed from above. It was impossible for Morana to have missed the approach of Satora and Vanera, but she likely didn't expect their approach to be so aggressive. They landed on either side of her, knocking away those surrounding her. Satora continued her declaration. "You stand accused of piracy and, more critically, violation of the accords agreed upon by the peaks. Your actions have been made clear to the eyes of all." "Is that what this is?" Morana asked, doing her best to keep her voice steady. "You intend to levy false accusations against me?" Satora didn't even dignify her words with a direct response, instead continuing upon the path she had prepared for herself. "The first piece of evidence I will proffer is your cowardly flight where you stumbled onto the northern islands in a pitiful state. This was directly after you attempted to avail yourself of a grudge against John Miller of the Six Elements Crossroads by attempting to murder his son. Abrit arrived a few moments later, floating imperiously above all of the rest. Yet Turdo felt in her a timidity. Perhaps that was his own personal projection, but either way she did not interrupt. Morana's confidence was slightly bolstered by Abrit's presence. "You have no evidence, Dash." "A dozen witnesses of the battle from the Sky Islands," Satora declared, her words spreading far beyond the peaks themselves. "Then several dozen more who witnessed your pathetic landing in the north. In addition to 3 ships' worth of Brandel clan members and a number of your co-conspirators." "Indeed," declared one of the Stormy Sea sect cultivators, She led us on attacks against many ships along the coast before our final failed assault. Morana tried to grab a moment to interject, but Satora didn't let her. What do you have to say for your absence on the very specific dates during which these ships were sunk, using techniques you have available to you? Once again, Satora piled yet more upon her, pulling out a chunk of ship. This is your energy signature, is it not? Turdo knew that the remains of her energy signature were beyond faint in any of the ships they had found, but he didn't mind piling things on himself. Oh, you also forgot these when you fled for your life, Turdo said, pulling out several of her war darts. Those were perhaps the most damning evidence against her. She might be able to make excuses for everything else, but her war darts were quite distinctive. Morana hesitated for a moment. She tried to adjust her tone of voice to be vaguely accusatory, but she mostly sounded defensive. Where did you get Dash? We got them during your attack, obviously, Varusha quipped. Are you so senile that you already forgot, old hag? The lightning bolt Morana shot from her formed in an instant. Nobody stopped it, neither Satora or Vanera standing directly next to her, nor the other second peak cultivators who had escorted Turdo and Varusha. Two hands stretched out together, Turdo and Varusha clasping their hands together in a unified response. A layer of water appeared in front of a layer of ice, but that was only what was visible. The last time they had fought, the pair would have found it difficult to instantaneously respond to the amount of power Morana put into her attack. But though they hadn't yet crossed the threshold of the ascending soul phase, they were a step closer and had learned Morana's style from their previous encounter. The real trick was the invisible steam that went in front of the rest of the barrier, capturing as much of the lightning as they could, and redirecting it back towards Morana herself. It wasn't a perfect counter and was easily dispersed by Morana's defenses, but Varusha did smirk as the woman's hair stood on end. Enough, Abit declared from above. This matter will be dealt with according to the rules of the peaks. I am certain the second island master is more than capable of administering justice. Morana's expression flickered from embarrassment to despair. Perhaps she expected to receive some sort of support, but she had ruined her own prospects. Turdo knew that Abit didn't wish to stretch her own influence at the moment. There was no way she would shield Morana after so clearly going off the rails, and that foolish attack. So she simply reminded people of her position, while allowing Satora to do as she pleased. Satora looked around. Are there any who wish to advocate on Morana's behalf? Morana looked desperately towards her most powerful supporters. They returned her gaze with pity. With her gone, they could vie for the position of the fourth island master. There being none who would come to her defense, I declare Morana guilty of the most severe violations of the peak's honor. She engaged in a clear and intentional violation of our accords. Combined with prior behavior, the only appropriate punishment is death by execution. Do you have any final words? You're a lackey of pathetic continentals. Morana spit. Satora's face remained calm, but firm. Bold words for a woman who has been defeated by continentals time and again. I hope that moment of spite was worth your final breath. Powerful air element bore down on Morana, though Turdo didn't see any immediate results. Morana stepped forward, raising her arm as if to form an attack, but she seemed to be flailing her arm at nothing. I must say, Satora shook her head, I find your mastery of the element quite lacking. Turdo watched closely. He was quite impressed, as Satora seemed to be perfectly negating the other woman's spiritual energy. It wasn't exactly efficient, but having the advantage of several ranks, it was possible to simply overpower her. There was also another factor in the struggle that wasn't immediately obvious until Morana began to clutch at her throat as she tried to take another breath. So Satora really meant it would be her last breath, instead of close to it. Turdo needed to come up with some sort of counter for that technique, though he was fairly certain it would only be that effective against air cultivators. She likely couldn't negate every element so directly. Still, he didn't want to have the air ripped out of his lungs. Morana collapsed a minute later, though she already felt as if she had been dead for days. Her spiritual energy dispersed and her body nothing more than an empty shell. Personally, Turdo kind of wanted to spear her or let Varusha set her on fire, but he supposed the Sky Islands needed to manage their own business as well. That settles things then, Turdo said. We appreciate the peaks upholding the non-aggression pact. However, there are still damages that need to be covered. Out of Morana's personal finances, of course. I have no doubt that the rest of the peak was completely unaware of her activity. That was a total lie. Turdo could read on their faces that at least some of them had suspected something, and others likely had more than suspicions. But it was better to let the matter rest, and their allies could be at least partially compensated for their losses. It was unlikely Morana was still carrying all her spoils of war on her, without having converted some into cultivation resources for her own use. Arriving at the Gloom desolation, Melanthina exchanged a look with Nick. Nothing needed to be said, as they both recognized the signs. The area was certainly primarily dark element, but it wasn't as vibrant as it could be. Darkness wasn't death, after all, but the land was dying. It was quite similar to the Deadfields, though it certainly wasn't that far gone. It was impossible to tell the reason for the lack of spiritual energy at first glance, but clearly the region wasn't in its best state. Even with the wide surge in cultivation, the first large city in which they stopped had nothing higher than soul expansion phase cultivators. It was no surprise that they were easy prey for the seafaring cultivators, though Turdo had indicated that the ports were slightly more powerful. Everywhere they went, people were quite surprised to see the balance between Nick and herself, and even more surprised to see the internal balance of Airily. Then again, her own parents were surprised by her nearly every day. From once struggling to maintain her own safety due to light and darkness within her to now controlling the two elements with barely a thought, their daughter had come a long way. Careful choice of totems had been a large part of that. The express purpose of their visit was to formalize relations with the Gloom desolation, but to do that they needed to understand the elemental zone. But as they couldn't roam the whole land without making people extremely uncomfortable, their next destination was Port Dusk. The plan was to move along the coast first, learning about whatever was inland before finding the best way to efficiently make the local sects and clans feel like they had been properly respected. If all went well, they wouldn't have to hear about the troubles in the area by visiting personally. That would have helped inform Turdo's latest quest, and they likely could have stopped the trouble significantly sooner. Chapter 383. Though the initial purpose of her visit was to form a connection with the Gloom desolation, Mateo made her own secondary objective after having arrived. She wanted to discover how things ended up the way they were, especially with regards to spiritual energy. Along the coast, she found that the pressure of darkness was so minimal that the crystal sea's water element was actually dominant. As water was allied with darkness, it wasn't detrimental to the cultivators there, except if they were less proficient with sensing their own element. Either way, she did not find that the elemental zone had strong borders. That was usually caused by internal spiritual energy production or outside energy flowing into the area, potentially both. In both areas, the Gloom desolation was weak. Instead of a darkness element zone, it felt more like a mixed elemental zone, but missing the other half. Mateo found she was better able to cultivate at arbitrary points of the stone conglomerate where she had to convert earth element to darkness. The Gloom desolation stretched far to the east before curving around to the north. Their southern coast had the majority of their ports, and Mateo found that the area was in a way their most vibrant. Further in from the coast, there were many scattered villages and only rare population centers. The local vegetation was mostly comprised of shrubs and wheatgrasses. The climate and soil were insufficient for much more than that, and the darkness element wasn't dense enough for spiritual plants to grow despite the poor conditions. Consulting the local clans and sects, they seemed to believe that the Gloom desolation had always been that way. Perhaps it had, but Mateo had her doubts. There were legends of higher-ranking cultivators and remnants of grand cities of the past. Unfortunately, by the time the end of her journey came, she had learned little more. But she swore she would be back, and not because it was necessary for diplomatic progress. At least that part had gone well. There was much respect given to high-ranking cultivators, and while Mateo hadn't quite reached the ascending soul phase, just yet she was not too far off. For cultivators, forcing a breakthrough was a significant risk. That was even more true when one had a dual cultivation partner. The normal logic was to let the leading partner break through on their own, after which the other partner would catch up at their own pace. The advice Turdo got from his in-laws was of course completely the opposite. In part opposite of natural wisdom, but also in part opposite of each other. His father-in-law would probably just tell him to jump into a volcano and it would work out. His mother-in-law had a great level of zeal as well, but a bit more sense. Her advice, which he actually asked for, was to wait for both partners to be ready for a breakthrough. She mentioned significant benefits, especially with regards to the ascending soul phase. Of course, the two of them shared elements, but Turdo wouldn't be throwing himself into a volcano. It wasn't that he didn't trust Verusha to do her utmost to keep them alive. She might even succeed at breaking through to the ascending soul phase, but it wouldn't be much good for him. Likewise, Turdo wasn't going to suggest visiting the deep sea or the great waterfall or the frozen heights. A water element zone wouldn't be good for Verusha, but they were both nearly ready to advance to the ascending soul phase. Their initial age gap of 5 years had been significant when they were first married, but now they had spent nearly 4 decades together, and any gaps in strength due to cultivation time had been erased. If they hadn't managed that, it would have simply meant their talents were poorly matched. But the two of them made up for the other when one was lagging behind, and their recent battle against an ascending soul phase cultivator had pushed both forward. In short, they didn't have to worry about forcing things. The only question was whether they could feasibly break through together, or needed to do so separately. What about the Phoenix Forest? Verusha asked as they were poring over their maps. Fire supports water, and earth is allied. That should be, decent enough, right? Turdo shook his head. I could make a similar argument for the Viridia wildlands. Nah, actual water is dominant over fire, Verusha countered. That would counteract the benefits from earth, even with our practice. The two of them scoured the various maps, finally pulling out a crude, but at the same time, conveniently colorful map of the greater region. There's actually one that matches perfectly, Turdo said. At least, if we only care about element. Seriously? I've never heard of a water-fire elemental zone, Verusha said. It's up north here, Turdo pointed. The Boiling Springs. Finding a perfectly matched zone for their pairing of elements wasn't actually that odd. Allied elements would commonly coexist together, but even if it was a slightly rarer combination, non-allied core elements could also exist together. And where there were any two non-allied core elements, every pair had a dominant element paired together with its supporting element. There simply wasn't another option, and if the balance was right, one would feed into the other to build it up only to a certain point, creating a sustainable elemental zone. The Phoenix Forest and even the Shimmering Islands were examples of that. In the former, earth supported fire, but the area was adapted such that the plants weren't completely consumed. Likewise, water supported air in the Shimmering Islands. The storms were great and powerful, but they needed the water and couldn't eliminate it. In that regard, pairings that involved fire were generally the least stable, just like the element itself, as it was easy for it to consume to the point there was nothing left, or to be quashed by water and fade away entirely. The Boiling Springs are fine, Verusha said, but they're kinda weak, aren't they? I feel like we could do better just sitting in element gathering chambers or something. Turdo nodded. I suppose so. A strain wouldn't be a terrible idea. Even if the 6 elements crossroads can't lend US space dash. Your dad would absolutely open something up for us, Verusha pointed out. You're right. But I wouldn't want to cause a disruption, Turdo said. Even if he couldn't for some reason, we could find custom chambers somewhere in Lunson. It would be more familiar than the Boiling Springs, and potentially more potent. Or we could visit the Molten Sea, Verusha suggested. Turdo burst out laughing. Good one. The Molten Sea. Turdo took a good look at his wife's face. He knew the mischievous smirk she got sometimes, but it was absent. You're serious? That place has had ascending soul phase cultivators for generations, Verusha pointed out. It's absolutely a very dense elemental zone. Fire and water element. It's perfect. Except for the war, Turdo said, his words curt. I was there too, you know. I understand. They killed your mother. Which is exactly why we should steal their spiritual energy. Her hair flared blue, fluttering about as she spoke. Turdo thought for a moment. I doubt it would really make a difference to them. First, it's the principle of the thing, Verusha said. And second, if you don't break through with enough gusto to make a lasting dent in the local spiritual energy, you're doing it wrong. This would be a huge undertaking. What do you think the ascending soul phase is, huh? It's not like the foundation phase where you just think about a totem for a bit and pick one you like. It's dash Varusha stopped herself, not because she didn't have the passion to continue her speech, but because she knew she wouldn't be heard. Turdo was already focused on how to accomplish the task. They'd probably have to make a whole big thing of it. Varusha had confidence in herself and her husband, of course, but that didn't mean she was willing to risk the wrath of a bitter sect or some group wanting to make a name for themselves. A single early ascending soul phase cultivator was one thing, but risking their lives alone or with only a small group in unfamiliar territory would be foolish. It was possible their mere presence would be rejected, though in general they could expect to be left alone if they didn't intrude into clan or sect territory. Assuming they looked strong enough, of course. For all the bitterness that they had for the molten sea, it was really just Jessine and those who supported her who came to stir up trouble. There had been members of several different sects they would have to watch out for, but it wasn't a united effort. That was the concerning part, really, as at the time they could do little to stand up to them, needing the help of an outsider whose intentions were not much better. Cultivators from the Shimmering Islands were the first to become part of the expedition. Then the Greensands, because of the connection to Varusha. From there, things began to get out of control with everyone and their father wanting to join up. Turdo thought that his actual father was a good choice, but Lacanus wasn't. Their goal wasn't to march in with an army. Regardless of whether that went in their favor, nobody was ready for that. Things were still unstable with the Sky Islands, and inviting conflict wasn't a great idea. If they did end up in a war of some sort, Varusha would absolutely recruit Lacanus, though. Ultimately, their goals expanded. They needed to bring enough people to show off their strength without looking like an invading army. They needed to find somewhere they could remain for days or potentially weeks while Turdo and Varusha got used to the surroundings and then attempted to break through. And somewhere in all that, they needed to properly establish contact. Before they could even reach the molten sea, they also had to head through several elemental zones that weren't associated with either their continental alliance or the molten sea. They had some trade interactions that far out, which was more interaction than they'd had with the Gloom desolation. But beyond that, they knew little but details about major groups. More complicated political climates were unclear. Thus, they had to pick a group size that implied simply traveling, while still potentially bringing along an ascending soul phase cultivator. Or multiple, though there weren't many groups out that way that were clamoring to show off their newfound strength. The Six Elements Crossroads had become the core pillar of their alliance, but beyond that, those most affected by the molten sea would be the Sunfield and the Breathless Plains. So along with representatives of the Brandel and Milanovich clans, there would be a smattering of representative individuals and 3 ascending soul phase cultivators. Yanit would have come for such an important event, but they would very much be pushing the threshold of invading force with a 4th ascending soul phase cultivator. So the final complement would be John, Deirdre, and Presha of Silver Breeze Gorge. With the 3 of them and the many others from various groups, Turdo felt like the event was less about himself and Varusha, and he didn't mind that at all. He'd never been much for acting as the focus of attention. He could handle being clan head, but he preferred to deal with practical matters and more private diplomatic interactions. But when needed, he could act as necessary. Such an expedition couldn't suddenly be thrown together. It took months of coordination and longer than that to actually find time in the schedules of all the important figures. But there was no rush, because even if Turdo and Varusha were confident that they were on the threshold, it didn't hurt to spend more time in training before their next big step. Well, Turdo didn't feel any rush. Varusha had to borrow some patience from him to last the whole time. Chapter 384. Being the westernmost group undertaking the journey to the Molten Sea, the Shimmering Islands cultivators were the first to depart. A strain had gathered those from the surrounding areas, and the same was true for the sunfields beyond, and then finally the Breathless Plains. From there, they turned to the northeast. Soon they found themselves east of the Frozen Heights, a land of rivers known as the Encapsulated Flow, or more often for the locals, by the name of whatever river they happened to be near, which was obviously the greatest and most powerful of them all. Or if it was measurably smaller, special in some other way. Maintaining a relatively straight path required navigating many of the rivers, though it was a simpler task than navigating the Breathless Plains and the many gorges within. The consequences of a mistake when navigating a river generally amounted to little more than getting wet, as long as they didn't choose to cross in the rapids or somewhere else foolish. The reason they preferred a straight path was their precise destination. All of the rivers would eventually reach the molten sea as their endpoint, but their intention was to meet with a particular sect that had agreed to host them ahead of time. The Burning Delta was one of the rare points of contact they had with the region, though they were far from allies. Even so, their particular position had kept them from being swept up in Jessine's crusade, unlike other sects further south and otherwise generally deeper into the Molten Sea. It was possible the Molten Sea had already forgotten the war, taking it as part of everyday business as cultivators, but Turdo hadn't, nor had his father. Since they didn't wish to provoke a war, they focused on sensible decisions on their own part. Within reason, they would stay away from the riskier areas. Rivers were nice. That was partially Turdo's bias as a water cultivator, of course, but he wished he saw grand rivers more often. There was something simple about water sloping downhill, trying to find its way to the lowest area, quite different from a sea, where the movement was caused by wind and tide. Before they saw the molten sea, they could see signs on the horizon. The shimmering of steam and, yes, clouds high in the atmosphere. For all that John had tried to picture it, he always tended to focus more on the fiery aspects, but it was just as much a region of water element. Despite lava being molten earth, the earth element in the area was tertiary at best. It merely supported the fire's continual presence. John had kind of expected a violent clashing of elements, but as they approached the border, it wasn't as violent as what he'd pictured. Then again, he shouldn't have expected that. The Molten Sea was a stable region. Unlike the Annihilation Strip, core elements didn't annihilate each other, though they often tended to settle into one being dominant over the others. Focusing his spiritual energy on his eyes, John was able to make out the border. It fairly swiftly transitioned from grass to bare land to lava, but the Molten Sea wasn't setting the nearby encapsulated flow on fire. It wasn't like the Phoenix Forest where the local plant matter could burn indefinitely. Thus it was already burned away, or more properly most plants would never take root in the border region. As for the river clashing with the Molten Sea, that had happened long ago. What remained was an obsidian riverbed, covered at first by sediment from above, but mainly transitioning to black. The river did constantly steam, heated from beneath and the sides, but near the border it remained short of boiling. Their path into the Molten Sea was along one of those very rivers. It was safe to walk for cultivators, and cultivators alone. There was a strip only a few meters wide of solid land, though the ground itself would likely burn leather soles just a step from the river's edge. Immediately next to the river was slightly cooler in that regard, though dealing with constant steam was required. And occasionally, the river or lava around it broke through the bed to meet the other, causing a brief but violent spurt of steam and toxic ash. It was truly a path only cultivators would walk, but almost pleasant if one was able to insulate oneself from the temperature. Flowing rivers were always a treat, and the shimmer of lava beneath the crust was intriguing. Though it would be a deadly mistake to take that crust as solid ground anywhere but near a river. The river did shrink rapidly as they advanced further into the Molten Sea, but it persisted for half a day. At that point, instead of continuing to slowly shrink, it fell down directly into the earth, then occasionally released as a massive geyser. It was near this final point that they encountered their guide, an elder from the Burning Delta. John wasn't terribly surprised to find the man to be shaved bald. While a conscious cultivator could control the temperature around them, focusing on that at all hours of the day for decades would grow quite tiring. "Welcome," the man said. "Apologies that you had to come this far on your own, but any who could not walk this far would be better away from the Molten Sea. Unlike what you have seen, there are a few temperate locations, but it is easy to become entrapped without the aid of those of sufficient cultivation. I am Elder Rodek of the Burning Delta. I am honored to receive the representatives of many great clans and sections." He turned around and gestured for them to follow. "From here we will walk along the stable paths. Remember well this route, for merely relying on what you see ahead of you is unreliable. One moment you may have solid ground, the next it may crumble away, leaving you isolated." John was glad he had a fire totem now, because while the previous stretch had been hotter than the green sands, Everything became even hotter. Cultivators combined their efforts to keep themselves cool, directing the heat away from their path. John saw Turdo was standing particularly close to Verusha, taking advantage of her abilities. Having anticipated the situation, they only had cultivators strong enough to sustain protection against the heat. Spiritual collection or foundation phase cultivators could likely keep up the effort for a few hours, but marching all day with no reprieve was beyond their abilities. It wasn't like they could rest in the shade during the greatest heat in the middle of the day. There was neither shade to be found, nor would there be the cool of night. It also was very much not a desert. Even away from the river they left behind, the air was humid. John curiously sought around, especially under their path and the lava on either side. He found pockets of water and even underground rivers. Perhaps the pits he saw before fed other areas beneath the molten sea. Otherwise, the water near the surface should have been forced out long before. Just before they reached their destination, it began to rain. This was where John was also quite glad to be a water cultivator, because the water was not cooling. In fact, it was barely short of boiling once more, having only briefly condensed into clouds above them. In addition to shielding himself and those directly around from the rain itself, John also kept away the invisible steam that came in return. At least Turdo had an opportunity to pay back Verusha for her work throughout the day. Not that they would be keeping track of such things, but John knew that every bit of closeness they had would be critical if they still intended to break through together. The molten sea was looking more and more like the perfect location for them. "Behold," Elder Rodek declared, "the burning delta." Ahead was a sect that had little in the way of permanent structures, instead displaying large tents made from some material John didn't immediately recognize. The tents were set up on the largest sections of solid ground they had seen since entering the region, likely owing that to the spidering tendrils of something approaching an actual river delta. Except instead of feeding into a normal sea, this was simply the area where the water finished evaporating at the end of its journey, with these branches not having found their way underground. Surrounding the sect, instead of a wall, were a series of barrier markers, and they also made a formation of sorts that kept the worst of the heat out. The temperature dropped to an unpleasant but survivable level. In the rear of the sect, at least based on their angle of approach, John spotted a series of docks. That was what they had to be, given the ships. Rather than the larger sort he was used to, they were relatively smaller and skinny. They had visible sails and a place for oars as well. The material of the hulls seemed to be some sort of visibly unremarkable stone, and it was glowing red-hot. But as it didn't melt, it seemed to be sufficient. As for how they would be propelled by winds through viscous lava, John had to assume that cultivators were required, though the region certainly wasn't lacking in powerful winds due to the huge gradients in temperature. Upon approaching the tents, John could see that they were made of some sort of scaled material, perhaps some sort of local lizard's hide. Rather than entering any of them, they were brought to the center of the sect where there was actually some sort of ground cover growing, an odd plant with plump leaves. John and the others followed Elder Rodek, who strode over the plant without a second thought. It took John a moment to realize what it resembled. Eventually, he settled on ice plants, which had very little to do with actual ice, but instead were a coastal plant named that way because, well, John didn't know and hadn't had access to the internet in a full lifetime. Ice plant was the English name anyway. In this world, they were often called blade plants. This particular variety was reddish and laid more flat than others, but it was otherwise similar. Sect heads Dislava, Elder Rodek introduced, "Our guests have arrived." A wrinkled old woman stood there, though her age didn't bring her low. She stood tall and proud, her cultivation at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. She was outclassed by the 3 ascending soul phase cultivators among the group, but did not appear intimidated. "Welcome," she said, her voice strong. "Welcome to our home. The Burning Delta is happy to receive visitors for an exchange of insights." She turned to John in particular as she said that. "We cultivate 2 elements here, as we must. But I must confess I found tales of your cultivation quite unbelievable. Even now, seeing it with my own eyes, it almost seems like it must be a trick." Her senses scanned other members of the 6 elements crossroads. Yet replicating such a trick more than once would be far more unbelievable. "I hear you come from a spiritual energy desert." John shook his head. That is not quite the case. A strain simply carries an even mix of all the elements. The quantity of each is below what might be expected, but the sum total is quite significant if one knows how to access it. I see. It is quite a long way, so our information is somewhat incomplete. She then turned to Deirdre and Presha. I see your company covers the entire spectrum of elements, though that is perhaps less unique than having most of them within a single individual. Our sect itself does not possess the grandest sights, but we can show you to the local wonders on the morrow. First, you must rest from your journey. Chapter 385. Though John managed to create a slight cooling effect for himself that lasted throughout the night, quite a few others woke up slightly sweating. Even if they were away from the greatest concentrations of heat, the burning delta wasn't concerned with completely negating the heat in the area. To them, it would probably be a waste of energy. The burning delta provided breakfast, which happened to be something akin to sushi. The fish was raw because it was highly impractical to actually cook it. According to what John learned, it was common lava fish, and thus used to extremely high temperatures. Cooking it also wasn't necessary for health reasons, since normal bacteria wouldn't survive at such temperatures. John couldn't help but think about supernatural bacteria, but he was certain that the local would know if there were such risks with their dishes. Nor did his senses detect anything untoward. That was probably for the best, though he was training his blood to remove toxins, and it might have been nice to get further examples. But it wouldn't be great for the other guests. The fish itself was spicy, not because of anything added to it, but because it was served still warm, and it also contained a significant amount of fire element. To the locals, warm was just slightly below boiling, something any proper cultivator could withstand, but not always pleasant. John couldn't say he disliked it, but it wasn't a new favorite, and he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if you did cook the fish, frying it at some sort of extreme temperature. After breakfast, sect heads Deslava led them to the ships. Please be careful when approaching, she said. Be aware that the sides of the ship are just as hot as the lava itself, though slightly less conductive. If you fall in, you would do best to insulate yourself from the heat while we help you return to the ship if you don't have your own methods. It was likely that nobody needed to hear that lava was hot and dangerous, and the warning about the sides of the ship should have been pretty obvious, but it was better to have unnecessary reminders than to miss something important. John could probably catch anyone in a nearby vessel with a cushion of air or water before they actually hit the surface if it came down to that, but given the size of each ship, he likely wouldn't be close to all of them. John wondered if molten sea cultivators could make lava not hot, without simply hardening it into stone, of course. Perhaps he would ask when it was appropriate. Either way, he climbed aboard one of the narrow stone vessels after Zdislava. Before anything else, they had to attach the sails. It appeared they were completely removed from the masts while docked. Once they were ready to depart, they cast off from the dock, the lines holding them tight being some sort of metal ropes that were untied by the sailors' spiritual energy then rolled onto a special reel. The deck of the ship was only unpleasantly hot, but that indicated excellent insulative properties for something constantly sitting in lava. The ships had wide sails, but despite the strong winds in the area, that wasn't sufficient for the vessels to move at any speed through the lava. That was another job for the sailors, and they used surprisingly familiar techniques. The sailors at the front of the vessel manipulated the lava to have significantly lessened viscosity, allowing the ship to push through it. The sailors were treating lava like water. Or perhaps it was better to say that water element techniques were functional on any sort of liquid. John was aware of their methods beforehand, but seeing it in person made him think. Traditionally, he would have thought of lava as earth and fire. That said, the local lava actually did have a higher amount of water in it, providing one of the dangers they had to deal with. Powerful bursts of steam and gas built up in the molten sea, flinging bits of lava up into the air and threatening those on deck and their sails. The sails appeared to be little more than canvas, most likely specialized, but still flammable. Instead of trying to find some sort of flexible material that wouldn't burn, the locals seemed to focus on avoiding hazards ahead of them. When anything got too close, they manipulated the buildups to release early or away from their ships. Some part of John wanted to say that lava couldn't be water. However, if that was the case, then sometimes water wasn't water. Water element cultivators still controlled it when it was ice or steam. Likewise, John expected he could control earth when it was molten, or if it were vaporized, with one important limitation. Water was supported by the fire element, whereas earth was dominated by it. So treating liquid stone as water was perhaps more efficient. In truth, it was all about perspective. As a cultivator of 5 elements, and with some experience in the 6th, John understood there were many ways to accomplish a task. Certain sorts of spiritual energy were more efficient for a task, but most could accomplish the same thing eventually. Fire element in the form of heat could help plants to grow in moderation. When traditional earth was a liquid, perhaps it was better to treat it as water. John had an interesting idea for one of his modular techniques. He had added the air element to his sinking in the mire technique, which was traditionally water and earth. Using it with sand, he was able to make people sink, and then when he stopped injecting air, they would be buried. Why not do the same thing with fire? Specifically, if he could turn the ground into magma and momentarily reduce its viscosity, it would be extremely difficult for someone to get out. The only issue was that anyone who would remain immobile long enough for that to happen, even if it took just a single second, was far below the level John was concerned with. But if they were already naturally using lava as footing, which he had experienced before, then it might be viable, as the most intensive part would be forming the lava. John stood off to the side of the vessel, attempting some experiments with the lava. He confirmed what he thought about controlling its movement as either water or earth. Both were possible, but one was amplified by the abundance of fire element, and one was hindered. With water permeating everything, it really was best to treat the lava as water and fire element mixed. It was no more odd than the Phoenix forest mixing earth and fire. Their travel was smooth, and aside from the heat and how everything looked, John didn't feel like anything was much different than a sea voyage. The biggest difference was that there were only shallow waves, and they didn't seem to be caused by winds or any form of tide as much as by buildups of pressure causing a burst that pushed large quantities of lava around. "Are there tides in the molten sea?" John asked Stislava. "There are," she confirmed, "though in most places, they are less extreme than what I have heard is the case for a more traditional sea. But one must be aware of these tides. Our sect grounds are only a few meters above the highest tides." "Are there ever extreme tides?" John asked. "On occasion, we have to defend our sect grounds from overflow," the old woman smiled gently. "Sometimes, we must let it be overrun and focus on survival. The harsh environment must build strong cultivators," John said. Ahead of them, John noticed an issue he had no idea how they would overcome. It was simple, really. One of the rivers flowing in its obsidian beds, but even if their ship could function on water, and he doubted that it would be a smart idea to dunk the glowing hot ship in cool water, the riverbeds would be an issue. But Stislava herself showed how the locals dealt with that issue. She built up her spiritual energy, forming the backbone of a molten bridge of lava that their ship sailed up. She was not the only cultivator to support the bridge, but her contribution was by far the greatest. John paid close attention to what was done, though it wasn't that much different from what he might expect. He could do the same thing with liquid water, though most seafaring vessels would need a deeper bridge to stay afloat. Their draft was relatively shallow, though John noticed that the bridge was still deeper in the middle, forming a sort of half-circle downward. Special care was taken for the lava to not collapse onto the river. John could just imagine how they might accidentally divert the flow of the rivers if they just let it fill up with random bits and pieces. The rivers already branched out quite easily. No doubt they didn't want more chaotic patterns. After they were once again traveling as normal, Stislava began a conversation with John. "I noticed you manipulating the lava with earth element earlier. As a tertiary element here, do you think it would be valuable for our cultivators to learn?" John gave that serious consideration, then explained his earlier thoughts about efficiency. "It could be useful, but if anyone is planning to cultivate 3 core elements, I would suggest all 4. "But there is no natural air element here," Stislava said. John shook his head. "That is not true at all. Are there not winds? Do gases not build up in the sea?" Of course, the mere presence of something didn't mean there was spiritual energy, or at least not usable amounts. Of course, it is relatively lesser than the others. One must know how to extract it. John held up a hand, creating a small whirlwind with only external spiritual energy. Extremely small, as without cycling spiritual energy through themselves, a cultivator couldn't do very much with any form of spiritual energy. But of course, I am quite biased towards a cycle of elements. Even so, 3 core elements would be unbalanced. That, I can guarantee. Your current methods would be far superior given the relatively lower density of earth element. John was happy to speak on cultivation, and he was not worried about giving up secrets when speaking of elemental cycles. In short, 3 core elements was about the only style John didn't think was worthwhile, except perhaps mixing light and darkness directly with each other, despite a few examples of that working, or with opposite core elements. Any pair of core elements had its own focus, a cycle of 3 allied elements, or a cycle of the 4 core elements, or the full 6-element cycle were all valid paths. Perhaps John would only add a pairing of light or darkness and just 1 allied element to his disfavored list, but that would still be ranked above trying to balance only 3 core elements. I see, Stislava nodded. I wasn't planning to change the methods of the burning delta to begin with, but I still had to consider potential routes to improve our power. You can still study Earth, John suggested. Understanding other elements will never be a detriment, but intentionally reaching an incomplete cycle would require very specific intentions, if nothing else. John couldn't say that nobody would be able to make good use of such a thing, but it certainly wasn't a great plant for a sect. The tour of the surrounding area continued, and while Zdislava seemed to think that what they saw wasn't particularly impressive, John thought that was part humility and part familiarity, because personally, he thought that lava, massive pit geysers, and obsidian bed rivers was more than enough to impress. And how their ships navigated the molten sea was just as impressive as the area itself. John had also seen Turdo and Verusha excitedly manipulating lava behind them. He wasn't certain what sort of place would be best for them to try to break through to the ascending soul phase, but surely they would find it here. Water and fire, at least from the right perspective. And sometimes, perspective was all that was necessary for a cultivator to accomplish great things. Chapter 386. Previously, Turdo had seen how fire supported water by promoting a metamorphosis between states. However, he saw now that they had only scratched the surface of that interaction, even after having advanced through 2/3 of the stages. In some ways, fire might not merely be responsible for the facilitation of transforming water, but for its creation. In Turdo's mind, water was the seas of the shimmering islands. Or perhaps it was the lakes, rivers, and ponds that formed inland, or the rains that brought water onto the islands. Regardless, to him water had been only a single thing. Except that wasn't even true. It was just his narrow thoughts that limited him. If asked, Turdo would say that both water from a river and water from the sea were just water, but the contents of each were significantly different. Ocean water had more salt, among other things. What else did he treat as water? Any liquids containing water itself, that specific compound, including blood. Yet he'd also seen people control alcohol with water elemental spiritual energy, alcohol that was as little as a single % water. He didn't consider that weird until he actually thought about it. Then Turdo experienced people using water element to control lava, and they didn't think about it. They just did it. They did use a certain amount of fire element as well, but that was perfectly understandable. Perhaps he had been thinking too much. So he stopped, instead reaching out for Verusha. Together, they reached for lava, finding that it moved smoothly under their combined commands. Perhaps it was a bit denser and more viscous than the water Turdo was used to, but he couldn't deny it was water. To him, that wasn't as important as it being a connecting point between fire and water. Perhaps it didn't mean anything to others, but lava felt more like fire than anything else. That was important to realize because he wasn't just a single person. He had never truly considered reaching the ascending soul phase without Verusha. They were here to advance together, and a mutually understood moment was important for that. After they were finished playing with lava, which was not a short time, Turdo made sure to confirm Verusha's thoughts aligned with his own. They might have been married for decades now, and as dual cultivation partners their energies were in sync with each other, but that didn't mean they knew each and every thought that passed through the other's mind. "This is the right place," Turdo said. "I can feel the connection between fire and water." Verusha nodded. "Somehow, it feels like an unexpected result, Even though we've always known about the molten sea and their elements, there was always a thought in my mind that fire and earth together must have still been those same elements. Do you think it works in other ways? Fire and water is air, from a certain perspective. Turdo shrugged. Certainly, I wouldn't expect air cultivators to be unable to control steam. But I don't know what fire and air would be. Perhaps it works for cross-elements only, Varusha said. I've seen your father use his entrapment techniques by forcing air into loose earth. The result was something much like water. Yet I don't know if air and water make fire. It may not work in all manners, Turdo admitted. However, air and water in storm clouds mix to cause lightning. Lightning is air, but it can also be seen as fire in many cases. As allied elements, it would be possible that the two were subconsciously used interchangeably, though I don't know of any fire element users who would venture into lightning. You're just not around enough fire element cultivators, Varusha said. I know that the Glass Hills have a small number of dedicated fire cultivators that have spread into the green sands. Turdo nodded. Well, we don't need to understand everything, just each other and the overlaps in our elements. Fire supports water. Water dominates fire, but can sometimes be formed by it. And though it's not a traditional teaching, water is a decent vessel for fire. If you have enough fire, that is, how many times have we surprised cultivators with the heat of steam? Varusha grinned. So many times. Failing to take advantage of his father's understanding of both the connections between elements and the ascending soul phase in particular would be foolish, so Turdo made certain they discussed with him on their recent insights. All your thoughts are true, John agreed. The only question is how you plan to implement them in your cultivation. We were thinking of perhaps attuning to the same totem, Turdo said. Obviously, they hadn't just begun to choose their totems in consideration of the other. That had been the case for the majority of their cultivation careers. Or perhaps finding totems that match each other in some way. Varusha looked at her husband for a few moments. There was one other idea, actually. Turdo bit his lip. Well, yes, but it was rather extreme. It simply came as one of many ideas, and I don't know if it was well thought out on my part. I think it was a valid consideration, Varusha said. Let me ask, do you think people reach the peak of cultivation through timidity and treading the exact same path as all those before them? Certainly not, or we would see exalted soul phase cultivators everywhere. John grinned, looking at the two of them. I'm interested to hear this idea. Turdo looked to Varusha for help, but she shook her head. It was your idea. You should say it. Turdo sighed. Fine. I had suggested that perhaps we should attune to a totem that the other would have chosen for themselves. The idea was with our spiritual energy passing through each other, it would be more efficient. But obviously it's a bit extreme. Why? John asked. Why what? Turdo tilted his head. Why did I think of it? No, you already explained that adequately. Why do you believe it to be extreme? Well, Turdo began. We're not multi-element cultivators. Even when fighting together, Varusha always handles all the fire element and I control the water element. Even attuning to a lower-tier totem would be extremely difficult, as we have significantly less experience with the other element. John nodded slowly. I see. And you see reaching the ascending soul phase as easy? What? No, that's not what I meant at all, Turdo protested. I know how difficult it will be, so wouldn't it be inappropriate to further increase that difficulty? Conversely, we should be looking for the smoothest path. His father nodded. Like a river flowing down a mountain. Exactly, Turdo said. Good. Just take a look at the rivers around here. He gestured broadly. Turdo very well knew about the rivers, having just finished a tour of the surrounding area during the day. They were anything but calm and peaceful. So, Turdo said hesitantly, do you think that's the correct route for us? John shrugged. How should I know? However, one thing I can say for certain is, if your wife thinks you have a good idea, you should make sure not to set it to the side too easily. That makes sense. A main part of the reason that Turdo and Varusha came to the Molten Sea was not necessarily to gain new insights, but instead to find a useful location to attempt their advancement. A location with naturally dense water and fire element would greatly boost their chances of success, along with what resources they brought along with them. The ascending soul phase was important enough that they couldn't afford not to bring with them as much spirit water and spirit fire as they could pack, and in the highest qualities, rather than attempting to explore the area on their own. Not that they even could, as they would need a ship. The pair simply consulted Zdislava for her expertise. You need an area with the highest density of spiritual energy, but also as balanced as possible, she said, thinking through the words as she spoke them. The answers I can provide for you would vary depending on how much risk you are willing to accept. Perhaps we should begin with the safest, Varusha suggested. We can judge whether it would seem to be potent enough for our needs. You will find a wide variety, Zdislava explained. The simplest location would be one of the great confluences nearby. Where two large rivers meet in the delta, fire element is also stirred up. The process is rather violent, but there are relatively safe patches nearby even the most sizable confluence. We passed by some previously, but for your purposes, even the best of those might be insufficient for your needs. You likely need something more powerful, and thus more volatile. I can't deny that, Turdo admitted. What else might you suggest? The mouth of a geyser, Zdislava said simply. The spiritual energy builds to a crescendo, with fire and water elements that I think would suit the two of you. It can be rather disruptive, but the power is likely worth it. This is what I would suggest. Varusha nodded slowly. And what if we wished to go beyond that? I can't say I would actually recommend any of this, Zdislava clarified. But diving into the sea itself, you can find much greater density of spiritual energy. But the dangers are too many to count. You could be incinerated or crushed by the pressure, if you could even navigate it. It's rather infeasible even with the pair of you at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. That does sound a bit too far, Varusha said. But what about inside a geyser? We could at least avoid the crushing weight of Earth. And the two of us are more than capable of handling water pressure. I will admit to having little experience there, the old woman explained. Caution has kept me away. It seems of similar danger to simply diving into the sea itself, except focused into individual moments. At the surface, the water of the geysers has had time to reduce in heat and pressure, but below, well, I would say it is beyond the limits I would push myself to. Then again, you can see my own cultivation is not any higher than yours, despite my age. Thank you for your suggestions, Turdo said. We will take some time to consider the options. Varusha had dunked herself up to her neck in lava, and then she had yanked Turdo in after her. They didn't naturally sink below the surface, but once they were in deep, they didn't float to the surface rapidly. She was giggling, but Turdo was pursing his lips. It's not much good for swimming, he said. That was an understatement, as he could barely move his limbs. And that was with the application of spiritual energy to support himself. In truth, it was actually easier to control the lava to move him. But the heat was the greater issue, at least at their current level. Turdo knew that Varusha had only pulled him in to see him sweat which immediately turned to steam. Meanwhile, she was far better at regulating the heat around her. Varusha considered something briefly, before gingerly sticking out her tongue and touching the surface of the lava. She flapped her hand as if she had merely touched particularly hot soup. I think more than the pressure or heat, we'd have another problem, Varusha said. And that problem? Turdo asked. Breathing. There's no way I'm letting lava inside me. And all your special breath techniques revolve around extracting air from water. That doesn't work if there isn't any. There are pockets of water, Turdo said, searching with his spiritual energy through the lava. However, he couldn't reach very far before his energy decayed. But I don't see this being effective. He slowly raised himself up, letting the lava slide off him as it pushed beneath him. Together, Varusha did the same as they walked to the shore, making certain to dislodge all of the remaining lava. Though the two of them were almost casual about their dunk in lava, in truth, even as peak consolidated soul phase cultivators, they wouldn't last long in such oppressive circumstances. They might be able to walk along the surface all day, but half or fully submerged they likely had less than an hour, and that was with their full effort focused on survival. But they hadn't expected this to be the optimal method. It was simply the easiest to test, as it merely involved going a few steps beyond the sect grounds. They would calculate their other options once they took a short break. Chapter 387. The great power released by a geyser brought with it mixed fire and water spiritual energy. The closer the pair could get to the event, the more spiritual energy they would have access to. The only issue was that such spiritual energy was volatile, and thus not trivial to use. Even if Turdo and Varusha could convert the spiritual energy to their own control, they had to protect themselves against the power of the burst of steam. Despite the difficulty involved, it also wasn't enough. Being buried in the molten sea itself was a relatively constant difficulty that had just about the same amount of power they could absorb. The inconsistent patterns of steam wouldn't be sufficient for their advancement, and it was clear to them that they wouldn't find a better result with different geysers. Larger or smaller would both have their own issues. That left the two of them with no reasonable options. Varusha looked over at Turdo. So I was thinking maybe we should consider dropping into one of the geysers? Turdo asked. Well, yeah, Varusha shrugged. I know it's a bit extreme, but it's not like we're trying to make a simple advancement. Doing something that extreme is probably necessary. If not, why did we even come here? Varusha bit her lip. I honestly thought this would be harder. If you suggested doing it for fun? Absolutely, Turdo agreed. But there's a purpose behind this. We can explore other options, but I certainly haven't heard of any. Turdo paused for a few moments. What do you think of Nitsa's ability to lead the clan? Varusha made a face. Nitsa is still immature. Not like you were at that age. But you know, I'd rather not go into this believing we're going to die. You've got to have confidence in yourself. In us. I do, Turdo said. But it doesn't hurt to have a little more motivation to succeed. Having made their decision, it seemed like all they had to do was find the right geyser and jump in. But there was at least one more step on the way that seemed important. Can you watch to make sure we don't get attacked by lava sharks or something? Turdo asked his father. John smiled. Absolutely. We'll keep a few ships on standby if you need them. Thank you. We appreciate it, Turdo said. It would be a shame to have assistance available and not ask for it. It wasn't necessarily possible for anyone to aid them with their breakthrough directly, but they could at least help ward off unnecessary dangers. With the rest of their preparations complete and their plans accounted for, there was nothing for them to do but get to it. Hesitating would only affect their mental state. Turdo knew that, and merely the thought of it brought to mind Varusha pushing him forward. That was something she'd already done best. Meanwhile, if they needed caution, it was Turdo's job to push for that. But caution didn't get people to the ascending soul phase. Contrary to what might have seemed likely, they did not pick the largest geyser. Some were extremely expansive, gaping maws in the structure of the molten sea. Water fell into the gaps along with molten rock, the chamber walls solidifying from the relatively lower temperatures the water carried with it. Sometimes said walls were punctured, dropping lava below and releasing a geyser early. But the largest geysers were not always the most powerful. Having spent some days scouring the area, Turdo and Varusha had picked out one that was on the smaller side, at least as far as the tunnel that led to the underground chamber. But beneath it was quite a sizable lake. It would build a significant amount of pressure before releasing superheated steam. Their choice was perhaps the most dangerous, as water carried heat extremely well. But that same power was why they needed it. The burning delta brought them close to their chosen geyser, anchoring their movements near to the geyser's entrance. It didn't look like much, being just a few meters across. It seemed like very little compared to others. However, in just a few short minutes, the pressure in the underground chamber built up and a geyser of steam and boiling water sprayed out the top. The cultivators shielded themselves from the incidental splatter. The moment things were clear, Turdo and Varusha leapt forward, catching themselves in the flow of the falling river. Over the course of just a handful of seconds, they fell into a chamber like hell itself, bright and burning, full of toxic gases. As they fell, the walls melted in around them, sealing all but a small portion of the opening where water fell through. They landed in water at or even above its normal boiling point, but they were already prepared for their landing and the moments after. It had already decided that their ascension would not be a lengthy process. They had to leap into it, just as they did the geyser. The two combined their energies, protecting themselves from the superheated water. Simultaneously, they dropped as much of their consciousnesses as they could afford into the sea of spiritual totems. Turdo knew the totem he sought. Verusha had described it in vivid detail. Frankly, Turdo couldn't think of anything better for her. It was straightforward and simple. Heat washed over Turdo, from both outside and inside, as he rushed towards a totem he would have never chosen for himself. A volcano totem with no other notable qualities besides its sheer size and power. This was the core of fire element that Verusha had grown up with, but until the current moment she had only been able to take on small aspects of it. He briefly wondered if such a totem might count as the water element, considering his insights about lava, but he didn't let that thought linger. He had to reach out and bond with the totem. From the first instant, Turdo knew it was impossible for him. Fire raced into him, and all his dual cultivation with Verusha could not prepare him for it. He burned, from both the inside and the outside. He tore his consciousness away, but did not release his hold on the totem. His awareness of his body strengthened as he felt the resonant energy of Verusha. Her face was pure focus as she wrestled the rushing waterfall inside of her. Around them, spiritual energy built up. Turdo drew upon all of it, making little distinction between water and fire elements. He let everything flow between himself and Verusha. He could barely hold the volcano inside of him in check, so he didn't even bother. He just shoved Verusha away from the waterfall, putting himself in her place. He didn't even fight it, letting the rushing water carry him away. As intended. Meanwhile, Verusha focused on the volcano inside him, and while wrestling a volcano also seemed like a terrible idea, at least she knew what she was doing. Another distraction. Turdo realized that if they died, it would be his fault. This was his idea. And then he let that thought slip away. He had things to do. Their connections to their totems weren't quite complete. They could still let them fall away, as their spiritual energy hadn't yet broken through to the ascending soul phase. They would suffer heavy consequences, but they could avoid death. Turdo wanted to. He understood how crazy things were. But he also knew that having come this far, it was actually riskier to withdraw. Giving up might involve less risk, but it might not. They sat at the border of boiling water over a thin shell of solid rock before magma beneath heated the chamber they were in. Not quite the normal setup for a geyser, but nothing about the molten sea was normal. Spiritual energy was required for its very existence. Fire and water seemed endless, trying to kill the two cultivators from the inside and the outside. Turdo let himself be swept away with the spiritual energy. Verusha was desperately clawing for something to hold on to, and Turdo was certain she'd catch something eventually. But until then, he kept them in the middle of the flow to avoid crashing into anything. A sudden movement tossed them upward, cracking against the temporary roof above them. They were shot up into the air, but even that release of power wasn't enough. Spiritual energy built up in the two of them, but the geyser had erupted too early. On their way back down, Turdo caught them at the mouth. He fortified the plug on the chamber, forcing the geyser to grow hotter and stronger. Pressure built up around them as water went beyond its boiling point, but with nowhere to go it could only increase in pressure. The heat around them was being rapidly converted into usable energy by Verusha as the two totems found their peace with the spiritual energy flowing between the pair. This time, it was enough. Turdo felt his cultivation advancing along with Verusha's, breaking through to the 37th rank. Power surged through them, though they needed it to protect themselves from the environment. When the geyser broke through, they found themselves battered by rocks and lava. The superheated water became steam that threatened to slip through their defenses, but they held together in their own little bubble. The two of them flew high into the air, far higher than anticipated. And the two of them had used up all the energy they could get their hands on for the breakthrough, the surge of power protecting them at the last moments. Turdo clutched Verusha's hands as they looked down on the molten sea from half a kilometer above. Could they cushion themselves from the fall? What about the heat afterwards? Verusha seemed to not share his concerns, laughing all the way down. This is great. Maybe I should have been an air cultivator. I'm sure that would have worked out fine, Turdo said. As he was still puzzling out how they were going to survive, they landed on a cushion of air. Congratulations. Now you can brag to Melanthina. Unless she found her own way to break through while we've been on this journey. Turdo's eyes took a moment to focus on his father. His spiritual energy senses were shot, his body and mind overloaded by the fire flowing through him. Verusha had somehow passed out in the last few moments, though not without wrapping her arms around Turdo. Even unconscious, she was smiling. Was this a stupid idea? Turdo asked. It's only stupid if it doesn't work, or if you don't at least consider the risks. John smiled. Since you thought, acted, and succeeded, it would be hard for anyone to say anything bad. Turdo vaguely registered being set down upon one of the ships, covered in his father's comforting aura. He almost felt like a little kid again, even though he had an adult child of his own. But there was nothing so bad about family taking care of each other. Thank you for your hospitality, John said, addressing sect heads Dislava. If the Burning Delta finds itself in need of any favors from our alliance, we will be happy to reciprocate. The old woman nodded. We appreciate your offer. The exchange of insights has been beneficial to our sect, and witnessing a paired advancement to the ascending soul phase is likely a boon more than equal to our hospitality. But we will gladly remain in communication with your alliance. She turned to Presha. The Silver Breeze Gorge will be easiest for us to contact. Presha nodded. We can pass along any messages you require, and you are welcome to visit and train among us, even if our elements do not match. I appreciate that. Perhaps someday, one of our own will reach the ascending soul phase, claiming a place among the great sects of the molten sea. Zdislava was at the peak of the consolidated soul phase, but it was clear she had given up on achieving that level herself. However, a trade of knowledge and resources with the sect might allow some of their disciples to do so. Though there was a surge in spiritual energy and higher cultivations throughout the continent, the fact that so many all in the same wider generation could reach the ascending soul phase was due to cooperation between them. John especially believed that exchanges between different elements and styles were important for people to understand their own functioning. And that wasn't just because of the rare style he'd found it himself. Chapter 388. Peaceful interactions with neighbors was exactly what John wanted with everyone. The world was not so strained for resources that people had to fight each other for each scrap. And while certain cultivation resources were indeed limited, it wasn't to a concerning degree. Perhaps with his perspective steeped in fortune, John wasn't seeing the whole picture, but he saw how effective sharing knowledge could be for growth instead of simply trying to gobble up more spiritual energy. Of course, one needed to be careful with exactly what knowledge was shared with who. The Continental Alliance was still quite loose, more of a reluctant agreement than an enthusiastic partnership. John only really trusted those sects and clans where there was a history of cooperation, beginning with his own family, though it had extended far beyond that now. There was even some uneasy trust with some of the Sky Islands. Abit certainly wasn't friendly, but her faction had taken some serious blows and was more focused on maintaining their position than causing trouble. At least for the moment. The tournaments helped mitigate the various factions' aggression, but there were still far too many memories of war among the various groups. Having the opportunity to go after an outside group was something that couldn't be ignored. Most of the continent probably had little interest in actually avenging the Wuthering Steppes or the Glass Hills, but they still jumped at an opportunity to set themselves against something more than wild beasts or the natural hazards of their regions. The movement against the Stormy Sea sect was somewhat delayed, but as far as cultivators were concerned, anything less than a handful of years could be a swift retribution. Quite often, grudges were held for decades, and it wasn't unheard of them lasting for centuries, beyond the deaths of anyone actually involved in an initial conflict. The delay had been in part to confirm that nothing more would come of the troubles with the Sky Islands. However, despite whatever Abit felt about Morana's death, she couldn't do anything publicly other than accept the woman's death, whether she was intended to be nothing more than a useful crony or intended for some longer-term plots. Morana had simply caused too public a mess, and worse from certain perspectives was that she had shown herself to be weak. With Turdo and Verusha now in the ascending soul phase, they would be part of the retaliation forces. Nitza was reluctant to stay behind, but they convinced her to do so by pointing out that she would be guarding the sect. It was one thing to go out pirate hunting with their heir, but bringing her to war was too much of a risk. Cultivators from all different groups joined the fleets, with a greater proportion being from seafaring sects to help man the ships and, of course, the two regions most affected. Plus cultivators from the Gloom desolation, of course. They wanted their revenge more than any of the others, as they had been the first targets hit. Melanthina was found at Port Dawn, with the last group of cultivators that would be joining them from the Gloom desolation, except she herself was not coming along. John didn't exactly have to ask why, as it was fairly clear. "Do you find this to be a good location for a breakthrough?" John asked. Melanthina shook her head. "Not particularly, but it is certainly a valuable region to learn from. They have managed to persevere and grow through hardship through methods I had not considered myself. We would gladly join the expedition, but—" Nick took over there. "But she's already upset that she's going to be the last sibling to reach the ascending soul phase. So we will remain here." Melanthina sighed. "I know Ursul didn't have the responsibilities of a sect, but even Turdo," she grimaced. "I can't believe we were outdone by his relaxed pace." John chuckled. "I can, but not because I think your talent is inferior. Remember that you chose the harder path." John gestured to the two of them. Light and darkness together wasn't such a simple thing. No matter how well the two cultivators matched each other. "We didn't choose it," Melanthina said. "It just happened without our input. Like fate conspired against us." "Or for you," John pointed out. He knew that despite her protestations, the two were as happy as they could be, and their daughter as well. "That may be," Melanthina admitted, sending a smile towards her husband, "but it seems you should probably be on your way. You've got a war to get to." John shook his head. "Don't you think you're forgetting something?" "Like what?" Melanthina asked. "Like your siblings. We can't just move on before they taunt you for being last place." The crystal sea quickly gave way to something more reminiscent of the Shimmering Islands, the weather getting increasingly inclement away from the southeastern coast. However, it didn't have quite the same spark. Maybe it was because John wasn't riding upon the wave cutter, forcing his way through storms with Captain Sohun. Instead, their expeditionary fleet did their best to avoid the worst parts of storms for their overall convenience. That said, they did still encounter storms and massive waves. But rather than focusing on what the ships could do, their cultivators softened the blows. John found himself at the helm of a certain ship, splitting the seas as 10-meter-high waves crashed towards them. The turbulent sea was overflowing with water element, so John didn't find it terribly difficult to split massive waves over and over. Turdo's ship was perhaps even more secure than his own. Most of the other ships didn't carry ascending soul phase cultivators with the water element, so the job was split between a few weaker cultivators, often working in shifts to keep them fresh. John had some others who could take over if he exhausted himself, but he preferred to keep active to push his limits. He couldn't neglect his training with any specific element, and this was an excellent opportunity to improve his water skills. Without their masts, John could have made a simple tunnel through the waves. However, the masts and furled sails being struck by the force of the waves would have turned the boat over on its back, or perhaps snapped the masts off, neither of which were something they wanted to deal with. Thus, John started at the top of the waves, cleaving downward. If he could have made the exact shape he needed, it would have been much less water displaced. But if he merely cut out the profile of the ship, then the waves would inevitably fall upon them. Even most cultivators wouldn't be able to resist being swept away, and the ship itself could sustain heavy damage from the weight of water. Thus, John actually had to cut widely at the top. At first, he tried to split the waves vertically and force all of the water to the sides, but he found that the great walls of water resisted his efforts. He still accomplished what he wanted, but it was tiring. Then he tried pushing the water backwards. That came with less resistance from unnecessary mass, but it meant directly countering the momentum of the water. He actually found that the most efficient method was to actually pull the water towards their ship. He just had to make sure the center of the wave crashed before they reached it. Imparting a little bit of extra momentum to the top of the water caused it to naturally crash down, dragging more with it at the sides. It was still a significant effort, but he didn't have to actively control tens of thousands of gallons of water. Whenever John took the time to look back on where he'd come from, it was a vast gap. From struggling with simple sword techniques and the level of energy control required to prevent himself from overheating in a desert, even a rather hot one, to balancing on water, swimming up a waterfall, and eventually flight. A journey of many decades had brought about a great transformation in himself and the world around him. But there were still greater heights to reach, and he intended to go as far as he could. That was he could best secure the safe future of his friends and family. Not that he was discounting their personal strength, but nobody could do everything alone. That had become very clear to John over the years. When there weren't storms, John found the seas rather peaceful. The expedition fleet even found a nice rocky island with a harbor that could provide shelter for their fleet for a while. The island hadn't been on their maps, but then again, most of their maps didn't extend this far off the coast at all. Most of what they were working with as far as maps went were from the Stormy Sea sect. Perhaps they had missed this particular island, or not found it noteworthy. It wasn't exactly huge, and the rocky harbor it made wasn't large enough for their whole fleet. But some of them needed repairs after wear and tear from the storms, and that was best done in safety. Before they actually set up, they did some basic checks, specifically looking for strong sources of spiritual energy. The potential threats were things like beasts, unstable natural phenomena, or hidden sections. It wasn't that they couldn't deal with such things if they had to, but it was better to be ready first. Upon inspection, it seemed safe, so they sheltered the ships that were at greatest risk of sustaining further damage without repairs. Various people began that work, some replacing boards, sails, rope, and other sorts of damage. Other cultivators were actually able to repair the damage done. For the wood itself, some of the cultivators from the Viridia wildlands were able to knit together even dead planks. Where there were pieces missing, they could regrow small portions if necessary, though drawing material from their supplies and realigning the grain seemed to be far more efficient. Likewise, there were other cultivators who could stitch canvas together to the point it was actually as good as new. Repairs of that sort were easier to accomplish closer to when the damage happened, so it wasn't possible to completely make their fleet as if they'd never been damaged. But with their repair supplies, it would be close enough. And they'd be better prepared for the same scenarios in the future. John wasn't focused on repair tasks, but instead thought that after a week of sailing, some of their number might prefer to take some time on land. That meant actually being able to reach the rest of the island without climbing up rocky cliffs. That might be good training, but they were here to take a break. Thus, he was going to do more work to make their rest overall more effective. Ursul, John called towards the ships from where he was positioned at the base of the cliffs. He was briefly surprised when she vaulted off of a ship, rocking it back and forth, before crashing into the stone next to him. Briefly, because he should have expected her to do that instead of just yelling back, "Yeah, Dad? Need something? I was thinking we would carve out some stairs so people could make it to the top of the island. Maybe set up some tents or something." "Sure, I can help with that," Ursul said. She waved her armored arm in front of her, tearing out chunks of rock like they were soft clay. "How wide and deep do you think?" "Wide enough for 2 people, perhaps. One each going up and down, plus some extra room for bulky supplies maybe." Ursul stretched her arms wide, scooping away more material and dumping it into the harbor behind them. "Kind of like this?" "Something like that," John said, looking at what she'd done. "Might not need to be that deep. How about we trace out the shape we want and then begin working from both ends?" "Sure. What do we do with all the extra rock?" "Well, I suppose we dump it down there. We could make a stone pier or something, though it would be nice if there was enough to extend the edges of the harbor out a bit." Chapter 389. Carving out the stairway and forming a simple stone pier in the harbor would have been the limit of what John did on his own. However, when he gave an offhand comment about extending the edges of the harbor, Ursul responded with great seriousness. So now they were fully reconstructing the edges of the natural harbor on Stormrock Isle. If he just left Ursul alone, John was quite certain she would accomplish the task. She had shoved the rock walls that formed the edge of the natural harbor further out, dredging sand and stone from the harbor itself to gather more material, which was pressed into solid structure and fused with the rest. Except for its placement and lack of weathering, everything seemed quite natural. Fusing stone into a continuous piece was a discipline that rock-based earth cultivators would be able to accomplish by the soul expansion phase. But that didn't mean they could perform the task so smoothly or in such bulk. John's role wasn't so much adding to what Ursul was doing, but instead being the brakes that kept her from building stone spikes in the shallows around the island to sink incoming ships that didn't know the correct route. "We don't want to make the harbor unusable for our own people, you know," John said. "All right, but if we're using this as a base, we need some defenses," Ursul pointed out. "Yes, but we'll be up against water cultivators. so they'll most likely be able to sense upcoming trouble. Eventually, he managed to get her to limit the area. The area directly around the harbor would be kept free of dangers, which would more or less force anyone into a direct assault. In fact, with the way Ursul had extended the harbor walls, one wrapped around the other, meaning there was no direct line to stationary ships. It would make navigating in and out more awkward, but this wasn't meant to be a trading port but a shelter for their conflict with the Stormy Sea sect and any allies they might have in the area. There was no guarantee they would achieve victory in one fell swoop, so having somewhere safe to retreat and regroup was ideal. The island would provide a defensive position that could give them an advantage, since they had with them many cultivators that weren't used to seafaring. The vaguely natural look of the new cliffs was somewhat marred by adding proper fortifications, but the overlapping walls of stone would allow them to assault anyone trying to enter the harbor from both sides. Author's note: if a picture is worth 1,000 words, is this 1.5 chapters or 2? These are important questions. The fleets rested for a few days in the shelter of Storm Rock Isle, something Ursul found necessary despite her enthusiastic manipulations on the first day. It was good to know that even she had her limits in how much stone she could shove around. Though if anyone was relying on walls against her, John figured they were out of luck. Maybe someone somewhere had enchanted walls to be able to resist an ascending soul phase cultivator, but he knew that the 6 elements crossroads certainly wasn't at that level. That said, their walls would at least slow someone like Ursul long enough to mount a proper defense, so it wasn't like they were without purpose, and they would hold well enough against weaker cultivators. Given that some portion of their probable enemies would be able to fly, focusing too much effort on having impenetrable walls seemed like a waste of resources. Rather than sailing out with their entire navy, they split into 3 parts. One remained at Storm Rock Isle to keep the position secure, while the other 2 split off to explore the area. The information they had from the Stormy Sea sect was likely incomplete, and their maps didn't necessarily indicate whether surrounding sects were friendly to them or not. Before diving headfirst into things, they wanted to have a better picture of everything. To that end, John made use of his ability to fly. Unlike when visiting the Sky Islands, there wasn't a place he could rest at the far end of things. But he had also grown more powerful in the more than a decade since he had first seen the Sky Islands. Carrying a few people up with him a handful of kilometers straight up was within his abilities. Lingering in place while others made observations was actually relatively easy, and as long as John wasn't trying to fly all day, he was more than capable. Actually, if he was alone, then as long as he didn't push his speed to its limits, he likely could fly all day. It was a sobering thought, showing how much he had grown. From 5 kilometers up, they could make out most of the island chain. Doubling their height was possible, as that was about where the lower Sky Islands made their place, but clouds could be an issue. The name of the Stormy Sea sect certainly wasn't entirely inaccurate, as different areas were stormclad on different days of their investigation. They were able to pick out movements of different ships, their own fleets, and some they could presume were their enemies, though even with enhanced sight it was difficult to make out details aboard any ships at such a distance. After all, at such a height the horizon extended for hundreds of kilometers. Their actual height provided only a very small proportion of the distance. Having such a perspective was quite useful, and John resolved to make use of it elsewhere, though hopefully they wouldn't need to scout out enemy territory terribly often. Then again, he couldn't simply assume the current age of peace would last. While he had allies he would trust implicitly in many of the elemental regions, they didn't represent the attitude of everyone around them. It was good that they had an opportunity to focus aggression externally. Maybe that was why certain nations on Earth seemed to find themselves in wars so often. John would have to consider what that meant later. Though the standard rate of violence in this world was far worse than anything on Earth, so perhaps he didn't have too much to worry about. For all that John could convert the local elements into air, he eventually ran low on spiritual energy and had to descend. Not that there was much to be gained from long-term observations, but the most difficult part was rising to a suitable height to begin with, so they made the best use of it they could. It wasn't a surprise that the Stormy Sea sect's maps were generally accurate, though it was clear they weren't extremely precise. That was a common technique for making it more difficult to invade an area. At sea, it meant never being quite sure when you would come upon certain islands. However, with a few days of observation, they were able to correct the most egregious mistakes on their maps. Since they would have reached their destinations eventually, it was of minimal benefit, though taking down the topography of certain islands would definitely be useful in planning their attacks. Though Turdo was responsible for the discovery of the pirates' origins, as this was a matter that involved the affairs of the whole continent, John was taking a leading role. Though he had turned over leadership of the Tenebach clan to Melanthina, not entirely by his intention, he was intending to continue to take an active role in the world as the sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads. Despite being somewhere around 90 years old, he expected for that to continue for a long time. After all, Luctus had lived far beyond 100 years old and had spent most of his life in the soul expansion phase. John expected his lifespan to reach at least 200 years old, even if his cultivation didn't advance any further, though various factors could influence that age. Aside from being killed, obviously. Even though he'd experienced multiple times as long in this world of cultivation, he couldn't help but think of Earth. He was fully part of this world now, but his early years had molded him, and those memories reigned more strongly than Fortkran's. It was natural for people to be shaped by their early lives, but anytime John did something differently, he hoped it would be better. The fleets were filled with clear confidence, having a mid-ascending soul phase cultivator at their head. Then there were Turdo, Verusha, and Ursul. While the Glass Hills and Wuthering Steppes had recently begun to develop their own ascending soul phase cultivators, none were from the coastal region. Thus, though they were relying on the powers of others in the alliance, which was the whole point, they had to trust others would work for their own benefit, or the alliance wouldn't last onto the next generations. The goal was the closest island that they knew for certain was under the control of the Stormy Sea sect. It was an outpost of little note, but that was perfect for their goals. With the benefit of good winds and of course a bit of spiritual energy enhancing their speed, their ships were able to reach their target in less than half a day. The island wasn't large enough to have a proper port, just a few ships of various sizes. As they approached in force, at least one ship darted away. It was possible for them to catch it, but they let it go. While it would make their enemies more prepared to have foreknowledge of their presence, for their purposes it was appropriate. They weren't intending on conquest or annihilation, but punishment, more than a mere slap on the wrist, but going too far could breed animosity with other sects in the region. They wanted to show that the continent was to be left alone, not to provoke a stronger counter-reaction. Their arrival could not be missed except by the most energy-insensate individuals. Thus, besides the departing ship, they were met with forces prepared on the island outpost walls. "We know not who you are," the woman in command of the outpost called forth, "but the Stormy Sea sect will not tolerate such an aggressive stance in our territory." "If you do not know us," John retaliated, "then who gave you the guts to pirate upon our coasts? Your intrusion upon the continent shall not be forgiven so easily." John displayed his spiritual energy clearly. Being domineering was a traditional part of any diplomatic exchange among cultivators, and John certainly couldn't expect people with which they had no contact to have developed more social niceties, especially considering the reasons that they had come into contact. Likewise, the outpost commander couldn't easily back down, but it was obvious that her side would lose a battle, both in terms of numbers and individual strength. "You come in great numbers, but dare you fight alone?" "Of course," John retorted, "but do not expect us to send one of those with low cultivation to face you. You will face myself, or one of these three." John swirled his spiritual energy around his children. "One through marriage, though it would be pretty obvious who he meant. Fight with honor, and your subordinates can be spared." Frankly, a duel of some sort was the best option they had. It would reduce losses on both sides. Even the overwhelming power of their fleets might risk some casualties against the outpost. As for the defenders, having a proper excuse to surrender would be better for their own lives as well. "I choose you," the commander said. "I will face only your strongest." "Very brave," John said. With a cultivation at the top end of the mid-consolidated soul phase, she was still nearly a full phase behind him. Against any of the others, she would be 4 ranks behind. Still a serious gap, but potentially surmountable. Clearly, she didn't intend to win. John decided that being maximally dramatic was not only appropriate but also most convenient, and he left the ship, flying towards the island alone. Chapter 390. The cultivators stationed on the stormy sea sect outpost pulled back as John confidently flew closer. In truth, if all of them worked together, he could be in real danger even as an ascending soul phase cultivator. There were some advantages to the world being so focused on individual strength and some measure of honor regarding duels. The commander of the island's forces moved to the courtyard as John approached, ready to fight the duel she had proposed. Though John's assumption was that she challenged him to prevent unnecessary deaths, for which he gave her respect. Given the gulf in cultivation between them, she was likely to lose horribly, but on the small chance that she was exceptionally adept in such matches, John intended to treat the battle seriously. It would be a shame to foolishly find himself on the back foot by underestimating her. Simultaneously, they agreed the duel had begun. Their spiritual energy changed from a slow trickle to a sudden rush, flowing out of their dantians into the world around them. A spray of water appeared around John's opponent as she gathered her defenses. Then the swirling water extended far beyond where it was useful merely for defense. It seemed meant to distort John's vision, and the chaotic arrangement meant to foil his energy senses. Though responding move for move was not the best way to gain a foot up in most battles, John found it appropriate to respond in kind, filling the area with darkness. Those surrounding would still be able to vaguely feel the duel, but if anyone had ill intent, it would be more difficult to target him. Waves rushed John as the woman slashed with a halberd, and he responded with a bolt of lightning and his own sword. He caught the heavy weapon and pushed it off course, but his lightning didn't travel through the waves as easily as he had expected. Then again, it wasn't unreasonable for a water cultivator in something named the Stormy Sea Sect to at least be able to handle some air, even if it was their weakness. But John didn't need to limit himself to what was best on paper. As she shifted her stance, he blasted out with a gust of air. Alone, that wouldn't be sufficient for her to lose her footing, but she likely wasn't prepared for the ground to shift beneath her at the same time. John decided to remember that one, as the push and pull of elements added to a greater effect than expected. A consolidated soul phase cultivator wasn't helpless when prone, but she found it difficult to rise to her feet under the subsequent barrage of attacks from John. Lightning, his blade edged with darkness, and even fire to boil away her surrounding waves. Elements coursed through John, building upon each other. He moved inside the range of her weapon as she tried to drive him away with a sweep of her halberd, catching the haft of her weapon with his free hand. He tightened his grip, coating himself in a layer of solid earth and locking his hand around the weapon. The ground rose beneath her in time with his yank, flipping her over his head. A cushion of water protected her from some of the impact, but her grip loosened and John flung her weapon away. Wind and lightning around his blade cut towards her neck before stopping short. "Surrender," he ordered. The spray of water settled as she glared at him. "Never." "Very well," John said, dropping the cloak of darkness and focusing his spiritual energy around his weapon. He made certain his death was swift, his blade severing her head. He could have forced her to surrender, with more effort. However, that wouldn't necessarily have been the merciful option. Depending on how the sect operated, death might be preferable to a stained reputation. She might even have friends or family to worry about. "The rest of you," John spread his voice to the cultivators gathered around him, "surrender and be taken captive, or prepare yourselves for death." About half surrendered. Some fools immediately attempted to attack him, while others began to flee towards their ships. But the Continental forces wouldn't let more get away than they needed to. Against just a dozen soul expansion and foundation phase cultivators, John wasn't at risk. He could literally let them hit him all they wanted, and they would likely run out of spiritual energy and collapse before he received a scratch. But he had no reason to test that, instead flinging daggers charged with a mixture of the core elements, cutting through their defenses. Those who ran were taken down by the rest of the fleet. It was a shame that the most honorable of those present had to die. Though they had purposefully allowed ships to go ahead and spread news of their coming, retaining the initiative was still important for the continental fleets. Thus, rather than waiting for an armed response, they prepared to set out towards their next target, but only after toppling the fortifications on the outpost. It wouldn't be a great expense for the Stormy Sea Sect to replace it, but it would take them time. However, with Earth cultivators, it was quite easy to bring such structures down when undefended. Their next target was another outpost. Their intent was to minimize the enemy's information so that their own forces could move more freely. The Stormy Sea sect was not entirely composed of water cultivators, but they had no air cultivators powerful enough to fly and replicate their own wide view of things. Unless such cultivators were a tightly kept secret, no brave commander was found at the second outpost, resulting in higher casualties for the Stormy Sea sect as they didn't see fit to surrender until they had sustained great losses. The combined continental fleets far outnumbered them, and they kept their own casualties low. After the second outpost came a third in the same day. Then their fleets returned to Stormrock Isle. 3 outposts was a clear pattern of their movements, and they didn't wish to engage just yet. Instead, they were interested in observing the enemy's reaction. Furthermore, keeping so many cultivators captive was already a difficult task. They had restraints meant to suppress spiritual energy, but they weren't perfect. At some point, they would have to attempt a captive exchange. They weren't intent on annihilating the Stormy Sea sect, so that would be an appropriate form of vengeance. They simply needed to show them how unwise it was to attack the continent. Even with his energy focused on his eyes, making out an individual ship at a distance beyond 10 kilometers was quite difficult. There were a few ships that were large enough, but in general John needed to look for fleets. That was the most relevant option anyway. After all, it was unlikely that the forces that could fit on a single ship could threaten them, even if the Stormy Sea sect brought their best cultivators. Their own side had 4 ascending soul phase cultivators, and a plethora of consolidated soul and soul expansion as well. It was still somewhat difficult to spot them at the extreme distances. John thought he could vaguely make out ships in ports on distant islands, but reflections of the sun off the ocean were just as potent. He did eventually spot some strange shapes, though at such a distance he couldn't pick out spiritual energy even without any obstructions. The cultivators simply weren't powerful enough, unless they intentionally made a ruckus. The same was true in reverse. John alone was powerful enough to be sensed at that range, but only if he put his spiritual energy on full display. That might be useful in the future, but at the moment he wasn't interested in drawing anyone in. There was a strange shimmering around the edges of what he perceived to be a fleet. He could convince himself there was some form of spiritual energy, but it was so faint it really could just be his imagination. As for what that might be, John couldn't quite tell. Perhaps some sort of concealment? If that was the case, he didn't expect to see them at all. But actually, it made perfect sense. They would be focused on other ships. Creating a ring of concealment, or even just doing so at the front of their fleet, would be sufficient for their normal cases and far easier than creating an illusory dome over their whole fleet. It wasn't like they knew John was up in the sky looking down over the seas, or that he could see in the dark, which became extremely useful later. Without distracting reflections from sunlight, it was easier to pick out the disturbances of ships, at least when the weather permitted. Low clouds kept getting in his way, and he had to continually change his altitude to track the enemy fleets. That was much more tiring than simply hovering in place. There wasn't much point in taking prisoners if they didn't intend to do something with them, which meant engaging with their enemies. That meant arranging an encounter where their own fleets were at enough of an advantage to deter attacks, but not so much as to immediately drive people off. Perhaps with the exception of ascending soul phase cultivators. Some of their forces were left behind to guard their harbor and prisoners, while another portion was set to scout the area, potentially even appearing in front of known enemies. For the most part, however, they would be avoiding conflict. Finally, John was leading more of their forces to encounter some of the fleets they had been tracking. A large group had initially been sent, but they had now branched out to scour the area. It likely wouldn't be terribly long before they found them on Stormrock Isle, but they didn't want to give up the location of their safe harbor if they didn't have to. Approaching the area where they knew the fleet to be, John didn't see or sense anything but the spiritual energy of the sea. And if he believed that, he would be a rather poor darkness cultivator. Not that he thought the efforts of the Stormy Sea sect were bad, but senses tended to improve in strength, and water cultivators just weren't quite as good at stealth as darkness cultivators. Plus, he'd already known they would be trying to conceal their movements. As he got closer, he figured out what the illusion was. They looked like the shimmer of the horizon and the spray of the sea. It likely wouldn't hide them from anyone up close, but that probably wasn't the point. They just wanted to get close enough to have an advantage over their opponents. Obviously, they spotted the continental fleets and turned towards them, but they weren't the ones who actually chose the contact, even if they thought so. When they were still quite a distance off, but at a reasonable distance for someone lesser to have spotted them, John used his spiritual energy to amplify his voice. Cultivators of the Stormy Sea sect, your acts of piracy upon the continent have not gone unnoticed. We are here to seek retribution. One of their elders responded. And who are you to so boldly intrude upon our seas? She asked. I am John Miller, sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads, he declared. His cultivation wasn't on full display, but he slightly loosened his restrictions. Anyone who wished to sense him would have little trouble feeling the aura of the ascending soul phase. Rather than returning the courtesy of asking for a name, he took advantage of his status. Our demands are simple. Pay an appropriate price, and the matter will be settled between us. This includes returning the 100 disciples we have captured, unless you have no interest in their return. The elder was clearly hesitant about her response. It was likely clear to her that they would not win a conflict with just the forces she had on hand. Furthermore, I don't have the authority to make decisions of such magnitude for the sect. Where should we contact you in the future? For days from now, John said. We will meet you upon the remains of one of your former outposts to negotiate. That should give them enough time to deliver any necessary messages, but not much extra time to plan anything. If they chose to launch an attack at that time, John would assess the odds available at the moment, but they could at the very least kill or wound an elder or two. Chapter 391. All-out war was never the plan. The best they could expect from such a plan would be more casualties on their part and a bitter rivalry with any allies of the Stormy Sea sect. The limits of the sect weren't exactly clear, but even if they could wipe them out, it wouldn't necessarily achieve the intended results. For days passed quickly, though frequent use of his abilities for flight made John more conscious of his growth in that area. Obviously, the biggest leap had come when he visited the Sky Islands, but he didn't tend to put so much of his energy into flight during his normal training. Of course, simply hovering in the air was not the only sort of flight he should concern himself with, but slightly increasing his base efficiency was valuable. If he was a little stronger, he might find flight a valuable form of sustained movement in combat instead of in short bursts. He was limited both by his proficiency in a single element and how much spiritual energy he had of each type. Watching the path of fleets, John found that the activity in the region was certainly increasing, but he didn't see a worrying number of ships heading for the neutral destination that had been chosen. That said, the enemy wasn't being casual either, so he needed to bring an equivalently sized force. John landed on the island flanked by consolidated soul phase cultivators from the borders of the air regions. Any of his own children would be a bit too powerful, and he didn't want to give away the limits of their strength just yet. If the Stormy Sea sect chose to press for battle, he wanted them to be faced with unexpected strength. As the other ships approached, John felt her. An ascending soul phase cultivator at the 39th rank. The information they'd gained from those they captured wasn't so precise. Either they didn't know or were quite loyal. Though many of them had said that their sect head, Duha, could defeat John, they hadn't necessarily believed it. As it was, he thought it unlikely. But that didn't mean he would be careless with an opponent just a single rank below him. Even if it was the difference between early and mid-phase, some individuals were exceptional. It at least showed where they got the guts to act alongside Morana. Duha brought with her 2 late, consolidated soul phase cultivators to more or less match John's side. John didn't sense any other ascending soul phase cultivators among them, though apparently there were a few elders that people had been unsure about. Your sect assaulted our allied shores, John began. Duha wore a stern expression, but she did not reveal too much of her emotions. We are here to seek repayment for the damages you caused. Duha revealed little as they stood in the rubble of a former outpost of her sect. A bold statement, she finally said. But you called us here today for a different reason, did you not? You have some of our disciples. We do, John agreed. But an appropriate price must be paid for their return. Negotiating the end of things had never really been his intention. He doubted that the Stormy Sea sect would give up so easily. The conflict had just begun, and no doubt they felt they hadn't properly been able to display their strength. However, the fact that they were willing to meet was a good start. Duha also seemed to negotiate in good faith, though John was still wary of what they might do when it came time for the actual exchange. He would prefer if it actually went through successfully, so that diplomatic efforts were feasible in the future. Thus, he was not ruthless in what he asked for. A reasonable price for disciples of a certain caliber. Perhaps he should have captured that commander too. But no, she had made her own decision. As someone in charge, the consequences would likely be too much to endure. Hopefully it was more than just her ego. Activity among the Stormy Sea sect continued to escalate. They were exploring wider areas, with some of their scouts potentially getting close enough to spot the recently dubbed Stormrock Isle. However, the island itself was currently being concealed by darkness and water cultivators. If the ships were not careful, they would instead feel only more of the sea. None approached the island, so at the current moment it appeared their position had not been discovered. Of course, if they expected the isle there, they would eventually notice the discrepancy. Bringing ships full of hostages required additional forces to keep everything secure, but less than a week later 2 large fleets were arrayed on either side of one of the former outposts. Duha was a woman of few words. The exchange began with both parties watching over the middle. One small chest of cultivation resources in exchange for a handful of disciples. Once the contents were verified, it was passed back to John's fleet, and another exchange occurred. If anything was going to happen, John expected it to be immediately when the exchange ended and the disciples were safe. They were being freed of their suppressive restraints a few at a time, but none of them were stupid enough to fight back while they were being handed over. They were released in large part because the restraints were expensive. They had brought a significant number, but they couldn't really maintain much larger groups of captives, though they didn't expect to run into that issue in the future. John was ready for something to go wrong, but upon receipt of the final disciples, Duha gave a formal nod. Not really one of respect, but at least an acknowledgement of completion. When next we meet, you shall understand that the Stormy Sea sect is not so easily cowed. This is not settled from our end, either, John declared. You know the current price. Unlike with the exchange of disciples, the conflict settlement offer was rather high. After all, if they merely asked for an equivalent amount for their losses, they would appear weak. It would hardly be retribution of any sort if the damage caused was repaid in exactly equal measure. John watched as 2 fleets clashed. He watched for 2 reasons, though perhaps he could have been there. First was that he was still responsible for watching over the whole region with his flight. Second was that he couldn't guarantee he would have been with the fleets that got into clashes. They had some points of interest they wished to assault, but their fleets couldn't always reach the enemy shores without running into battle now. It was unfortunate that their casualties would likely be higher, but the end goal was that the total amount on the continent side would be lesser, by giving the Stormy Sea sect a chance to prepare themselves so they could feel properly defeated. It was a risk that would never be entirely clear as to its success, but so far it had been relatively successful, even if John wasn't with a particular fleet. Since he was holding his position on Storm Rock, Alit freed up Ursul, Turdo, and Verusha. The latter 2 operated as a pair, as they were far stronger in that manner, while Ursul was treated more like a weapon. If they could get her to enemy fortifications, she could crumble them, and their cultivators, but it was a larger blow to their morale to have their buildings toppled. Any local cultivator could just kill people. Flight was far too useful to neglect. John would be emphasizing the ability in the 6 elements crossroads, though most likely only consolidated soul phase cultivators could pull it off properly. Fortunately, they were beginning to have more people with a proper foundation. The earliest disciples were just on the threshold of a cycle of core elements, and John wouldn't even be surprised if a few crossed over it while he was gone. He had already given his personal guidance as much as he felt appropriate. On the horizon, his horizon, so well over 100 kilometers out, John spotted fleets gathering to the south and east. That was where the Stormy Sea sect's presence was stronger. Meanwhile, there had been some successes on the western end of the island chain. John watched closely, trying to determine the enemy's intention. If they wanted one large naval battle, he actually wanted to avoid that, simply because going along with their intentions without a good reason to do so would be to the continent's disadvantage. He would watch for a bit longer, though he also needed to rest. After all, he would likely be participating in battles himself soon enough. Ursul didn't love fighting people at sea. She liked fighting people, and water didn't bother her, but it wasn't her favorite thing to do. If possible, she would have preferred to fight giant monsters. Or a cultivator like Abit, though battles of that sort could get old very quickly. Humans were tricky, so they could be a decent challenge. But there was nothing quite like hitting something gigantic as hard as she could. She hadn't considered attacking the ground itself. Obviously, she'd broken walls and stuff, but toppling island cliffs hadn't been on the list. Mostly because they wanted all of their own cliffs to remain in place, and also because there weren't any wars happening in the Shimmering Islands. Conflict on the continent was relatively mild, but there were plenty of beasts to battle if one knew where to look. And Ursul did. She just had to go wherever people said not to. But smacking islands was fun too. Ursul walked along the bottom of the sea. It was difficult to swim, though not impossible. More importantly, however, she had access to Earth on the bottom. She didn't care if her enemy was also in their natural environment, as long as she herself was comfortable. The Stormy Sea sect were only moderately good divers. Fine for water cultivators, but they wouldn't get to a Leviathan's preferred depth. Then again, why should they get good at that? Everything around them was a few hundred meters at most. This particular island stuck up from its rocky foundation, and Ursul reached its base with a couple dozen meters of water above her head. But that was the limit. Obviously, they knew people were coming. They probably even knew where she was. They just didn't expect it to be a problem yet. After all, what was she going to do from all the way down here? Ursul was glad for all the time spent training with her brother. Water resistance was a pain when you were trying to take a big swing. But if you knew what you were doing, you could pretty much ignore that. The stone in front of her trembled as she struck it. She could have taken a big chunk out of it, but she wasn't going for anything so mundane. Immediately, she swung again and again. Each attack resonated with the one before it. And then there were hundreds of people jumping into the sea after her, once they realized she wasn't going to try to climb up their walls. But Ursul didn't have to deal with nearly that many. There were so many angry lightning cultivators from the glass hills and the fleets above, and many others capable of causing great trouble for the enemy cultivators. The first cultivator to reach her shot downward like water tension didn't affect him at all, falling like a rock, with a trident in hand. Water element wreathed around him. Ursul pulled back her stone club and waited. The impact drove her half a meter into the sand, but the cultivator didn't pierce her armor. In fact, the sand absorbed everything quite nicely for Ursul. Her club swung forward, crashing the cultivator into the cliff. It wasn't as good as hitting directly, but at least it served multiple purposes. The guy had absorbed much of the first impact, but when Ursul swung again to directly crush him, he darted off towards the other dozen or so who had made it close. That wasn't too much to deal with. Ursul wasn't an ascending soul phase cultivator for nothing, but maybe she could just drop the cliffs on them? Her allies up above should know better than to get in the way of potential falling debris. Chapter 392. Two large fleets were angled towards each other. No doubt they meant to join together on their way to Stormrock Isle. John knew it was possible. Their enemies had not yet triangulated their base of operations, but it was unlikely that they were so clueless about the islands within their own borders. Even doing their best to confuse where they were coming and going from, they had to have a pretty good idea where the continental forces were set up. A combined fleet could be a problem, even with the defensive advantages of the island. It wasn't like it was a mighty fortress secured over the course of generations. It was an island with a decent harbor of natural stone that was now extended somewhat. They would have some advantages there, but it would be better not to face so many enemies at once. Determining how precisely to split their forces was important. They couldn't just leave Storm Rock all empty, or it could be captured and they would have nowhere safe to return to regroup. John couldn't perfectly determine the strength of enemy fleets from his position, so they would have to estimate. They wanted an overwhelming force, so they could defeat and drive off one of the fleets. But they still needed to leave enough of a defensive contingent in case the lone fleet reached their base. Going himself would be obvious. However, that wasn't necessarily correct. Was he the most powerful individual cultivator? Absolutely. Ursul had achieved an exceptional defeat of Abit, but John knew her weaknesses well enough to defeat her, though he probably needed his cultivation advantage for it. Unsurprisingly, his daughter, who spent all of her time seeking out battle and training instead of being involved with politics and teaching, had grown quite powerful. And the triplets weren't kids, even if they were youthful. As cultivators who advanced quickly, they didn't look any older than their prime, but they were over 60 years old compared to John at around 90. By the standards of cultivators, they were basically a half generation or less behind. Turdo and Verusha would be better on the offensive. John could stay to coordinate their forces. Hopefully Ursul would return from her offensive mission in time, though there wasn't much that could be done to speed that up. They'd have to plan assuming she wouldn't be there. Turdo would be the best to lead the fleets against storm cultivators. John would remain, monitoring the situation. Though if he wanted to be fresh for battle, he couldn't do much more flying. Waiting was far worse than heading for battle directly. John had estimated the enemy's approach, but that was assuming they knew precisely where to go. The winds held steady, and he understood the local currents well enough. They could easily arrive an hour early or late. If John was any good at controlling light, he could think of a few ways to spy at a distance. It would probably be easier to redirect light from up above than to fly there himself, wouldn't it? John wondered if any of the light element sects already did something like that, and he just missed it. It seemed like it fit in the wheelhouse of the prism underfields, bending light and all that. Nick was in the Gloom desolation. Maybe they should have sent a message back to the continent. They might have received some help in time. Sect head, someone called for John. We have spotted the enemy's sails to the east. Oh good. Now there was something else to focus on. There was still at least 20 minutes until the ships arrived, unless they pushed for greater speed. But then they would show up fatigued, which wasn't optimal for them. 20 minutes from the edge of the horizon. Wait, John said. You spotted their sails? The lightning cultivator turned back towards him. Yes, sir. Then they'll be here sooner than you think. Tell everyone to be at their posts in 5 minutes. Have our ships ready. The remaining vessels could take shelter in the harbor, but if the enemy found them stationary, they would be trivial to sink. But where would they be coming from? The highest point on their little island didn't have particularly better visibility than where John had been standing, so he allowed himself a small bit of flight, just 100 meters up so he could better scan the horizon. Yes, there they were. Southeast. It looked like little more than the natural spray of the sea, but the bulk of the enemy fleets were far closer. John landed heavily, giving orders and getting people into position. Then he made his way out to the edge of the island, walking along the extended cliffs that he and Ursul had helped form. Darkness seeped around him, dulling the feeling of spiritual energy around them. If they completely disappeared, the enemy would know they were waiting in ambush, but making the sense of them more vague and focusing some of his energy elsewhere could make them seem to be in the midst of preparations. The enemy looked like little more than rolling waves on the water, but shortly after they got in range, John gave the orders. Earth cultivators focused their spiritual energy together, flinging large boulders they had prepared into the enemy fleet. Lightning struck down. Spikes of ice were interspersed with fireballs. Not long after that, the enemy's veil dropped and they responded with their own lightning bolts. John redirected a few into the cliffs, forcing the spiritual energy to diffuse. Water element cultivators from the Stormy Sea sect insulated their fleet from attacks with a large wave of water moving ahead of them. John felt Duha standing at their head, but they were missing their allied fleets. If all went well, Turdo and Verusha would be on their way back, and perhaps not even far behind them. A great fireball made of the combined energies of a dozen cultivators rolled over the edge of the ship in front of Turdo, but his spiritual energy soaked in the heat, keeping the deck from lighting aflame. As for the outer edge of the ship, Verusha handled that by pulling the clinging flames away. Together, the two of them launched a sphere of fire surrounded by ice, a tightly packed shell that punched through the ship's defensive formations, impacted the enemy vessel, and exploded. The enemy fire cultivators may have been on a ship, but they were not sailors. Clearly, they had sailing cultivators among them, but there weren't nearly enough of them to stamp out all the fires, and that let the marine forces attack the bottoms of their vessels with impunity. The elementally varied allies of the Stormy Sea sect clearly didn't have as much joint training as they needed. Each individual was effective enough on their own, but they weren't ready. Straight ahead, Turdo called. Then cut left. Their ships charged into the midst of the enemy fleets, but instead of ramming them or trying to board them, their ships instead rode with waves and carried away a portion of the enemy fleet. Repeated flashes of lightning from the grouchy coastal air cultivators combined with winds pushing the ship's sails the wrong way. The few stormy sea sect cultivators prevented the ships from immediately capsizing, but that was about all they could manage. There was one fire cultivator that was a pain, though. As their fleets had passed through, he caught some of their sails on fire, and the fires were nearly unquenchable. It was both a testament to special technique and the man's ascending soul phase cultivation. Did they just make people like that everywhere now? Turdo supposed he couldn't complain. He was an ascending soul phase cultivator, and it was highly likely that the cultivation surge extended beyond the continent. Careful, Turdo said quietly to Verusha. We've got a Mel situation. Just direct me, Verusha said. Where do you want it and how hot? When we make our next pass, Turdo said, between my ice spikes. Show them a proper volcano. Their ships circled around after sinking several of the vessels they had swept away and leaving the others disoriented. Turdo was tempted to put out the lingering flames on some of their allied ships, but it was better for the cultivators there to handle it themselves. He'd need all his energy. Turdo obviously prepared several ice spears as they sailed towards the fire cultivator. Next to him, Verusha was practically boiling over with pressurized flame. She could be subtle, sometimes, but she was more effective when she didn't have to pretend to. Another ball of fire came straight for their flagship, and Turdo threw a condensed ball of water to clash with it, away from the ship. He couldn't easily wipe out such a concentration of energy, but it destabilized before it hit their ship, wasting much of its energy as half of it exploded into empty space. Turdo threw his gathered ice spikes, curving around the fire cultivator. He was almost tempted to actually try to hit the man, but he followed the plan. His ice spikes impacted the deck of the ship. Verusha's flames suddenly burst out of her, following the same path his spiritual energy had drawn, whipping around behind the flame cultivator. The ascending soul phase cultivator threw up an arm, prepared to deflect the fire, but it also crashed into the deck of the ship. For a moment, it appeared to burn sullenly. Then it burst upward, sending a strangely solid flame into the air and into the water. Flames wrapped around darkness. Honestly, someone thought they could hide from Turdo with just a bit of darkness? Certainly not in a battle. Melanthina had taken every opportunity she could to ambush both of her siblings, before it was even properly called training. Though the biggest mistake was that the cultivator hadn't been concealing his energy before the fleets approached each other. Feeling an ascending soul phase cultivator disappear, who wouldn't look for them? Obviously, a bit of heat wasn't going to kill the man, but Turdo grabbed Verusha's hand and leapt off the ship into the water. Turdo picked out the slightly distorted position of the darkness cultivator, still trying to get his bearings in the water. There wasn't anything there, which was more obvious for him in the water. He gently tugged on Verusha's energy, and the two of them sent a burst of boiling water at the man. Obviously, the darkness cultivator defended himself, but Turdo held the water around the man as the two of them moved close. The fire cultivator on the surface tried to boil the seas around Turdo and Verusha. The man had quite a bit of power, and he wasn't useless against the water. But Turdo had a volcano totem. Their opponent had to work to make boiling water, but Verusha and Turdo simply redirected that heat towards the darkness cultivator. Turdo registered a few hits on his defenses, sharp like needles. But the water was his domain, and Verusha's. Their spiritual energy moved between the two of them with little care for who was who. They were a pair, and all they had to fight was two individuals out of their element. How could they lose? With a wave of his arm, Turdo pushed a boiling waterfall down into the depths, sweeping away the darkness cultivator as he dove after. The fire cultivator above was soon too far to even sense. The darkness cultivator's spiritual energy faded. Dead. Then Turdo's spear pierced the body, and he was dead. Turdo almost fell for that one. No, he had. Because even the body was fake. The darkness cultivator had slipped off somewhere, but Turdo doubted he would be back. He kept his senses open as he swam up, not wanting to go on a long chase. Even if the darkness cultivator tried to swim directly after them, it would take some time to catch up. Verusha stopped him before they surfaced, pulling him towards the hull of the ship. Their movements hadn't gone unnoticed and flames pushed towards them, but Turdo shielded them from above as Verusha placed her palms on the ship. Her hands glowed, pushing through as the wood burnt away under her fingers. When she was armed deep in the ship, she yanked her arms out and moved to another spot. Soon the ship would have more holes than it knew what to do with, besides sink. The fire cultivator above could either try to swap to attacking their fleet or face them in the water. Neither option would be good for him. Chapter 393. It was tempting for John to rely on his cultivation to try to dominate the battle, but while that was a perfectly normal option for a cultivator, it wasn't always the most effective. If the strongest cultivator was sufficiently powerful, they could push back the enemy ranks and inspire their allies all at once, but that came with the risk of exposure. Then there was the option to hang back as some sort of emergency measure, watching people fall and die. Callous, but safe. John wasn't interested in either option. He could still be a powerful force on the battlefield without overextending himself. And as his whole style hinged around balancing various elements, fighting alongside the various sects was only proper. He wouldn't stand out as an independent champion, but instead would act as a pillar of support. Fighting formations of cultivators required trust and practice, so John wouldn't be able to direct the whole battlefield. But he had connections to many groups of different elements, guiding together water, fire, earth, and of course the mixed elements of his own sect. His own air element should be effective against the stormy sea sect, which were primarily water cultivators, but they were specially trained to resist certain sorts of abilities. Lightning was more or less neutral. It wasn't a waste of energy, but it didn't afford the same advantages it normally would, at least not unless he could catch them off guard. But Duha stood at the head of the approaching fleet, and surprising people looking directly at him was a bit troublesome. John still threw lightning anyway, just to watch how Duha deflected it. It was nothing special, just creating a trail of water that provided it an easier way to flow, though precisely controlling its path still seemed impossible. She deflected it to the edge of the ship and over the side, but the lightning still bit into the wood on its way down as John manually directed it. Not enough to break the ship apart or catch it aflame, but it was a start. More air element gathered around John, but while he continued to fling lightning, a small portion of it was siphoned off for other uses. Darkness kept his true intentions hidden in two different ways. It permeated the whole area around him, hiding what he was doing in front, and those ships hiding around the curvature of their new cliffs to the back. A wave of water carried forward the enemy fleets, directed in large part by Duha. With the angle they were coming in, it was clear they intended to slip into the harbor past the defenders. But as they went, they would be under a bombardment of fireballs, lightning, and rocks. The latter didn't sound that impressive, but it couldn't be underestimated. A sufficiently fast rock could puncture a hole in sails, people, or the ship itself. Though the enchantments on the ship made actually sinking their vessels more difficult, they still had to defend the vessels. John had already prepared plans with the Brandel clan cultivators after Storm Rock Isle had been reshaped. They were ready when he directed their energy, just as the first ships were reaching the gap in the cliffs. Rather than attempting to negate the waves they rode upon, John added another component to them with water rising up and pulling towards the cliffs. That made the ships lurch starboard. Ruha kept her ship well controlled, but several others scraped against the rocky cliffs, suffering damage and opening themselves to be boarded by cultivators who preferred melee. Meanwhile, the enemy cultivators were raising great waves with which they tried to shove or pull the defenders off of their cliff. John was tempted to unleash his air element trap on Ruha, but he let her pass. He focused instead on the next ship, specifically the pilot at the back and the cultivators sustaining the wave, propelling them with extra speed. Protecting against what John did wasn't impossible, but it would require awareness of what was happening. With so many attacks being thrown around, it was difficult to detect a relatively subtle manipulation of air. Waves splashed over John, trying to move him or perhaps drown him, but he anchored himself in place with earth and protected his body with water. He would end up at a slight imbalance of fire, but he could use that in a moment. The cultivators on the second ship probably didn't notice themselves running out of air. At least, they wouldn't immediately. Cultivators were fairly aware of their own body, so it was unlikely he could actually kill them, but as they breathed in and out, they wouldn't be getting any oxygen. Or at least not much, as he filtered the area ahead of them. That way he didn't have to deal with their defenses. Since they were still breathing out carbon dioxide, their bodies wouldn't immediately recognize their suffocation. All that oxygen was pulled together behind them, and John used his excess fire element to detonate it. As the first of his tricks didn't act directly on the cultivators, it was difficult to resist, but the slight flames he managed on the latter ships accelerated with the excess oxygen in a sort of explosion. The cultivators were able to protect themselves, and the ship enchantments did the same, but it was an efficient attack. The second ship was drifting port, with the pilot recognizing something was wrong just before they crashed into the newly extended outer cliff. One sail scraped against the cliff and snapped, nearly toppling the mast as the crossbeam twisted. The crew recognized something was wrong and expanded their defenses, the burst of spiritual energy breaking John's influence in the area, though he couldn't extend such fine control terribly far, so they would have been released from his technique soon enough. Ruha at the front no doubt expected to find vulnerable ships within the harbor, but what she encountered were a half-dozen vessels lying in wait, attacking the instant she rounded the inner curve. And at that moment she was isolated, the rest of her fleet still making their way through the gauntlet, the second ship attempting to course correct without crashing into the sides or spinning to block the entire path. As an ascending soul phase cultivator, Ruha was still able to deflect most of the attacks on herself, her crew, and her ship, but not all of them. She also wasn't prepared for one of them ramming from the side. That would be the Order of the Amber Heart. It looks like they at least remembered to fortify their own ship before the collision. Several others had been upon the cliffs, dropping onto the ships below. One group wrestled control of the helm from the Stormy Sea sect, though they couldn't send it careening into the cliffs quite as easily as they wished. The water cultivators were still controlling the water underneath, so the ship mostly stayed on course. But it was only a matter of time before they got ships to crash into each other, clogging the entrance. John turned his attention from the nearing pileup to Ruha. He trusted his allies to give their best, but leaving them to fight an ascending soul phase cultivator without him was a bit much. With a rapid and long strides, John reached the back edge of the cliff, leaping towards the at least temporarily isolated vessel and the sect head. The cycle of elements flowed through John, ready to respond to any whim. He had a bit more earth element remaining, so he used that to turn himself into a projectile, crashing into the rear mast. The wooden mast was nearly a meter thick, but John's impact easily cracked it, cracking it in two. All he had to do was break through the defensive enchantments, and even the best material couldn't stand up to a decent injection of spiritual energy, or at least not ones that could be made in such quantity. Perhaps there were some magnificent trees that could make nearly unbreakable vessels, but they wouldn't be something a seafaring sect could easily get their hands on. Maybe the Viridia wildlands. Ruha's eyes showed rage as swirling waves rushed towards John. "This is your fault, you know," he commented as he used his sword to guide air element into a blade of wind, cutting apart the waves as he dropped down towards Ruha. "Your sect started this." Her trident caught his sword between two prongs, but that was what he'd been expecting. John kicked out, fire swirling around his foot. Ruha was slightly delayed in her reaction, no doubt not expecting the element she was strongest against. She redirected some of her energy to her side, giving up on the crashing waves dropping back towards John. John grabbed her trident behind its head with his free hand. She'd managed to freeze his sword to her trident, even though her specialty was clearly not ice. A good move, but he didn't care so much. Darkness swirled around his hand as he simply held the trident. She protected it with water element, but he tore away at it. She seemed content to wrestle with him, but something gave John away. Maybe his face, or she simply picked up what he was doing more quickly. Ruha formed an expanding sphere of water, pushing John and herself apart. Too bad. But John had still picked up more water element to work with. Spiritual energy absorption was not something that anyone expected, and since he could overpower her, it was actually relatively efficient. The unfamiliar energy tried to rebel, but much of it had already been swept up in the cycle, converting into different elements and erasing any connection Ruha had. Ruha splashed into the water, and John readied himself for her following assaults, but they never came. He felt her drop to the bottom of the harbor, and then she was swimming away. John hadn't yet decided whether or not to chase her when a waterspot shot her over the outer edge of the harbor and into the sea. She swam faster than any ship, and while it was likely more energy-intensive, John didn't think he could easily catch her. Easily being the key term. And he had better things to do, like deal with the rest of the enemy cultivators. He watched her with his senses as she circled around towards their opening, helping to pull some of their ships away. He thought she was ready to retreat, but even if she intended to regroup, he found it better to deal with those currently remaining locked in combat. In the end, they only took down 3 ships. The rest were able to extract themselves, though it would have been completely impossible if they weren't water element cultivators. Perhaps they should have sent Turdo and Verusha to target this fleet and let the other enemies reach the harbor. The narrow entrance was unsurprisingly quite advantageous. Then again, the supporting cultivators were more likely to have earth element cultivators who could simply topple the thin cliffs. All they'd have to do was destabilize the base. Sufficiently determined water element cultivators could have done it as well, but they'd have to have known how thick the cliffs were to begin with. John could have caught the retreating fleet, and likely so could have a few others. But that would have been too risky. As it was, they focused on capturing the remaining cultivators. The next prisoner exchange would have harsher terms. John was hoping they could push for a surrender, or if they weren't willing to admit a loss, at least push for the remuneration that was one of their goals. Money wouldn't bring back the dead, both those who died in the pirate attacks and in this war, but pushing too hard would just bring more death, even if they annihilated their foes. John had no desire to do anything like that just yet, when it would be better to have a living example of how the continent would retaliate to spread the word. If this method didn't work, then future consequences would be more deadly. Not that too many people hadn't died already, in John's estimation. Chapter 394. The mixed element supportive fleets moved into a full retreat as their ships began to sink, with their flagship having sections of its belly burned out by Verusha. The fire element cultivator had fairly quickly hopped to another ship, as well as most of those remaining. With denser populations on their ships, they were better able to defend their remaining ships. Turdo and Verusha decided to prioritize their own forces and return to Storm Rock Isle instead of giving chase. They did not arrive in time to help defend against the assault, but were at least relieved the defense had gone well. Maybe we should have focused on killing that fire cultivator, Turdo commented. We could have dealt a serious blow to the allies of the Stormy Sea sect. Verusha nodded repeatedly, though not necessarily in agreement. This is why it's good that we're partners. Most of the time I come up with plans that go overboard, and you have to get me on track. And sometimes I get to do that for you. If we killed an ascending soul phase cultivator here, what do you think would happen? They'd fear for their lives? Turdo asked. And what do cultivators do when they're afraid and feel like they have nowhere to go? They might run back to their sects and hope we never set our eyes on them. Or they might panic and try to convince the whole region that we're out to exterminate them and turn this into a full-blown war. They could still do that while alive, Turdo pointed out. They'd just be weaker. Maybe, Verusha agreed, but they'd also have to face us again for that to happen. Do you think that guy wants to come back? I would bet they've already fulfilled any obligations they had to the Stormy Sea sect. A little bit of fear is probably better than a great amount of fear and anger if we're trying to predict what people will do. Your father will certainly agree with our choices. Thank you, Turdo said. I feel more assured now. Verusha grinned smugly. Feels good to be on this side of things occasionally. John hoped that their current debacle was almost over. Their initial assault showing off their might had led to the hostage exchange. Duha no doubt felt her hands were tied in that matter, as leaving her disciples to die would have tarnished her honor. However, the following direct clash had allowed her to compare the might of herself and her people against the continental forces. John was glad that they'd managed to achieve decisive victories on all fronts, as that should hopefully accelerate the end of things. John let a small ship go with a message for the Stormy Sea sect. Ruha hadn't exactly waited around to hear John's demands. After all, he directly sent his terms, including the specific amount of remunerations he demanded. The price was significantly more weighty than the prior hostage exchange, though it would come with the return of the recent captures of people and ships. Since they weren't meeting in person, John decided to make explicit some of the threats he might have merely implied with his presence. Further battle wouldn't be tolerated. The price of continued conflict might easily escalate to be the lives of all members of the Stormy Sea sect and everything they had. John might not actually make this the final opportunity, But if the stormy sea sect tried to delay and call in new allies, he would certainly increase the level of devastation inflicted upon their islands. Ursul had apparently toppled a nice coastal castle into the ocean. That hadn't exactly been planned, but John didn't know what else he should have expected from the orders to cause damage and gather loot. It was a worthy display of an ascending soul phase cultivator. John continued to watch from the skies. He was just barely able to track the progress of the messenger ship they sent, even when he focused spiritual energy on his vision. Perhaps he should find a specific enhancement technique for long-distance viewing, or get a good spyglass. It was strange that he considered supernatural solutions first, but that just showed he'd gotten very used to the world. It was likely that a combination of both would be optimal. Maybe a light element technique would be best, though it would have to be low intensity as it was still difficult for him to use it. Without a totem and with the opposing element of darkness, it was still quite difficult. But he had plenty of examples of the two elements living together in harmony, or at least tolerating each other. He felt confident in his continued growth, though the final step would no doubt be the most difficult. A sizable fleet approached the meeting location, but John wasn't worried. Frankly, if Duha hadn't been taking things seriously, he would have been disappointed. It was possible that she was planning to try one final, desperate battle. If she made that choice, she would meet more than her match in return. Ursul was holding Storm Rock Isle safe in case they missed approaching fleets, but that would still make it 3-1 against Duha. If she managed to bring another unknown ascending soul phase cultivator, she would still be outnumbered. And if there were two, John would find himself confused at why she had come alone to assault Storm Rock Isle. After all, she would have known there were several of them to face, and even if her allies had met up with her, she could have only hoped to match their forces with 3. But all of John's information indicated that the Stormy Sea sect shouldn't have any more ascending soul phase cultivators, either part of their sect or easily accessible from allies. Nor did they have sufficient time to send far afield. John simply maintained what he felt was a healthy paranoia against cultivators who sought out trouble. Once again, they met on one of the former outposts of the Stormy Sea sect. John kept his senses open for that darkness cultivator who Turdo felt slip away, but unless the man had gotten more skilled since the previous encounter, John could fairly safely say he had not joined them. When they first met, John had kept his forces modest. This time, he made no secrets of bringing Turdo and Verusha as his backup to the island, a reminder of his advantage in the negotiations, such as they might be. Ruha was not happy, and she was either making no attempt to conceal it or she had never learned how to. John was frankly not pleased with the situation either. The Stormy Sea sect had thrown their weight into a region and conflicts they didn't understand, and now they were suffering the consequences. "Have you prepared the remunerations?" John began, bypassing all social niceties. "We have brought valuable resources according to your overbearing demands," Ruha said. "That was somewhat of an acknowledgement, at least. In exchange, we expect you to return to your lands and stay out of our seas. Our alliance will not tolerate any continued foreign intrusion." A brave stance, but not one she could back up at the moment. John could feel that it was more than just bluster, however. If John insisted on annihilating the Stormy Sea sect, he would encounter more trouble than he wanted. Ruha didn't seem to fully understand that she would be dead before those consequences arrived, however. Or perhaps she was just lying to herself, thinking she could escape again if things went wrong. "As long as the value is sufficient, we have no reason to remain here. We were quite comfortable managing our internal affairs," John explained. "Understand that anyone from your seas is likewise forbidden to approach the continent, except a single ship under a flag of truce. We are not entirely opposed to opening up diplomatic channels once tension from this squabble dies down." If Ruha had felt any sort of shame, or seemed to have any regrets except that her people had been caught or that she was not strong enough, John might have been more polite. But from his current position, it would be more strange if he weren't a bit overbearing and dismissive. As for it being a little squabble, when he was young and had just come to the world, he couldn't have imagined that so many soul expansion phase cultivators would die. And how could consolidated soul phase cultivators die if they practically didn't exist on the continent? Yet as things were now, he found that the words almost rang true. If the circumstances had been different, a mutual misunderstanding or a conflict over some sort of resource instead of straight-up piracy while paired up with Morana, it might have actually been a minor matter. We will likely have no need for further interaction, Ruha said, but we will keep your proposal in mind. Her face still showed bitterness. John wondered if she knew that some people would find that disrespectful enough to attack her. John just happened to think ahead more than some others. He planned to live, however long a cultivator could live. He had no doubt he could hit 200 as an ascending soul phase cultivator, even if he failed to advance further in rank. The following exchange went smoothly enough. Some of the disciples and elders were better at hiding their enmity than Runa, and some were worse. But none were stupid enough to do more than say a few words that people could pretend weren't overheard as they began to exchange resources and people. John and Ruha signed a pair of official documents on behalf of their own people. Paper literally couldn't do anything on its own. It wasn't somehow magically binding. Then again, it also didn't do anything on Earth. Yet often enough, it provided a strong enough basis for trust. People had to act within a certain expected framework or no others would work with them. And unless they were capable of standing completely independent against the rest of the world, that meant honoring treaties to a certain extent. The terms were quite acceptable, and since the continent wished to be done with the conflict, they accepted fairly easily. The exact region that the Stormy Sea sect claimed belonged to their alliance might have been more in debate if the Gloom Desolation was interested in exploiting their coastal waters. John pushed Ruha to acknowledge their actual area of control to be a bit smaller than that. After all, John had come all the way to Storm Rock Isle without spotting a single local ship. That was already several hundreds of kilometers away from the continent. Surviving captives and ships were released a little bit at a time, and they departed. Ursul kicked down the new harbor walls of Storm Rock Isle after their fleets withdrew from the harbor for the final time. "These people don't deserve my artistry," she declared. It made the island more or less unusable, unless Earth cultivators came to sort things out, or a much larger number of others willing to manually shuffle rocks around. John just found himself amused. She'd done the majority of the work, so he couldn't be too mad. It was mostly funny. It also made some strategic sense, given that it would prevent them from easily making use of it as an outpost closer to the continent. Returning to the Gloom Desolation, the fleets dropped off the local darkness cultivators who had participated in the expedition. Given the region's position, it was most at risk of retaliation. So in addition to providing their portion of remuneration, John opened up discussions about joint defenses. If they wished, they could refuse aid. Stationing cultivators of ships from outside might limit their own independence. However, given that they had previously faced the piracy of the Stormy Sea sect, John expected them to be open to some level of cooperation. Turto's first visits and Melanthina's current presence would no doubt help sway them further. John hoped that things would remain safe and secure for some time, but one could never fully predict the future. Chapter 395. Fortifying the Gloom Desolation was a delicate project that would take time. The expedition against the Stormy Sea sect had united them in purpose with the rest of the continent, but developing long-term connections would take time. The continent had sufficient forces to spare to defend against any anticipated attacks, but the Gloom Desolation wouldn't necessarily want the defenders. Being safe was important, of course, but if that safety came at the cost of their independence, was it really worth anything? More importantly, they couldn't necessarily trust random people to be better for them. That issue would merely take time to resolve, as trust was built up. John couldn't even say they would be incorrect to be cautious, because the Continental Alliance wasn't perfect. Within his very lifetime, they had been little more than individual sects and clans squabbling against each other with only a token loyalty paid to larger elemental regions for purposes of mutual defense. Tying together diverse groups wasn't simple, though some of the greatest struggles weren't with the weaker sects, but with those who already felt secure. What would they need help to defend against? Aside from maybe the Molten Sea or the Sky Islands. John didn't actually know, but he was glad for the threat of the Stormy Sea sect and Morana's inclusion in that. It was a reminder that threats still existed. Whether he should be glad for enemies was another question that John couldn't answer. There was only so much unity that could be fostered by promoting trades of materials and information, especially since most people were used to being insular. Having an outside threat simply made things easy. As the sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads, more often than not people came to John if they had some matters of political import. However, that only gave him a limited impression of the true people of the continent. Only those who had matters that his influence could help with, connections, and the capacity to travel. John wasn't some mighty king that could solve everyone's problems under his own power, but he'd found himself at the core of continental matters in several ways. He was a core pillar of a strong alliance and head of an influential new sect. Little by little, he had become important. That left him with a sense of responsibility, to his friends and family first, then everyone else. He wanted the alliance to persist through his life, and hopefully after, though he also hoped that his life would be long. That was what everyone around would want for him. John decided that the next step on his journey would be visiting everywhere. He figured he might as well start in the Gloom desolation, since he was there. Melanthina had established her reputation in the area, so he relied on her guidance. Any luck figuring out why the area is so? John pondered for a few moments. Desolation, why? Darkness wasn't the first thing people thought of when they thought of a healthy ecosystem, but it wasn't inherently an element of corruption or death. The Darklands were proof of that, as they had a healthy and viable region where people lived comfortably with strong darkness element around them. A bit, Melanthina admitted. Historical records indicate that things weren't always like this, though details are sparse. Anything I can help with? John asked. Just keep your senses open. Maybe you'll spot something I didn't. The coasts of the Gloom desolation were the most prosperous in all ways. Flora and fauna, wealth, and spiritual energy. Further from the coast had only relatively faint levels of darkness. It was like a desert of spiritual energy, so even though it rained the ground and plants remained thirsty. John couldn't quite tell if the spiritual energy was responsible for keeping things that way, or existed in spite of the surrounding circumstances. The local cultivators were used to getting by with limited spiritual energy, which actually made them develop interesting techniques for battle. Efficient uses of what they had, as much as possible. Melanthina was able to introduce John to some people who focused on small weapons, needles, wire, and the like. Such assassin-like implements actually fit well with darkness to begin with, and fighting in a constrained manner made them develop technique over everything else. Thin wire could be augmented by only a small amount of spiritual energy to not only be freely manipulated, but also resist attack and pierce defenses because the energy was focused. That was a principle every cultivator understood to some extent, but the Gloom desolation took that to an extreme. John found himself quite interested, though he didn't intend to upend his personal style developed over a lifetime. But that didn't mean he couldn't add details. Thrown needles were not that different from his throwing daggers, and could be used with his free hand. The main difference would be that they would cause deep wounds instead of wider cuts. It was possible to precisely target weak points, or to generally try to puncture organs or damage joints. Even if a needle didn't hit a critical target, if it drove deep enough, it either forced the enemy to take a moment to remove it or risk damage while moving around. Of course, they could also be used to deliver poisons. John wasn't strictly opposed to the idea of poison. If he was fighting to the death, could he really cry out about honor when everyone was trying to kill him? One might focus on causing many wounds to bleed him out. Others might go for single powerful blows. Poison was much like the first, except more efficient. Using poison to kill someone wasn't any worse than any other method. Assassinating people by cutting them in half wasn't more morally upright than poisoning their drink. Then again, maybe he was biased because he was resistant to poisons. He would never claim immunity, but he had trained the pure blood technique, one of his various methods of advanced body tempering. John didn't personally tend to use poisons because he was not trained in their various complexities. Carrying them long-term while keeping them potent was important, and for the foes he was facing in particular, he doubted that cheap or expired poisons would do much good. It was the same reason he didn't train in every type of weapon, just against them when he got the chance. Wires were also good. For non-cultivators, they were mainly good for their ability to be concealed, but with spiritual energy, manipulating their positioning and power was entirely possible. No doubt individuals could spend limitless time mastering various ways to attack people with them. John had time, but not unlimited amounts. He had to pick and choose what elements to focus on and what techniques within those elements. Wires were a good addition to his offhand arsenal, however. Distracting people with his sword while a true attack came from his free hand, or vice versa, was his standard method of battle. Adding another tool was worth looking into, even if he didn't specialize in such techniques, in exchange for teaching him some of their techniques, but certainly not their most valuable tricks. John taught people based on his own understanding of darkness. That was different even from Melanthina and the Tenebach clan, because John had a unique style, at least for the moment. There were more than a few disciples of the sect attempting to replicate his path, but the best disciples were only just reaching the consolidated soul phase. Thus, John's experience with darkness and how it interacted with other elements was extremely valuable. What people wanted more was advice about the ascending soul phase, but honestly, John couldn't give anything useful unless people were at the peak of the consolidated soul phase, and he took time to get to know them. With the weak spiritual energy in the area, he couldn't do much for them. The Gloom desolation looked much the same throughout, scraggly bushes and bare trees where there was any vegetation at all. Sometimes, there were durable grasses. John hadn't seen anything quite like it, but he couldn't help but be reminded of somewhere else. However, he had difficulty tracing what that other place was. It certainly wasn't the Darklands. The muted crags didn't feel right either. That didn't leave many options. The soul-rot bogs were unpleasant, but it was difficult to say they weren't lively. They were teeming with life and spiritual energy that left nowhere else with the darkness element on the continent. What else could it be? Somewhere with low levels of spiritual energy? There weren't many of those, which was exactly what made the Gloom desolation odd. However, there was the Annihilation Strip. The Gloom desolation didn't have the destruction of clashing with light, but that did leave one place. The Dead Fields. It wasn't quite like that, and the fact that the Prism Underfields were light element had thrown John off. But eventually he realized that was the vibe he got. But the Prism Underfields were vibrant, with the Dead Fields atop them being even more barren than the Gloom desolation. So while John recognized some similarity, he determined it wasn't a perfect analogy. Still worth noting. Maybe Melanthina could make something of it with her longer stay in the region. John's next step was the Breathless Plains, where he met with more members of the Six Elements Crossroads who had not gone on the expedition. Combat experience hadn't been the necessary factor for some of them, and there were many sects besides the Six Elements Crossroads involved. But now that he was on his journey, he had sent for some of them specifically, with an allotment for other members who wished to join. Members of the Six Elements Crossroads could undoubtedly grow from exposure to every elemental region. That was part of his reason for the journey himself, after all. Among those were Lyre and Ahan, two of his first disciples and former street urchins. Now, after multiple decades, they had just completed a cycle of core elements, becoming consolidated soul phase cultivators. This journey would be a good opportunity for them to get used to their new abilities and compare themselves to those of other styles. If all went well, they should match up against the best other sects had to offer. John wasn't willing to go so far as to say a cycle of elements was superior in every way to traditional single or dual element methods. Until a proper cycle was completed, such methods were notably lacking. But with a cycle of core elements completed, he could feel the qualitative difference in the two of them. As long as they didn't neglect any of their elements, they would always be formidable opponents. John, of course, wished to stop at familiar locations within the Breathless Plains, but only going to friendly sects he had good rapport with would undermine the point of his journey. He couldn't visit every sect and clan, but he could certainly try. Some places they would stay just for a day, but even that was enough to build a greater understanding of various groups. He didn't rely just on his own opinions, however. John also spent time on the road hearing from his disciples. They had always things to say about how they were treated and the styles of the groups they visited. Perhaps it's because my air totem isn't suited for it, Ahan began. But I feel that the last clan we met was inefficient with their techniques. They're terrible, Lyre said more straightforwardly. If you can rip the air out of someone's lungs, you could have already killed them 100 other ways. They take the name of the Breathless Plains too literally. John nodded. If you can reach inside someone's body for any reason, there are more efficient things to do. It's mostly impressive with a cultivator of greater strength against many weaker opponents. More efficient is forming a vacuum around a cultivator's head to make breathing difficult, but even that's a bit difficult to maintain. A cultivator's strongest control is around their own body, after all. Most of John's teaching was public to every disciple traveling with them, but John left some explanations for later in private. It was a small part favoritism, but also practicality for his own sake. He explained to Lyre and Ahan how he had removed the oxygen from air people were going to move into. It was a unique situation where he could predict the path of ships, but something similar could be done in wide-scale combat. Against a single opponent, they had to be distracted from what was really happening, or completely inept at refreshing their own air supplies and confined to a tight area. None of John's disciples would be so easily overcome, but it was possible for them to come across opponents with gaps in their knowledge. John expected to find some trips on this very journey he hadn't even considered, and while he could improvise a solution mid-combat, being aware of threats ahead of time was much better. Chapter 396. The possibility of a random fall into an unseen gorge was significantly less concerning when you knew you wouldn't really be injured by a fall. Even less so when you could actually fly. Thus it was that with only a small group, John found it much easier to travel through the breathless plains. If they came to a gorge blocking their path, it was often possible to leap over it, and if they couldn't, John could carry a handful of people with him while Lyre and Ahan were able to carry themselves and one or two others comfortably, depending on the distance. That left the local beasts as the greatest hazards, and they could be quite annoying. The local avians always found the most inconvenient timing to attack people, either when they were flying or split or having just settled down. Worse than that, fighting them was almost pointless. Real combat experience was important, of course, but fighting the same sorts of beasts over and over wasn't helpful. Once you knew their attack patterns, they were fairly easily dealt with. After a certain point, killing them became routine and lost all its value. It wasn't like the world was a game where they could get experience and levels. Even if that was the case, it would be a trivial amount. Nor were the bodies worth much, and nobody wanted to carry a pile of rotting birds. Obviously, they had storage bags, but those only worked to a certain point. Their main value was providing more space. Any preservative abilities were mainly coincidental. They didn't magically stop time or anything. They just provided a potentially sterile environment with consistent temperatures insulated from outside effects. It was already impressive enough to manipulate space on a relatively permanent basis. John had just recently seen Pressure of the Silver Breeze Gorge, but he still made sure to stop by the sect. At least it felt recent, but it had been more than half a year since the trip to the molten sea. Then again, considering the distance between where they lived, it wouldn't have been weird to interact even less frequently. Even on Earth, John wouldn't go visit a neighboring country yearly. Then again, if he had the money he might have. Travel here was not as fast as planes, but cultivation allowed even those on foot to keep a significant pace if they were powerful enough. At least over short distances, John could outpace any car, but keeping that up for a long journey was pretty much impossible, even at the ascending soul phase. No matter how much he trained, John would always need the guidance of others. If he thought he knew everything about every element, he would only be fooling himself. He needed the specialists, and even if his cultivation was strictly higher than Lyre and Ahan, the two of them likely had some insights he'd never come to understand. Of course, actually figuring out what they knew that he didn't would be rather difficult. Thus, he still sought to train with people like Pressure. She had a greater understanding of specific aspects of air that he might not reach in a lifetime, including the manipulation of vacuum. She didn't use that as her sole technique, with rapid shifting and methods actually being her selling point. Her techniques with her sling almost made John swap weapons and styles. He could add sling's techniques to what he did with his offhand. Unwrapping a sling from around his forearm wouldn't be that difficult even in the midst of combat, but she gained the most of using it as her primary method of attack. Sling bullets could be carried along by an augmenting force of air element, or they could fly through a vacuum. The sling itself could be used to strike with great force, or the string could cut apart the air itself. The rapid shifting was what John thought he could best incorporate into his own techniques. Throwing off his enemies was part of his core style, and tricking people by not hiding the element he was using could be a great boon. That was what he tried to learn, and starting with what he could see working wasn't a bad point. Even when he got close to Pressure, he wouldn't be able to injure her with vacuum. Not without overwhelming her defenses, at least. Obviously, he wouldn't defeat her that way, but he wasn't trying to win but to learn. John augmented the movement of his sword, keeping it in continuous motion as he relentlessly attacked Pressure. For her part, She humored his desire to engage in melee instead of retreating, twisting out of the way or knocking aside his sword with her sling, dispersing his own air element while using the mask contained in the pouch of her sling to great effect. It required precise control, but clearly she had the experience. John appeared to repeat the same series of moves over and over. Presha continued to humor him for training purposes, but his actual intention was to see if he could slip something past her notice. Little by little, John replaced the composition of the air around her, disguising his motions as part of his attacks. If a blade of any spiritual element failed to intersect with someone, they would generally think themselves safe, not necessarily realizing the attack wasn't meant to land. Though if he could land a direct hit, John wouldn't mind. That made it more difficult to read into his movements as a form of feint, because they were meant to go along a particular path that Presha inhabited when he began his motions. If the path or her position changed, he simply accepted it and released the energy to do the other thing he intended. Exactly once did John manage to bring Presha to the point where she staggered. Her breathing labored as her body tried to figure out why it was lacking oxygen despite taking breaths. Presha's instincts were to create a great bubble of wind that pushed herself and John apart. Then she got a few clear breaths and readied herself once more. Once again, John began to build up what he thought was a pretty good zone of depleted air, but Presha didn't slow down. He had just about exhausted his air element when he sensed the minor workings of her own air element inside her lungs. "So you figured it out," John said. "When?" "The moment I disengaged and cleared my head," Presha said. "That's a good technique. I like it. I thought about using vacuum to draw air from someone's lungs and realized that would never be effective. But the idea stuck." He could still incorporate vacuum directly as an attack, though. Against opponents who weren't prepared, they wouldn't expect a sudden lack of spiritual energy to be any sort of threat, but it could be an already moving vacuum of air. It could be surprisingly sharp or somewhat explosive in its collapse. Over the course of his weeks in the breathless plains, John gained no stunning insights into the nature of air, no magical enlightenment, but he was a little bit better with his energy control, and he had ideas for how to further develop. That was about what he hoped for, and even if he'd made no gains at all, it was only a short period of time. Cultivation was a task spanning decades that could stretch into a few centuries, and the best thing that rushing would get him was another near-death experience. If he was lucky enough to survive, obviously. Next on the list was the encapsulated flow. Having only passed through the area on the way to the burning delta, John had little in the way of preconceived ideas of what he would achieve or where he would train. He figured he would ask his disciples what they thought was good, and they'd test out various ideas. Rather than simply bypassing the rivers, they focused on them. John wondered if they should have lingered more the first time, as he found something quite intriguing about the rivers. They didn't look much different from what he expected, but he knew they were quite potent. The fact that they didn't immediately evaporate upon collision with the molten sea indicated as much. But he wasn't interested in the interplay between water and fire at this exact moment. Just the water. His first attempts to walk on water had been pathetic back in the past. He hadn't really had control over the water element, instead just using spiritual energy like a raft. It had been a clumsy attempt. Now, he could walk across a lake by temporarily solidifying a wide area beneath him, but a lake was still. Even an ocean tended to be relatively consistent, where all he had to do was adapt to an approaching wave. Doing the same thing atop a flowing river was difficult, but not impossible. A river was still fairly consistent, not randomly changing paths. In some ways, more consistent than the motion, except that the way water flowed around and over rocks varied more widely in curvature than a simple rising wave. But those variations were also consistent. Water consistently flowed the same path around a rock or over a ledge. Even where separate flows crossed each other, the vortices they created sometimes followed a repeated pattern. Others were fully chaotic. John first considered how he might adjust some patterns to better fit him. However, he quickly abandoned that idea. That might work for a tame river where he needed little energy to control it, but in such a case, even if he was slightly off and his platform was less stable than intended, it wouldn't be much. Probably less disruptive than focusing his energy on taming chaos. Instead, Recognizing what areas were naturally stable and relying on them would be a more valuable use of his effort. It might limit his movements, but that was true with any terrain. John wasn't intending to have a great number of battles while standing atop a river. In fact, if it ever became a serious issue, he could simply fly. But when seeking understanding, practicality wasn't always the most important. He might try to tame chaotic flows later, but not until he had pursued the path that seemed most fruitful. The first time he tried to move along a sharply angled section, he got a surprise, dunking him in the water as the platform shifted. He hadn't expected that, because his spiritual energy had followed the flow of the water. Even trying to figure it out, he didn't think he'd ever stop that. So then why had it shifted? The answer was simpler than it had any right to be. He'd solidified the surface of the water like a sheet of ice, which then changed the flow. When he began to unbalance, the flow of water was disrupted even more and his energy went wild. That had never happened before, but in combat he was usually less focused. His intense scrutiny of what he was doing had probably gone overboard. Normally, he was more concerned with getting it generally right, which would mean less adjustment and thus over-adjustment. His failure caused John to reconsider his methods entirely. He hadn't exactly done a great amount of standing on water, except for fun. Was it wrong to solidify the surface? He was already extending his energy to achieve proper buoyancy, so perhaps he was doing more than he needed. He could create buoyancy that fit with the flow of the river, pressing against a wide area of water without actually needing a platform. Or if the river was narrow, John could hold himself up with a thin bridge of earth element from the shore. But that was cheating, like flying, at least during training. In a practical situation, he'd need a good reason not to fly, or let himself simply be caught up in the river, because being underwater would hinder most opponents more than it would him. But standing on water was good training, probably, and it was also fun. Personally, John thought it was 100 times cooler than being a supernatural swimmer. Chapter 397. Keeping the spark of excitement at learning alive seemed like an important part of cultivation. If nothing else, John thought that allowing cultivation to become too routine would lead to stagnation. Improving just for the sake of it was pointless. Some might strive for strength to feel secure. John's reasons were to keep himself and his family safe, and because there were exciting discoveries to be made. It was one thing to understand intellectually how certain aspects of the world worked. It was another thing to make them happen. Even something so simple as a state change in water was quite fascinating if one paid attention to it. Still in the encapsulated flow, John watched light reflect off of the river in front of him. The pretty sparkles didn't provide him any insight into either water or light. But ignoring the pleasant things in the world wasn't going to keep him motivated. Light was the final piece of the puzzle he'd been putting together throughout his second lifetime, and he'd only just begun to truly understand how it fit in. He needed to be able to fit light and darkness intertwined with the cycle of core elements to complete his cultivation. Though he had several ideas for how that might work, he couldn't perfect them without a totem. And once he chose a totem, he would be stuck with it, even if there was a flaw with his plans. Though it was a bit early to worry about that because John still had to reach the late ascending soul phase and complete the last few ranks before he could truly be concerned with that. His focus returned to the rivers, walking along the surface and focusing on spending the minimal amount of spiritual energy to create a stable walking path. If he narrowed to just around his feet, he could easily sink, but spreading himself too far resulted in wasted energy. The waste wasn't on a level that was particularly important anymore, but small efficiencies could add up over time. John eventually brought himself to the headwaters of the river he was following, which gradually had become a smaller stream. It began as a waterfall that poured out of the side of the mountain with significant momentum, arcing down into a pool from which the stream flowed. As John prepared to walk up the curved waterfall, something struck him as odd. He tilted his head left and right, walking around the spout of water. He looked down to make certain, but it was certainly splashing into the pond. But the rest of it looked paused. There was not a spray of droplets going every which way, but one pure stream of water with edges that did not shift, as if it was a still picture. Recalling the name for the phenomenon took some time, as he had to look into memories of Earth and videos shared there. The name was laminar flow, and it was truly odd to see in person and with such a sizable flow of water. From what John remembered, Usually such flows were little more than the amount a hose could output. That was because it required a flat opening to create the conditions necessary to avoid turbulent flow. However, in front of John there was a clear example of the same phenomenon occurring at greater scale, the flow being more than a meter across. Not astronomically large, but quite significantly more than he'd ever seen before. Carefully, he placed his hand in the flow, and it splashed about just as expected. But as soon as his hand's disruption went away, the water returned to its normal flow as it was replaced from up above. John wondered if the physical arrangement of the cliffs happened to be perfect to produce the laminar flow, or if it was tied to spiritual energy somehow. Either way, it was something he wanted to investigate more in depth, and he would certainly be showing it to the disciples along on the trip. Even if there weren't any great insights, appreciating the beauty of nature was worthwhile. Walking along the surface was actually quite easy. He didn't have to account for a change in flow. After all, he did have to deal with the verticality, but as it wasn't fighting him, it was relatively easy to stick to it, even though in truth that would have dropped him with the water. His spiritual energy simply carried him along segments without actually being attached. Yet it was different from making floating platforms of energy because of the mere presence of the natural element. Reaching the top just a few dozen meters away, John wondered if the mountains had been crafted for this very purpose. Or maybe he was fortunate to find it. Either way, the shape of the opening the water poured out was just right for the pressure of the water behind it. Another key component, as it would otherwise simply drop downward and turn into turbulent flow. The fact that it maintained until it hit the ground below was an amazing amount of precision that John expected couldn't be entirely natural, though he'd seen various other oddities without human intervention. Perhaps the water element wanted to be in this state of perfect flow and had carved out a perfect opening for itself. That was beyond speculation on John's part, given that spiritual elements weren't actually conscious as far as he was aware. They did act in consistent ways, however, and arranging for a sort of perfection did make sense. But given that there was no active shaping from spiritual energy, he couldn't really know. At best, he could return in the future and see if the water had worn away the edges of the opening, or if it remained in eternal flow. Some of John's disciples were less enthusiastic about the phenomena than he was, though those who were neutral did their best to pretend interest. Others showed what he thought was proper interest, but he couldn't force anyone to care. He showed them something amazing, and maybe some of them would take longer to recognize it. They moved on throughout the encapsulated flow, past many rivers and mountains. Eventually, they found their way to the Winding River sect, a local sect of some prominence. They had not arranged anything ahead of time, but the sect head welcomed them regardless. He was an older man named Sator, with a cultivation at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. A respectable cultivation even by modern standards, and outstanding compared to what John had first seen upon his arrival in the world. "I am interested in your perspective on the water element," John said as he sat with the sect head at the head of the river island they inhabited, watching the river split around them. "My main exposure has been ocean-based water cultivators, and those who deal with the water and plants. That covered the Viridia wildlands, and to a lesser extent the Solrot bogs, though the latter dealt mainly with stationary water." The old man nodded, his gray beard wagging slightly. "I think you will not be surprised to find we focus on flow. We do not favor stationary forms, but movement. The shimmering islands mainly center around waves and tides," John said, demonstrating by swirling water element around him. Then he created a wave, pushing out then pulling back. "Disrupting enemy movements is key." "We think much the same," Sator said, "but we would be more likely to create a continuous stream." He demonstrated, pulling his hands behind him then thrusting forward. His water element swirled around him like a true river, creating a continuous push around and then directly in front of him without actually going beyond a certain distance from him. He didn't send his spiritual energy beyond and let it fade away, but neither did he circle it back around. It simply went. That sparked something in John. To him, spiritual energy was a substance. Whether it was individual particles or a liquid or gas, to create movement he would perform that movement. Perhaps sometimes he subconsciously performed techniques like Sator's, creating an effect with the energy simply in the area, but it certainly wasn't something he did consciously. It wasn't strictly an improvement, but to create a continuous effect it certainly had its upsides. The downsides were that while it never got away from a cultivator and faded out of their control, without the symbolic movement it might be somewhat weaker. But was that just the sacrifice one made for a continuous effect rather than a short-term effect? John attempted to replicate it, attempting to feel the power. He expected he could do the same thing with both water and air, and he indeed formed a continuous gust. Then he compared it to a whirlwind circling around him. That was effective in both sustained power and efficiency, as the constant movement was efficient, if predictable. Then again, so was a constant flow in one direction. There must be more to it, John pondered, mostly to himself. What if he created a sort of river going away from him, then whipped it back and forth? Yes, the fact that it didn't require a specific route and could move untethered to his actual flow of energy allowed for some versatility. Sekar nodded. As expected of an ascending soul phase cultivator, you have great intuition. Of course, your technique is yet unpracticed. I would gladly receive guidance from you, John said. In exchange, I can offer insights into other water element techniques you won't have much exposure to. He couldn't give some of the core techniques of the Brandel clan to a random stranger, but he knew other styles from the Shimmering Island, and of course he had no reservations about sharing anything from the Stormy Sea sect and the manuals they had gotten from them. Just because John had moved more quickly through the ranks of cultivation didn't mean he was a better cultivator in all ways. It just showed that he had access to sufficient spiritual energy and a decent understanding of elemental balance and totems. He could have taken longer to reach the same distance by focusing on particular aspects of control, and that was something Sekar excelled at. Each technique he showed was honed to perfection. Sekar also shared a number of training methods that made John wish a river flowed through Lunson. Then he had a rather insane idea to make that true, but whatever he did would require channeling a river through at least the length of a small country, potentially more. If those places happened to be water element, it would be reasonable enough, but at best he could bring in water from the blustering peaks or some of the mountains of the stone conglomerate. Trying to draw from the frozen heights would require going through either the Sunfields or the Phoenix Forest, which would likely result in excessive evaporation. A passing thought, but it was one that stuck with John. But putting aside massive terraforming projects, John had more practical and immediate things he could learn. If he required a river to practice some techniques, he could travel, just like he was doing now. Remaining stationary was a good way to focus only on the center of the continent instead of thinking of unity and shared prosperity, as far as such things could go. There was some tension between the frozen heights and the encapsulated flow, as they were neighboring water element regions that could both use the same resources. But that was true even when there were merely neighboring sections. As for enemies, Sekar mentioned concerns about the molten sea. Their sect had been out of the path of Jessine's march, but it still disrupted their region. Just because it had been many decades since the incident didn't mean that people had forgotten. The breathless plains also had many older conflicts with the encapsulated flow. Some of those had been settled, though John made some mental notes not to forget about the fringes of the continent in his push for peace. That was the other reason for this expedition besides training, finding the things that had been missed or considered less important. Just because he knew that some of the sects in each region were friendly didn't mean everyone worked towards the same ends. Chapter 398. After concluding his survey of the encapsulated flow, John returned to the molten sea, or at least the small segment which had the burning delta. He wasn't so reckless as to step into lesser-known territory recklessly. Even if he could defend himself against most enemies with his strength, his presence might be seen as a threat by those who were unfamiliar with him. Even if the majority of the molten sea wasn't directly aligned with Jessine, that didn't mean they were friendly either. If he was to visit elsewhere, there would be special trips for that very purpose. Making use of remembered pathways through the less molten portions of the burning delta, John brought their group to visit the burning delta once more, though many of the disciples had not been there on their previous visit. In the same manner, many who had been with them before were not, as they had not brought along any other clans or sects. Because it was not a scheduled visit, John didn't intend to burden the sect for long. Nor did he intend to explore more of the molten sea at the current time. Even so, there were things that could be gained or confirmed in a short time. John had a few ideas about how to test himself using the unique local terrain. Unlike Steve, he wasn't the sort to throw himself into a volcano, but he was perfectly content walking along the surface of the perpetual lava. He wasn't looking to push himself for a breakthrough, but still wanted to somewhat strain himself. Given the density and viscosity of the lava, John barely sank into the material even if he did nothing to stabilize himself. If he remained idle, he would eventually sink about to his waist with a third of him under the lava. Obviously, for a non-cultivator, it would be a terrifying prospect, but to him it was akin to walking through heavy mud. He was more concerned about not getting stuck than anything else, though if his legs were buried, he multiplied his usage of spiritual energy to protect himself several-fold. When just walking around, protecting himself was less draining than flying. The lava wasn't actually trying to kill him, it was just existing. The very elements he used to resist the heat were also omnipresent around him, as the molten sea carried high amounts of both fire and water element. Though somewhat strenuous, his traversal was for the most part quite peaceful. It lacked some of the variation in scenery he might prefer on a nature walk, but despite what it might seem, the molten sea wasn't completely barren of life. It was just rare. This time, some of it came to introduce itself to John, rather aggressively. The creature blended well into the sea below, so John only had a moment's warning to dodge its bite. Massive jaws clamped down where he had been standing a moment before as a rain of molten particles fell around him, the surface rippling. A massive turtle head as big across as John was tall, or a bit bigger, quickly retracted back into the liquid below. Clearly there was some manipulation of viscosity, or such a turtle couldn't swim at any decent speed. However, even taking some quick steps along the surface, John found it continued to nip at his heels, or attempt to swallow him whole, which was effectively the same thing. Normally, John was an advocate for leaving the local wildlife alone, but that was mainly with regards to the peaceful, or at least less aggressive inhabitants. He took a moment to consider if the burning delta had expressed any opinions about the local turtles. He didn't want to slay some sort of sacred beast, but he recalled they were listed among the potential dangers. Though he had the feeling this one was an exception in its strength, to dare to attack an ascending soul phase cultivator. Perhaps it mistook him for an easy target. John decided to display his strength, in case the neatly cycling elements had thrown off the beast. But it continued to display aggressive behavior, swimming around to cut off his attempts to retreat. Still not wanting to kill it, John leapt into the air and held himself aloft. He thought that once it couldn't reach him that it would grow tired and leave him alone, but it clearly had experience with hard-to-reach foes. Perhaps there were some flying beasts in the area it liked to snack upon. John was able to sense the shaping of spiritual energy before a massive ball of lava flew up towards him, spreading outward and thinning to cover more area. It was infused with spiritual energy to fortify it, but John managed to cut a thin path through with a mix of air and water elements. The turtle had power, but not the finesse necessary to overcome dominant elements. Flying higher didn't dissuade the beast, and frankly John wasn't sure if he should avoid fighting it. This wasn't far from the sect grounds, and the locals could easily be attacked if they sailed into this thing's territory. John still attempted to keep ahead of it, flying up and away, but it continued to follow far beyond what he thought was a reasonable domain. It was fast, too. He tried to leave it behind, but John thought he might exhaust himself if he was careless. If he flew back towards the sect, he could be certain that he would be safe, but at that point he might just draw others into trouble. It persisted in its pursuit, so it would be a fight. John had been cycling his elements inside of him, as he'd been defending seriously. Now, he'd look into offense. The turtle launched another wide-area attack, and John launched himself further upward. Already, the turtle could attack over 100 meters into the air. He might be able to outrange it eventually, but sudden movement seemed effective enough in avoiding its attacks. He charged a single throwing knife with as much lightning as he could, coating it in a layer of water to augment that capacity. When the turtle launched another ball of magma, he waited for it to spread out before throwing his attack through the center. He could have curved it around or waited to dodge the attack, but he wanted to hide his intentions, and it would take more energy to redirect his attack. The dagger pierced through where the incoming attack was thinnest, striking downward like a bolt of lightning. The turtle's mouth hung slightly ajar, and his attack exploded inside it. Air overcame water, and his water nullified its fire. The beast had some energy defenses inside of its body, but its actual flesh was weak. That was what its scales and shell were for. The inside of its mouth and throat were quite vulnerable once the spiritual energy was bypassed. The creature was tough, however, and did not go down after even a powerful blow such as that. It did retreat its head under the surface, but continued to launch attacks at John. Flying in combat was beginning to wear at him, along with using air element in his attack, but he figured it was still the best method he could use for the moment. Rather than attempting another counterattack, John focused on defense as the turtle continued its attacks, but with several meters of lava between its head and the surface. Its accuracy didn't seem particularly tied to its sight, but John slowly continued to increase vertical distance. He then used his darkness element as a distraction, creating a sense of his mixed elements some distance away from his actual body. If he remained in place too long, the turtle picked out his actual body, but he made it waste more than a few attacks, and the spiritual energy it put into them. Each attack was serious, and no matter the stamina of such a large beast, it would soon weaken. When John judged that it had expended itself enough, he let himself drop carefully. His descent speed was carefully controlled. Seemingly thinking it had felled him, the great turtle waited below. John was gathering together his various elements as he approached. When the turtle gathered power for another attack, he struck out with earth, solidifying the molten lava for a single instant. The attack was blunted, the lava scattering and only loosely held together where it was missing its core. The creature's fire element rapidly overcame his earthen restriction, but by then the damage was done. John landed on the surface of the magma with a flash of lightning, driving it through the mixture of water and fire beneath him. It flowed easily enough, striking the turtle on the nose as it lunged for him. He merely weakened the spiritual energy around its head with the attack, but John had fire and water still gathered in great quantity. Fire augmented water, allowing rapid changes in temperature. John wasn't so foolish as to try to overheat a lava turtle of some sort, but he was willing to try something he expected it had never encountered. Ice expanded inside its open maw as it bit down. John shoved every bit of cold he could gather into the beast. Then he heard a crack and the creature cried out in a horrible whine as steam billowed out of its mouth. The steam wouldn't be a problem for it, but the thermal shock certainly was as some of its body broke. He couldn't tell exactly what, perhaps its jaw or some other piece that was rapidly cooled. Either way, the turtle flailed wildly. John's senses reached inside it and pushed more spiritual energy to the most vulnerable point, through its upper palate into its brain. Literal brain freeze was probably a terrible way to go, but it had more than a few chances to leave John alone, and frankly with it being so willing to attack him, leaving it would have been a danger to others. The turtle perished, its slight buoyancy relative to the lava, slowly causing it to rise to the surface and revealing something unexpected. Obsidian patches covered cavities in its shell, beneath which he sensed well-protected eggs. Observing more closely, John found that it was a male. It was uncommon, but not unique for males of a species to carry their young. The aggression seemed now both understandable and ill-suited. Then again, the beast was sufficiently strong that it seemed likely to defeat most threats, so perhaps a proactive defense was preferable. Now that the beast was dead, John had to deal with the consequences. And since killing it and then letting it go to waste was shameful, he wondered if he had to cook it. Certainly most parasites would not survive the temperatures the creature lived at, but the ones that did would be exceedingly dangerous. Not knowing what to do, the best thing he could think of was to bring it back to the sect. Carrying the turtle was out of the question, so he floated it along. Using it as a boat seemed disrespectful, but he wasn't sure what else he could do. He idly wondered if this was related to the lava tortoises he'd seen in the hands of the molten sea previously, though that was a land-dwelling sort. Most likely, the main connection was living in the same region, since any genetic relation between land tortoises and sea turtles would be at a higher level. John shaped the lava ahead of the beast, trying to replicate what he'd felt from its motions. It was a similar approach to what the local ships used, though they preferred to minimize their profile while this turtle was still quite bulky. Clearly, the turtle had been specialized for its own use of spiritual energy, because John found himself fatiguing on his journey. When he arrived, he found people waiting. Not that he was surprised, given that he'd had a serious battle as an ascending soul phase cultivator, a few kilometers wouldn't be enough to conceal that something happened. He wasn't hiding anything as he approached, so his disciples and sect heads Dislava were waiting. The old woman inclined her head. "Congratulations. You have slain a mighty beast." "Only because it was necessary," John said. "It was not willing to give up the fight. Indeed, they can grow quite dangerous during their season. We had not been aware of this particular specimen, or we would have done something to protect our sect." "What can be done with the eggs?" John asked. "Can you tame lava turtles?" "Some can," she admitted. "We've seldom had an opportunity to try." John nodded. "Unfortunately, I don't think I will. I doubt they'd be happy to be raised in a pot of boiling water. If you're interested, I will sell you any of this at a reasonable price." The Burning Delta would no doubt be able to make better use of this than he would, and he didn't want to carry it back. They did cook and eat it, using a special acidic broth that was used for a number of molten sea beasts. It softened the meat, turning it into a sour but pleasant soup. It was also quite potent, and John wouldn't have suggested that weaker cultivators even attempt to consume it, both because of needing to neutralize some of the acidity and because the spiritual energy the meat released was quite wild. If John could eat something similar every day, he thought he'd be in the late ascending soul phase by the end of the month. But even though there was enough of the beast for him to manage that if he was selfish, it probably wouldn't last. And merely pushing for a higher cultivation rank wasn't always the best idea, as he needed experience and insights to make proper use of it. Chapter 399. While traveling further into the molten sea might provide valuable insights, it was also likely to provoke unwanted responses. If the groups associated with Jessine had forgotten about their losses, it was better to leave things that way. Without knowing the full extent of associations, it was too much risk. Traveling further than the Burning Delta would require specialized knowledge or proper ships, which was a far greater investment of time and resources. No doubt John would find it worthwhile someday, but for the moment the Six Elements Crossroads would be gaining sufficient practice where they were. After the battle with the lava turtle, John focused more on improving his understanding of the molten sea itself. Whatever the source of its power was likely deep below, but observing the way it behaved would reveal useful insights related to the overlapping effects of spiritual energy. John had long been aware that various elements tended to bleed into each other. That did not make the elements any less real. It simply meant that purely rigid thinking would limit a cultivator. That might be especially true for those who practiced only a single element, as they would miss out on various methods of control if they were unwilling to try new things. The insights John himself could achieve in a short time weren't likely to be extraordinary, but the visit was more valuable for lower-ranking disciples, or even those who were the most experienced, having reached the consolidated soul phase. John wasn't trying to make any huge leaps with just this, but instead to take in the overall journey and secure the first step into the late ascending soul phase. The return journey from the molten sea brought the group back through the encapsulated flow. Water cultivators were no doubt going to benefit the most from the current leg of the journey, because the molten sea, encapsulated flow, and the frozen heights were all water element dominant regions. The frozen heights were their current target, and though they had a frosty relationship with the winding river sect, Sekar had been able to provide some valuable maps of the various passes into the mountains. They would be approaching the frozen heights just on the tail end of winter, and while that was not the optimal time of year, there wasn't particularly a good one. The climate there only ranged between more frozen and less frozen. Hopefully, people brought some warm jackets. "All right, everyone," John said as they came to the foot of the mountains, from which the encapsulated flow got its many rivers. "Remember to keep careful track of your group. If we end up in a storm, we need to make sure everyone has partners of relevant elements. Fire cultivators to provide heat, water cultivators to dry everyone, air cultivators, temper the winds and keep the visuals clear. Earth cultivators, be prepared to create emergency shelter. We should be able to feel each other's spiritual energy, but I'm not interested in losing anyone for the sake of realistic training." Even if people could cover multiple elements, they were assigned to a group of 4, and John himself was no different. Those with him might think they would have the easiest time, but he would be supplementing their efforts only as necessary. John ended up with 2 soul expansion phase cultivators, Tlaloc from the Shimmering Islands and Ruchana, who cultivated the minor cycle associated with light. Then there was one more, Cristoforo, who was in the late foundation phase with a pure darkness cultivation. Disciples were not required to practice multiple elements, just encouraged to strongly consider it. If they didn't choose to try to practice a cycle, that required a conscious choice. Many darkness cultivators used quick weapons to take advantage of darkness deceptive abilities, but Cristoforo carried a battle axe that was less swift than typical options. However, if he could manage to land a single blow to his enemies, he was quite effective. Against cold and wind, however, he was not particularly effective. As John led the way through his chosen pass into the mountains, the man was only able to insulate himself against the rapidly deteriorating weather. The other two were able to insulate the group more efficiently with air and fire, with Tlaloc whisking away any water that clung to them. They included John in their efforts, while John focused on the path in front of them, and most importantly making it a path. The snows were deep, and even though they traveled atop the most densely packed snow, the more recent loose snowfall atop that was more than head height. John's efforts were focused on pushing aside the snow and creating an easier trail for those who followed. His feet tested the ground beneath, making sure there were no pitfalls for those coming after. The leaders of the following groups should be focusing on keeping track of their own groups and the trailing member of the one in front of them. So far, that wasn't necessary as the skies were clear. But if a storm came, they might only be able to see people at arm's length. With intense water elemental spiritual energy, it could be possible to lose track of the others. In theory, at least. In practice, it would be difficult for anyone to lose track of John if he was attempting to make himself known. And he did, both for those following him and for any cultivators ahead. He didn't wish to sneak up on the mountainous sects, as startled cultivators might act rashly. At the end of the first day of travel, they picked out an area on the leeward side of a cliff and set up a camp, complete with ice walls. Something like igloos, but without carved blocks of ice. Instead, the water cultivators simply condensed the snow into proper ice, attaching their half-dome to the stone cliff. They of course made certain to leave a hole for smoke to escape as they began to heat the area. There was very little fuel to be had locally, but they had acquired some dried firewood in the encapsulated flow that they carried in their storage bags along with other supplies. It wasn't strictly necessary, as they had fire cultivators who could cook everything and heat the area, but it was best to ease the burdens on everyone. In the morning, they awoke to see that a storm had dumped a meter of snow atop their shelter, something easily enough managed, and that 2 people were missing. Their groups reported that as they were forming up and about to head out. Who saw them last? John asked, looking around. One disciple caught his eye. Did you see either of them? The woman tensed. I saw them sneak away, but I thought they were back already when my watch ended. Together? Well, she shrugged. John sighed. If people wanted privacy, they should have added to our shelter. I'll go look for them. Hopefully they weren't stupid enough to go particularly far. 2 cultivators could have snuck off quite a distance even through dense snow, especially if it was before the storm. Their passage might have left signs, though. There wouldn't be any footprints given the massive amount of new snow, but there could be other signs. John pushed his way out of the shelter, his senses slipping through the snow to feel for anything. It was difficult to sense through any material particularly far, and with the many individual particles of snow, it was even more so. Except, why should it be? John could sense through the air just fine. And water. Liquid water. But still, was it so different what state of matter things were in? He had more experience sensing underground than through snow, but they should be quite similar. And if he tuned out the water element, there was nothing for over 100 meters, except their own camp and the cliff, and somewhere around 10 meters below them the actual surface of the ground. John tried to remember which elements the 2 were. The pair were Fedel and Chi Fire and Earth, if he recalled correctly. He could at least keep track of that much for people on the same expedition, even if he didn't have a personal connection to every disciple. At least he wasn't likely to miss them. If there was a fire cultivator, he sensed for any concentrations of ice. Footprints, buried under the new layer of snow. Eventually, he found some irregularities that he followed after digging himself to the surface. This wasn't time for him to practice snow swimming techniques. If the 2 were lucky, the storm was the only thing that got to them. It was likely even 2 weaker disciples could survive overnight in the cold. They weren't even in the coldest part of the mountains yet. After all, the trail continued for a good kilometer, winding around ravines. It was a good thing they'd paid attention to their feet, or they could have fallen into a crevasse. It took John about 20 minutes to finally sense a weak flicker of spiritual elements. Creating a whirlwind, John blew away layers of snow, revealing an icy shell surrounding two huddled figures. Heat flared around him as he walked up to it and cracked it with his fist, shoving chunks to the side. His hands reached out, grabbing the two by the throats. Heat flowed into them from his hands, and air was forced into their lungs. They coughed and sputtered, their skin bluish. John dangled them upright until they got their footing. "If either of you pull anything like this again, you're expelled from the sect, and we're leaving you behind," John said. "You two do realize your body warmth would have been more or less sufficient on its own. You didn't have to burn through your spiritual energy. And I realize that neither of you are air cultivators, but you do have to breathe. Next time, leave room for that." John had already had his say by the time the two of them could talk. They looked properly dejected as he pushed them ahead of him towards the rest of the expedition, shamefully walking into view of everyone. "These two are transferred to my group. That still leaves Chi's group with 4, right?" "Tlaloc can replace Fedel," John declared. The group leaders nodded. They happened to be some of the odd ones out with a greater number, since the group hadn't been perfectly divisible. "Good. Then we're leaving." John did shove food into the arms of the two lovers, which they ate in a daze, having hardly slept. For the duration of the morning, Rachana was busy keeping their group somewhat warm, with John responsible for keeping them dry as he led the pack. When they stopped for lunch, the two immediately fell asleep. They got a good half-hour of rest before the group was moving again. As they continued into the afternoon, John began to hear something up ahead. It was an irregular sound, but he couldn't quite tell what it was until they rounded a bend in the pass. There, the overhanging cliff was dangling with thousands of icicles, some of which were cracking off in the midday sun. John watched as one fell, accelerating until it pierced through the snow, disappearing into nothing. They couldn't avoid the area without wandering off track, and John didn't like the idea of becoming lost. Even if they could climb, not all of them were up to the task, and he didn't just mean the two sleepy fools. "Keep your eyes up," John said. "We've got clear skies and spikes of ice. Remember to protect your group." Keeping his senses above and below, because he didn't want anyone to get dropped into the snow, John continued forward, doing his best to create a trail by acting as a snowplow. He wasn't just responsible for his own group, but also for all of the disciples. That was made most clear when a group halfway back missed an incoming spear of ice. John's spiritual energy was already raised as they moved along, and he focused water and earth into the snow next to the disciples, sending a burst of power to smash into the incoming projectile, causing it to explode all over the group. They wouldn't sustain any injuries from that, but it would certainly catch their attention. "Pay attention," John warned, his echoing voice causing a few more icicles to fall early, though most of them fell safely away from the group. If anyone had suggested that they just knock down the icicles before they went under, John would have gladly let them do so. But everyone seemed more inclined to be reactive rather than proactive, except for the two exhausted individuals in the front group who could barely keep their eyes open as they trudged forward. Chapter 400. Though they had experienced cold already, the frozen heights were only just beginning to show their true character. It wasn't long before a storm blew in during their daily travels, and they actually needed the wide-out protocols that had been established. It rapidly went from the cold of ice to a bitter cold that gnawed at the bones, even though spiritual energy. John had to carefully monitor the remaining spiritual energy of the weaker cultivators in their group as the fire cultivators rapidly began to dig into their reserves to keep their groups from freezing. Even if they were able to prevent the wind chill, the aggressive cold of the frozen heights stole away any heat they generated in mere moments. Eventually, John had to give in. "We're going to establish a shelter," he called behind him, boosting his voice with air element. Up ahead, John could sense some cliffs that he hoped were made of a more moldable material. They would have to carve their way through meters of ice before they could do much of anything. But John could already tell their previous efforts wouldn't be sufficient. Some of their members were nearly collapsed by the time they made it just a couple hundred more meters through the storm. That included the pair of lovers Fedel and Chi, who hadn't fully recovered from their previous exertions. However, along with the support of their groups, they still managed to trudge along. John supported the efforts of the air cultivators, keeping away the winds, while water and earth cultivators began to carve through the ice and stone. Reforming a natural element was a basic task that cultivators learned, though the circumstances were more difficult than usual. They had to widen the opening of their improvised cave to move out material more quickly. When the work began, John saw great ambition within the disciples. But soon the thought of high ceilings and a roomy cavern fell away. They dug out an area where it wasn't quite possible to stand less than 10 meters on a side. Not a minuscule space, but quite cramped for a group of their size. John personally contributed some of his energy to closing up the entrance, leaving a small amount of space for smoke to escape from the cave and air to circulate in general. Proper construction should minimize heat loss. As the disciples huddled together around a central fire, warming their rations, John sat out front in the storm. He'd had various opportunities to train in colder places, like the blustering peaks and the deep sea, but nothing had quite reached this level. It wasn't just cold. John could feel the spiritual energy attempting to draw away heat. Bundling up wouldn't be enough, and neither would their insulation. Even sheltering in the mountain wasn't completely protecting the disciples, but with a central area to protect they were managing. Some of the earth cultivators were actually fortifying the insulating properties of the stone to aid the fire cultivators in keeping warmth. Meanwhile, John accepted the cold. Not directly on his body, of course. He was not interested in turning the blood in his veins into ice. That might technically be a unique method of body tempering, but transforming into his body into a dead state wasn't particularly something he was interested in. Water element seeped through his normal defenses, grasping for his heat. Warming himself worked to some extent, but John knew he had to resist. He first tried blocking the spiritual energy with his own water element, and that worked to some extent, but it didn't feel particularly productive. If he was here just for survival, he would go inside the shelter. He wanted to grow. He kept his eyes closed to avoid the beating of the winds and to prevent his eyeballs from freezing. John considered how he might have been able to temper his body with fire to produce more internal heat, but that wasn't going to be beneficial in all situations. It was certainly too late to practice such a thing here. After a few moments, he realized he wasn't here to learn how to resist cold. He was here to learn how cold worked. So he would fight ice with ice. Or something like that. There was plenty of water element spiritual energy around, so John wasn't shy with his usage. He created steam, but it rapidly froze around him, forming an uncomfortable layer of ice on his skin. He carefully melted that away as he considered alternative options. Then it came to him. It was simple, really. He just needed to copy exactly what the world around him was doing. It was trying to draw away his heat, so he did the same in turn, making sure not to bother the shelter behind him, of course. It was more difficult than he imagined. John was used to state transitions with the water element, and it was easy enough to boost those with fire, but directly drawing heat was outside his area of expertise. Yet he had an example all around him. Even with his higher cultivation, he found himself losing a battle of tug-of-war for the heat. He wasn't really sure where it was going when it was taken from him, since the surroundings clearly weren't actually getting hotter. Too many minutes were spent wrestling with the water element for John to remember that even in this new application, standard water element rules should apply. He stopped fighting and just went along with it. Not the heat being stolen from him, but instead just lightly encouraging the transfer to be towards him. He worked with the surrounding water element instead of against it. It wasn't as if the frozen heights were some sort of evil lair that actually wanted to kill him. That was just what the natural elements did here. So pointing things in the right direction was fairly easy, if he was gentle. He almost became too warm after a few moments. Soon, he found himself going through cycles of heating and cooling, making sure not to let his internal temperature actually change too much. Bodies were sensitive things, even the bodies of cultivators. A few degrees wouldn't be a problem for a cultivator, but a few tens of degrees would still be a serious issue. John took a breath in, letting in the cold. His lungs froze and ice spread throughout his body, or at least the feel of ice. Then he contracted his diaphragm, breathing out the cold. Ice was gathering on his face, and he shook it off. He wasn't sure exactly how long he'd been cycling temperature in and out, but most of the disciples inside were beginning to nod off, except those chosen to keep watch. John could sense Ahan and Lyre, two of the strongest among them. They had clearly been watching him. John made his way inside, directing his words to the two of them. "If you want to take the opportunity to train, I can handle the camp." They inclined their heads. The two of them had each completed a cycle of core elements, stepping into the consolidated soul phase. Training with the icy cold of the frozen heights would be good for them. When things were a bit less terrible, John would encourage the other water cultivators, and those who were planning to pick up a water totem in the future, to do the same. Fedel and Chi awoke properly recovered. The two of them looked so cute snuggling together that John almost allowed them to swap groups to stay together, but he wasn't going to reward foolish behavior. After watching over their exhausted forms for a day, he had transferred them back to their own groups during the marching day, and they would remain in them for the remainder of the time in the frozen heights, however long that was. John imagined they had likely experienced the worst of it, or at least close. After the storm, they hiked for a few hours in the early morning, since they had gone to bed early. About the time the sun was coming up, they crested a rise and were able to see down the other side of the frozen heights. Ice glittered in the sun, sparkling with the colors of sunrise. It couldn't have been timed better. John smiled. This was what cultivation was about. Facing adversity and surpassing it to find the beautiful things in the world. If one grew more powerful only to lack enjoyment, it would be all for naught. Traveling down the far slopes wasn't necessarily easier. They were on the route of one of the best passes, but that didn't mean it was perfect. The west side seemed far steeper, which meant less buildup of snow and more ice. The disciples had to split their attention between keeping their own footing and performing their other elemental techniques. Proper shoe wear might have helped, but it was good training. As always, they were made to watch out for each other. The groups remained within arm's length of each other, so that when one person slipped, another one or two could catch them. Earth and water cultivators did the best at keeping their footing, while fire cultivators only tended to make the surface more slippery if they were careless. Air cultivators could cushion their movements if they were strong enough, though supporting their weight with wind would rapidly drain their energy. Not as much as flight, of course, but they had to last all day. The landmark John focused on was a particular spire of ice standing above all else about half a day's travel down the slope. It took them a bit longer than intended as they had to cater to the weakest among them, choosing easier routes that wove back and forth instead of more direct ones. It was still enough to challenge everyone, as the groups were balanced with that intent. As they drew closer to the intended destination, John sensed people waiting. They were hidden, but John thought it was more a matter of habit than of malice. He warned a few of the higher-ranking disciples just in case. They might need to act, either to protect their fellows or to stop them from doing something stupid if people suddenly appeared. Once they were closer, the waiting cultivators were visible in the distance, standing out in the open. It would still be possible to miss them given their garb that blended well with the ice and snow, but they weren't skulking behind anything. They waited at the base of the spire, a young man standing at their head greeting the 6 elements crossroads as they approached. "Welcome, travelers. Do you wish to take the challenge of the spire?" John had vaguely heard about this place, but the encapsulated flow didn't know much besides its existence. "We would first hear what it entails," John said. "We of the 6 elements crossroads are open to any beneficial cultivation exchanges." The young man inclined his head. "We represent the Lone Spire. It is a straightforward but difficult challenge that we offer. We ask cultivators to carry water element up the spire as high as they can go. Those who reach the top obtain the satisfaction of building the spire ever higher. Those who push too far usually find themselves tumbling downward." John nodded. He needed to probe into the etiquette surrounding the challenge. Are cultivators meant to work alone? The challenge is meant to be just that. Working in groups is acceptable, as anything that contributes to the spire is valuable. I see. And is this challenge intended for only disciples? What of elders and others? Of course, we encourage the strong to ascend. It would not grow so tall otherwise. John looked up at the spire. With nothing else around it on the slopes, it had been hard to judge its height. Something like a few hundred meters, rising sharply upwards. John could see how a steeper vertical form would increase the difficulty and force cultivators to place their contributions at the base, maintaining a solid structure, though likely only one that could survive in a place with such strong water element. We will gladly contribute, John said. Will you be challenging at the same time? We would be happy to, the young man said.